Chapter 1. Transmigration into the world of Naruto. As evening fell, the resplendent twilight painted the sky in hues of crimson. The orange sun, after revealing its last smile to the earth, slowly sank beneath the horizon, leaving a lingering sense of longing. A gentle autumn breeze swept through a towering grove of birch trees, causing the branches and leaves to sway and rustle softly, akin to tender whispers. A pale yellow leaf danced in the air, twirling gracefully before floating down to the ground. Suddenly, a chubby little hand emerged from the grass, which reached up to an adult's knees and gently grasped the leaf. A small orb of blue light surged forth from the child's hand, cleaving the leaf neatly in two. Accompanied by a soft, childlike sigh, a diminutive figure gradually sat up from the underbrush. Dressed in a light gray hoodie and black tapered pants, with uniquely styled deep blue shoes adorning his feet, he tousled his slightly unruly black hair. His large, expressive eyes, starkly contrasting in black and white, remained fixed on the severed leaf in his right hand, while a delicate, cherubic face bore a bittersweet smile of resignation. From his stature and appearance, he appeared to be merely a 3-year-old child. Yet, the perplexity in his gaze and the intricate emotions etched upon his face hinted at an uncanny depth far beyond his years. 3 years, and I still find it difficult to accept. The little boy tossed the leaf aside, propping himself on his hands, shrugging his small shoulders, and gazing up at the dimming sky peeking through the treetops. A flock of returning birds chirped and flitted across his line of sight, settling deep within the woods. "Shoo, come out. It's time to go home." At that moment, a gentle voice called from the outskirts of the forest, followed by a bark that resembled a wolf's howl. Upon hearing the call, the boy's slightly unfocused eyes brightened, and a sweet smile graced his face. "I'm coming. Wait for me, Mama." The child, known as Shu, sprang up with a nimble motion. Just as he was about to dash off, he seemed to remember something and turned back to pick up a small basket filled with wild mushrooms. Then, like a hare, he bounded away at a speed far exceeding what one would expect from a child of his age. Outside the grove, a tall woman with long hair squinted her eyes in a gentle smile, extending her arm to wave at the rushing little figure. A large black dog, roughly the size of a calf, squatted beside her, panting with its long tongue lolling out and its thick tail wagging energetically. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, clad in a fitted black outfit topped with a military green vest, and her legs wrapped in white straps that secured a square, dark tool pouch. Her striking features were complemented by a pair of red, fang-shaped markings on her fair face. Tilting her head slightly, her long hair flowed, revealing a forehead protector adorned with an unusual design resembling a leaf engulfed in flames. The little boy leaped into the woman's embrace, causing her to lean back slightly, her flowing hair billowing in the wind. With a swift motion, she lifted the porcelain-like child into her arms. The large dog stood up, wagging its tail, and licked the boy's small legs. "Xinguan, stop it. That tickles." The child squealed in delight, laughter bubbling forth as the rough tongue of the dog brushed against him. Witnessing this, the woman's face radiated warmth. She playfully tapped the boy's forehead before placing him onto the back of the dog, named Xinguan. Together, they laughed and chatted as they made their way toward a village surrounded by towering walls and lush greenery, several hundred meters away. Bathed in the glow of the evening sky, the trio appeared as a picturesque painting, a harmonious blend of warmth and joy. Inuzuka AI, Ninja ID 012011, Deputy Captain of the Konoha Patrol Team. Beep. Identity confirmed. At the broad entrance of the village, the woman produced a card resembling an ID and scanned it at the duty station, prompting a mechanical voice to issue a cold confirmation. "AI Jia, you're back from your patrol? Shoo, you little rascal. Have you been out raiding bird nests again?" A lively young woman in a navy blue uniform sprang from the duty room, greeting Inuzuka AI warmly before bending down to playfully flick the boy's forehead. The boy, rubbing his forehead with an ouch, did not seem upset at all. Instead, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Pingzi ai, don't accuse me. It's clearly Shui who climbs the trees to raid the nests. I'm a good boy, you see. I picked these mushrooms, and tonight we can make Mama's favorite fresh mushroom ramen. Inuzuka AI chuckled at her son's clever diversion, silently applauding his cunning. Watching Pingzi, with her hands on her hips and a mock glare, Inuzuka AI shook her head in exasperation. She exchanged a knowing glance with Qingwan, who barked softly before carrying the boy into the village. Pingzi, don't listen to Shu's nonsense. Shui is such a well-behaved child. How could he climb trees to steal eggs? Hee hee. Inuzuka Ace's beautiful eyes twinkled as she responded to the dark-haired woman. Unable to hold back her laughter, she offered an apology to her childhood friend and swiftly dashed after the still chattering little boy. Seeing this, the woman known as Pingzi could only laugh despite her irritation. Fresh mushroom ramen? Truly a mother-son bond. Oomph. Sure, Shui. Tonight, it'll make you stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat when your mother returns. The dark-haired woman huffed, turning to the several men in black uniforms at the duty station. You all continue your patrol. I'm heading back. Yes, Deputy Captain. The men stood, their gazes respectful towards her. Nodding, the dark-haired woman swiftly headed east toward the village. Under the twilight, the red and white emblem on her back gleamed brilliantly. That night, whether Uchiha Shursui enjoyed his mother's stir-fried bamboo shoots with meat remained a mystery to Inuzuka Shu. However, he reveled in the delicious, fresh mushroom ramen his gentle mother prepared with the mushrooms he had picked and the bird eggs he had gathered from the trees. Both enjoyed their meal with great delight. Indeed, this small yet spirited child was named Inuzuka Shu. His mother, Inuzuka AI, was a renowned special jonin in Konoha. His father, Inuzuka, who had tragically perished a year prior during a significant mission, becoming a cold symbol etched upon a black stone monument. The Inuzuka clan was no ordinary family. They were famed throughout the ninja world for their bond with ninja dogs. Shu found himself in the parallel universe of the Naruto world. Inuzuka Shu, though, was originally known as Xiao Shu. Strictly speaking, while his body belonged to the Naruto realm, his soul hailed from another dimension Earth in the 21st century. Xiao Shu was once an exemplary student at the Sichuan University of Geosciences. His parents perished in a devastating earthquake, leaving him to be raised by his grandfather, who nurtured him until adulthood. Despite his tragic upbringing, his grandfather's affection instilled in him an optimistic and cheerful disposition. However, fate can be capricious. After his grandfather succumbed to a sudden heart attack, Xiao Shu became a true orphan. After handling his grandfather's funeral, he sought solace by joining a primitive forest exploration group. Perhaps destiny was playing a cruel joke on Xiao Shu. The 10-member expedition team, upon entering the dense forest, was engulfed by a sudden, thick fog that rendered them blind. Strangely, despite walking in close formation, they suddenly lost all contact with one another. When the strange fog finally dissipated, Xiao Shu found himself deep within the primordial forest. To make matters worse, a pack of howling wolves was rapidly encroaching from behind. In a desperate bid for survival, he summoned his latent potential and climbed a tree with a trunk thick enough for an adult to embrace. Unfortunately, his backpack containing all his provisions and gear was violently torn away by a wolf with glowing green eyes. As time slipped away, the patient and cunning wolf pack remained at the base of the tree, offering Xiao Shu no opportunity to escape. With hunger gnawing at him, he scanned the treetops and spotted two fruits the size of a baby's fist, one red and one green, dangling from the branches above. Overjoyed, he decisively plucked both fruits. However, just as he was about to take a bite, he found himself grappling with a dilemma of choice. The green fruit, seemingly unadorned, bore a slightly rough surface, occasionally releasing a faint, refreshing fragrance. In contrast, the red fruit appeared plump and rounded, radiating a captivating scarlet hue, accompanied by a rich, alluring aroma. Xiao Shu, an ardent lover of outdoor adventures, was acutely aware of a fundamental truth of nature. The more vibrant the color, the greater the danger it posed. Gazing at the bright red wild fruit, reminiscent of the poison apple from a fairy tale that claimed Snow White, Xiao Shu chuckled mischievously and, without hesitation, popped the green fruit into his mouth. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The green wild fruit melted upon contact, providing Xiao Shu no time to react as it slid down his throat, transforming into a refreshing stream of energy that coursed through his body. Soon after, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness washed over him, and in the blink of an eye, he slumped against the tree, succumbing to a deep slumber. With a resounding thud, the vibrant red wild fruit slipped from Xiao Shu's grasp, plummeting to the ground and striking a nearby wolf on the head. The wolf pack erupted into chaos, and ultimately, a towering, robust black wolf emerged, devouring the delectable fruit. However, in the next instant, the black wolf threw back its head in a mournful howl, its body transforming into a deep crimson hue before expanding into a grotesque, blood-soaked mass. With a thunderous explosion, a fierce gale erupted forth, obliterating the black wolf into a shower of gore, while nearly 20 other wolves within a 10-meter radius suffered severe repercussions. Those closest were rendered unrecognizable, while even those farther away bled from every orifice, their innards shattered by the aftershock of the blast, ensuring their demise. In the aftermath of the explosion, an eerie stillness enveloped the area. At that moment, a peculiar mist began to swirl once more throughout the forest. Then, from the depths of the woods, a colossal wolf with a coat as white as snow and striking blue eyes emerged. With a graceful leap, it ascended the massive tree, traversing the trunk as if it were level ground, reaching the top with ease. It extended its tongue, gently licking the face of the slumbering Xiao Shu before lying down beside him, as if guarding the most cherished person in its life. Chapter 2. My name is Inuzuka Shu. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain. When the mist finally dissipated, both the white wolf and the sleeping Xiao Shu had vanished without a trace. Upon awakening, Xiao Shu found himself heralded into existence by a resounding cry, inexplicably reborn into the world of Naruto as a newborn in the Inuzuka clan, a branch family of the Hidden Leaf Village, known as Inuzuka Shu, the illegitimate child of the Inuzuka household. This year marked the third since Xiao Shu's arrival in the Naruto universe. Gradually, he became accustomed to the identity of Inuzuka Shu and accepted the reality of calling a woman, who was roughly his age in his previous life, mother. For Xiao Shu, who had lost his parents at a tender age, Inuzuka is love and affection stirred feelings of profound nostalgia and warmth. Since the cherished individuals from his previous life no longer existed on Blue Planet, and having traversed time and space to become a child in the world of Naruto, he resolved to treat this as a reset of his Lithia chance to rediscover familial bonds and connections in this new existence. The favored child often exudes a certain audacity. Fully embracing his nature, Inuzuka Shu transformed into a spirited child brimming with adventurous zeal. From the tender age of 2, Inuzuka Shu began to toddle on his naturally strong little legs, exploring the clan's territory. His endearing appearance and sweet demeanor quickly endeared him to the clan members. Especially during family meetings attended with his mother, he encountered the current clan leader Inuzuka Shige's daughter, Inuzuka Sum, who, despite being only 18, was already heavily pregnant. Instantly, Inuzuka Shu's eyes sparkled with delight. To curry favor with this future matriarch and secure maximum support for himself in the future, Inuzuka Shu devoted considerable thought to his strategy. Women, particularly those in the later stages of pregnancy, are often sensitive and easily swayed. Thus, from that day onward, he generously shared the delicious candies and fruits from home, as well as various toys that Inuzuka I had purchased but neglected. Sometimes he would even hold a storybook, eagerly narrating tales to the child within Inuzuka Sum's belly, engaging in prenatal bonding. Such intimacy made even his own mother, Inuzuka I, feel a twinge of jealousy. However, the effectiveness of his charm offensive was evident. Inuzuka Sum, with her easygoing personality, found herself utterly enamored by this adorable, well-behaved little sprite. Eventually, she even invited Inuzuka Shu to call her godmother. This was a rare occurrence in a ninja clan and soon became a topic of great interest among the clan members. Consequently, while Inuzuka Shu may not have been universally adored, he certainly became a well-known figure within the clan, the little boy garnering an impressive reputation. By the age of 3, having grown like a sapling, he was nearing the height of ordinary children aged 5 or 6. Moreover, the unique talents inherited from the Inuzuka clan began to manifest. Not only did he easily surpass other children of his age, but even those 7-year-old cousins who had begun attending ninja school often found themselves outmatched in physical contests. Upon encountering such an extraordinary little being, Inuzuka Shigeru personally examined the veins and bones of his young grandson, Inuzuka Tsubaki, and tested his chakra attributes. The final results revealed that 3-year-old Inuzuka Tsubaki possessed remarkably comprehensive physical qualities. Not only did he inherit the speed, endurance, and olfactory talents that far exceeded those of his peers from the Inuzuka clan, but his strength and explosive power were also astonishing. Most notably, his vitality was as robust as that of an adult. As for the child's comprehension, after a brief explanation of the origins of human chakra and the principles of chakra extraction, Tsubaki successfully condensed chakra within himself on his very first attempt. Overjoyed, Inuzuka Shigeru promptly produced a pristine white paper card, encouraging him to infuse it with chakra. When the card tore apart, the chakra attribute of Inuzuka Tsubaki was ultimately confirmed. Wind. Wind chakra was indeed a tremendous boon for the Inuzuka clan, renowned for their speed. Therefore, after witnessing Tsubaki's monstrous talent, Inuzuka Shigeru waved his hand grandly, allowing the little one's mother, Inuzuka Ai, to impart the fundamental ninjutsu of their clan with complete confidence. Simultaneously, he personally took Tsubaki to the Hokage's office. Eagerly seeking a special enrollment application from the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the 3rd Hokage, now in his 50s, was in the prime of his political power. Upon reviewing the test results provided by Inuzuka Shigeru, the 3rd Hokage's eyes brightened with delight. A staunch supporter of the Hokage lineage, the emergence of a remarkably gifted genius from the Inuzuka clan was certainly a welcome development. Historically, there have been instances of 3- or 4-year-olds entering the ninja academy. Just last year, Uchiha Kagami's son, named Shursui, also benefited from special genius provisions, did he not? Compared to that seemingly cursed clan, the emergence of a new talent from the Inuzuka clan brought the Hokage a sense of relief and joy. Thus, the ninja professor boldly signed his name on Inuzuka Tsubaki's special enrollment application. Inuzuka Tsubaki, what a splendid name! Our little sapling, inheriting the will of fire in Konoha, shall one day grow into a towering tree in the ninja world. Keep striving, little one. Yes, Grandpa Hokage. Tsubaki will grow into the tallest and mightiest tree in the world, shielding my mother, my clan, Grandpa Hokage, and all the villagers of Konoha from the storm. After the elder and the young one exchanged these words, it was said that day, laughter of utmost delight resonated throughout the Hokage office. This year marked the 43rd year of Konoha. In this year, Inuzuka Tsubaki was 3 years old. 6 years had passed since the Second Shinobi World War. And after this rare period of peaceful development, the strength of the Land of Fire had made significant progress. The largest and most powerful hidden village in the world of ninjas. Konoha was experiencing another prosperous era. Although the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, who was also the disciple of the 3rd Hokage, Tsunade, had been praised by Hanzo of the Salamander as one of the legendary 3. She had succumbed to hemophobia following the deaths of her brother, Senju and her lover, Kato Dan, during the war. Ultimately, she left Konoha, leading a life of debauchery and gambling. However, Konoha still had the renowned ninja professor, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, at the helm, as well as the assistance of 2 Quazuka-level disciples, Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Additionally, there was Hatake Sakumo, known as the White Fang of Konoha, a top-tier ninja whose strength was on par with Orochimaru and others, and a formidable contender for the position of 4th Hokage. Although the Toad Sage Jiraiya often ventured out in search of inspiration, he had nonetheless nurtured the budding genius, Minato Namikaze, who was poised for greatness. Coupled with the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, among others, and not to mention the legendary Nine-Tails sealed within the host from the Uzumaki clan residing in Konoha, the Land of Fire's Konoha had consistently remained the strongest among the major hidden villages in the ninja world. Although Inuzuka Tsubaki was merely a 3-year-old child, His previous life had afforded him the opportunity to watch the entirety of the Naruto anime. While he may not be an ardent, seasoned fan, he was nonetheless familiar with the basic narrative framework and several significant events in the ninja world. 3 years hence, in the 46th year of Konoha, the hidden villages of Cloud, Mist, Rock, and Sand, all coveting the resources of the Land of Fire, would form an alliance to attack Konoha. Although this alliance would devolve into chaos from the outset, the Third Shinobi World War was an inevitable reality. Thus, Tsubaki was determined to showcase his talents rather than adhere to any principles of moderation and retreat. He aspired to possess formidable strength before the arrival of war. The stronger, the better. For him, this world of Hokage was not a mere fiction. He was surrounded by the genuine warmth of maternal love and the nurturing care of his little guardian, who treated him as her own child. Inuzuka Tsubaki wished to protect them, but of course, the most pressing concern was to preserve his own life amidst the impending chaos, as for lofty goals such as saving the world. Tsubaki was not yet inclined to contemplate such matters if he could not survive the Third Shinobi World War. All would be but an illusion. Tsubaki was confident that in 3 or 4 years, he would grow into a powerful ninja, perhaps even carve out his own name. Apart from the wind chakra and various family talents that had been detected, he had 2 significant advantages, one of which was the extraordinary mental strength that had accumulated over 2 lifetimes. In the world of ninjas, mental strength is closely linked to the volume and intensity of chakra. The greater the mental strength, the more abundant the chakra, and the mightier the jutsu. Historically, all legendary ninjas possessed an overwhelming amount of chakra, capable of executing earth-shattering jutsu with the slightest movement, akin to deities. Inuzuka Tsubaki had already attained the critical factors necessary to cultivate a vast reservoir of chakra. His other advantage was a profound secret that had completely fused with his flesh and blood, which was the fundamental reason for his extraordinary vitality at such a tender age. After dinner, Inuzuka Tsubaki secretly practiced in his little bedroom, and a flash of green light enveloped him. Suddenly, the small wild chrysanthemum he held in his palm began to grow wildly and bloom. In mere seconds, it transformed into a gigantic plant standing 50 centimeters tall, its vibrant yellow flowers resembling a pod of beautiful stars in full bloom. Indeed, Inuzuka Tsubaki possessed an almost innate bloodline limit, and it was an exceedingly rare wood release. Chapter 3. The Hidden Bloodline Limit. The reason it was deemed nearly innate was that this would release bloodline limit had been infused into Inuzuka Tsubaki's body during infancy. Following the reincarnation of Xiao Shu after consuming a mysterious green fruit from another realm, merging with his innate soul, bloodline, and physique, ultimately resulting in a would-release talent akin to that of the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Of course, this miraculous would-release bloodline limit was something Tsubaki had only recently become aware of. This mischievous 3-year-old, with his robust physical talents, had engaged in numerous escapades, climbing walls, trees, and rooftops. As the saying goes, those who frequent the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. Not long ago, this playful little rascal had slipped and fallen from a tree branch nearly 6 meters high to be by sheer coincidence. His little leg collided with a pile of rubble hidden beneath wild grass. Fortunately, Tsubaki was a naturally resilient child, and no tragic fractures occurred. However, the sharp edges of the stones had left a deep gash on his calf. Just as Tsubaki prepared to wail in agony from the intense pain, a tingling sensation suddenly coursed through the wound on his calf. Startled, he initially feared the stones harbored poison, but upon closer inspection, he was left in awe. The horrific gash, which had appeared to be torn and bloodied, had astonishingly ceased bleeding. Moreover, a faint green light began to emanate from the wound. This green light, cool as water, cleansed the wound of clotted blood and debris. And, as the flesh began to pulse, the injury rapidly healed. But a minute later, Tsubaki gazed at his leg, which seemed entirely unscathed, utterly dumbfounded. The Inuzuka clan certainly could not possess such an extraordinary physical talent. Otherwise, they would have long since emerged as a prominent clan in Konoha. Thus, the source of this delightful anomaly could only be attributed to Tsubaki's past life. The green fruit that had facilitated Xiao Shu's time-traveling reincarnation exuded a cooling aura upon consumption. reminiscent of the soothing sensation he now felt as his wound healed. Could it be that this green fruit was an extraordinary talent-granting fruit? Tsubaki tilted his head, reminiscing about his previous life while watching Naruto. He recalled that only a handful of ninjas possessed formidable self-healing abilities, such as Senju Hashirama and Tsunade's would-release talents. Naruto, Uzumaki's power from the Nine Tails, and Sakura Haruno's healing through the use of the mitotic regeneration technique and the slug summon. Strictly speaking, the only individual capable of self-repair solely through innate physical prowess, without any external aid, is Senju Hashirama. Of course, compared to the almost instantaneous regenerative abilities of the god of the ninja world. His physique is decidedly abnormal. Inuzuka, Shu, at present, has not yet refined sufficient chakra, resulting in a significantly slower healing rate to validate the properties of wood release. Inuzuka Shu followed the teachings of Inuzuka Shigeru, channeling chakra into the ground. Lo and behold, the wild grasses and flowers within a 2-meter radius surged forth as if they had consumed a miraculous growth potion. Thus, Inuzuka Shu confirmed that the latent ability within him was indeed wood release. Although the precise reasons for Inuzuka Shigeru and the third Hokage's inability to detect this phenomenon during their last assessment remain unclear, it likely pertains to the unique capabilities of that green fruit. After all, while wood release, a bloodline limit, is a fusion of both water and earth elements, the perfected form of this technique effectively cloaks these two elemental properties. Nevertheless, the ability to completely conceal the talent for wood release adds an invisible layer of safety to Inuzuka Shu's life. It is worth noting that since the demise of the god of the ninja world, Senju Hashirama, the wood-release bloodline limit has nearly become extinct. Consequently, various hidden villages, including Konoha, have seen numerous powerful ninja scheming to acquire Hashirama cells. Notable figures include Shimura Danzo, who prides himself as a guardian lurking in the shadows of Konoha, and Orochimaru, who clandestinely engages in human experimentation. If Inuzuka Shu's talent for wood release were to be detected at this juncture, it would be challenging to ensure he would not fall victim to these formidable entities who might conspire to eliminate or abduct him. After all, the allure of wood release is such that even someone as powerful as Uchiha Madara would find it hard to resist. Thus, to safeguard his life, and given the current lack of conditions for training in wood release techniques, Inuzuka Shu is diligently focusing on mastering the foundational ninjutsu of the Inuzuka clan, such as the beast sensing technique and four-legged technique, along with the basic activation and application of wind release techniques. The beast sensing technique is a secret art of the Inuzuka family that concentrates chakra in the nose, granting the practitioner a sense of smell exponentially superior to that of an ordinary human. This exceptional ability is renowned within the Inuzuka clan, serving as an excellent talent for reconnaissance and tracking enemies. The Inuzuka clan's beast sensing technique, alongside their ninja hounds, has earned them a reputation as one of the 3 great reconnaissance families of Konoha, alongside the oil-wielding Yamanaka clan's parasitic techniques and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, which offers unparalleled long-range vision. Ninjas from these 3 esteemed families, much like the rare medical ninjas, are among the most favored companions and allies of Konoha's shinobi, AS for the four-legged technique, as the name suggests. It involves concentrating chakra in the limbs, allowing the practitioner to adopt a beast-like form, thereby enhancing grip and striking power. This ninjutsu serves as the foundation for the Inuzuka clan's signature techniques, such as the beast clone and beast mimicry, and requires no further elaboration. Since obtaining permission to practice the clan's ninjutsu, merely a couple of months have passed, and Inuzuka Shu has already become proficient in both the beast sensing technique and the four-legged technique. Regarding wind release techniques, he has managed to produce small blades of wind from his hands, albeit with some instability. This is also the reason why Inuzuka Shu has recently taken to frequent excursions into the woods outside Konoha. He vividly remembers that in the anime, Uzumaki Naruto honed his chakra control through tree climbing and water walking. This readily available success story has been unabashedly emulated by Inuzuka Shu, or rather, referenced. Upon witnessing Inuzuka Shu's remarkable progress, Inuzuka, his young single mother, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Consequently, Just before Inuzuka's enrollment in the academy, she consented to his request to visit the Inuzuka clan's ninja hound base to select his destined canine companion. On a certain day in August of the 43rd year of Konoha, accompanied by Inuzuka Shu and his 4-month-old daughter, Inuzuka Kiba's godmother, Inuzuka's Hu, they stepped into the Inuzuka clan's secret training grounds for ninja hounds. Zakamama, at what age will Ahua start to speak? Inuzuka Shu curiously inquired, gazing up at the tiny infant cradled in Inuzuka Zaku's arms. Indeed, Inuzuka Shu now had a little sister, a sister who happened to be none other than Inuzuka Hana, the elder sister of the famed Konoha 12's Inuzuka Kiba from the anime. Ahua is quite unlike you little oddball, that if she can utter complete sentences by the time she turns 2. I'll be quite pleased, Inuzuka Zaku replied, handing her daughter to Inuzuka, and then taking Inuzuka Shu's small hand in hers. Her slightly plump face radiated a smile of happiness. Clearly, the birth of Inuzuka Hana had not diminished her affection for her godson. Giggle. Inuzuka Hana gazed wide-eyed at Inuzuka, suddenly bursting into laughter, clearly familiar with her beautiful clan mother. As they exchanged playful banter, they entered the ninja hound base. This expansive enclosure, surrounded by high walls and equipped with electric fencing and patrolling ninjas, featured spacious kennels and a dazzling array of training facilities. Inuzuka Shu felt as if he had stepped into a police dog training facility from his past life, albeit with the distinction that the dogs here possessed unique abilities. From massive black wolves the size of calves to plump Shar-Peis, pristine Samoyeds, gentle golden retrievers, towering Alaskan Malamutes, clever shepherds, and the ever-popular Akitas and Shibas, dozens of ninja hounds of all shapes and sizes roamed freely within the yard. Perhaps due to the impending visit from the clan leader's daughter and the prodigy, the hound trainers had foregone their usual training activities for the day. Typically, one would not encounter so many ninja hounds at once. Noticing Inuzuka Shu's sparkling eyes, Inuzuka Zaku smiled and remarked, "Little Shu, most of these ninja hounds are used for tracking and assisting clan members in battle. Our goal today is not them, however, for individuals like Shu, whose innate talents have been acknowledged by the clan. This visit is less about selecting a ninja hound and more about being chosen by a more formidable ninja companion, one whose selection is entirely based on instinct. Once a ninja hound recognizes you, it will pledge lifelong loyalty, becoming your best partner, brother, or friend. Woof, woof." Following closely behind them, Kuro and Ao also tilted their heads slightly, wagging their tails and letting out soft barks, seemingly expressing their agreement with their owner's words. Report, young clan leader. All recently born ninja hound within the last 3 months have been gathered here. A burly man approached, respectfully addressing Inuzuka. Behind him, on the grassy patch, about a dozen variously colored ninja puppies curiously tilted their heads, observing the unexpected arrivals. Wow, they're so adorable. Inuzuka Shu couldn't contain his excitement and dashed into the midst of the puppies. The surrounding adults did not intervene, allowing him to frolic with the group of ninja hounds. The largest of the puppies was 3 months old, already reaching the height of Inuzuka Shu's shins, while the smallest had just turned a month old, all of them adorably plump. Perhaps drawn by the natural energy emanating from Inuzuka Shu, the puppies eagerly rushed towards him, with the smallest among them struggling to compete with the larger ones, desperately whining as they clambered onto his feet. Inuzuka Shu laughed heartily, hugging one and kissing another, thoroughly enjoying himself. Inuzuka Zaku and Inuzuka exchanged astonished glances, momentarily a loss for how to react to the scene unfolding before them. Do not underestimate these ninja puppies. They possess an innate wariness towards humans, and the more potential they exhibit, the more discerning they become regarding their future owner. In fact, even if one were to scour the annals of the Inuzuka clan's history, they would find no record of a group of ninja puppies so proactively approaching a single individual. Each one seemed to fear being overlooked, appearing truly priceless. Inuzuka Zaku pouted, internally scoffing at herself, before being amused by her own thoughts. Chapter 4. Let us call it Yukimaru Woof. Just then, a loud and crisp bark echoed from behind the group of puppies. The little hounds shivered at the sound, reluctantly retreating from Inuzuka Shu's legs. However, they clearly did not wish to concede so easily, turning in unison to bark defiantly at the source of the interruption. Inuzuka Shu and the adults looked up to see what lay ahead, and they were collectively taken aback by the sight before them. Just beyond the Inuzuka residence, at the base of a small artificial hill, a fluffy, snow-white head emerged from a small cave. It appeared to be an exceedingly rare pure white husky. At that moment, its sapphire-like eyes were glaring fiercely at the competing puppies. Before long, the little hounds could no longer withstand the intimidation from this uniquely styled dog head and began to whimper and retreat. I don't recall our base having a white husky ninja hound. Inuzuka's scratched her spiky black hair, puzzled. Youth clan leader, this is my oversight. Although I am unsure how it entered, it is indeed not one of our clan's ninja hounds. The base supervisor responsible for caring for the puppies said, his forehead slick with cold sweat as he gazed at the snow-white head. Humph. Inuzuka Joie emitted a cold hum, intending to pursue accountability further, when she felt someone tugging at her arm. Turning around, she discovered Inuzuka Yao smiling gently at her, pointing towards the distance. At that moment, Inuzuka Shu was crouched in front of a small white husky, curiously examining it before reaching out to stroke its head. The little husky seemed to revel in the affection, its eyes squinting happily as it stuck out its pink tongue, utterly devoid of the earlier ferocity reminiscent of a little wolf cub. Could it be that you got your head stuck? After scrutinizing it closely, Inuzuka Shu suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his belly in a fit of mirth. Truly, the husky's ability to get its head stuck showcased the purity of its lineage. Seeing the little boy laugh so unabashedly, the white husky, too, was a peculiar creature, opening its mouth to join in the merriment. It appeared adorably foolish. Inuzuka Joie and the others exchanged glances, their faces brightening with smiles. Influenced by the joyous scene, the head of the base wiped the cold sweat from his brow, inwardly expressing relief. Mom, Godmother, I made up my mind. I want this one, as the shadow of an approaching figure drew nearer. Inuzuka Shu comforted the white husky, which was baring its teeth, and looked up with a beaming smile. Inuzuka Joie crouched down, gently pressing her hand on the husky's head, a flash of blue light illuminating the scene, causing her expression to shift to one of astonishment. It turned out that this husky possessed a chakra capacity and flow rate several times greater than that of an ordinary ninja dog. Remarkably, this was merely a 2 to 3 month old pup. Glancing at the little monster that was Inuzuka Shu, and then at the similarly extraordinary white husky, a wry smile crept onto Inuzuka Joie's face. Truly, they must be related. Only a child like Inuzuka Shu could catch its EYE.UM. Godmother, you have more strength than I do. Could you help move this rock formation? It can't get out, Inuzuka Shu said, covering his face in embarrassment. Stuck? The two women widened their beautiful eyes in disbelief, staring at the rather fine-looking white husky, momentarily at a loss for words. The husky pup, sensing its own slightly embarrassing predicament, shyly lowered its head. Bang! Inuzuka Joie, known for her fiery temperament and exceptional strength, unleashed a punch that shattered the small rock formation into several pieces. Her imposing demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Tsunade's monstrous strength. The freed white husky pup leapt out, tackling Inuzuka Shu to the ground, lavishing him with licks from its pink tongue. Inuzuka Shu, attempting to shield his face while giggling, exclaimed, "I'm Inuzuka Shu. From now on, you'll be my little companion. No roughhousing. Ugh, it's all slobber." After a bout of laughter and play, the white husky sat beside its disheveled little owner, exuding an aura of unwavering companionship. Inuzuka Joie approached, smiling at her godson. "Since you two are such a perfect match, it seems you are destined to be companions. So, little Shu, have you thought of a name for it?" Inuzuka Shu tilted his head in contemplation for a moment. Then his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "It's all Snow White, and since huskies are sled dogs, let's call it Snowball." The husky pup barked twice in agreement, its long white tail wagging vigorously, seemingly quite pleased with the name. "Come." Inuzuka Shu cheerfully raised a tiny hand in front of Snowball. The husky tilted its head for a moment before mimicking its little owner, lifting a paw with pink pads to gently touch Shu's hand. This scene resembled a solemn pact of companionship. From that day forth, Inuzuka Shu had a steadfast little white companion by his side, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, they would remain inseparable for the next 10 or 20 years. This was the warm and touching bond between the Inuzuka clan and their ninja dogs, as the autumn breeze of September swept through the renowned Hokage rock of Konoha under the watchful eyes of the first, second, and third Hokages. The latest enrollment ceremony of the Hidden Leaf Ninja School was grandly held. Nearly 47-year-old newcomers struggled to form a small square formation, gazing up with reverence and admiration at the figure on the stage. Clad in Hokage robes, wearing a fire-patterned hat, and holding a large pipe, none other than the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. For the children who had grown up listening to tales of the Hokage, the name Sarutobi Hiruzen represented their most powerful guardian. As Sarutobi Hiruzen preached the will of fire, he thoroughly enjoyed the adoration radiating from the children. Having emerged from the ravages of war as the third Hokage, his proudest achievement was not the power and glory associated with his title, but rather the fact that he had nurtured a generation of exceptional ninjas imbued with the will of fire for the village of Konoha through his teachings. Wherever the leaves dance, the fire shall burn. The shadow of fire illuminates the village, allowing new leaves to sprout once more. In truth, the will of fire that the ninjas of Konoha adhered to was a refreshing current in the entire ninja world. They believed that true strength could only be attained when fighting to protect the most important people in their lives, in stark contrast to the cold, murderous atmosphere of other hidden villages. The clans of Konoha and the ninjas among themselves shared a rare warmth and connection. As the third Hokage delivered his opening address, he cast a meaningful glance at the children. Choosing to become a ninja meant embarking on a thorny path fraught with unknown risks. These adorable children would, after years of learning ninjutsu, graduate, form teams, and grow stronger through numerous missions and battles, but they might also face the looming specter of death at any moment. The world of ninjas is indeed brutal. But how can a sapling grow into a towering tree deeply rooted in the earth without weathering fierce storms? Sapling, tree. Right, where's that little rascal Inuzuka Shu? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept through the crowd. Finally spotting Inuzuka Shu at the back row, dozing off while cradling a small white dogit was inevitable. Although the tales of Konoha and the will of fire, narrated by the Hokage, captivated the children's interest, Inuzuka Shu was already all too familiar with them from his previous life. Hence, as Sarutobi Hiruzen's mellifluous baritone echoed in his ears, Inuzuka Shu found it akin to a lullaby. Swish! A sudden whooshing sound pierced the air. Instantly snapping the drowsy Inuzuka Shu to attention, he sprang up, swinging his small fist at a gradually enlarging white that in his line of sight. However, in the next instant, the little fellow's punch missed entirely. That white, like an arrow piercing through the air, collided with his forehead before bouncing off instantaneously. Inuzuka Shu yelped as he fell to the ground, rubbing his slightly pained forehead, only to discover that the white was merely a crumpled piece of paper. Who dares ambush me? I shall duel with them. Inuzuka Shu had never suffered such an indignity. He scrambled to his feet, hands on his hips, shouting defiantly at his feet. Snowball barked twice, lending its little master some courage. Having just performed a flicking technique, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but twitch his eye at the notorious troublemaker of the village, feeling an impending headache. Little Shu, you should stand properly. Just now, that was the Hokage. As Inuzuka Shu scanned the group with a fierce glare, someone lightly tugged at his sleeve, and a soft girl's voice floated to him once. Inuzuka Shu fell silent, standing at attention with impeccable posture. The other children, witnessing this little brother's swift capitulation, burst into laughter, exchanging knowing glances. Inuzuka Shu stole a glance at the Hokage, relieved to see that there wasn't much anger on his face. Sarutobi Hiruzen, of course, would not hold a grudge against a 3-year-old. He merely shot Inuzuka Shu a glare before resuming his speech. Finally, Inuzuka Shu turned to the petite girl beside him, clad in a white hoodie and blue pants. Although one might call her a little girl, she was at least 7 years old, standing half a head taller than him. Girls tend to mature faster than boys during childhood. However, what captivated Inuzuka Shu's attention the most were her striking white eyes. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Fire Seed. Noticing Inuzuka Shu's gaze lingering on her face, the girl with white eyes gradually flushed. For a fleeting moment, Inuzuka Shu thought he saw Hyuga Hinata, the future heiress of the Hyuga clan. Yet, it was evident that this girl was not Hinata, merely sharing a similar disposition. With her gentle words and propensity to blush easily, Inuzuka Shu found her fascinating, especially since girls who were shy and blushing were a rare breed in his past life. Do you know me? Miss, what is your name? Inuzuka Shu gently inquired, his body slightly leaning forward. I have seen you before. I am from the Hyuga clan, Hinata Aoi, the little girl murmured, lowering her head, her voice barely audible. Fortunately, Inuzuka Shu possessed an exceptionally keen sense of hearing, allowing him to catch every word that Hinata always spoke. Observing the thick bangs that concealed her forehead and the hint of white bandage that peeked out as she bowed her head, Inuzuka Shu fell into a sudden silence, if he was not mistaken. This Hinata Aoi was indeed one of the fated branch members of the Hyuga clan, destined from birth to live a life akin to that of a caged bird. Through the animated tales of his previous life, Inuzuka Shu had discerned a small pattern. The main branch of the Hyuga clan never wore their forehead protectors on their foreheads. Hinata always wore hers around her neck or tied to her slender waist. While Hinata Hanabi, as the designated heir of the family, never donned a forehead protector at all. In contrast, Hyuga Niji wore his protector from the moment he appeared, hiding what he perceived as the ugly and shameful mark of a caged bird. Sensing Inuzuka Shu's silence, a flicker of pallor crossed Hinata Aoi's face. Yes, even the other clans of Konoha looked down upon those of us who were trapped like slaves in the branch family. Just when Hinata Aoi's spirits began to sink, a gentle breeze suddenly stirred beside her. She looked up in astonishment to see Inuzuka Shu, who had previously stood awkwardly, now standing tall and straight like a young sapling. He first flashed her a bright smile, then, unusually, adopted a serious expression. One of his hand was raised high, his striking black and white eyes fixed intently on the recently concluded speech of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, squinting with enjoyment. He noticed the small hand raised amidst the crowd of children. With a quick exhale, he released a large white smoke ring and curiously inquired, Inuzuka Shu, what do you wish to do? Inuzuka Shu swiftly dashed to his side, his remarkable speed momentarily surprising even the Hokage himself. Does he wish to duel with me? Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips twitched as he prepared to reach out to this little rascal, only to see the latter come to an abrupt halt, staring at his outstretched hand with an oddly scrutinizing gaze. The seasoned shinobi, whose expression had hardened like iron, could not help but sense a hint of amusement in the child's eyes. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Sarutobi Hiruzen discreetly retracted his hand. Dear esteemed Hokage, having listened to your interpretation of the will of fire, may I share my thoughts? Inuzuka Shu asked, standing with his hands behind his back. His face adorably earnest, Snow-Maru, nestled within his hoodie, peeked out and barked at the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen initially stifled a laugh, but then noticed the seriousness on Inuzuka Shu's face. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded in agreement. Though he had never expected a 3-year-old to articulate profound principles, he was nonetheless curious about what insights this child, who had once vowed to protect Konoha, might share. Seeing the Hokage's nod, Inuzuka Shu straightened his posture, his chest puffed out with newfound confidence. Perhaps it was not an illusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt an undeniable aura of confidence emanating from this little one. Inuzuka Shu did not rush to speak, but instead surveyed the audience with bright, observant eyes. Under the weight of his silent scrutiny, the previously boisterous crowd gradually quieted down. This scene instantly captivated Sarutobi Hiruzen. This little brat knows how to steal the spotlight, a 5-year-old boy with black hair muttered, watching the unfolding spectacle from the second-floor corridor of the Ninja Academy. Jisue, what are you doing? A boy with a toothpick in his mouth approached, curious to, Kazekage, I am watching a pompous child performance. Uchiha Jisue replied with a smile. 7-year-old Moonlight Kase leaned against the railing, casting a glance below before chuckling. Ah, it's him, the little one from the Inuzuka clan. They say he is quite the prodigy and has a rather extroverted personality. At this point, Moonlight K's leaned closer to Jisue, suppressing a laugh as he whispered, I heard you went bird nesting with him. Uchiha Jisue's I twitched in response to the mischievous K's grin, and he retorted with a scoff. I merely happened to encounter him while training in the woods. Humph, bird nesting, don't be fooled by that little brat's appearance. His control over chakra is no less proficient than ours. Otherwise, do you think he could climb to the top of that tall tree? Upon hearing this, Moonlight K's eyes widened in shock, causing the toothpick in his mouth to fall to the ground unnoticed. Once more glancing at the blushing Hinata Aoi, Inuzuka suddenly broke into a sunny smile. Since I was 2, I've loved climbing to the top of Hokage Rock. Why mother is always worried about me causing mischief up there. Before he could finish, a chubby boy in the crowd cackled. Pointing at Inuzuka, I've seen you up there. Urinating down, boom. The chubby boy's unexpected declaration sent the new students into fits of laughter. Inuzuka's delicate face flushed a deep crimson as he glanced nervously at the third Hokage, only to find him silently face-palming, evidently not inclined to punish him. Feeling reassured, he placed his hands on his hips and shouted at the chubby boy, Akito Bichu. That was because I couldn't hold it. Besides, I was just a child then. Everyone grows up. Do you think I'm still 2 years old? Seeing Inuzuka's earnest demeanor, the new students laughed even harder. Even Hinata Aoi couldn't help but giggle, her eyes curving into crescent moons. You are indeed no longer a 2-year-old. You are 3 now. Tsurutobi Hiruzen inhaled deeply, regretting allowing this little rascal to take the stage, seeing us laugh so joyfully and grow up healthy. The 2 Hokages must be pleased, Inuzuka remarked. His gaze turned solemn as he looked up at the imposing Hokage Rock. Upon hearing Inuzuka's words, the children followed his gaze, and the once boisterous laughter gradually faded into silence. Each child, whether understanding or bewildered, pondered the implications of Inuzuka's statement. Inuzuka withdrew his gaze and shook his head. I once asked my mother why my father passed away. She told me he sacrificed himself to protect his comrades. He is a hero of Konoha Hagakure. Y clan leader also told me that my father was a true ninja who comprehended and embodied the will of fire. This declaration. The children fell silent. As descendants of ninjas, many children like Inuzuka, who had lost family members, were not uncommon, making it easy for them to resonate emotionally. Inuzuka suddenly broke into a smile, saying, I share this not to glorify my father. I simply thought that since my father sacrificed himself for the will of fire, it would be reasonable for me to seek out the progenitor of the will of fire, the first Hokage, to express my grievances. In the innocence of childhood, Inuzuka's words elicited smiles from the third Hokage and the surrounding teachers. However, when I stand atop Hokage Rock, gazing out at those black gravestones inscribed with the names of countless heroes like my father, I begin to grasp what the will of fire truly means. That it is about protecting the village we cherish, safeguarding our connected families, defending our companions we share our days with, and shielding our loved ones. Ensuring the safety of the countless little sparks like us, then believing that we can courageously fight, just like them, to protect these precious things, even if it means challenging formidable fates or paying the ultimate price of our lives. I believe this is the true will of fire advocated by our esteemed first Hokage. This is my humble and childish insight. I apologize for the lack of sophistication. Thank you all. Inuzuka concluded, bowing respectfully to the third Hokage before quietly returning to his place in the crowd. The audience fell into a profound silence. Everyone, including Tsurutobi Hiruzen, was left astounded by the profound insights articulated by this 3-year-old child. What is genius and enlightenment, if not this? If such profound thoughts were expressed by a seasoned ninja with extensive mission experience, perhaps the audience would not have been as astonished. Yet the crux of matter is that Inuzuka is merely 3 years old. The emotional resonance of his words clearly stemmed from his own deep contemplation, evoking both surprise and delight. Clap, clap, clap. The third Hokage was the first to applaud, followed by the teachers from the Ninja Academy. And soon the entire assembly of new students joined in. the applause growing louder in the back of the crowd. Hinata always Byakugan glimmered with unshed tears. Indeed, when she heard Inuzuka mention the importance of safeguarding their intertwined family lineage, she had already come to understand why this little brother felt compelled to speak up so suddenly. It was evident that this remarkably astute young lad had sensed her grievances and sorrows regarding the fate of their divided family, prompting him to devise such a means to console and even remind her. Perhaps the caged bird truly represents a form of fate's bondage, yet it is undeniable that it plays a significant role in safeguarding the secrets of the Byakugan and protecting the family members. Upon hearing Inuzuka's emphatic declaration that he would challenge even the mightiest of destinies, a stream of clear tears cascaded down her cheeks, for she genuinely comprehended his words in that moment. Hinata Chintai finally revealed a radiant smile, reminiscent of pear blossoms drenched in rain, truly captivating. Chapter 6. The Konoha Intelligence Division Sarutobi Hizashi gazed with emotion at the diminutive figure approaching the group, unable to suppress the tears welling in his eyes. What could be more exhilarating than having someone understand one's life, aspirations, and political ambitions? Although this understanding stemmed from a mere 3-year-old. It is said that wisdom comes in various forms, and expertise is not confined to age. Sometimes, friendships across generations blossom in the most unexpected ways. What a remarkable talent this child possesses, setting aside the astonishing aptitude for ninjutsu he demonstrates. This awareness alone qualifies him as a worthy successor to be nurtured within the ranks of Konoha's Hokage. While Sarutobi Hizashi's heart surged with fervor, Inuzuka's inner thoughts were far from tranquil. Even without the impetus provided by Hinata Chingtai's situation, he would have sought other opportunities to express his understanding of the will of fire, showcasing the profound sense of belonging he felt towards Konoha, to the third Hokage, and other esteemed figures. Time waits for no one. In 3 years, the third great ninja war will commence, and he currently remains but a novice. To ensure his survival, he must acquire powerful jutsu above the A rank, such as wood release. To learn the taboo wood release, he must first establish a connection with Sarutobi Hizashi. Gaining the trust of his cunning third Hokage necessitates aligning his interests, convincing him that he is a paragon of loyalty to Konoha, thus securing his commitment to mentoring him. Today's opening ceremony, with its focus on the will of fire, offers an exceptional opportunity that, of course, even without today's discourse, Inuzuka would have endeavored to attract Sarutobi Hizashi's attention through his academic prowess upon enrollment. This seasoned politician is well known for recognizing and cultivating exceptional talent, from the legendary Sannin to Namikaze Minato, and from Hitaki Kakashi to the future Naruto Uzumaki, who among them is not connected to the Hokage lineage. Let us not forget that Sarutobi Hizashi's son, Asuma, and daughter-in-law, Kurenai, are both distinguished jonin, leading teams comprised of loyal family members to the Hokage lineage, such as the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans, renowned for their teamwork. And the Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Yamanaka clans that excel in reconnaissance that, in retrospect, Hitaki Kakashi has already ascended to Chunin and is thriving under Namikaze Minato's tutelage, his genius now resounding throughout Konoha. Yet 3 years remain. While Inuzuka's mind wandered, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, exuding the essence of a sunny boy. However, a hint of pride and satisfaction colored his expression, appearing somewhat conceited. After all, the commotion caused by his earlier remarks was astonishing enough. If he didn't exhibit a bit of arrogance, how could he resemble a child of merely 3 years? Truly remarkable, this young Shu, observing the applause surrounding him. Inuzuka's grin stretched from ear to ear, causing Hinata Chintai to break into laughter once more. Unbeknownst to her, her own smile had blossomed into something far more radiant. Even her voice grew a tad louder. "Do not idolize me. I am merely a legend," Inuzuka said, slightly tempering his expression, adopting a serious tone. "A brother," Hinata Chintai exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Inuzuka blinked, promptly affirming her with enthusiasm. Hinata Chingtai's cheeks flushed, and she quickly stifled a laugh, turning her back in a moment of modesty. However, The subtle shaking of her shoulders betrayed the struggle to contain her mirth. A 3-year-old boldly calling himself brother before a 5-year-old sister was utterly amusing. What sort of audacity did he possess? Hinata Chintai had never felt such joy as she did today. Little Shu, although we are classmates, you are indeed the youngest here. Everyone else is your brother or sister. I could see that moment. A somewhat muffled voice emerged beside Inuzuka, Shu, and Hinata Chintai. Inuzuka, Shu appeared startled, turning to face the source of the voice. A boy wearing sunglasses with his collar turned up, seemingly obscuring his entire face. Huh, when did someone else arrive? Inuzuka, Shu exclaimed, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Although he was slightly playful, the presence of such a seemingly invisible individual was rather unsettling. The boy in sunglasses seemed to twitch slightly, but, after a moment's thought, replied to the astonished Inuzuka, Shu. I've been standing to your left all along. You simply didn't notice me. Speaking of which, the teachers at the Ninja Academy are quite amusing to have arranged for the three of us. The geniuses of Konoha's reconnaissance families to stand together at the onset of our journey to IT is no surprise, given that we have always been a team. To his surprise, this seemingly inconspicuous boy turned out to be quite the chatterbox. However, he was unable to complete his thought, as Inuzuka, Shu was engrossed in a whispered conversation with Hinata Chintai, completely disregarding his attempts at engagement. Once again, overlooked, it seems the Yamanaka clan truly struggles with forming friendships. This innate tendency to blend into the background is quite disheartening. Yamanaka Seiju pushed up his round sunglasses, retreating further into his turned-up collar. I could see that moment. Inuzuka, Shu turned back, pointing at him while addressing the chuckling Hinata Chintai. Are you saying this is the member of the Yamanaka clan we've been working with all along? With such a lack of presence, how can we ensure he won't get left behind during missions? As if struck by a whimsical thought, Inuzuka, Shu suddenly clasped his hands behind his back, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he lowered his voice dramatically. Today's mission was executed splendidly. Especially you, little Shu. Your combination of wisdom and valor is truly worthy of the title of Konoha's greatest genius. And you, Chintai, performed admirably as well. Keep up the good work. Now, where has that Yamanaka boy gone? Did he not return with us? My goodness, I completely failed to notice. At first, Hinata Chintai was puzzled by Inuzuka's antics, but as she listened, she realized he was mimicking their future team leader, playfully mocking the Yamanaka clan's transparent nature. Unable to contain herself, she finally leaned over and whispered an apology to Yamanaka Seiju before bursting into laughter, shaking uncontrollably. Yamanaka Seiju, observing the lively performance of this dramatic little rascal, had a face that was simply spectacular beneath the obscuring sunglasses and collar. However, with his good-natured disposition, he merely huffed softly, opting to ignore the mischievous child. Inuzuka, Shu chuckled, his impression of this Yamanaka boy rising significantly. Yamanaka Seiju, right? Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Inuzuka Shu, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Just a jest earlier, for I, Inuzuka Shu, would never abandon my teammates or comrades. Inuzuka, Shu extended his right hand, winking earnestly. When this little rascal was not being mischievous, he transformed into an exceptionally charming young boy, capable of melting anyone's heart. Yamanaka Seiju seemed taken aback by Inuzuka, Shu's earnestness, momentarily falling silent. Yet, the phrase never abandon, never give up is a powerful weapon that even adults struggle to resist, let alone a 7-year-old child. Yamanaka Seiju's cheeks appeared to twitch slightly, and then he removed the gloves from his hands, gently grasping the hand that Inuzuka Shu had extended with his slightly pale right hand. Following that, he seemed unable to suppress a smile, saying, I'm also delighted to meet you. However, we should use the reconciliation sign. You haven't learned it yet, have you? Inuzuka Shu swiftly withdrew his hand, his face slightly flushed. He was accustomed to shaking hands upon meeting others in his previous life. Yet, in the world of Hokage, it is customary for ordinary people to bow slightly as a greeting, while ninjas prefer to express understanding and goodwill through the reconciliation sign. Yamanaka Seiju was correct. Inuzuka Shu had indeed never learned the gesture for reconciliation. Seeing the younger boy's embarrassment brought amusement, to both Yamanaka Seiju and Hinata Chintai. It is indeed a rare occurrence. The mischievous child appears to feel a tinge of embarrassment, as Inuzuka Shu was being taught the sign of reconciliation by his peers. Other children had already entered the freshman classroom under the guidance of several teachers. Observing the increasingly harmonious relationship among the three little ones, the teachers exchanged knowing smiles. Truly, they are the descendants of Konoha's reconnaissance clan, seemingly born to be partners. When it comes time to arrange seating, they should certainly be placed together. However, just moments ago, when the Hokage praised Inuzuka Shu, this little rascal seemed entirely engrossed in whispering with his new classmates, completely oblivious to the praise. One can only hope that the Hokage, being a person of great magnanimity, is not irked by this mischievous child. The third Hokage was, of course, not angry. He merely felt a slight awkwardness at being overlooked. Yet there was also a flicker of reassurance. He was willing to believe that the child's interpretation of the will of fire was genuinely heartfelt. However, if Shu had intentionally directed those words at him to elevate his own status or for ulterior motives, it would indeed reveal a rather profound mindset. Nevertheless, the boy returned to his playful self mere moments later, which brought a sigh of relief to the Hokage. He had entirely disregarded the final commendation I bestowed upon him. Such a little genius, indeed. Before you become a true towering figure, I shall ensure you undergo rigorous training. The path of a ninja is not so easily traversed, young one. Sir Tobifuzen stood by the window of the Hokage's office, watching as the three little ones, still engaged in their playful antics, finally made their way into the classroom, lost in thought. Chapter 7. Shursui, I have arrived if one were to consider the remarkably rare talents of Kakashi and others based on their graduation results and time spent in school. The Ninja Academy would appear to be a leisurely stroll through a mere formality. Yet, one must not overlook the fact that behind the achievements and accolades of these prodigies lies not only their own hard work and innate talent, but also the formidable heritage rooted in their ninja clans or the profound legacies of powerful ninja families. However, the residents of Konoha are not solely comprised of these ninja clans. There exists a vast number of ordinary ninjas and civilians as well. For them, the aspiration to empower their children and alter their destinies makes the Konoha Ninja Academy the best, if not the only, choice. In truth, Konoha, as the foremost hidden village in the ninja world, has established its Ninja Academy since the village's inception, rightfully earning its title as the cradle of ninja cultivation. The standard educational system of the Konoha Ninja Academy spans 5 years, with children enrolling at the tender ages of 6 or 7 and graduating by 11 or 12, akin to a primary school system in another realm. During these 5 years, children systematically learn the history and philosophies of the ninja world, particularly those of Konoha. They must master the extraction and control of chakra, learn the basic taijutsu of the Leaf Village, and acquire skills in shuriken jutsu, while also mastering the foundational and most commonly utilized jutsu known as the three-body technique, which includes the transformation technique, clone technique, and substitution technique. The mastery of these techniques is a focal point of the graduation exams at the Konoha Ninja School. In theory, mastering the three-body technique is not particularly difficult. The real challenge lies in achieving victory in combat, when all participants are proficient in these techniques, which significantly tests one's innate ninja talent and battle experience. In this regard, children from ninja families hold an inherent advantage. Within their clans, powerful and battle-hardened elders impart their hard-earned experiences and techniques to the new generation of prodigies. Thus, from the very outset, they have already won the race. Consequently, throughout the history of the Konoha Ninja Academy, those who graduate early are invariably such prodigies. For instance, Kakashi became a jounin at the age of 12, while Itachi graduated from the academy at merely 7 years of age. It is worth noting that Itachi and Inuzuka Hina were born in the same year, and they are still but infants at this time. Inuzuka Shu, of course, does not belong to the ranks of ordinary ninjas. His family, the Inuzuka clan, is considered a second-tier noble family within Konoha. Moreover, he is fortunate to have 2 jounin-level mothers, and with the presence of Inuzuka Shigeru, a clan leader with a camaraderie history with the third Hokage. Shu enjoys a significant advantage in Konoha. Thus, under the care of these clan elders, Inuzuka, Shu has never lacked opportunities to learn various foundational ninjutsu and engage in regular combat practice. This is the advantage of coming from a ninja family. Inuzuka, Shu never underestimates himself, yet he does not arrogantly attribute everything to his own considerable talent. Behind the name of genius lies a quantity of sweat that is by no means inferior to that of ordinary ninjas who train tirelessly to change their fates. Therefore, having secretly studied the history of the ninja world and already mastered the control of chakra, Inuzuka, Shu, a month later, was recommended by the first-year Jounin teachers and, amidst the envious and astonished gazes of all his peers, advanced to the second grade. Merely a month later, as the cold winds began to blow and leaves fell in Konoha, Inuzuka Shu donned his little backpack once more, accompanied by his inseparable little ninja dog, Yukimaru, and confidently stepped into the third-grade classroom. The homeroom teacher of the third grade, Aoki, had long been informed of the news, and with a beaming smile, he brought Shu to the podium. "Hello, everyone. I am an ordinary student of Konoha. My name is Inuzuka Shu." The little face of Inuzuka Shu radiated a sunny smile, and his words were exceedingly humble, just when Aoki thought the self-introduction had concluded and was about to arrange a seat for him. The little rascal spoke again. Inuzuka Shu scanned the classroom and pointed at the black-haired boy in the center, who was shielding his forehead with both hands, exclaiming, "Shurikai, I'm here. The little trees and I, along with those big trees outside the village, have missed you dearly." The child's exuberant proclamation instantly shifted the attention of all 42 students in the class to the Shursui he mentioned. Uchiha Shursui, the new generation's super prodigy of the Konoha ninja school, helplessly lowered his hands, blushing slightly as he nodded in acknowledgement of this mischievous child, for the gentle, yet somewhat introverted Shursui, suddenly becoming the focal point of attention, was somewhat embarrassing. This was in stark contrast to the admiring and envious gazes he was accustomed to from his classmates, as if they were probing into whether there existed some untold stories between Shursui and this new transfer student. Beside them, Tsuki no Kaze was laughing heartily, akin to a giddy goose, finding amusement in this newfound young peer while also feeling a deep admiration. After all, it is quite rare for someone to articulate the serious endeavor of tree-climbing chakra training in such an imaginatively evocative manner. Observing this scene, homeroom teacher Aoki chuckled inwardly while pointing to the empty desk beside Shursui. Addressing Inuzuka Shu, "Since you two are old acquaintances, why not sit together?" In Aoki's heart, he was exceedingly pleased, to the extent that his voice quivered slightly. For Uchiha Shursui is an undeniable academic prodigy, having jumped to the third grade merely a year after enrollment, his talent rivaling that of the legendary Hatake Kakashi. It is highly likely he will graduate early as well. And now, this 3-year-old Inuzuka Shu, having ascended from the beginner class to the third grade in less than 3 months, possesses a talent that is truly astonishing. Just imagining the possibility of 2 super geniuses emerging from his class, potentially graduating early, would indeed leave a significant mark in the annals of the Konoha Ninja Academy's history. Naturally, as their homeroom teacher, Aoki would also be honored to be named alongside them. It is no wonder that Aoki's emotions were somewhat stirred. Inuzuka Shu politely bowed to Aoki, then skipped over to the desk next to Uchiha Shursui. Observing the cheerful, toothy grin of Inuzuka Shu directed at him, Shursui's previously tense expression gradually softened like snow melting under the sun. After all, this little rascal, blessed with looks and charm, never hesitated to share his radiant sunshine. "Shursui, let it be known, I certainly won't remain in the third grade for long, that if you don't wish to helplessly watch my back and call out to me as senpai, be sure not to fall behind." "Okay." Unfortunately, the words of this sunny troublemaker pierced directly into the depths of Shursui's heart like a small blade. Uchiha Shursui's smile momentarily froze, and it took him a while to regain his composure. He shot a glare at the little rascal before turning away, choosing not to engage further. However, after a moment, a voice, albeit low yet remarkably resolute, resonated. "Humph. You're all talk for someone so small. I will definitely become a ninja before you. I keep my promises." Hearing this familiar phrase, Inuzuka Shu's mind conjured the image of a short, golden-haired boy. "Keeping promises, that is my ninja way," declared the golden-haired boy, raising his bloodied fist against the formidable genius of the Hyuga branch. Gritting his teeth as he proclaimed his battle declaration and the spirit of his ninja way that how nostalgic and spirited are those youthful days. Upon perceiving a sudden silence beside him, Uchiha Shursui could no longer suppress his curiosity and turned to glance, only to behold Inuzuka Shu, lost in a reverie. The tumult in Shursui's heart instantly subsided, replaced by a sense of powerlessness towards this seemingly unreliable young lad. How could I possibly be surpassed by you? The effort I have clandestinely exerted over these days surely rivals that of your fervent training. Shursui's countenance remained as tranquil as a placid lake, yet his heart was anything but still. Even the most gifted individuals feel the weight of pressure when a younger counterpart, merely 3 years their junior, emerges as a prodigy in their same grade, particularly when this prodigy had issued a formal challenge to him. Although this prodigy was in essence an old acquaintance, it was precisely because of their acquaintance, and the fact that he had clandestinely observed Shursui's training beyond the village, that he understood the extent of this seemingly carefree child's relentless dedication to his practice. In this era of peace, Shursui found it perplexing why Inuzuka Shu would train with such fervor, as if driven by a sense of urgency to seize the day. After all, Shu was scarcely over 3 years old. Typically, children of that age frolic without a care in the world. As the beacon of hope for the Inuzuka clan, cherished and pampered, why did he exert himself so diligently, demonstrating a level of self-discipline that even some adults would envy? What thoughts occupied his mind? What fears haunted him? Shursui cast a sidelong glance at the 3-year-old student beginning to arrange his stationery, plunging into a prolonged reverie. In the 3rd grade of Konoha, students had commenced formal instruction in basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, with an emphasis on the vital 3-body technique. This curriculum would deepen in the 4th and 5th grades, accompanied by extensive practical applications of ninjutsu and combat drills. Once their chakra levels and mastery of foundational ninjutsu reached the rank of genin, they would be honored with graduation. Inuzuka Shu absorbed the knowledge presented in class like a sponge, eagerly and swiftly. He understood the importance of solidifying his foundations while still young. The 3-body technique, which could eventually evolve into the advanced techniques of multiple shadow clones and invisibility, is among the most commonly utilized and effective forms of ninjutsu for ninjas. In the absence of a substantial chakra reserve, these straightforward yet potent techniques served as essential survival tools for genin. Thus, Inuzuka Shu never underestimated these seemingly mundane ninjutsu. Rather, he embraced even the ordinary Konoha fluid techniques with relish. His proactive eagerness to learn, coupled with robust energy and a refusal to complain of fatigue, alongside an almost photographic memory and an intuitive grasp of ninjutsu, enabled Inuzuka Shu to swiftly become the ideal student that every 3rd grade teacher dreams of. Chapter 8. The Genius Behind the Scenes Beast Transformation. Accompanied by a crisp exclamation and a bark from a canine, 2 beast-like versions of Inuzuka Shu manifested in a flash of white light within the secret training grounds of the Inuzuka clan. The slightly elongated teeth and limbs, along with his small frame clad in tight-fitting clothing, exuded an aesthetic of power. Is this a wolf-like version of Wolverine in the Naruto universe? Inuzuka Shu mused, his mind wandering as he gazed at the identical beastly clones. For one with a strong mental fortitude like him, multitasking was a trivial endeavor. This marked Inuzuka Shu's first successful execution of the Inuzuka clan's signature secret technique, the beast mimicry ninjutsu, and, based on that, the beast transformation. The beast mimicry ninjutsu is, in essence, a special fusion-type transformation technique grounded in a spiritual contract. The distinction lies in the fact that while Shu would train in beast mimicry, Yukimaru would pursue human mimicry. Once both had mastered their respective techniques, they could temporarily transform into a beast-like entity akin to Wolverine. The beast transformation is a product of this fusion-based duplication technique. After over 3 months of schooling, Inuzuka Shu had grown proficient in the 3-body technique, especially in transformation and duplication techniques, which were immensely beneficial for practicing the beast mimicry ninjutsu. Yukimaru's talent and intelligence were undoubtedly on par with that of any exceptional young prodigy. Much like his young master, Yukimaru swiftly grasped the intricacies of its unique beast mimicry ninjutsu in a remarkably short time. Ninja dogs also possess innate abilities. Their formidable taijutsu and ninjutsu are products of diligent training. Similar to the frogs of Myaboka Mountain, they must continuously train to evolve into powerful summoning beasts that in this regard. Although Yukimaru was often subjected to rigorous training, he never once slacked off. This was primarily because the lavish meals provided by Inuzuka Shu were too enticing. The thought of delectable meat stew awaiting him post-training ignited Yukimaru's enthusiasm for practice like a blazing inferno. With the ability to utilize beast mimicry ninjutsu and beast transformation, Inuzuka Shu experienced a qualitative enhancement in his combat prowess. In battle, the devastation wrought by two Wolverine-esque Inuzuka Shus was far beyond the scope of a simple collaborative attack between a single individual and a dog that, of course, the beast mimicry ninjutsu was merely the first step in a long journey. Albeit a crucial one, only by mastering the beast mimicry ninjutsu could they subsequently leverage the various ninjutsu talents of both Inuzuka Shu and Yukimaru to develop the most fitting offensive techniques for the pair. For instance, in the anime, future techniques like the C-rank ninjutsu tooth of the Inuzuka or the later developed A-rank technique Inuzuka Fong would emerge. Inuzuka Shu's ninjutsu talent far surpassed that of Inuzuka Kiba. And though both possessed white ninja dogs, Yukimaru's potential was exponentially greater than that of Akamaru, who had transformed with the aid of military rations. Thus, the new combination was destined to yield techniques of no trivial caliber. Yet, such considerations were for another time, as Inuzuka Shu's current focus lay squarely on refining his diverse array of ninjutsu. While his primary chakra affinity was wind, his innate wood-release Kekkei Jinkai enabled him to harmonize exceptionally well with both earth and water attributes. Due to his age and limited chakra reserve, the highest grade ninjutsu he could currently perform was C-rank. With a sufficiently substantial chakra reserve, he could freely employ D-rank and E-rank ninjutsu without restraint. Ever since discovering his wind affinity, Inuzuka Shu had persistently sought out his clanmate Inuzuka who shared the same affinity, to learn her signature technique, wind release. Wind Fong. This technique involved releasing wind chakra from the claws of his beastly form. With his hands enveloped in wind blades akin to the fangs of a powerful ninja dog, capable of effortlessly tearing through an enemy's flesh, this technique bore similarities to the wind-based attacks of Asuma Sarutobi. However, while the bearded man would attach wind to his weapons, for the Inuzuka clan, their sharp teeth and claws were their most formidable weapons. Nevertheless, the wind technique that Inuzuka Shu most yearned to master was the colloquially known Rasengan. As a fan of Naruto, it was nearly impossible not to develop an obsession with the myriad powerful techniques embodied in those swirling orbs. However, the Rasengan's creator, Minato Namikaze, was currently engrossed in learning the Flying Thunder God technique, meaning that the development of the Rasengan would likely take several more years. Perhaps he could attempt to experiment with developing the Rasengan himself. After practicing Wind Fong, Inuzuka Shu, drenched in sweat from performing his daily regimen of 1,000 push-ups and squats, began to contemplate this prospect internally. The Rasengan, developed by the future fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was still merely a technique in the developmental stages, focused on achieving the utmost transformation of chakra without incorporating nature transformation. Its principle involved concentrating chakra into the hand, forming a rapidly rotating, high-density chakra sphere. The user could subsequently attempt to infuse it with nature transformation, as Naruto did by adding wind nature to create wind release, Rasengan. Maintaining the continuous rotation of chakra in one's palm necessitated an exceedingly high level of chakra control. Ironically, Inuzuka Shu's forte lay precisely in this control, which allowed him to learn Wind Fong ahead of others. The initial step in mastering Wind Fong required the release of chakra from his hand for as long as possible, followed by reshaping it into a fang form, akin to the principle behind the Rasengan, albeit with several magnitudes of difficulty. However, one cannot achieve perfection in an instant, as Inuzuka Shu had yet to fully master Wind Fong to his satisfaction. The Rasengan's development remained a future endeavor. At this stage, the most potent techniques at his disposal remained the taijutsu and ninjutsu of the Inuzuka clan. Naturally, he also had access to E-rank ninjutsu from the Ninja Academy, as well as D-rank techniques like the Konoha Whirlwind. Inuzuka, Shi's current trump card, apart from the Wind Fong taught to him by his mother, was the formidable training imparted by his adoptive mother, Inuzuka's Ho. Upon witnessing Shi's distinctly extraordinary strength and chakra levels, Inuzuka Zaku readily shared the incomplete but powerful monster strength fist technique she had learned from Tsunade. The revelation that Inuzuka Zaku and Tsunade shared such a secret camaraderie indeed surprised Inuzuka Shu. However, it soon became clear to him that Inuzuka Zaku, as the chief veterinarian of Konoha, would naturally have business dealings with Tsunade, one of the founders of the Konoha Hospital, given the minimal age difference and their similarly fiery personalities. It was entirely reasonable for them to have forged a friendship. The monster strength fist was also predicated on the ultimate manipulation of chakra, concentrating all of one's strength into a singular point upon the fist and unleashing a fierce explosion of chakra upon impact. Indeed, this is currently the most suitable physical technique for Inuzuka Shu, though the demands it places on one's physical constitution are exceedingly high. This is precisely why the little fellow exerts himself so fervently in training. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The stronger the body, the greater the chakra that can be harnessed, and the explosive power of the mighty fist will consequently intensify after completing his warm-up squats. Inuzuka Shu, having stretched his limbs, suddenly fell into a serene silence. With a sudden roar, he unleashed a powerful punch against a wooden post the thickness of an adult's thigh. In an instant, a flash of blue light enveloped his chubby little fist. And amidst violent tremors and a flurry of wood shavings, a deep indentation measuring 3 centimeters in depth and 20 centimeters in width manifested on the post. The little one let out another growl and followed up with a second punch, accompanied by a resonating hum, further deepening the dent. After delivering 5 consecutive punches, Inuzuka Shu's face turned pale and drenched in sweat from exhaustion. He collapsed onto the ground. The mighty fist, after all, is an A-rank or even S-rank ninjutsu. Although he practiced a simplified version, it still wielded at least the power of C-rank jutsu. Naturally, given his chakra's explosive potential, the might of Shu's mighty fist could only reach D-rank at best. His age and physical limitations posed insurmountable constraints at present. However, the surging vitality bestowed by his would-release affinity enabled him to continuously execute the mighty fist, while its power was somewhat diminished. Its key advantage lay in its sustained application, far superior to a single powerful blow that would render him exhausted and incapacitated, resulting in a detrimental situation of self-inflicted harm. Ultimately, Inuzuka Shu was carried home by Qingwan, sent by his mother, a routine that had become quite ordinary between mother and son. Over this period, as his strength gradually increased, the training regimen he set for himself reached astonishing levels. Naturally, Inuzuka was initially filled with concern and anxiety, fearing that her little one might overexert himself. Yet, each time she witnessed him devouring a hearty meal and then sleeping soundly, waking up the next day as vigorous as ever, her worry subsided. Of course, she still felt a twinge of heartache, but ultimately, she could not dissuade him. Henceforth, she prepared even more sumptuous, nutritious meals for her son in this daily cycle of training. Time quietly slipped away. From the gray, biting cold of winter to the vast expanse of a snow-covered world, and finally to the thawing of winter snow, heralding the return of life as the gently warming winds swept across the skies of Konoha. The trees, awakening as if from a dream, began to unfurl their tender green buds. In March of the 44th year of Konoha, after a lively celebration of his 4th birthday orchestrated by his mother and godmother, Inuzuka Shu stepped into the Ninja Academy once more, now a 4th grade student. Alongside him, Uchiha Shursui, spurred by Shu's remarkable progress, had also pushed himself to the limit in training at 4 years old. Inuzuka Shu stood only a mere 10 centimeters shorter than 7-year-old Uchiha Shursui. When the two stood together, their sizes appeared almost indistinguishable, both robust as young calves. Following their latest monthly comprehensive assessment, both achieved outstanding results, excelling even in certain areas over some 5th grade students. Aoki, the head of the 3rd grade teaching staff, felt a mix of pride, excitement, and reluctance as he personally escorted these two prodigies to the fourth-grade classroom. During this time, Aoki had closely observed the competitive spirit of these two budding geniuses, even sharing cases from his own experiences ahead of the teaching schedule. As the saying goes, a teacher imparts knowledge, guides the way, and resolves doubts. Though Aoki may have shown some favoritism, he nonetheless fulfilled his responsibilities and duties as an educator. After all, these two little ones were growing at an astonishing pace. While ordinary students were still grappling with the basics of the body flicker technique, Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui had already mastered and seamlessly applied it in practical combat training. For such students, tailored instruction was the greatest form of responsibility. Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui could naturally feel Aoki's affection, leading to a profoundly close relationship between them. The trio often indulged in hearty meals at Konoha's Ichiraku ramen and barbecue restaurant, courtesy of Aoki. Fortunately, unlike Irika, Aoki came from a wealthier background and did not mind being treated as a generous benefactor. Chapter 9. An unexpected encounter with the team Minato, another bowl. A cheerful child's voice echoed from within the curtains of Ichiraku ramen. What? Another one? Came a slightly exasperated response. I want another too, followed a softer, somewhat defiant voice that this moment. Ichiraku was a plain-looking yet amiable 30-something uncle who placed two steaming bowls of ramen in front of the two delightful boys, crossing his arms with a smile as he watched the spectacle unfold. It was truly hard to fathom how two small children could possess such insatiable appetites. Inuzuka, Shu, and Uchiha Shursui each had a stack of 4 empty bowls before them. Yet they continued to stuff their cheeks with ramen, completely oblivious to Aoki's astonished gaze. Halfway through the 5th bowl, Shursui suddenly let out a couple of loud burps, his delicate, fair face turning crimson. Watching Inuzuka, Shu devour his meal with unbridled joy, Shursui sighed and reluctantly set down his chopsticks. That it was futile. His belly felt as if it might burst, leaving no room for even a sip of broth. Humph, Shu, are you a pig? How can you eat so much? Shursui complained, cradling his stomach in exasperation. Aoki nodded in agreement, wearing a sympathetic expression, though his concern was primarily for his wallet. Inuzuka Shu, having devoured his 5th bowl, turned to Aoki and Shursui with a cheeky grin. His eyes sparkled like crescent moons against his exquisitely fair face, rendering him irresistibly adorable. Truly, what a charming little rascal, both Aoki and Shursui thought. Exchanging glances filled with amusement. Shursui, you lost. You're footing the bill today, Inuzuka Shu said with a beaming smile. Before either could react, he called out to Uncle Ichiraku. Another bowl, please. What? The three exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment as they turned to the 4-year-old boy. I don't want to, but I'm just so hungry. Inuzuka Shu replied with a sheepish smile, rubbing his slightly protruding belly as he mumbled. The vitality coursing through Inuzuka Shu's body and his astonishing recovery rate were a testament to his unrestrained training. However, such prodigious physical talents also resulted in his insatiable appetite. This was not difficult to comprehend. He was in a period of rapid growth, akin to a sapling, and the intense training accelerated his metabolism, necessitating an enormous intake of nutrients to sustain his ever-growing body. Thankfully, he hailed from the esteemed Inuzuka clan, which afforded him ample resources and support, alleviating any concerns regarding his dietary needs. Had he been a child from an ordinary civilian family, his alarming appetite might have posed daily challenges in securing enough food. Shursui, long time no see. As the trio exited Ichiraku ramen, sharing laughter and farewells, an unexpected voice broke through. Turning around, Inuzuka, Shu, and the others beheld a group of 4, comprising 1 tall youth and 3 smaller figures. Making their way toward them, one of the half-grown boys, wearing goggles, grinned widely, raising his hand in enthusiastic greeting. Brother Obito, it's been a while. I'm so envious of you. You've become such an outstanding ninja. Shursui smiled warmly, reciprocating the wave. Hee. Right, but this is just the beginning. My dream is to become Hokage, the boy named Obito declared, adjusting his goggles with a wide grin. If you want to be Hokage, you'll have to defeat me first. A voice interjected from behind, abruptly halting Obito's laughter. A masked, white-haired boy sauntered past him into the ramen shop, while a fair-haired girl giggled, covering her mouth as she offered Obito a thumbs up before following suit. "Kakashi, just you wait. I will definitely defeat you," Obito shouted, flustered, momentarily forgetting to greet Shursui as he hurried after Kakashi to argue further. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Could this be the legendary team Minato? Inuzuka, Shu pondered, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the trio, who were woven with countless ties and stories. What a cute little fellow. Rin exclaimed as she approached the door, noticing Inuzuka, Shu's innocent, cherubic face. She bent down, pinching his chubby cheeks with a smile. "Sister, you are quite lovely as well." "Inuzuka," Shu replied, stepping back subtly to free himself from her grasp. Looking up at her with a bright smile, Rin paused for a moment, then affectionately ruffled Inuzuka, Shu's hair, smiling brightly. "Little brother, you have quite the sweet tongue. My name is Rin Noera. What is yours?" Inuzuka Shuki's large eyes twinkled as he spoke. "Sister Rin, my name is Inuzuka Shuki, but you may call me Shuru. Though being referred to as little brother sounds endearing, it feels somewhat peculiar, so I believe it is necessary to correct that." "Shuru, that's a lovely name," she mused, her hand brushing through her hair as she slightly furrowed her adorable brows, seemingly trying to recall where she had heard that name before. Nearby, Aoki and Shurei observed the mischievous child. Inuzuka Shuki, with expressions that clearly conveyed their expectations. This little fellow's charming appearance certainly bore an element of deception. Inuzuka Shuki, the little prodigy of the Inuzuka clan, a gentle voice interrupted Rin's reverie. Shuki tilted his head upwards to meet the figure approaching under the sunlight. A handsome, sunny smile graced a youthful face adorned with rare golden hair, appearing to be in his early 20s. Radiating a gentle aura akin to a warm spring breeze, naturally exuding an inviting charm. Konoha's fourth Hokage. Upon seeing this young ninja, Shuki's heart stirred with excitement. The character, beloved and unforgettable from the original Naruto series, Naruto's future father, Jiraiya's direct disciple, and the rising star of Konoha, had now appeared before him. Shuki was not surprised that Minato knew his name. After all, he was quite the notable figure, having caught the attention of the third Hokage as one of Konoha's budding talents. As Jiraiya's apprentice, it was only natural that Minato would hear rumors about him from his master. Jiraiya was, after all, a notorious gossip. "Minato-senpai, it's an honor to finally meet you," Shuki exclaimed, scratching his head and lifting his slightly flushed face, his black and white eyes sparkling with genuine admiration. Minato smiled gently at Aoki and Shurei, acknowledging them with a nod. Noticing the unabashed admiration in Shuki's eyes, he paused for a moment, then chuckled warmly, lightly tapping the child's forehead with a finger, saying, "What great fame do I possess? Shuru, are you perhaps concocting some mischievous scheme?" A teasing glimmer danced in Minato's eyes. He had heard many tales from Jiraiya about this little genius named Inuzuka Shuki, who, despite his innocent demeanor, was known to be quite the troublemaker. That moment, Shuki's cheerful voice chimed in, "I am diligently training, hoping to graduate soon and seek you out as my teacher, Minato-senpai." Minato blinked in surprise, gazing at the child whose face was beaming with joy, yet whose eyes displayed unwavering determination. Aoki and Shurei exchanged glances, both slightly taken aback, particularly Aoki, whose expression was imbued with a complex mix of emotions. As Jiraiya's disciple and a rising star among Konoha's new generation of elite ninjas, Minato was indeed qualified to take on an apprentice. In this context, the term teacher did not refer to Minato's role as a team leader, but rather conveyed a deeper, more meaningful mentor-student relationship, akin to that of the third Hokage with the legendary three, or Jiraiya with Minato, and Tsunade with Sakura. In the world of Naruto, the bond between teacher and student was held in the highest regard, akin to familial ties, where the fortunes and misfortunes of one were shared by the other. This made the selection of a teacher or student an incredibly significant and profound matter. However, today, the 4-year-old Shuki openly expressed his desire to apprentice under Minato without any hint of reservation. Although it pertained to his future after graduation, which seemed distant, Aoki understood that Shuki was a prodigy who might very well shatter Kakashi's record for the youngest graduate and the youngest genin. Would Minato, the newly emerging genius among Konoha's elite, accept this seemingly audacious yet sincere request for mentorship. Aoki and Shirzei exchanged curious glances, filled with intrigue. Chapter 10. The ambitious youngster. A gentle breeze swept through, causing Minato's signature golden hair to sway slightly, his azure eyes shimmering with a ripple of light. Suddenly, a smile broke across his handsome face, akin to a warm ray of sunlight, illuminating the atmosphere around him. "All right, I shall await your arrival." Minato's cheerful voice resonated, leaving Aoki, Shirzei, and even Kato Rin, who had paused at the entrance out of curiosity, momentarily stunned. Was it truly that easy to agree? Was an apprenticeship considered a serious matter? While this was merely a verbal commitment, such a casual acceptance seemed rather frivolous. "This is fantastic. This will serve as my greatest motivation for training. Thank you, Minato-sensei. I assure you, I will not disappoint you. I will graduate at the fastest pace possible and come to seek your guidance." Shuki, completely unburdened by such concerns, grinned widely, performing a mock salute towards his future teacher. Kakashi, pondering the situation, cast a thoughtful glance at Shuki and Minato before turning to enter the ramen shop. Though he was indeed Minato's disciple, much of his ninjutsu and swordsmanship was inherited from his father. Known as Konoha's White Fang, Kakashi Shigeru, his powerful father was his idol and the best teacher he could have. Thus, Kakashi felt merely a hint of surprise regarding Minato's acceptance of an apprentice, without any other emotions involved. Meanwhile, Obito and Shirzei exchanged complex expressions. As members of the prestigious Uchiha clan, they dedicated their lives to the cultivation and development of the Sharingan. And with their proud personalities, they would never consider taking a teacher from outside their clan. In the original series, Sasuke's learning of the Raikiri technique from Kakashi was merely a result of the family's destruction and the loss of guidance from their elders. However, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at how easily Shuki had captured the attention of the talented Jonin. Minato, Obito, often overlooked within his own family, admired the gentle yet powerful Minato. With Minato's sudden agreement to this apprenticeship, a faint sense of loss crept into Obito's heart. Yet, being the straightforward person he was, that fleeting emotion quickly gave way to joy at the prospect of becoming a senior brother. "Shiru, right? Do your best. Minato-sensei's disciples are all one in a million geniuses, so don't feel pressured," Obito said, playfully patting Shuki on the shoulder, a broad smile on his face. "Absolutely. I hope to receive your guidance as well." "Obito-senpai," Shuki replied, gazing at Obito, whose demeanor seemed somewhat simple-minded, with a smile that held a hint of coolness. After all, this was Obito, one of the key figures responsible for unleashing the Nine Tails upon Konoha and indirectly causing the demise of Minato and his wife. Just then, Minato approached and playfully patted Obito on the head, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he remarked, "Obito, while the truth may be harsh with Shuki's talent, once he graduates, his strength may well surpass yours, my dear senior." "What? That's impossible!" Obito exclaimed, rubbing his head, then leaping in astonishment, his dark eyes wide with disbelief. That moment, Shay, who had remained silent, nodded in agreement, stating, "I wholeheartedly concur with Minato-senpai's perspective." Obito and Rin stared in shock at the cherubic face of Inuzuka Shuki, rendered speechless, in their minds. Both Minato and Shirzei were known for their honesty, so when these two agreed on something, there was little room for doubt. Under the collective gaze of the onlookers, Shuki scratched his head and chuckled, saying, "Oh no, I'm just a little kid. How could I possibly be a match for Obito and I?" This was not mere modesty, but a straightforward truth. In the impending Fourth Great Ninja War, the pain of losing loved ones and his unrequited feelings for Rin would drive Uchiha Obito to awaken the Manjiki Sharingan, granting him near-Kage-level strength. Even if Shuki were a prodigy, it was implausible for him to reach such heights by the age of 6 or 7. That would be utterly unfathomable. Nonetheless, the people present interpreted Shuki's words as humble self-deprecation, for his talent was undeniably impressive. Had Obito not awakened his bloodline limit, the chances of victory against Shuki would be uncertain. After all, Kakashi, who was younger than Obito, had already showcased his strength as a CH Nin, effortlessly overshadowing Obito, who was often regarded as the underachiever, Minato-sensei, Hoki-sensei, and everyone, I must return home to train, Shuki announced. Farewell. In the midst of curious gazes, Inuzuka Shuki felt a twinge of nervousness in his heart. After exchanging greetings, he bounded away, accompanied by his loyal white companion, Yukamu. With a smile gracing his face, Minato watched the diminutive figure under the setting sun, yet a flicker of unease danced in his eyes. It is worth mentioning that this Inuzuka Shuki is a child highly regarded by both the third Hokage and his own mentor, Jiraiya, to the extent that Jiraiya has secretly observed the boy's training. After his assessment, Jiraiya lauded Shuki's talent in ninjutsu and his physical prowess, particularly praising his relentless dedication to training, reminiscent of a fierce young warrior. His words subtly hinted at the possibility of accepting Shuki as a disciple. Naturally, Minato's interest in the young boy grew, fueled by his curiosity. Teacher Jiraiya, this child has proactively expressed his desire to be my pupil. Minato mused to himself, contemplating how he might avoid being accused of poaching a disciple whom Jiraiya had his eye on. As he envisioned the comical image of a certain white-haired elder throwing a fit, Minato couldn't help but chuckle inwardly to Minato-sensei. Hurry up and come in. You promised to treat us today. The somewhat annoying voice of Obito echoed from within the ramen shop. Minato withdrew his gaze, pinched his wallet, and frowned slightly, feeling an inexplicable pang of regret. He wondered if Kushina would be upset to learn that he was treating for the sake of appearances. Potentially tightening their budget once more, Shuki dashed into the Inuzuka clan's territory like a whirlwind. Though the distance was no less than several kilometers, he exhibited no signs of exhaustion, appearing effortlessly agile. In fact, this was while he was bearing a not-so-light weighted sandbag, as he endeavored to unlock the potential of his body and prepare for learning the 8 Gates technique. Shuki had taken the initiative to adopt the rigorous training regimen of Rock Lee from the future, embracing a flamboyant style of self-imposed hardship. With the near-immortal regenerative abilities of his would-release bloodline, neglecting to train in the 8 Gates would indeed be a grave waste of talent. He recalled the image of Guy opening all 8 gates, nearly delivering a climactic blow, which stirred his blood with excitement. However, mastering such a forbidden technique, which pertained to life and death, would require some clever strategizing involving Might Guy, who at present was still just a genin. Shuki's request to Minato for mentorship was not a mere whim. It was a carefully considered plan. As a disciple of Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, Minato was poised to be the 4th Hokage following the 3rd Great Ninja War. For Shuki, aspiring to become Hokage, seeking Minato's guidance was a politically astute maneuver. Beyond this rationality, however, Shuki held Minato's perceptiveness in ninjutsu and his developmental capabilities in high regard. The golden flash that would one day dominate the battlefield. With his signature space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique was a creation of the 2nd Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Yet from his disciple Sarutobi Hiruzen to the legendary Sannin, none had succeeded in mastering this immensely powerful and visually striking technique. However, Minato, at just over 20 years old, had unexpectedly learned the Flying Thunder God, showcasing his exceptional aptitude. Additionally, his invention of the Rasengan, inspired by the Nine-Tails-tailed Beast Bomb, further highlighted his remarkable capacity for ninjutsu development. Let us not forget, Minato also acquired sealing techniques from his wife, Kushina, underscoring his prodigious talent. Possessing strength rivaling that of a Kage at merely 20 years of age and earning a formidable reputation as the Golden Flash within the ninja world. Minato's abilities were undeniably on par with the 3rd Hokage and the Sannin, if not surpassing them. Although there were numerous political factors in suppressing Orochimaru's rise to the 4th Hokage, Minato's prowess and potential remained the paramount deciding factors. In Shuki's heart, compared to the carefree and adventurous Jiraiya or the shadowy and malevolent Orochimaru, the radiant, approachable, and accomplished Minato, who had mastered the Flying Thunder God, Rasengan, and sealing techniques, was far more suited to be his mentor. However, Shuki was unprepared for Minato's unhesitating acceptance of his request for mentorship. It seemed he had indeed caught the attention of a prominent figure within the Hokage lineage. Of course, such a swift agreement may not be devoid of strategic calculations. Although Konoha was vast, it was also small. Apart from the Hokage lineage, There lurked the shadowy roots led by Danzo, the cunning and ambitious Orochimaru, whose relentless pursuit of talent never ceased. This public display of Shuki's request for mentorship served as a signal to the outside world, warning those who stubbornly clung to the belief that destruction was the answer to truth. I have already found my path. Should anyone dare to meddle or conduct human experiments on me, they must weigh the repercussions from the Inuzuka clan and the Hokage lineage. Though merely a 4-year-old child, Inuzuka Shuki, with a wisdom of 2 lifetimes, was orchestrating an intricate game. Chapter 11. The ninja's choice. A diminutive figure darted like the wind, slipping through the gaps left by 5 thrown shuriken, and then delivering a powerful punch. The 12-year-old boy who had just thrown the shuriken stood in shock, hurriedly crossing his arms to barely shield his head. Bang! A plump little fist struck heavily against the boy's elbow, sending a tremendous force rippling through him. He felt his arms tremble, followed by a surge of pain, as his body flew backward several meters in a comical, uncontrolled manner. Amidst the astonished cries of the surrounding children, Shuki's figure vanished, only to reappear with one hand supporting the boy's back to prevent him from falling unprotected, while his other hand, resembling a claw, gripped the boy's throat. The winner of this match is Inuzuka Shuki, announced the Chunin instructor, momentarily taken aback before hastily declaring the outcome. That I concede. Shuki retracted his hands and offered a gesture of reconciliation to the boy. The young boy, Setagawa, shook his buzzing head and his unresponsive arms, ultimately managing a rueful smile towards Shuki, realizing he was unable to reciprocate the gesture of peace. What a little monster! Setagawa's heart screamed in shock and despair. Although he was aware of Shuki's remarkable talent, being decisively defeated by a 4-year-old was exceedingly difficult to accept, and he was not alone. All the 4th-grade classmates and instructors present fell into a stunned silence. If he wasn't mistaken, that little brat had condensed chakra in his feet, executing a speed akin to the body flicker technique. The final punch had even produced a sonic boom, reminiscent of the monstrous strength of Tsunade, one of the Sannin, and at the moment he seized his opponent's throat, his right hand, resembling a wolf's claw, exhibited thin blades of wind swirling at his fingertips, demonstrating a mastery of chakra stabilization and the capacity to unleash a lethal blow. This child's aptitude for ninjutsu and combat was truly astonishing. Nearby, Uchiha Shursui, who had also emerged victorious in his duel, wore a tightly drawn expression. In the wake of Shuki's display of strength, a sense of crisis surged within him. Based on his understanding of Shuki, in this pressure-free match, the level of power exhibited by his rival was merely the tip of the iceberg. It was likely that Shuki was concealing a significant portion of his true capabilities. If this was the case, then the true strength of this little fellow was indeed terrifying. It seemed that to defeat Shuki, he would need to master the clan's C-rank technique, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Otherwise, with his proficiency in the Shadow Clone technique and Shuriken Jutsu, it would be a daunting challenge to best this remarkable child. As far as he was aware, Shuki was also skilled in the Shadow Clone technique. In the Inuzuka clan's beast mimicry technique, the beast clone was an advanced application of the clone technique. This marked the 5th month since Shuki and Shursui had advanced to the 4th grade, and the 2 exceptionally gifted youngsters had successfully captivated the admiration of their classmates and teachers alike, becoming the unrivaled duo of their class. While it was true that Shuki was the youngest among them, his cheerful and lively personality, rapid learning pace, and undefeated record in battles had endeared him to nearly all instructors and peers. Consequently, the name of Inuzuka Shuki, the super genius, began to resonate throughout Konoha Ninja Academy and swiftly spread like wildfire across the Hidden Leaf Village. The extraordinary progress Shuki had made was not solely attributed to his own talent and hard work. It was also significantly influenced by the guidance of an important figure. After school, Shuki ventured into the woods just outside of Konoha village to engage in his daily chakra control training. He was now able to traverse tree trunks with ease, executing various acrobatics such as handstands and spins with effortless grace. Achieving such proficiency was something that Naruto and Sasuke only mastered after becoming Genin. Yet Shuki, at just over 4 years old, was reaping the benefits of his innate genius. "Well done, little one." A somewhat weary yet exceedingly gentle voice broke the tranquility, awakening Shuki, who was hanging upside down on a branch. lost in meditation. Wow. Minato-sensei, long time no see. In a moment of surprise, Inuzuka Shuju exclaimed, and then, with his eyes rolling, he let out a startled cry before tumbling down from the treetop, several meters high, flailing his limbs. Just returning from a mission, Namikaze Minato observed the clumsy antics of Shuju and couldn't help but smile faintly. Although he was well aware that this little rascal was mostly playing pranks, he instinctively teleported into the air, grasped the collar of Shuju's shirt, and gently brought him down safely. If memory serves, we just met 10 days ago, Minato remarked, tapping Shuju's forehead with a grin. Over the past few months, although Shuju had yet to formally take on a master, the responsible Minato made it a point to return whenever he could to guide his future disciples' training, particularly in the nuances of wind-style transformations, where they surprisingly found much common ground. Perhaps the creation of the Rasengan would occur several years earlier than in the original timeline. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 seasons. After all, it had been 10 days. Shuju nodded like a little adult and replied while looking up, "Hee hee, you sly one." And after saying this, Minato suddenly sat down and then lay back on the ground. A hint of confusion crossed his originally radiant face. Noticing Minato's somber mood, Shuju ceased his playful antics and sat beside him obediently, curiously asking, "Teacher, what happened?" "The legendary Konoha Jonin, the mighty Konoha White Fang, has perished. Moreover, he did so by his own hand." Minato turned his face slightly, the dappled shadows of the setting sun casting a somber shade across his features, initially taken aback by the news. Shuju's expression shifted to one of shock. Indeed, it was now the year 44 of the Hidden Leaf Village, and in his recollections, Konoha White Fang met his end this very year. Immersed in his training during this time, Shuju's mother, Inuzuka, had refrained from distracting him. Thus she had not informed him of the village's tumultuous criticisms directed at Hatake Tsukumo. Learning of Konoha White Fang's demise from Minato genuinely left him stunned. Followed by a wave of fear, it appeared that the narrative of the shinobi world was unfolding as expected. Just as White Fang's death, just as the imminent outbreak of the Ninja World War, just as, gazing at the golden-haired youth beside him, a weight settled heavily on Shuju's heart, evoking a sense of suffocation. Kakashi had remained silent throughout the day, resembling a block of ice. Except for one question he asked me. "Teacher, as a ninja, what is more important, the mission or comrades?" Minato's cheek twitched slightly, and his blue eyes dimmed. Shuju's heart quivered in response. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "How did you respond?" "Teacher." Minato offered a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "In that situation, I simply couldn't provide him with a definitive answer according to the ninja code. All I could tell him was to bravely be himself and not to regret his choices." Shuju lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before addressing Minato. "Teacher, although Konoha White Fang is an immensely powerful ninja, from my perspective as a child, he may not truly embody what it means to be a ninja." Upon hearing this, Minato couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This little fellow was aware of his own youthful naivety. Yet, recalling Shuju's widely acclaimed speech on the Will of Fire during the opening ceremony, he decided to listen to this innocent child's understanding of what it means to be a ninja. What does little Shuju consider to be a true ninja? Minato asked curiously as he sat up. A rare seriousness adorned Shuju's small face as he stood, pointing at Minato's ninja forehead protector, and slowly articulated, "In my view, a ninja must prioritize the completion of their missions above all else. For a ninja who fails to accomplish their tasks is synonymous with failure, often branded as worthless. However, when the lives of comrades conflict with the mission, a ninja willing to forsake the task for the sake of their comrades, though they may be scorned as worthless, is surely better than one who falls short of even that." He continued passionately. After all, the blood that courses through a ninja's veins burns hot, and the heart that beats within their chest is alive. We are human, not cold, emotionless machines of duty. Shuju's fervor surged as he observed the surprise on Minato's face and proceeded, "If the principles of the shinobi world reduce ninjas to mere machines, even machines of slaughter, then such a world would be too cold and cruel. One I cannot abide. I am willing to fight for Konoha and my comrades, even at the cost of my own life." Yet if I were to stand idly by while my comrades fell into peril, I could never bear this moment. Shuju suddenly broke into a smile. He patted his chest and proclaimed, "A true ninja can endure what others cannot. If choices made in accordance with one's own will align with what teacher Minato said, then one should not regret what has transpired, nor should they be disheartened by the doubts or insults of others, let alone resort to martyrdom." Watching Shuju passionately express his insights with his flushed face, Minato's earlier confusion and disappointment gradually dissipated. His azure eyes began to regain their brilliant luster. This little fellow. No wonder he garners such respect from the third Hokage. Compared to his talent in ninjutsu, it is his way of thinking and spiritual understanding that prove to be the greatest surprises. It is truly hard to fathom that a mere 4-year-old child possesses such profound insights. Could there truly be geniuses born with innate knowledge in this world? Well said, little Shuju. Minato clapped his hands and stood, embracing this exceptionally gifted child, ruffling his hair into a chaotic mess, ignoring the discontented expression of his would-be disciple. Today, I've actually been enlightened by little Shuju. As a token of gratitude, I shall teach you one of the latest jutsu I've developed. Minato said with a cheerful smile in the next moment, a swirling blue orb suddenly appeared in Minato's outstretched palm before Shuju's eyes. Rasengan, he exclaimed in delight, although the sphere appeared somewhat small at present. There was no mistaking that it was indeed the Rasengan. The emergence of this little butterfly, Shuju, had prompted Minato to unveil the A-rank ninjutsu, Rasengan, ahead of schedule, the brilliance and genius of the fourth Hokage. Namake's Minato was truly formidable. Rasengan. Upon hearing the name exclaimed by Shuju, Minato was momentarily taken aback before responding with a smile. Little Shuju, I didn't realize you had such a knack for naming. Yes, the ultimate spiral state of chakra is indeed the Rasengan. I initially considered naming it the invincible whirlwind ball, thus this new technique of A-rank power shall be called the Rasengan. Invincible whirlwind ball. Shuju's lips curled slightly. That naming style was indeed very much Minato's. Wait, could it be that the renowned Rasengan in the history of Hokage originated from the mouth of an otherwise unremarkable child? Thinking about it this way, it feels quite fulfilling, seeing Shuju's beaming expression. Minato misunderstood his disciple's sentiment, assuming he underestimated the subtlety of Rasengan's might. So, without further explanation, he vanished from sight and swiftly pressed the Rasengan against a giant tree with a trunk nearly a meter thick. Bang! The massive tree trembled violently, and a rain of leaves commenced falling from above. Minato smiled faintly, withdrawing his hand and standing tall before beckoning Shuju over. Shuju approached and gazed up at the tree trunk struck by the Rasengan. To his astonishment, a palm-sized circular hole had appeared on the once smooth and resilient birch. This was merely the initial form of the Rasengan, yet it had managed to penetrate the tree trunk completely, showcasing the remarkable power of A-rank ninjutsu. Curious, Shuju circled to the back of the tree, and the sight before him left him dumbfounded. Goodness, the Rasengan truly lives up to its reputation. The back of the tree had been blasted as though it had been subjected to a directed explosion, creating a gaping hole nearly half a meter in diameter, with the edges resembling the spiral patterns of a whirlwind. How incredible! Teacher, teach me, teach me. Witnessing the sheer power of the Rasengan for the first time, Shuju's heart raced uncontrollably, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Minato approached, ruffling Shuju's hair affectionately while smiling. You want to learn? Huh. I'll teach you. As Shuju eagerly nodded, a sense of familiarity washed over him from those words. The principle of the Rasengan lies in the ultimate transformation of chakra, which primarily tests the user's chakra control ability. Your chakra control is already on par with some excellent genin, but to execute the Rasengan, you'll need even finer control. Observing Shuju attempting to form the sphere with his hands, only to fail repeatedly, Minato stated matter-of-factly, if a 4-year-old could master a ninjutsu of such caliber after just one explanation, it would be utterly absurd and out of place. This technique is not that simple. Patience and diligence in practice are key. The process of refining the Rasengan is also a training in chakra control. All right, little Shuju, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave now. It seemed that a sound had been heard. After giving a brief instruction, Minato vanished in an instant, employing his body flicker technique. Ah, what's the urgency? Inuzuka Kiba stretched out his hand, gazing speechlessly at the leaves dancing in the air and muttering to himself. However, this fleeting moment of resentment lasted less than a second. With his mind consumed by the obsession of mastering the Rasengan, Inuzuka Kiba dashed toward the village shop like an exuberant puppy, a time traveler. How could he forget the unique training method of the Rasengan? The water balloon? Whoosh! Two masked figures appeared in the woods, swiftly locking onto the large tree that Minato had just struck. Despite their masks, the two exchanged glances filled with surprise and astonishment. Was that Minato guiding the little child from the Inuzuka clan in training just now? They had never witnessed Minato perform such a level of ninjutsu before. One of the Umbun ninjas, wearing a cat-faced mask, touched the explosive tree hollow and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Minato is indeed a beloved disciple of Jiraiya-sama, possessing both strength and talent. The other, donning a fox mask, nodded in agreement. That little rascal Inuzuka Kiba seems to be quite favored by Minato. It's not just Minato who values this little fellow. Indeed, our Hokage has been keeping a close eye on him. That I'm not referring to the Hokage well. Minato has developed a new ninjutsu. He should report it to the village. Let us return and inform Lord Third. Understood, Captain. When Inuzuka Yui returned home, she found her precious son standing in the yard, cupping a balloon in his hands and rubbing it back and forth. Strangely, the balloon emitted faint sounds of water sloshing inside. On the ground, aside from a large basin of water, there were puddles everywhere and colorful remnants of burst balloons. Yukimaru, covered in wet fur, joyfully circled around his little master as though engaged in a delightful game. Little Kiba, what are you doing? Playing with water balloons. Inuzuka Yui rubbed her eyes, finding the scene somewhat unbelievable. Although it was typical for a child his age to play with water, it was rather incomprehensible for Inuzuka Kiba, who had always prioritized training above all else. Smack! Yui's sudden appearance evidently distracted the little one that the chakra in his hands became slightly chaotic, causing the water balloon, which had already begun to spin gently, to suddenly swell and then burst explosively. The splashing water instantly drenched Inuzuka Kiba and Yukimaru at his feet. Inuzuka Kiba cried out in surprise and quickly dodged, while Yukimaru joyfully yelped, seemingly reveling in the chaos, his tail wagging like a whirlwind. Amused, Inuzuka Yui approached, wiping the droplets from her son's face with her sleeve, and curiously asked, "Little Kiba, what are you up to?" Although Yui was a J-nin, and initially puzzled, she quickly surmised that her son's cleverness and character likely led him to spontaneously explore new training methods. Since he began practicing ninjutsu, Kiba had never wasted time playing like an ordinary 4-year-old. Why work so hard? Even if it meant sacrificing her life, his mother would protect him. This thought made Yui feel a pang of sorrow as Kiba allowed his mother's warm hand to caress his face. He excitedly exclaimed, "Today, Teacher Minato taught me an incredible ninjutsu called Rasengan that I was just using this water balloon as a tool to simulate and feel the rotation of chakra. I must master this ninjutsu quickly. I want to astonish Teacher Minato that I am a super genius who does not follow the conventional path." Ouch! Inuzuka Yui gently tapped her boastful son on the forehead, chuckling as she scolded, "Though that may be true, who brags so openly?" The two exchanged a knowing glance, bursting into laughter together. The ultimate transformation of chakra, the Rasengan. Indeed, it appeared to be a formidable ninjutsu, befitting the genius Minato. Given Yui's prowess, she could certainly sense the power and potential of this technique. Her own specialty, the Wind Fang technique, was fundamentally a transformation of chakra, infused with wind attributes that, in terms of offensive power, it might not be significantly inferior to the Rasengan. However, without the incorporation of wind attributes, the explosive potency of the Rasengan far surpassed the basic forms of chakra manipulation. Once mastered, if one were to add attribute changes, wouldn't the offensive power soar exponentially? Hence, Inuzuka Yui wholeheartedly supported her son's training in the Rasengan. After all, it was an A-rank ninjutsu, with potential surpassing S rank, making it a powerful trump card in battle. in the ruthless world of ninjas, the more hidden cards one possessed, the greater the chances of survival. As a second-tier noble clan in Konoha, the Inuzuka's inherited ninjutsu and secret techniques were not particularly secretive to other clans in Konoha or even other hidden villages. Therefore, Inuzuka Yui was more than willing for Kiba to master more secret techniques. In critical moments, these trump cards could save lives or even turn the tide of battle. From that day forth, the already ambitious training regimen of Inuzuka Kiba expanded to include the Rasengan. To swiftly master the basic Rasengan, Kiba, apart from eating, sleeping, and attending classes, was never without a colorful, squeaky water balloon in his hands. Even while walking, he continued to practice. After all, with his formidable mental strength, multitasking was child's play for him. However, Kiba's peculiar behavior drew curious glances from outsiders. Even Shursui had inquired about Kiba's intentions, only to be met with a nonchalant, "Just playing with water balloons." Shursui was left speechless. Although he sensed that the little rascal was likely engaged in some mysterious training, he would not press further, as it was not his style. Nonetheless, the boy playing with water balloons quickly became a topic of lively discussion among the villagers of Konoha, of course, in the eyes of those who were observant. Kiba's actions were not a secret at all. This little rascal was indeed quite clever. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, utilizing his telescope technique, observed Kiba's creative training method, and a relieved smile spread across his face. When he learned from Minato that he had taught the newly developed Rasengan to Kiba, the third had been worried it might be too soon, fearing he might be pushing too hard. However, upon witnessing Kiba's performance, all his concerns vanished. Indeed, a child so intelligent and brimming with talent cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Chapter 12, Part 2. Orochimaru's favor following the death of Konoha's White Fang. The previously clamorous voices of dissent swiftly faded into silence. In death, the significance of life prevails. Since Hitaki Tsukumo had embodied his ninja way with his life and blood, outsiders had no grounds to speak. However, the fall of such a near-legendary powerhouse inadvertently diminished Konoha's deterrent strength that Konoha's White Fang was, after all, a superpower that shook the ninja world. As the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, aged, and the famed Sannin became increasingly estranged. With some leaving and others wandering, their influence waned considerably. Among the new generation of ninjas, while Namake's Minato was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi remained within the village. Wielding limited influence over the outside world, the future stars such as Kakashi, Guy, and Asuma had only recently graduated, their strongest among them being mere Sich and Ain at first glance. Konoha's ninjas appeared somewhat lacking in strength and maturity. This was one of the reasons why the third Hokage put such emphasis on the education and cultivation of ninjas in the academy. While training outdoors, Kiba's naturally formidable mental strength made him particularly sensitive to external scrutiny. The faint sensation of observation from the third Hokage's telescope technique did not escape his intuition. However, there was no malice behind it. Rather, it was predominantly concern and protection, since the third had not intruded during Kiba's training at home. Kiba chose to ignore it. Whoosh, crack. As Kiba again rubbed a water balloon on his way home from school, a small pebble pierced through the center of the water balloon, causing it to explode instantly. Kiba stepped back, looking up toward the direction for which the stone had come. His training had been interrupted, and a frown appeared on his face. In his line of sight, he spotted a boy and a girl. The girl, a black-haired pre-adolescent with a headband, was chuckling while holding her wrist, clearly a lower-ranked ninja. Another figure, a tall, middle-aged man with long, flowing black hair, clad in a white robe, bore a slightly pale complexion. "Hondo, have you been mischievous again?" He spoke slowly, his voice deep and hoarse, yet imbued with an indescribable magnetism. "Oh, I was wrong, sir." The girl, referred to as Hondo, stuck out her little tongue and made a face at the fuming Inuzuka show, before returning to stand obediently beside the man. Inuzuka shifted his gaze from the girl and met the eyes of the middle-aged man, whose serpent-like pupils sent a shiver down his spine. It was none other than the infamous Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konohagakure, that in an instant, he recognized this formidable figure, and there was no doubt that the girl standing next to him was his student and subordinate, Mitarashi Hondo. Hey, disturbing someone's training is an utterly unreasonable act. That lady must apologize. Inuzuka Shu's mind churned with thoughts, but he did not let the presence of Orochimaru diminish his resolve. Oh, Hondo's small face tightened, her eyes narrowing dangerously. With her arms crossed and chin slightly raised, she spoke with a hint of disdain. Little brat, do you not know that in the world of ninjas, the weak have no right to express anger? Beside her, Orochimaru remained silent, seemingly in agreement with his disciple's words. His serpent-like eyes narrowed with curiosity as he regarded the boy whom Hondo had dismissed so contemptuously. So, this was the prodigious student that the old man had been so fond of, Inuzuka Shu. Despite his furious expression, his eyes were as clear as water. Moreover, his vitality seemed remarkably robust, and his chakra was surprisingly abundant. Quite intriguing, he possessed commendable ninja talent indeed. Upon hearing Hondo's arrogant remarks, Inuzuka Shu's expression suddenly calmed. To be labeled as weak, robbed of the very right to be angry, was something a man, even a 4.5-year-old one, could scarcely tolerate. Even with the likes of Orochimaru standing beside her, Inuzuka Shu refused to be looked down upon so brazenly. Weaklings have no right to be angry. Then, do you dare to accept my challenge? As soon as he finished speaking, Yukimura leaped from his hooded garment to the ground, baring his teeth and growling at Hondo in a show of defiance. You, a mere child, dare to challenge me? Hondo's expression shifted to one of utter surprise before she burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Then, pouting at Inuzuka Shu, she said, "Ninja battles are not mere child's play like in your ninja academy. One misstep could lead to injuries or even death." Inuzuka Shu smiled faintly, glancing at the amused Orochimaru, and extended his fist towards Hondo, stating, "You talk too much. The question is, do you dare?" At this moment, Orochimaru, still harboring dreams of becoming the fourth Hokage, had yet to fully embark on his forbidden human experiments. As a disciple of the third Hokage and the commander of the Leaf Village's ninja forces, he held considerable confidence in his competition for Hokage. With Orochimaru nearby, Inuzuka Shu felt assured that his confrontation with Hondo would not pose a life-threatening risk. After all, the voting intentions of the Inuzuka clan were crucial to the Hokage's succession. With no imminent danger and a firm belief in his own strength, what did Inuzuka Shu have to fear? Don't be timid. Just do it. Orochimaru naturally sensed and understood the determination in Inuzuka Shu's eyes. Chuckling softly, this child was no reckless hothead. He seemed quite cunning. However, at merely 4.5 years old, did he truly have the confidence to defeat Hondo? Though she was a genin, she had seen blood and taken lives during their missions, proving herself a most reliable subordinate. Where did he derive such confidence? Orochimaru extended his long tongue, licking his thin lips, a thoughtful smile gracing his face. Inuzuka Shu shifted his gaze from Orochimaru's face, unable to tolerate the sinister demeanor of the man, especially with that disturbingly long tongue. My temper. Hondo, with a fiery disposition, was incensed by the brazen challenge from a 4-year-old, rolling up her sleeves and clenching her fists, ready to teach the little brat a lesson. Inuzuka Shu exchanged glances with Yukimaru, and their chakras surged, their aura matching that of the Jin and Hondo. Wait! Orochimaru's figure abruptly appeared before Hondo, halting her in her tracks. He scrutinized Inuzuka Shu, his serpent-like pupils narrowing dangerously. With his keen perception, he recognized that the boy's chakra had reached, or even surpassed, the level of a genin. Thus, to preserve his disciple's dignity, and more importantly, to avoid any embarrassment for himself, Orochimaru could not allow this confrontation to continue. After all, it would be quite disgraceful for one of his subordinates to be bested by a mere 4-year-old. Moreover, even if Hondo were to win by some stroke of luck, it would hold no significance and would only tarnish her reputation as one who bullied the weak. Having assessed this little prodigy's strength and potential, the need for a senseless fight had vanished. Sir, why are you stopping me? I intend to teach this ignorant little brat a lesson he won't forget. Hondo, perplexed, leaned out from behind Orochimaru, still seething with indignation. Enough! Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice turned icy, causing Hondo to shudder and fall silent. Inuzuka regarded Orochimaru with a curious expression before he reined in his aura, standing at ease with his fists withdrawn. His calm demeanor suggested that he had anticipated Orochimaru's intervention. Inuzuka offered a slight bow to Orochimaru as a sign of respect towards the esteemed Sannin of Konoha. Suddenly, a smile broke across his small face. Lord Orochimaru, as the saying goes, if a child is not taught, it is the parent's fault. Although you are not the father of this ill-mannered young lady, one day as a teacher is a lifetime as a father. You witnessed this provocation firsthand. What? Do you and your disciple intend to conspire against a mere child? A rare look of discomfort crossed Orochimaru's typically icy visage. This was Konoha, albeit in a secluded area, yet surveillance was virtually omnipresent. The Hokage's Umbu, along with Danzo's root, not to mention the protectors discreetly dispatched by the Inuzuka clan, would undoubtedly condemn him should he discipline Inuzuka here. Fortunately, Orochimaru had no desire to bully a child. He was merely intrigued by this prodigy favored by his teacher, of course. The notion of Hondo apologizing was utterly out of the question. Orochimaru dismissed such an idea with disdain. Even if his disciple had been at fault, he would not entertain the thought of her offering an apology. You may visit my residence to select a jutsu of your choosing, Orochimaru remarked, shaking his head and casually flicking his right hand before turning away with Hondo in tow, leaving behind a metallic, raspy voice that drifted away with the wind. Whoosh! A flash of light suddenly appeared, and a thin, circular object embedded itself in Inuzuka's hair. Startled, he instinctively reached up to touch his head, fearing that this sinister man would crack his skull. The little fellow exhaled a deep breath, looking down to see a snake scale-like emblem resting in his palm. Orochimaru's exclusive token. Was this a form of compensation? It felt like it had been specially bestowed upon him. Otherwise, why would Orochimaru care about the opinion of a mere child? Could it be that Orochimaru had entertained thoughts of taking him as a disciple? Was his prior appointment with Minato causing Orochimaru to feel a twinge of pressure regarding the competition for the fourth Hokage? Chapter 13. An extraordinary tree with Orochimaru's political acumen. He naturally sensed that Minato, this outstanding junior, was gradually gaining prominence as direct disciple, and having married the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails from the Uzumaki clan, with talented subordinates like Kakashi Hatake and Obito Uchiha under his wing. Minato was well liked by the villagers for his sunny disposition. Most critically, Minato's strength had been increasing at a staggering pace. He was not yet widely recognized, merely lacking an appropriate stage, and this stage would be the battlefield of the ninja world. Was it not the case that the legendary Sannin had risen to fame during the Second Great Ninja War, earning their title from the demigod Hanzo the Salamander? Yet, this little Inuzuka had the audacity to disregard the might of the Sannin and chose to apprentice under Minato, which raised questions. Was this his own whim, or was it a directive from the Inuzuka clan? If it were the former, it would be acceptable, but if it were the latter, it would carry implications worth pondering and fearing. So, that is how it is. Inuzuka's large eyes spun around in contemplation, gaining a rough understanding of Orochimaru's intentions. This made him marvel at the immense advantages conferred by having the Inuzuka clan as his backing. If it were a child without any background, Orochimaru would have long since abducted him for his experiments. Inuzuka naturally had no idea that his pure admiration for his idol and his active apprenticeship would cause such considerable concern for Orochimaru, to the extent that he would express a vague goodwill through this chance encounter. Orochimaru, who was inherently cold-hearted, took the initiative to extend a favor, and Inuzuka felt compelled to reciprocate his kindness. Cultivating a good relationship with such a relentless scientist in pursuit of immortality would undoubtedly yield more benefits than drawbacks. At least, before his defection, he would likely not entertain any nefarious thoughts about a genius like himself, who was already registered with the Hokage. This presented a rare opportunity, a splendid chance to learn the forbidden techniques of Konoha, even the wood-release jutsu. After all, it was Orochimaru, a figure with profound knowledge of the first Hokage cells and ninjutsu. How could he possibly lack expertise in wood-release techniques? However, it would only be possible to pilfer knowledge through the process of selection, relying on his extraordinary memory to do so. After all, one must often engage in subtle strategies. Inuzuka-ju was quite adept at this. Sensei Minato, I will always support you. But for now, I must feign compliance with Orochimaru, Inuzuka-ju mused, stroking the smooth scale in the palm of his hand. However, the matter of owing a favor is one that is best not rushed. The more anxious one becomes, the easier it is to be brushed off by the creditor. For now, he decided to endure a while longer. As his current focus was on mastering the Rasengan, bang. That evening, while tirelessly shaping a water sphere in the courtyard, Inuzuka-ju suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. The balloon, inflated to the size of a mini soccer ball, suddenly burst and a swirling azure energy sphere appeared above his right palm. Have I succeeded? Inuzuka-ju's eyes widened, suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart as he concentrated intently on maintaining the first Rasengan he had conjured through sheer will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid rotation of chakra produced a series of piercing sounds as the air around him seemed to warp and twist, an aura of latent, yet surging danger enveloping the space. Sensing a hint of unrest, the previously crouched Shiro, his canine companion, allowed a couple of low whines, fixating its cerulean eyes on the Rasengan in its young master's hand, as if staring at a ticking time bomb. Compared to the Rasengan conjured by Namikaze Minato, the one before Inuzuka-ju was noticeably smaller and slightly erratic in its chakra flow. The disparity in both quality and quantity was significant. Nonetheless, this was entirely expected and did nothing to diminish the delight swelling within Inuzuka-ju. In a flash, he pressed the Rasengan against the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. Bam! The tree, as thick as a thigh, trembled violently, causing countless leaves and petals to cascade down like a rain of cherry blossoms. A sight to behold. The power is somewhat lacking. Inuzuka-ju exhaled deeply, observing the small dent he had forcibly created in the tree's bark, his lips curling slightly in disappointment. Although the trunk was remarkably resilient, a mere few centimeters of depth was clearly insufficient to satisfy this insatiable little fellow. Next, he needed to work on the speed and power of the Rasengan's formation, ideally honing it to the point where he could execute it with one hand. However, this was a gradual process that could not be hurried. Ju. What happened? Inuzuka, clad in her pajamas, emerged in a panic from the sudden commotion in the courtyard, activating her body flicker technique. However, her figure soon became frozen, as if turned to stone. The scene of cherry blossom rain was undeniably romantic and beautiful, yet upon seeing the small, pale dent on the cherry blossom trunk, Inuzuka's expression shifted from white to red and then back to white again, a cold glint flashing in her lovely eyes. The corner of her mouth twitched into a dangerous smile. You little rascal, how dare you damage this cherry blossom tree? I will definitely give you a good thrashing today. Don't even think about running. Inuzuka screamed, her figure flashing as she pursued the now panicked Inuzuka-ju, her delicate hand poised to swat at his backside. Mom, I'm sorry. Please spare me. Inuzuka-ju's face contorted in distress as he hurriedly activated his beginner-level body flicker technique, narrowly evading his mother's grasp. How could he have been so foolish as to unleash the Rasengan upon this cherry blossom tree? This was the very tree his parents had planted years ago, symbolizing their beautiful love. And even the character for tree in his name stemmed from it, holding profound significance. There was no way Inuzuka-ju could escape the wrath of his J-level mother. Soon, after circling the cherry blossom tree twice, the little fellow was caught, pinned to her knee, receiving a couple of light slaps. The sound was quite loud, but the impact was undeniably limited. Inuzuka, having always indulged this exceptionally understanding child, could never truly bring herself to hit him hard. Mom, I'm sorry, please don't be upset. With his head bowed in genuine remorse, Inuzuka-ju spoke softly, looking at his mother, whose eyes were slightly red. Inuzuka sighed, running her hand through Inuzuka-ju's hair, her gaze becoming somewhat misty as she looked at the cherry blossom tree. Seemingly lost in past memories, seeing his mother's distress filled Inuzuka-ju with an overwhelming sadness. The tree's crown swayed gently in the evening breeze, the small dent in the trunk glaringly obvious. If only I could fix it, a voice suddenly echoed in Inuzuka-ju's heart. And this thought swiftly consumed his mind. He approached, his small hand pressing against the wound on the trunk, as if guided by an unseen force. "Little Jew, what are you doing?" Inazuki exclaimed, her attention abruptly captured by her son's actions. Just as she opened her mouth to inquire, the scene before her stunned her into silence. Inazuka Jew's little hand pressed against the cherry blossom tree suddenly erupted in a burst of vibrant green light. A powerful and invigorating aura emanating from a small child. Watching Inazuka Jew, glowing like a firefly in the night, Inazuka, you felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity and an inexplicable sanctity enveloping her son. As her gaze shifted from her son's glowing right hand to the wound on the cherry blossom tree, she froze in disbelief, for with the green light enveloping it, the nearly permanent gash in the cherry blossom tree was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Yes, healing, just as the most skilled medical ninja would staunch and treat a patient's wounds. The plant fibers within the trunk surged forth at a terrifying pace, first filling the gash and then covering it with bark. Within mere moments, the wound on the cherry blossom tree vanished without a trace, if not for the fact that the newly formed bark appeared too tender. Inazuka, you would have doubted her own senses. The entire cherry blossom tree seemed to have gained a touch more vitality. "Mom." Inazuka Jew withdrew his hand, a pallor etched upon his small face as he smiled at Inazukiya, before a wave of exhaustion washed over him, causing him to collapse backward onto the ground. In his urgent attempt to rectify the situation, Inazuka Jew had unconsciously overexerted his chakra, while using his still immature would-release bloodline ability. Had he merely aimed to repair the trunk, he would not have required such an abundance of chakra. But the little fellow was unaware. Ultimately, the cherry blossom tree transformed from misfortune into fortune, thriving with newfound vigor. Inazuki gasped and hurriedly rushed over to cradle him. Gazing at her son's pale face and pleading eyes, her heart softened, leaving no trace of resentment. "You little fool, though I don't understand why you possess such a power. How could you overexert yourself for the sake of a tree? Are you foolish?" Inazuki scolded gently, embracing Inazuka Jew as she carried him back to his room, her heart filled with concern. "Because I didn't want you to be sad, Mom." As Inazuka Jew felt his strength and chakra gradually replenishing, he lay obediently in bed, the color returning to his cheeks slightly. He truly cherished the love of his mother, Inazukiya, who had always doted on him. In this world of Naruto, her love was the most precious thing he possessed, second to none. Inazukiya's heart warmed, and she leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her obedient son's forehead, smiling as she said, "Good boy, rest well tonight. Then think of a reason to tell me tomorrow why you have been keeping secrets from your own mother." "Umph." After finishing, she winked at the stunned little fellow and lightly hummed as she turned to leave. It was merely chakra exhaustion, and with her son's recovery abilities, he would undoubtedly be lively and bouncing by morning. Such a monumental event, such a miraculous ability, and he had managed to keep it from her for so long. Truly, this little one had a mind far deeper than his years. Inazuka Jew grimaced, watching his beautiful mother sway her hips as she departed, wishing for the first time that the sun would not rise as usual tomorrow. The notion of being born with a would-release bloodline after his reincarnation was something he could never reveal, not even to his own mother. It seemed he would indeed need to carefully consider how to explain this matter. "I acted impulsively today." Inazuka Jew sighed in resignation, covering his face with the quilt. However, having successfully placated his mother, he found little to regret. Chapter 14. A visit to Orochimaru, a natural bloodline. Inazuka stared incredulously at Inazuka Jew, who was voraciously devouring his meal, unable to contain her surprise. However, her innate vigilance as a ninja quickly silenced her. In those round, beautiful eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of disbelief. Inazuka Juki, after downing a generous bowl of fish soup and letting out a satisfied burp, explained with a hint of resignation. "I discovered this remarkable talent of mine at the tender age of 3. I possess the ability to stimulate plant growth, including trees, and I can even rapidly restore my physical strength and chakra. Healing wounds in the process. It was only after consulting resources at the library that I learned that, apart from the 5 elemental natures, wind, fire, lightning, earth, and water, other forms such as ice release, boiling release, dust release, and would release fall under the category of bloodline limits. My ability aligns most closely with wood release. Even I am puzzled as to why I possess the wood release ability in addition to the wind nature. Moreover, I have been cautious in verifying whether my ability is indeed wood release. Aware of the adage that a gentleman bears the burden of possessing something precious, I did not wish to cause my mother daily anxiety. Hence I have kept this secret. His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, yet they represented the most sincere confession Juki could muster. Inuzuka, resonating with the sentiment, nodded earnestly and said, "Little Juki, you have done well. If it is indeed a bloodline limit of wood release, it is something the entire ninja world covets. This secret must never be revealed. However, I cannot fathom how a member of the Inuzuka clan could possess such a talent for wood release. Could it be a genetic mutation?" Inuzuka Juki nodded sagely. "That could very well be the case." Inuzuka, I chuckled at the expression of the little one, playfully tapping his forehead and saying, "You clever little rascal. Given your candidness, I forgive you." However, she furrowed her brow lightly, contemplating for a moment before continuing. If it truly is wood release, such a powerful ability must not be squandered. Yet, due to the restrictions from the first generation, wood release techniques are nearly classified as forbidden in our village. It is indeed vexing. Inuzuka Juki blinked and retrieved the serpent scale token gifted to him by Orochimaru, whispering to Inuzuka, "Mother, Lord Orochimaru has permitted me to learn a technique from him." Upon hearing this, Inuzuka, I pondered for a long while before nodding. Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin renowned across the ninja world and a commanding figure in the Konoha ninja army, seems quite interested in the position of the fourth Hokage. In this light, your mentor, Minato Namikaze, is indeed a formidable rival to Orochimaru, whose reputation and strength far exceed that of Minato, since he has allowed you to choose a technique. It stands to reason that he would not offer you something trivial at this point. Inuzuka, I curiously inquired, "Little Juki, what makes you so certain in your choice of Minato as your mentor?" "It seems Orochimaru is also keen on taking you as a disciple." Inuzuka Juki scratched his head, lifting his small face with a smile. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. As a radiant, charming young lad, it is only natural for me to choose the equally bright and handsome Minato as my teacher. Orochimaru, on the other hand, exudes an aura of coldness, akin to a sinister serpent, and is quite the lone wolf. He simply does not align with my disposition. Inuzuka, I erupted in laughter, playfully tapping the little rascal's forehead and teasing, "You pompous little brat, you are but a baby. Where do you derive the title of a handsome young lad?" However, imagining you alongside Orochimaru as a student does seem rather awkward. Inuzuka Juki chuckled. "Indeed, I plan to test the waters with Orochimaru in a few days. I have a hunch that he is shrouded in mystery. If it is indeed a forbidden technique of wood release, he may not regard it as taboo, and perhaps I could glean some insights." The little one clapped his hands, rising to his feet and declaring, "But even if he has nothing to offer, I shall request Minato-sensei's guidance. There is still a chance I could learn wood release. Furthermore, one never knows when I might suddenly awaken this ability. Everything will fall into place naturally. There is no need to fret. Even if I cannot master wood release techniques as a genius of the Inuzuka clan, I shall still be immensely powerful." Observing Inuzuka Juki standing tall and composed, Inuzuka, I felt her earlier anxiety dissipate into tranquility. Indeed, even without the power of a bloodline limit, her son was still an extraordinary genius. As time flowed like water, quietly slipping away without a ripple, the seemingly monotonous days of study and training invigorated Inuzuka Juki, who approached it with the enthusiasm of a child with a new toy. In the secret training grounds of the Inuzuka clan, a resounding bang echoed through the air before a thick wooden wall constructed from nearly 20 solid wooden planks. White wood shavings shot outwards in a whirlwind. A small figure stood there, adopting an archery stance, with his right hand nearly embedded within the wooden wall. Inuzuka Juki exhaled deeply, slowly retracting his hand. In doing so, a hole, a mere 10 centimeters in diameter, yet twice its depth, was revealed. S1's gaze pulled back. It became evident that the massive wooden wall was riddled with holes of various sizes, creating a spectacular sight. These pits were the result of Inuzuka Juki dedicating all his energy to the second stage of training for the Rasengan. Now, his speed in forming chakra orbs had skyrocketed, and the amount of chakra he could control had significantly increased, resulting in a qualitative change in the power of the Rasengan. If Inuzuka Juki's initial Rasengan could send a genin flying, now even a typical chunin caught in its path would swiftly lose their combat effectiveness. His chakra and mental strength far surpassed that of his peers, granting a natural amplification effect to every technique in his arsenal. Amidst a pack of small ninja dogs, Yukimaru, reveling in his newfound status, scampered over upon seeing his young master conclude his training, wagging his tail enthusiastically. Months had passed, and Yukimaru had grown into a robust young dog, no longer able to be placed atop a hat or head as he once was. Now, Yukimaru's prowess was formidable, excelling in speed, senses, explosive power, and bite strength compared to his peers. Inuzuka Juki's curiosity was piqued by Yukimaru's rapid growth and strength due to their shared training and companionship, filling him with immense joy. The stronger Yukimaru became, the more potent their collaboration would be in executing the clan's techniques, a matter of life and death for Inuzuka Juki, who welcomed this development with open arms. Next on his agenda was practicing the single-handed Rasengan, but before that, it was time to pay a visit to Orochimaru. While others were training hawks, he was honing his skills with snakes. How impressive! Inuzuka Juki stroked Yukimaru's sleek fur, a flicker of delight crossing his round face. It seemed that even Orochimaru, with his frosty demeanor, must be curious as to why he had yet to pay him a visit. The following day, Inuzuka Juki indulged in some playful moments with a half-year-old puppy, Inuzuka Hana, before discussing his intentions to visit Orochimaru with Inuzuka Shigeru and Inuzuka Tsum. While the Inuzuka clan had long been supporters of the Hokage line, they could not disregard Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, especially since he had taken the initiative to extend goodwill. Thus, the clan leaders welcomed Inuzuka Juki's association with Orochimaru, that in their eyes, Orochimaru's accomplishments and reputation were at their peak during this period. Although his demeanor was aloof, his character was deemed trustworthy. Inuzuka Juki reported to his family, fulfilling both his familial duty and ensuring his safety. However, he remained vigilant concerning Orochimaru, fully aware of the latter's future trajectory. Surely, his underground laboratory must have been secretly established somewhere around the village by now. Had Orochimaru already colluded with Danzo to commence clandestine experiments on living subjects? Inuzuka Juki could not be certain. But having witnessed the devastation of the Second Ninja War and the loss of many ninjas, particularly his closest companion Tsunade's brother and lover, he felt the fragility of life, which had intensified Orochimaru's obsession with immortality. True geniuses often possess a streak of obsession. It was evident that Orochimaru was not only a bona fide genius, but also a madman to the extreme. Orochimaru's residence lay on the outskirts of Konoha, slightly remote for someone of his stature. However, given his solitary nature, he preferred the quietude of such an environment, which harmonized well with his character. Inuzuka Juki stood on tiptoe to ring the doorbell, then clasped his hands behind his back, awaiting entry. Since he was here to collect a debt, albeit a debt of goodwill, he felt it necessary to present himself with a semblance of stature. Though a hint of trepidation lingered in his heart, he understood that he must not falter in his demeanor. "Come in," a gravelly voice echoed from within. Without hesitation, Inuzuka Juki pushed the door open and stepped inside. "Quite bold, little one. It is rare for a child to come here alone," remarked Orochimaru, clad in a white robe, his serpent-like eyes observing Inuzuka Juki as he approached with a calm demeanor. A faint smile graced his pale visage. It must be said that while Orochimaru exuded coldness, he possessed a unique charm in terms of appearance and aura. "What is there to fear? Lord Orochimaru, you are a true hero of Konoha. Had it not been for your exceptionally cool and distinguished demeanor, I believe many children, like myself, would flock to you eagerly." Inuzuka Shu approached Orochimaru, slightly bowed in greeting, and said with a cheerful smile. Orochimaru's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, as if he had not anticipated that this little fellow not only possessed audacity, but also displayed Quite a remarkable eloquence, by immediately elevating himself to the status of a great hero and idol. It would indeed be beneath him to make things difficult for such a young child. Orochimaru could see through Inuzuka's intentions effortlessly, yet he did not resent being praised. Moreover, accustomed to subordinates and juniors who cowered before him, the sudden arrival of a bold and silver-tongued child was rather amusing. Orochimaru's response was succinct, perfectly in line with his character as the enigmatic snake. This left Inuzuka momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 15. Are you joking, Uncle Snake? You possess wind attribute chakra? What kind of ninjutsu do you desire? How about the great breakthrough of wind? Orochimaru glanced at the spirited Inuzuka and spoke plainly. Inuzuka looked at him in disbelief, his lips slightly pursed. The great breakthrough of wind is a chaotic technique of the wind element. It seems Kakashi mastered this ninjutsu in the original story, though it lacks lethality, making it quite suitable for evading encirclement. However, you're Orochimaru. Are you truly serious about presenting such a ninjutsu? Sir, I suddenly recalled that I have several training tasks yet to complete. It was a pleasure, but I must take my leave. Inuzuka cheerfully stated before turning on his heel and striding away. What a clever lad, playing the game of feigned retreat with me. How juvenile indeed. Orochimaru watched the little one approach the door with a bemused expression, but when he noticed Inuzuka's resolute steps toward the exit, Orochimaru's expression shifted slightly. Goodness, he is serious? If this loquacious little brat were to proclaim this outside, my reputation for being petty would surely spread throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village like wildfire. Wait a moment. I was merely jesting. Orochimaru's voice rang out, causing the figure at the door to halt abruptly. Inuzuka chuckled inwardly, thinking, does he think he can toy with me? Does he perceive me as a mere 3-year-old? Though his mind was full of disdain, a hint of hesitation crossed his face as he replied. A joke? Oh, who in our Hidden Leaf village, or even in the entire ninja world, does not know that the illustrious Orochimaru always delivers on his promises? His demeanor is stable, and he would never stoop to joke, especially not with a child. What a grand figure Orochimaru is. How could he possess such trivial tastes, right? The youthful voice echoed in the courtyard, causing Orochimaru's slitted eyes to quiver slightly. Observing Inuzuka, who stood poised yet steady, he felt an urge to reprimand him. Look at the words he spoke. Every compliment on the surface was laced with sharpness beneath, as cutting as a knife. Indeed, he is truly a talented child from the Inuzuka clan. Sharp-tongued and quick-witted, in a flash. Orochimaru seized Inuzuka, pulling him into his abode. Inuzuka felt a rush of wind whip past his ears, and after a brief moment of disorientation, he found himself in a spacious study. A row of somewhat antiquated walnut bookshelves housed not only thick tomes, but also numerous ninjutsu scrolls, the count exceeding 100 upon closer inspection. Orochimaru set Inuzuka down and slightly raised his chin, addressing the now visibly disgruntled child. This is a collection I have amassed over the years. While not all ninjutsu here are classified as forbidden techniques, they are certainly close in caliber. And in some aspects, they surpass certain so-called forbidden arts. I do not know what you seek, but you may peruse these scrolls at your leisure, though ultimately, you may only take one scroll with you. At this juncture, Orochimaru glanced at the clock within the room and said to Inuzuka, I will grant you 1 hour. After that, regardless of whether you have selected a technique you desire, you must vacate this space, of course. Orochimaru added with a cryptic tone. I have heard you are quite intelligent. Thus, if you can memorize more ninjutsu within this hour, it will be to your benefit. You see, I have always been quite generous to true geniuses. With that, Orochimaru patted Inuzuka on the shoulder before walking away with his hands clasped behind his back. Thank you. Inuzuka called after Orochimaru's retreating figure. Given that these techniques belong to Orochimaru, their value is evident. Regardless of his motives, the fact that Orochimaru has opened his private study for him warrants sincere gratitude. However, this gratitude was not entirely unfounded. Inuzuka understood that true forbidden techniques would not be found in this study, but rather in Orochimaru's top-secret laboratory, or at least in some concealed chambers. Contemplating this, Inuzuka surveyed the bookshelves. a glimmer of intrigue flickering in his dark eyes. A study, a bookshelf, a secret chamber. How familiar this plot feels. In various dramas from another world, many powerful figures' secret rooms are often hidden behind bookshelves. In the world of Naruto, could there be a teleportation array hidden behind these shelves? Shaking his head, he ceased his wandering thoughts. His gaze swept over the rows of scrolls, his brow furrowing slightly as he stepped forward. Time was limited to just 1 hour, creating a sense of urgency. As Inuzuka Shu perused the scrolls in the study, Orochimaru stood in the courtyard, a glimmer of dark light flashing in his eyes. Accompanied by a faint cold smile, he had keenly sensed the presence of figures flitting around his residence. Could they be members of the Umbu under the Hokage? Or perhaps shadows dispatched by the Inuzuka clan? Or perhaps a combination of both? It seems that this boy, Inuzuka Shu, is indeed regarded with great importance, compared to the singularly inherited Kakashi Itaki or the proud Uchiha Shursui. This child, known to the outside world as the hope of the Inuzuka clan, holds far greater value for alliances. Yet, it seems the old man and the Inuzuka clan have underestimated my capacity. Orochimaru, since I have decided to foster a favorable relationship, how could I act unfavorably toward that little brat? Foolish. Closing his eyes, Orochimaru disregarded the prying eyes outside. At the same time, Inuzuka, performing an escort mission in the Land of Fire, felt a wave of anxiety upon learning of her son's possession of a top-secret level talent. Inuzuka, was filled with trepidation, completely losing her previous calm and composure. Little she must be meeting with Orochimaru by now, right? Although I am confident that esteemed gentleman harbors no malicious intent. The name Orochimaru and his formidable, ruthless reputation are well known. That little rascal has always been quite talkative. I hope he does not provoke the whims of that peculiar man. It appears this single mother possesses some self-awareness. While Inuzuka Shu is bright and lively, his mischievousness and knack for trouble are not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of white smoke, gazing at the meditative Orochimaru through the telescope technique. Leaning back in his chair, the third Hokage released a sigh amidst the swirling smoke. Yes, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen took great pride in his accomplishments within the Hidden Leaf Village. However, when it came to mentoring disciples, despite the formidable prowess of the legendary three, none among them exhibited the ambition or qualities necessary to become the next Hokage. Tsunade, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage and a descendant of the Senju clan, was the ideal candidate for the fourth Hokage. Alas, after the Second Shinobi War, the loss of her lover and brother left her suffering from hemophobia, a ninja with psychological afflictions, regardless of their strength, could never be considered for the Hokage position. Another disciple, Jiraiya, although appearing eccentric and overly carefree, possessed strength of a legendary caliber. Unfortunately, he had a wandering spirit, deeply resistant to the burdens of the Hokage's role. Currently, Orochimaru seemed to harbor such ambitions, with unfathomable power. Yet his character, temperament, and approach to interpersonal relations diverged significantly from the ideals of the Hokage's will. The Hokage, naturally, must be the strongest ninja in the Hidden Leaf. Yet being the Hokage requires more than mere strength. Thus, when Orochimaru expressed interest in the Hokage position and began to extend goodwill toward the clans within the village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the one who understood his nature best, felt little joy in his heart that put it bluntly, the ones who should be competing for the position are not, while those who should not are vying for it. How could the third Hokage not be troubled by this? That little rascal, Inuzuka Shu, had just made an appointment with Minato Namikaze to become his disciple, yet now he was so openly accepting Orochimaru's advances that it is not apparent, but at such a tender age. He already possesses the potential to tread the path of duplicity. Naturally, as an elder who has silently observed Inuzuka Kiba's growth, coupled with the private reports from Inuzuka Shigeru, Sarutobi Hiruzen is well aware that Kiba's admiration for Namikaze Minato is genuine. While his relationship with Orochimaru is one of passive collaboration, neither initiated nor rejected. After all, Orochimaru is a direct disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, and before the next Hokage is determined, such considerations must be accommodated. Thus, Hiruzen is curious as to why this exceptionally clever lad, Kiba, holds Minato in such high esteem and trust. This is indeed a pivotal decision regarding a lifelong mentorship. From Shigeru's feedback, it is evident that this decision to seek Minato's tutelage was entirely Kiba's own. And without a shadow of a doubt, Minato is a pupil of Jiraiya, currently a Nin of remarkable strength, with a cheerful disposition and handsome appearance, and he is wed to Kushina Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha. This configuration is indeed a quintessential representation of the Hokage lineage. Hiruzen has been discreetly evaluating Minato and has even considered him as a candidate for future Hokage. But all of this has been conducted in secrecy. Could it be that Kiba has discerned his sentiments towards Minato through these meticulous arrangements? Impossible. The fact that Kushina is a Jinchuriki is classified information within Konoha. Aside from Minato and his wife, only a few high-ranking officials are privy to it. Although the Inuzuka clan is staunchly loyal to the Hokage, they lack the qualification to know the intricacies of such confidential matters. Therefore, Kiba's choice to apprentice under Minato, could it truly be, as he claims, a bond forged through appearance and shared temperament? Nonsense! That young rascal is far from naive. The third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe. Then, in a petulant manner, exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Chapter 16. The Arrival of the Future Matron Hokage-sama. You're secretly smoking in your office again, huffed a strikingly beautiful woman with crimson hair, her brow furrowing in disdain. After a few light coughs to clear the pungent smoke, she waved her hand dismissively at the offending haze, expressing her discontent. Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively flinched, hastily putting down his pipe, and helplessly replied to the woman, "Kushina, I only indulge in a few puffs occasionally. Is it truly necessary to report this to Paipahu? Furthermore, this is the Hokage's office. You always burst in here without any decorum. Now that we are married, you ought to adopt a more gentle demeanor. This red-haired woman is none other than Kushina Uzumaki, wife of Namikaze Minato, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konoha, a survivor of the Uzumaki clan from the Land of Grass." Kushina pouted and retorted, "I'm already quite gentle now. Just ask Minato." Hiruzen was left speechless, pondering whether it was even necessary to consult Minato on this matter. Thankfully, Minato's gentle nature allows him to tolerate Kushina's fiery temperament, which could otherwise be unbearable for an average person, as a member of the first Hokage's family and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kushina holds a unique status within Konoha, and even Hiruzen, the third Hokage, rarely asserts his authority in her presence. Moreover, due to her tragic past and her lively, endearing personality, Kushina is adored by Hiruzen's wife, Sarutobi Paipahu, who treats her as if she were her own daughter. Thus, when Kushina threatens to report, it is a foregone conclusion that she will do so. In fact, during the time of Kushina's childbirth in the original story, it was Sarutobi Paipahu who was responsible for her protection. If not for her deep affection for this girl, how could the former Hokage's wife possibly attend to Kushina during such a significant moment? After a brief moment of hesitation, Kushina recalled her purpose for visiting the third Hokage and, with a puffed-up demeanor, exclaimed, "Hokage-sama, where exactly did you send Minato on his mission? It has been nearly half a month since he left." The newlywed couple, particularly Kushina at just 18 years of age, is still imbued with youthful sentimentality. Although she understands a ninja's fate often entails prolonged separations, she cannot help but feel a twinge of worry and melancholy. Additionally, as the Jinchuriki of Konoha, she has been under the strict protection of the Umbu, making it impossible for her to leave the village, thus rendering the wait for her husband's return all the more excruciating. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and replied in a low voice, "This is a village secret. Even as Hokage, I must adhere to the rules of the ninja code. Moreover, it has only been 10 days. I once left for an entire month. However, considering the timeline, he should be back soon." Upon seeing Kushina extend her tiny hands, her gaze fixed on his beloved goatee, Hiruzen felt a pang of anxiety and quickly ceased reminiscing about the past, casually revealing Minato's estimated return. Yet, it irked him that he, as Hokage, was being threatened by a younger generation. Thus, the third Hokage's eyes glinted mischievously as he turned to Kushina, saying, I have heard that Minato has accepted that little rascal from the Inuzuka clan as his apprentice. But it seems Orochimaru is also quite interested in this Inuzuka Kiba. Who knows, before Minato returns, that little disciple might be snatched away. Who dares to steal my husband's apprentice? Ha! In their dreams, and that Inuzuka Kiba. How come he hasn't come to visit his future matron during this long span? Truly unacceptable. The straightforward and competitive Kushina's eyes narrowed, and with a resounding slap, her small hand struck the Hokage's desk, startling the third Hokage. With that, the irate Kushina vanished from her spot, leaving behind a billowing mane of red hair and the creaking sounds of the office door that I merely intended to divert the topic and redirect her focus. Surely she won't seek out Orochimaru and cause trouble, will she? The third Hokage stood in stunned silence, a peculiar sense of unease creeping into his heart. In Orochimaru's study, Inuzuka Kiba was oblivious to the outside world, entirely engrossed in his studies. Indeed, you read that correctly. He was studying that Orochimaru's collection consisted of rare ninjutsu texts, particularly scrolls detailing the bloodline limits of various ninja villages, which Kiba examined with particular interest. More importantly, he discovered numerous formidable techniques within. For instance, the fire release, great fireball technique, earth release, earth flow wall, water release, waterfall technique, wind release, vacuum blade, and even some secret techniques from other hidden villages were meticulously documented. Of course, Orochimaru's signature techniques, such as the hidden shadow, snake hands, and soft body modification, were also included. However, Kiba had little interest in snake-related ninjutsu and merely skimmed through those sections. Regrettably, various prohibited techniques, such as the multiple shadow clone technique from the Book of Seals, the first Hokages would release techniques, the 8 gates that push the human body beyond its physiological limits, and the flying thunder god technique left by the second Hokage, were conspicuously absent. It is understandable. This is Orochimaru's study, and such forbidden ninjutsu could not be displayed so brazenly. Even though Orochimaru is a disciple of the Hokage, he cannot deliberately contravene such rules. Thus, having chosen the scroll detailing the wind release, vacuum blade technique, Kiba began to harness his extraordinary mental prowess to memorize some A and B rank earth, water, and wind ninjutsu techniques, although some techniques he could not yet practice. It was prudent to enrich his arsenal of jutsu for future use, and hours swiftly passed, and as the study door creaked open, Orochimaru simultaneously opened his eyes that, wind release. Vacuum blade? A commendable choice, Orochimaru remarked as he accepted the ninjutsu scroll from Kiba's hands, his tone suggesting he had anticipated this. Yet, noticing the slight weariness on Kiba's youthful face, he understood that the lad had undoubtedly been diligently memorizing various techniques. To commit such intricate ninjutsu to memory is no trivial feat. It seems this young rascal is indeed a prodigy with an exceptional memory, and his mental acuity appears to be quite impressive as well. With this in mind, Orochimaru's gaze towards Kiba began to shift, contemplating the possibility of taking him as a disciple. Although Kiba had initially pledged his apprenticeship to Minato, he had yet to formalize that commitment. Thus, forcibly claiming him as a student wouldn't seem entirely unjust, somewhat satisfactory, but ultimately, I wish to see the ninjutsu I seek. None of it is present here. Kiba, oblivious to Orochimaru's covetous gaze, shook his head with a hint of regret. How audacious! What ninjutsu do you desire? Orochimaru responded, his voice retaining its characteristic coolness. Kiba looked up with a cheerful grin and replied, perhaps the signature techniques of our first and second Hokage, as well as those of our third Hokage, who is renowned as the doctor of ninjutsu, as his disciple. Shouldn't you have some of those esteemed techniques in your collection? Hence, I find myself slightly disappointed. Orochimaru chuckled in irritation, gesturing towards Kiba. You are truly audacious. The techniques of the first and second Hokage are coveted by all in the ninja world. Nearly classified as forbidden or even sage-level techniques, I have never even laid eyes on them, let alone collected them. Since you have already chosen your ninjutsu, you should take your leave. Do not think to exploit my kindness, or I shall set my snakes upon you. Upon hearing the words, Inuzuka Shu turned pale, hastily clutching the scroll that contained the wind release, vacuum blade technique, and vanished before Orochimaru like a small whirlwind. This little fellow had been terrified of snakes since childhood, and upon hearing that Orochimaru intended to keep him company with his serpentine pets, he felt as though every hair on his body was standing on end. Orochimaru watched the disappearing figure of Inuzuka, Shu, with a cold smile. But his thoughts were occupied with another matter. The signature technique of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was undoubtedly would release, yet it was Hashirama himself who empowered this technique. The mysterious power contained within the cells of the first Hokage was the true source of the wood release's might. Little one, I desire the power of the first Hokage even more than you do. After waiting quietly in the courtyard for a while, Orochimaru returned to his chamber. Suddenly, his figure transformed into a mound of earth before silently sinking into the ground. When he reappeared, he found himself in an unknown underground space that he strolled down a dim, cold, and narrow passage, and upon reaching a corner, he gently pressed against a wall, causing a stone door to rise with a rumble, revealing a blinding light. Under the illumination, a laboratory of nearly 100 square feet was unveiled. Amidst the chaotic pipes and various vessels, the most striking feature was a row of glass petri dishes containing a pale green liquid, 10 in total. Even more astonishing was that within each rectangular dish, mysterious liquid suspended the forms of 10 slumbering infants. Under the harsh white light, the green liquid reflected the swaying illumination throughout the room. Orochimaru's elongated figure appeared particularly enigmatic and daunting. Meanwhile, after Inuzuka Shu dashed out of Orochimaru's residence, he barely had time to catch his breath when a flash of red light caught his attention, and he collided into a fragrant embrace. Instinctively, he nudged his head against something soft and plush resting above him, only to hear a sharp scream in his ear. Suddenly, a gust of wind erupted, and Inuzuka Shu looked up in astonishment to see a shadow darting away. Bang! A sharp pain shot through his head, and with a cry, he curled up on the ground, cradling his head. Uzumaki Kushina, hands on her hips and flushed with anger, glared at the small creature who was now wailing and teary-eyed. Her vibrant red hair seemed to rise in a frenzy due to her agitation. This reaction was understandable. She had intended to wait for Inuzuka Shu to emerge from Orochimaru's abode for a cordial meeting as a mentor and disciple. However, upon arriving at the entrance, she witnessed the little one fleeing in panic. Just as she bent down to greet him, he leaped into her arms and, rather audaciously, rubbed against a most inappropriate area. Although she recognized that it was an innocent mistake, Kushina, known for her fiery temperament and sensitivity, instinctively delivered a punch to the little rascal. Yet upon seeing the adorable boy with tear-filled eyes, looking shocked and aggrieved, her heart melted, and she was overcome with guilt for her violent outburst. Such a beautiful child. How could I have laid a hand on him? Kushina thought to herself. Chapter 17. Targeted? This is the renowned Kushina. Inuzuka Shu squatted on the ground, gazing up at the woman with flowing red hair, his heart fluttering slightly. But soon after, the little fellow sprang up and shouted indignantly, "Who are you? Why did you hit me?" Kushina frowned slightly, straightened up, and glared at Inuzuka Shu, retorting, "Because you deserved it. Besides, it's a sunny day. I was just finding something to do." Inuzuka Shu was momentarily stunned. This reasoning was undeniably robust, so absurd it was nearly irrefutable. "Oh, truly do not recognize me?" Inuzuka Shu asked, his innocent and clear eyes causing Kushina's surface defiance to waver. Unable to contain her curiosity, she blinked and countered, "I've never seen you before. How could I possibly know you?" Inuzuka Shu looked utterly baffled, but inwardly he was reveling in the amusing nature of this first encounter with his future mentor. "Has your teacher, Minato, never mentioned his wife in front of you?" Uzumaki Kushina's expression shifted dramatically as she clenched her teeth and inquired, though this little one hadn't officially become a disciple yet. They had already developed a mentor-disciple relationship, and he had never spoken of her existence. Humph. Inuzuka Shu suppressed a laugh, biting his finger thoughtfully as he said, "Minato-sensei's wife? You mean my future mentor? Well, he often speaks of her. I hear she is a beautiful, gentle, kind, adorable, and powerful kunoichi." "What was her name again?" "Ah yes, Kushina." Upon hearing Inuzuka Shu's earnest and sincere description, a radiant smile blossomed on Kushina's face, yet it froze in place the very next moment. However, Inuzuka Shu cast her a sidelong glance and questioned incredulously, "You, this violent woman, do you know Lady Kushina? Are you her friend? My future mentor has poor judgment in friends. They say birds of feather flock together. The ancients truly have misled me." Ouch! Bang! The countenance of the woman, often described as gentle and kind, shifted dramatically as she could no longer restrain herself, delivering another punch to the little rascal's head. A quarter of an hour later, in a cozy and uniquely decorated room, the two sat cross-legged on the small tea table. A pot of fragrant flower tea wafted its aroma. "Am I gentle?" Kushina gracefully extended her wrist, elegantly lifting her teacup, casting a glance at the sorrowful face of Inuzuka Shu, and smilingly inquired, "Truly gentle." Inuzuka Shu rubbed his still slightly numb head and let out a resigned sigh, eventually succumbing to the threat emanating from Kushina's gaze. Observing the little one's pained expression as he attempted to appease her, the straightforward Kushina could not help but burst into laughter. "Of course, however, I heard from Minato that he taught you the newly developed jutsu, Rasengan. You should know that I also played a part in its creation. It's an A-rank jutsu, and its training difficulty is quite considerable. At your age, even with great talent, you shouldn't rush the process. Training in the Rasengan is also an essential form of enlightenment." Realizing she nearly let something slip, Kushina quickly shifted the topic. In truth, Kushina's words were not unfounded. Minato was able to develop the Rasengan so swiftly thanks to their ingenious collaboration, and Kushina, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, had indeed provided significant insights into the principles of tailed beast bombs. After all, the Rasengan itself was derived from tailed beast bomb techniques, and Inuzuka Shu was merely retracing the process. "Thank you for the guidance, sensei." Inuzuka Shu understood his future mentor's good intentions, and thus a smile crept onto his small face. "Did you go to Orochimaru's today to learn jutsu? Are you not satisfied with having Minato as your teacher and wish to become Orochimaru's disciple as well?" Kushina set down her teacup and regarded the little one, who was adeptly sipping tea like a small adult, with a probing gaze that, "I simply went to Orochimaru to collect a debt. My teacher will always and only be Minato. I, Inuzuka Shu, would never stoop to such fickleness." "Sensei, are you insulting my integrity? This is serious. Though you are my mentor, if I do not get at least 2 bowls of delicious ramen, I will not forgive you." Inuzuka Shu declared in astonishment and indignation while holding up his teacup. "Oh, what debt does Orochimaru owe you?" Kushina asked, her beautiful eyes widening in curiosity. She appeared utterly unconcerned about the little one's claims of insult to his character and culinary extortion. However, after listening to Inuzuka Shu recount the details of Orochimaru's apologies, Kushina's eyes twinkled as she realized she had been misled by the third Hokage. Now that she understood the truth of the matter, how could she ease the slightly awkward atmosphere? "I need an answer, and I need it fast." "Well, third Hokage, you may be unprincipled, but do not blame me for being unjust. It was the third Hokage who said you wished to apprentice under Orochimaru, and I was misled by him. I thought that with Minato's discerning eye, he would prioritize character over talent in choosing a disciple. Well, if you wish to learn any new jutsu in the future, you need not seek far and wide. Even if Minato is not in the village, you can come to me. Little Shu, I am quite formidable, you know, with no qualms." Kushina shifted the blame onto the third Hokage and made a promise to the little disciple who had caught her husband's attention. Inuzuka Shu's heart leapt with joy, and he promptly stood up, bowing to the smiling woman across from him, and sincerely said, "Thank you, sensei." This is indeed Uzumaki Kushina, although the original work does not vividly portray her strength. As the host of the most formidable Nine-Tails fox, Uzumaki Kushina possesses an innate abundance of chakra, a trait of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with their renowned sealing techniques. Thus, her power is undeniably substantial. If she were to unleash her full potential, even against the future formidable Kakashi and Guy, she would not necessarily be at a significant disadvantage. Now, to witness such a powerful ninja willingly offer to impart her jutsu, is an unexpected delight. A truly monumental surprise that to exemplify her qualities as a devoted wife and mother. Kushina personally prepared a sumptuous lunch for her husband's apprentice. When Inuzuka Shuku exited the Namikaze household, the afternoon sun was already high in the sky. He waved goodbye to Kushina at the door, her figure illuminated by the sunlight, her crimson hair strikingly beautiful and radiant, of course. Even more dazzling was the gentle smile gracing her features. Indeed, she is a kind and lovely sensei. As Inuzuka Shuku turned away, a smile crept onto his lips. First there was Namikaze Minato, and now Uzumaki Kushina. Two of his favorite characters from the original story had forged such an intimate bond with him, leaving him with a surreal sense of wonder. The emergence of this bond signifies a connection of fate. So, with his arrival, would the destinies of the Namikaze couple be altered? Contemplative, Inuzuka Shuku gradually strolled out of the village, heading toward the forest he often frequented. The guards at the entrance were already well acquainted with this once mischievous child. Upon seeing him emerge, they teased him about his habitual bird-nesting escapades. Inuzuka Shuku merely chuckled, offering no further explanation. Thus, his small figure gradually faded into the woods. In the tranquil courtyard of the Inuzuka family, Shikamu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them and glanced at the sky, feeling a twinge of curiosity about his young master's absence during lunch. However, Shuku often ventured out alone on weekends, so Shikamaru had grown accustomed to it. Yet with Inuzuka Ishi dispatched on a mission early that day, and Shuku attending to personal matters, the lively and energetic Shikamaru found himself somewhat bored. Consequently, he sprang to his feet, transforming into a swift flash of white, racing toward the ninja dog base. Yes, Shikamaru had not forgotten that his group of loyal canine companions awaited him there, in the woods beyond the village, as Inuzuka Shuku engaged in his customary tree-climbing training, followed by a series of squats and frog leaps. Pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion, he finally settled down in a lush patch of grass. Quietly attuning himself to the surrounding flora, his chakra deepened and his control strengthened, alongside the gradual perfect fusion of his dual mental energies. Inuzuka Shuku began to perceive the life force of the plants around him, albeit only in areas where vegetation flourished. This mysterious power, akin to natural energy, captivated him immensely. Inuzuka Shuku, absorbed in his meditative training, appeared from a distance to be merely a worn-out child resting. However, should anyone approach him, they would notice his prolonged breaths and the faint green luminescence shimmering around him. These orbs glowed with an almost transparent hue, while the wild grass beneath him seemed to sway in rhythm with his breathing, revealing a vibrant sheen and a delicate layer of mist forming upon their surfaces. Yet, these peculiarities were concealed by the surrounding flora, rendering them imperceptible from afar. I could see this moment, deep within the woods. Atop a towering tree, a tall figure clad in green ninja attire and wearing a mask appeared, his brown eyes fixated intently on the meditating Inuzuka Shuku, initially flickering with hesitation before solidifying into a cold, resolute gaze. Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Kushina, Orochimaru, the third Hokage. This little brat from the Inuzuka clan is not only a prodigy, but seems to be a rather significant spark of potential. If I were to capture him and return him to the land of water, those fellows from the Mist Village should find this little rascal quite intriguing. After all, the Inuzuka clan of Konoha, with their acute sense of smell and hearing, are among the greatest nemesis of the Mist assassination techniques. Watanabe Nozomu, a spy from the Mist Village who had been undercover in Konoha since the Second Shinobi World War, observed the seemingly unguarded Inuzuka Shuku with a sinister grin. Then, like a gust of wind, Watanabe Nozomu dove from the treetops, his hands, wrapped in white bandages, lunged toward the boy's neck with malicious intent. Chapter 18. The frenzied canine barrage got you. Watanabe Nozomu's figure moved like lightning, almost instantaneously appearing behind Inuzuka Shuku, a powerful hand gripping tightly around the child's slender neck. The ease with which he captured his target filled Watanabe Nozomu with a sense of triumph. Indeed, no matter how talented a child may be, they remain just that, a child. Hey, old man, you're celebrating too soon. However, a childish voice suddenly rang out from behind him, causing Watanabe Nozomu's expression to shift dramatically. As the youthful voice echoed, an ear-piercing sound of slicing air followed, and a small fist enveloped in blue chakra unexpectedly appeared in his hurried glance. Bang! Crack! A thunderous roar erupted, followed by the sound of shattering bones. Watanabe Nozomu let out a scream as his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby tree with a resounding thud. Lying beneath the tree, Watanabe Nozomu spat out a mouthful of crimson blood. His left arm, which he had hastily raised to block the attack, now limply hanging at his side. The exposed arm, marred by bruises and blood, bore the marks of his injury. This punch had utterly incapacitated the left arm of a seasoned nin. Furthermore, the overwhelming force had reverberated through his arm, injuring his internal organs. Watanabe Nozomu's bloodshot eyes fixated on the small figure not far away. Although the child maintained a poised fist, the incongruity of the scene left Watanabe Nozomu feeling frustrated and pained. In his peripheral vision, the child he had just captured appeared to transform into a wooden stump, plummeting to the ground. What a miscalculation! Watanabe Nozomu's expression paled, a wave of regret washing over him. At some point, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, this seemingly slumbering child had unexpectedly detected his intended ambush and, in the blink of an eye, performed a substitution technique, utilizing an unimaginable speed to appear behind him and deliver that astonishingly powerful punch. Indeed, a punch of incredible strength. Watanabe Nozomu, with his grievously injured body, bore witness to the origins of that blow. Little brat, how do you possess Tsunade's monstrous strength? Watanabe Nozomu slowly pushed himself up. Leaning against the tree, his voice laced with resentment. What does that have to do with you? How dare you lay hands on me, the beloved child prodigy of Konoha? Enough is enough. Speak. Which hidden village do you belong to? Inuzuka Shuka took a few steps forward, his tone proud and piercing, yet turning sharp as a blade at the end. How do you know? The moment Watanabe Nozomu was taken aback by the child's self-aggrandizement. He instinctively blurted out his question, only to realize too late the folly of his words. Ha! Foolish as a pig. Inuzuka Shuka scoffed, unreservedly mocking him. Watanabe Nozomu's face flushed crimson, a surge of murderous intent welling up within him. He was a seasoned nin who had experienced the Second Shinobi World War, and in certain respects, his strength was not inferior to that of an average nin. Yet now he found himself ridiculed by a mere 4-year-old child, igniting an inferno of rage within him. Little brat, do not underestimate a ninja, Watanabe Nozomu bellowed furiously, his right hand sweeping through the air as 3 shuriken whistled through the air toward Inuzuka Shuku. Simultaneously, Watanabe Nozomu formed a hand seal, uttering a low incantation. Mist technique? As Inuzuka Shuka drew out his kunai to block and deflect the 3 shooting shuriken, a thick white mist began to envelop Watanabe Nozomu, swiftly shrouding a 100-meter radius of the forest within mere seconds. The figures of Inuzuka Shuku and Watanabe Nozomu vanished into the eerie fog. Inuzuka Shuku stood still, his eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Yet in the nearly impenetrable mist, the utility of his sight diminished to nearly zeroed, unless one possessed the Byakugan of the High Ga clan. Even a Sharingan would struggle to penetrate the dense fog. Nevertheless, Inuzuka Shuku remained unperturbed. If his opponent believed that this mere mist technique could provide him with cover, then he was gravely mistaken. To underestimate the genius of the Inuzuka clan was truly a lesson learned too late. Inuzuka Shuku closed his eyes and brought his fist to his nose. Inhaling deeply, a slight smirk crept onto his lips. I admit I underestimated you before. Now, let this infant show you the true brutality of ninja combat. Little brat, you will die. Just then, Watanabe Nozomu's fluctuating voice echoed from within the thick fog. A disabled man. Yet he speaks so boastfully. Hey, missed village fool, if you have the ability, come kill me. Inuzuka Shuki, with a kunai gripped firmly in his left hand, clenched his right fist tightly before releasing a merciless laugh. It must be said that this mischievous child had nearly maxed out his skill points in the art of mockery. Each word cut like a knife. Each phrase struck like an arrow, piercing the heart of Watanabe Nozomu, who lay concealed within the thick fog, greatly provoking the mist ninja known for his unwavering will, seeking death. Watanabe no Zomu snorted coldly. And in the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly appeared behind Inuzuka Shuki, a dark kunai swiftly slicing toward the boy's throat. The silent killing technique, a ninjutsu famously mastered by Momochi Zabuza in the original Naruto series, was now being unleashed by a mist ninja. Although Watanabe no Zomu had not yet attained the rank of Jonin, his prowess often shone brightly during assassination missions and battles across the ninja world. He was like a ghost hidden in the fog, silently reaping the lives of his adversaries. However, today as circumstances were quite different, for in Watanabe no Zomu's line of sight, the previously closed eyes of Inuzuka Shuki suddenly sprang to life. With a clang, the kunai, radiating a blue wind aura, intercepted what was nearly a fatal blow. Watanabe then witnessed Inuzuka Shuki turning partially around, his jet-black eyes unmistakably filled with derision, but in the next instant. A small fist shot forth like a cannonball, striking Watanabe squarely on the jaw. Bang! Watanabe, as half-crouched form, was sent soaring into the air. Bang! Accompanied by a tremor of the ground, Inuzuka Shuki's diminutive figure followed suit. Leaping high, and in the astonished gaze of the almost unconscious Watanabe no Zomu, a small heel came crashing down toward his abdomen. Frenzied dog barrage! Inuzuka Shuki shouted, his voice imbued with youthful vigor, as he unleashed all his might in a flurry of 3 powerful strikes. This technique, named Frenzied dog barrage, was, of course, a blatant imitation of Sasuke's lioness barrage from the original series. Thanks to Inuzuka Shuki's extraordinary physical prowess, executing Sasuke's Jonin-level technique was effortless for him. Boom! Watanabe no Zomu's body bent like a bow, crashing down to the earth like a meteor, and subsequently lay motionless like a dead fish in the wake of a thunderous roar. The ground trembled violently, cracking under the sheer force of Inuzuka Shuki's relentless assault. In the air, Watanabe no Zomu, now thoroughly unconscious, had succumbed completely. It was fortunate for him that Inuzuka Shuki had shown restraint, considering his status as a spy. Otherwise, with Shuki's current strength, a mere 5 successive strikes would have sufficed to obliterate this mist ninja's head. However, being well-versed in the art of concealing one's true capabilities, Inuzuka Shuki was not one to reveal too many of his trump cards in such a battle. Techniques like the wind release, wind fong, learned from his formidable mother, and the spiraling sphere he had begun to master remained safely tucked away. As for the frenzied dog barrage, Shuki had already demonstrated it in secret training sessions at the Ninja Academy, making it no secret among the upper echelons of Konoha. The only mystery remained how many times he could use it. It seemed that Watanabe no Zomu's undercover life in Konoha was far from smooth. Otherwise, information about Inuzuka Shuki's ability to utilize the frenzied dog barrage would not have been difficult to acquire, or perhaps this man simply did not consider the 4-year-old troublemaker a target of his reconnaissance. After all, Watanabe no Zomu was an elite spy from the mist, preoccupied with numerous significant and dangerous figures, leaving little energy to focus on a mere child. Once Inuzuka Shuki landed, he took a moment to steady his breath before gradually rising to his feet. This was, after all, his first life-and-death combat, and the tension was unavoidable. For an ordinary child, facing such a powerful Chunin would render them breathless and weak-kneed, overwhelmed by the opponent's killing intent. Even Naruto, known for his mischief in the original series, had been left stiff with fear during his first battle, finding it extraordinarily difficult to merely stand. Overall, Inuzuka Shuki found himself quite satisfied with his inaugural life-and-death struggle. He approached the motionless Watanabe no Zomu, gave him a light kick, then pouted, muttering, "I didn't even use my full strength, and you're already down." Pathetic. Had Watanabe no Zomu been conscious, he would have been incensed to the point of losing consciousness. "You little brat, what you unleashed was the overwhelmingly powerful frenzied dog barrage. How dare you claim you didn't exert yourself? Utterly outrageous." Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures adorned with various masks dashed through the forest. Inuzuka Shuki looked up and quickly recognized them as members of Konoha Zanbu. The individual wearing the cat mask was someone Shuki had previously encountered in the Hokage's office. While masks can be deceptive, a person's aura and scent are far more difficult to mimic, and Shuki excelled in the art of scent detection, that you've arrived rather promptly, he remarked. This guy is a spy from the mist. And I've dealt with him, be sure to credit me for it. Okay? Inuzuka Shuki raised a small face, looking utterly innocent. The masked Umbu, clearly the leader, nodded and approached, squatting down to assess Watanabe Nozomu's seemingly lifeless state. Then, suddenly turning to Inuzuka Shuki, disbelief flickered in his exposed eyes. Beneath the mask, his typically composed expression twitched slightly. This little fellow managed to eliminate a Chunin with such violence and decisiveness in such a short span of time. It was truly astonishing. We shall take this individual back for interrogation. And you, little Shuki, should return home quickly. The Hokage is quite concerned for your safety. However, being an experienced individual, he quickly masked his emotional fluctuations. He reached out and gently patted Inuzuka Shuki on the head, his tone revealing a hint of affection. Inuzuka Shuki nodded, smiling. All right. He had ventured outside the village and into the woods. Naturally, the third Hokage, with his extensive network of informants, was aware of his whereabouts. Now that a battle of such intensity had erupted here, it was only fitting that Umbu was dispatched to investigate, demonstrating their genuine concern for his well-being. Well, I should try to stay away from the village outskirts in the future. Today, it was just a Chunin. If news gets out and a powerful Jonin comes after me, that would be disastrous. Inuzuka Shuki, who valued his own life greatly, watched as the Umbu team, carrying the mist ninja, vanished from sight, silently contemplating his next steps. Chapter 19. Quietly grow, little tree eliminating a Chunin spy did not leave a significant impact on Inuzuka Shuki's heart. After all, Watanabe Nozomu was merely a Chunin tasked with gathering and relaying information. In the original series, Naruto, just before his graduation, managed to easily dispatch the scheming spy Ninja Mizuki using the shadow clone technique he had hastily learned. A feat that had once left Irika utterly bewildered. This illustrated that in a world of overwhelming prowess, such pedestrian adversaries were simply bit players. Yet in the eyes of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon receiving the Umbu report, Inuzuka Shuki's abilities were somewhat unexpected, even astonishing to a child just over 4 years old. Despite already exhibiting prodigious talent, displayed remarkable composure, bravery, and skill in a straightforward life-and-death ninja duel. The proficiency he demonstrated, especially in his near-instantaneous defeat of Watanabe Nozomu, revealed a level of strength and potential far beyond what could be encapsulated by the term genius. This child was truly remarkable. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a thick plume of smoke, his deep-set eyes hidden beneath the Hokage's hat glimmering with intrigue. Oh, by the way, Hokage-sama, that child specifically instructed me to ensure you acknowledge his contributions. A figure flickered into existence within the Hokage's office. The Umbu member wearing the cat mask respectfully reported, his tone laced with a hint of jest. Ha! That little rascal. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hearty laughter echoed through the Hokage's office. A few days later, on an evening illuminated by the setting sun, a small figure appeared atop the towering Hokage rock. He sat lightly, his short legs dangling over the head of the third Hokage's stone likeness. Swaying leisurely, exuding an air of tranquility, a gentle breeze swept by, and a childlike melody wafted through the air. Little hero, leaving the village, brave child defeating the great villain that I depart with my robes flowing. Unaware that the Hokage is quite stingy in treasures of gold and silver, no scrolls of ninjutsu, no honors of recognition, no promotion, all thwarted by the old Hokage, disappointing little Shuki's hopes. After a long day, as Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to return home, he fortuitously overheard this clearly improvised song. The whimsical tune momentarily halted the Hokage in his tracks, and the boastful lyrics in the opening lines caused him to shake his head in exasperation, while the latter lines genuinely left him both amused and bewildered. Inuzuka Shuki, humming merrily and rolling his eyes, noticed the familiar figure emerging from the Hokage's office and began to sing even more cheerfully. Smack! Just as he was caught up in his song, a light, crisp slap landed atop his head. Inuzuka Tsubaki let out a small exclamation, cradling his head as he turned around, only to behold the aged visage of Sarutobi Hiruzen, whose face bore a hint of darkness, glaring at him with a fierce countenance. Grandfather Hokage, do you possess the ability to hear the wind? How could you possibly hear this? The little one chuckled, his expression a blend of innocent curiosity and trepidation. Sarutobi Hiruzen scoffed, entirely unfazed by the naive exterior of this mischievous child. Standing there with his hands clasped behind his back, the venerable Hokage gazed down upon the rising smoke of the Hidden Leaf Village. His eyes shadowed beneath the Hokage hat, reflecting profound satisfaction and pride, tinged faintly with sorrow, particularly as he observed the children from the ninja academy frolicking and chasing each other. That palpable sadness deepened, almost tangible in its essence. Little Tsubaki, do you know? My greatest wish is for Konoha to continue developing in tranquility, allowing children like you to grow up carefree, while our ninjas can dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to training and work. My teacher once remarked that I am adept at preserving the status quo, but lack ambition for advancement. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a bitter smile, continuing to ponder aloud. Alas, all of this is ephemeral. In a world rife with conflict and desires, how can Konoha remain untouched? Beneath this seemingly idyllic facade of peace lurks an insidious crisis that sends shivers down one's spine at the mere thought. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his gaze to Inuzuka Tsubaki, his tone grave as he remarked, I long to allow you, especially a child with your extraordinary talent, to delay your entry into the blood-soaked and brutal realm of ninjas for as long as possible. Even if you were to defeat an actual ninja and attain early graduation, the truth remains, few children, particularly those gifted like you, survive to adulthood in the ninja world that I in truth with your potential. Diligent study and training could lead you to become Konoha's secret weapon. Inuzuka Tsubaki looked up with his small face, meeting the third Hokage's gaze. After a prolonged silence, he smiled faintly, clapping his hands as he stood up. Addressing Sarutobi Hiruzen, Grandfather Hokage, you truly are the spiritual leader of Konoha. Your words make my little heart race with emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned peculiar, his lips twitching slightly before he finally retorted. What a little rascal you are. Inuzuka Tsubaki beamed. I understand now that I'm not yet 5 years old, and this beautiful, fulfilling school life is quite enchanting. Moreover, I have so many classmates and teachers who care for me. I cannot bear to leave them just while eat tea this point. The little one seemed to recall something, his brows lifting in amusement as he exclaimed, but it's a bit of pity. If I can't graduate early, then sure Sway and the others won't be able to call me senpai. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled inwardly, yet remarked, Kakashi graduated from the Ninja Academy at the age of 7. Inuzuka Tsubaki shook his tiny fist, declaring, that record is about to be shattered. I decided to graduate at 6. 6, is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at this, momentarily furrowing his brow before relaxing. Indeed, 6, Inuzuka Tsubaki's tone was exceptionally resolute. Yet within his heart, a tempest of thoughts stirred. 2 years hence, it would be the year of Konoha's 46th anniversary, and the Third Great Ninja War would have just commenced, a time fraught with peril and complexity. Without sufficient strength, entering such a battlefield would only lead to a fate akin to that of cannon fodder, as depicted in the original tale. Those who advanced to Chunin status, such as Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, could only accept their tragic fate. Only those of Jonin caliber, like Hatake Kakashi, and those with the strength of a Kaguya, such as Namake's Minato, could survive the blood-soaked battlegrounds through their prowess and a modicum of luck. Could he attain Jonin-level combat prowess in just 2 years? Inuzuka Tsubaki clenched his fists slightly, a confident smile gracing his lips. With his unique talent, the secret techniques of the Inuzuka clan, coupled with the guidance of Minato and Kushina, and the intense pressure of the impending war. 2 years is a substantial span. It would be fascinating to see what strength he would ultimately possess. What a charming and confident child he is. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained blissfully unaware of the calculations swirling in the mind of this little imp. The radiance of the child's smile was so brilliant that even the composed Hokage found himself momentarily entranced. Grandfather Hokage, since I can't graduate early, how about an alternative reward? Perhaps a cash equivalent? Unfortunately, the Hokage's admiration was short-lived, as a cacophony of chattering voices soon filled the air, causing his brow, to twitch in agitation. How could he have been deceived by this little rascal's facade? Just a child who blooms in the sunlight and opens a dye shop with a splash of color. When it comes to rewards, there might be a way. Observing Inuzuka Tsubaki tugging at his sleeve, Sarutobi Hiruzen wore an expression of resigned amusement. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind on your 6th birthday as a graduation and birthday gift. I shall present you with a most extraordinary opportunity. Strive hard, my child. With a gentle adjustment of his Hokage cloak, he left behind a statement that ignited the imagination before vanishing in a puff of smoke from the Hokage rock. Indeed, a shadow clone. He always knows how to keep one guessing. Inuzuka Tsubaki pouted, muttering softly. The calm before the storm? Inuzuka Tsubaki turned around, mimicking the 3rd Hokage's posture, gazing slowly over the seemingly tranquil and harmonious Konoha. In his strikingly contrasting black and white eyes lay depths as profound as a hidden lake, filled with complexities beyond articulation. Then, like a true sapling, he would quietly grow within the fertile soil of Konoha. Snowball, resembling a fluffy snowball, crouched at the foot of Hokage Rock, gazing up at his little master with a couple of soft barks. As mealtime approached, hunger gnawed at him, yet his master remained lost in thought above, causing Snowball to grow anxious. That little glutton! Inuzuka Tsubaki looked down and grinned at Snowball, sticking out his tongue and making a silly face at his companion. Then, like a little jumping bean, he dashed down the stairs along the side of Hokage Rock. The wind whistled past Inuzuka Tsubaki's ears, igniting a fierce thrill within him. In his past life, climbing a tree had been a laborious endeavor. Now, thanks to his precise control over chakra, he could leap down from heights of several dozen meters as if walking on flat ground. The exhilaration was akin to bungee jumping or skydiving. Deep within, he truly relished adventure and excitement. Inuzuka Tsubaki landed with a thud, stirring up a slight cloud of dust beneath his feet. He reached down to pat Snowball's fluffy head, then glanced back up at the towering Hokage Rock. The stone sculptures of the 3 Hokages stood like timeless deities, their authoritative gazes surveying the vast village and the distant, enigmatic world. Chapter 20. The bloodied trial of a novice on a moonless night. When murder and arson reign, along a winding and treacherous mountain path, a swaying procession of lights advanced slowly, roughly 30 burly and menacing figures, wielding torches soaked in pine oil in one hand and long, slender katana in the other, herded nearly 20 weeping young women along with a group of terrified farmers, driving ox-drawn carts laden with grain and valuables deep into the mountains. Intermittently, raucous laughter and curses erupted, followed by the anguished cries of the women and the sharp shrieks unique to their kind. This was a band of mountain bandits, comprising wanted vagabond warriors and criminals from the Land of Fire, notorious for their heinous deeds of arson, murder, and pillaging along the borders of the Fire Country, causing immense suffering to the local populace. Their swift and secretive movements, coupled with their overwhelming numbers and formidable combat prowess, rendered the authorities' attempts to suppress them utterly futile. Suddenly, 2 dark figures, tall and short, glided through the forest like phantoms, quickly closing in on this band of marauders. One of the taller figures subtly nodded, prompting the shorter figure to dash forth like a gust of wind. Multiple shadow clone technique. With a slightly immature shout, the diminutive figure flickered, and 10 identical shadow clones materialized, charging into the bandit group with lightning speed. Oh, be careful! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The sudden onslaught jolted the bandits into awareness. They turned in astonishment, tightening their grips on their blades, assuming defensive postures. However, the speed of the attackers was astonishing. 10 figures surged forward like phantoms, wielding dark shurikens that glimmered with a chilling light under the flickering torchlight. In an instant, these shurikens, akin to the sides of death itself, slashed through the throats of the 10 mountain bandits. Amidst their screams of utter terror and pain, the mortally wounded brigands dropped their torches and weapons, clutching their necks tightly with trembling hands, yet torrents of blood still gushed forth between their fingers. Bang, bang, bang. As nearly 20 swords reacted, the shadowy figures dissipated into wisps of white smoke. In the blood-soaked panorama before the bandits, a child, no more than 7 or 8 years old, emerged. His shoulder-length black hair fluttered gently in the wind, and his delicate features bore two striking crimson canine markings. Clad in a white hoodie and black trousers, he resembled an adorable neighborhood boy. Yet illuminated by the firelight, the metallic sheen of the forehead protector adorned with a flame motif on his brow conveyed a chilling reality to the bandits. Damn it! A ninja from Konoha! One one-eyed bandit swallowed hard, gritting his teeth. The Konoha ninja! This is trouble. The bandits exchanged anxious glances, the infamous reputation of Konoha leaving them involuntarily shaken. Just one child? Even if he's a ninja, he's merely a boy. A towering bandit with a bandaged head stepped forward, surveying the surroundings with a malicious grin. Yes, we outnumber him. Let's kill him. With the fervent encouragement of the restless bandits, the child who had charged and curled his lips into a cold smile. Suddenly, a surge of movement emanated from his hoodie, and in a flash of white light, a small white dog leapt forth, rapidly transforming into a snow-white ninja hound the size of a calf. Hey, kid, state your name. The bandit leader, clearly the ringleader, raised his long katana, pointing it at the childlike ninja. The young ninja paid no heed to the bandit's words. Instead, he formed a hand seal with a single hand. Boom, boom! Accompanied by two clouds of smoke, two identical children appear before the astonished onlookers. In contrast to his earlier cherubic demeanor, the child now possessed eyes that glimmered with a bright, almost ethereal blue light. His lips revealed two sharp fangs, and most notably, his once delicate fingers had elongated into lethal claws, glinting ominously. Snowball, let's go! Snow Fong dance! The two transformed children shouted in unison, leaping high into the air, instantly morphing into two swirling tornadoes that barreled towards the bewildered bandits. In the howling wind, the bandits felt an icy chill coursing through them, instinctively swinging their swords at the two spiraling forms. Yet, they quickly realized their movements had inexplicably slowed, and a thin layer of frost had formed over their weapons without their notice. With a series of clangs, the bandits let out blood-curdling cries of agony as their bloodied, battered bodies alongside their shattered swords were flung through the air. As the tornadoes approached, the bandit leader, in a panic, unleashed a desperate roar, channeling all his energy into a single, dazzling strike. Whoosh! His blades sliced through the night sky in a swift arc, aiming for the point where the two tornadoes converged. However, a look of shock crossed the bandit leader's face as he realized that his self-proclaimed unparalleled strike had seemingly cleaved through empty air. At the moment he swung, an icy chill struck him, momentarily halting his actions. This fleeting instant rendered his spectacular attack futile. With a dull thud, the bandit leader suddenly trembled violently, his complexion draining of color as his eyes turned crimson. Lowering his gaze, he beheld two horrific blood holes appearing in his chest and abdomen, despair flooding his gaze. You! The bandit leader managed to utter a single word before spewing forth a torrent of blood. His towering form crashed to the ground like a slab of stone, in a flash of white light. The two tornadoes vanished, revealing the child and his ninja dog amidst a pool of blood and the corpses of brigands. He slowly surveyed the crimson battlefield, his cherubic face now pale as a specter. Oh, this is the ninja world. This is the essence of slaughter. The child inhaled deeply, steadying his heart, which thudded like a drum in his chest. And his once dazed eyes regained clarity. An elder, slightly frail yet resolute, stepped forward, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. As a veteran of the village, he was well aware of the attire worn by the ninjas of Konoha. Though the young ninja before him was incredibly youthful, the elder felt no inclination to show disrespect. Young brother, you are indeed a ninja from Konoha, right? We are profoundly grateful for your intervention. Without you, we would surely have perished, the elder expressed, and soon farmers and young maidens gathered around, their fear of the corpses on the ground overshadowed by their gratitude toward this child. This child, or rather, the 6-year-old ninja Inuzuka, Shu from Konoha, found himself flustered by the villagers' tears of relief. Some bolder maidens even blushed as they reached out to pinch his chubby cheeks. I am a ninja from Konoha. Inuzuka Shu, please, esteemed elder, hurry and lead everyone back to the village. From today onward, you need not fear the bandit threat. Inuzuka chagrined, scratching the back of his head. Snowball barked a couple of times, sitting on the ground with a look of sheer delight as the maidens petted him. Now 3 years old, Snowball could freely control his size, often curling up in his master's hoodie. Appearing harmless, yet only Inuzuka Shu understood the incredible abilities of this extraordinary ninja dog. The recent joint ninjutsu, Snow Dance Kill, originally a wind technique of the Inuzuka clan, had gained lethal potency due to Snowball's added icy capabilities, enhancing its destructive power severalfold. After a raucous commotion, the villagers hurriedly mounted their ox carts under the elder's guidance and rushed down the mountain. Inuzuka let out a long sigh of relief. His energy seemingly drained, and he squatted down on the ground. The evening breeze rustled the torches scattered on the ground, causing his shadow to stretch and contract in the flickering light, resembling a lively phantom. "Are you afraid?" A slightly aged voice inquired as a tall figure appeared before Inuzuka Shu, his tone somber. "Chief, this was my trial. I was slaying the heinous bandits. How could I be afraid? Yet it is my first time." "Killing always requires some adjustment," Inuzuka Shu replied, looking up at the newcomer, his pallid face regaining a hint of color. Inuzuka Shu chuckled, ruffling Inuzuka Shu's hair, his eyes glimmering with uncontainable pride and joy. This 6-year-old child had shattered the record set by the genius ninja Hatake Kakashi, becoming the youngest genin in Konoha. Due to Inuzuka Shu's tender age, this astonishing record drew much attention, overshadowing even Uchiha Shursui, who had graduated alongside him to celebrate Inuzuka Shu's graduation and fulfill a promise made 2 years prior. The third Hokage made an exception to impart the shadow clone technique, recognizing Shu's exceptional chakra reserves. Concurrently, Minato Namikaze officially accepted this prodigious disciple, initiating a rigorous and attentive training regimen. Inuzuka Shu's 2 beautiful mothers, Inuzuka Ai and Inuzuka Kiba, were overjoyed, pouring their hearts into nurturing their son. Had he not been so young, they would have eagerly imparted all the powerful jutsu of the Inuzuka clan to him. As the head of the Inuzuka clan, Inuzuka Shu watched this little one grow from an infant into a young ninja. Although merely a 6-year-old genin, to Inuzuka Shu, who was well acquainted with Inuzuka Shu's capabilities, this child's prowess rivaled that of a chunin in Konoha. This lad is truly a genius. Chapter 21. The Setting Sun's 10th Squad. Of course, once one becomes a ninja, even the youngest among them must confront the harsh realities of the ninja world, a realm rife with bloodshed and cruelty. The current climate is markedly different from the past. The tension facing Konohagakure leaves no room for Inuzuka Shu and his peers to gradually adapt and mature. This is precisely why the third Hokage did not immediately assign Inuzuka Shu a mentor for menial tasks such as searching for lost pets or weeding, but instead entrusted Inuzuka Shigeru to lead him into a trial steeped in carnage. In retrospect, this trial proved remarkably successful. The usually playful child did not succumb to anxiety when faced with adversaries. On the contrary, whether in a lightning-fast ambush or a frontal assault alongside Yukimaru, he exhibited unwavering resolve and swiftness, devoid of hesitation. Although he felt somewhat weak in the aftermath of the mission, such reactions are merely natural physiological responses. To have achieved such extraordinary performance in his first encounter with taking a life, especially in close quarters, suggests that this boy may indeed be a born ninja. Under the warm touch of the clan leader's gentle hand, Inuzuka Shu's heart finally settled. He lifted his gaze to the distant night sky, his dark eyes reflecting the brilliance of countless stars, imbued with infinite brightness and an air of profound depth. This year marks the 46th year of Konoha, as the facade of peace in the ninja realm begins to tremble that a tapestry of intrigue weaves between the major hidden villages, with various probes and espionage activities emerging incessantly. Even along the borders of the Land of Fire, small-scale fierce conflict have begun to erupt, and in this very year, the 6-year-old Inuzuka Shu, under the guise of a Konoha genin, embarks on a bloody trial that will thrust him directly into the tumultuous battlefield of the ninja world. Indeed, a battlefield. For his teacher, Namikaze Minato has already set out with his team to conduct reconnaissance along the border. where skirmishes occur almost daily. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the Third Great Ninja War is inevitably approaching, propelled by the inexorable momentum of history. Yet, Inuzuka Shu is no longer the naive 4-year-old he once was. He is now a 6-year-old child. Though this is merely a jest, in any case, this exceptionally gifted lad is prepared to carve out his own legend in the vibrant and enigmatic world of the Hokage. Everything has only just begun. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the newly formed 10 squad of Konoha. I am your captain, Akatsuki Shinho. Now, let us proceed with introductions. A middle-aged gentleman with tousled black hair and eyes shimmering with a red glow cheerfully declared from within the Hokage's office. Behind him, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffed on his pipe, observing the newly assembled members of Squad 10 with great interest. Akatsuki Shinho is among the elite jonin of the village, particularly skilled in genjutsu and tactical command. Considerable effort was expended to find a suitable captain for these two young prodigies. Upon hearing Akatsuki Shinho's words, Inuzuka Shu, who had been engaged in a staring contest with Uchiha Shursui, snapped back to attention and eagerly exclaimed, Captain, let me go first. My name is Inuzuka Shu, and I am 6 years old. That I excel in reconnaissance and tracking, with a specialization in taijutsu and ninjutsu. That I am the youngest genin in the history of Konoha. Hee. Akatsuki Shinho playfully cleared his ears and replied with a smile. All right. No need to shout so loudly. It hurts my ears. The Hokage chuckled in amusement, reclining back in his chair and exhaling a plume of white smoke. The atmosphere is always so lively when this little rascal is around. Shursui glanced at the boisterous child beside him, feeling somewhat exasperated by his boastful demeanor. However, he was merely bemused, as the child's claims were indeed grounded in truth. After taking a deep breath, Shursui calmly stated, I am Uchiha Shursui, and I am 9 years old. His introduction was unexpectedly succinct, yet Akatsuki Shinho and the others appeared entirely unsurprised. The name Uchiha alone serves as the most potent and clear explanation. The new teammates are all rather endearing youngsters. Accompanied by a light laugh, a girl with black hair and white eyes gracefully approached, addressing Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui. Hello everyone, I am Hugasiren, and I am 12 years old. My specialties include reconnaissance and taijutsu. You must be Shu and Shursui, right? My younger sister Saidai often speaks of you both. You two little geniuses have garnered her admiration and envy. Inuzuka, Shu, observing the resemblance between Hugasiren and his sister Saidai, felt an inexplicable warmth. Though still in her youth, Hugasiren had blossomed into a graceful and charming young lady. He waved his hand cheerfully and replied, Greetings, Sister Siren, and a side-eye as well. While it is true that compliments can be embarrassing, let her express them in person. We wouldn't mind at all. At this, Shursui disdainfully pursed his lips, subtly shifting to the side. Hugasiren was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into a fit of laughter that set the room aglow. Akatsuki Shinho exchanged knowing glances with Sarutobi Hiruzen, both nodding slightly. With the Uchiha clan's genius Shursui, the elite Hyuga branch member Siren, and the prodigious Inuzuka Shu, they have formed a robust team equipped with ocular techniques, ninjutsu, and taijutsu, proficient in offense, defense, reconnaissance, and tracking. The only shortcoming lies in the absence of a medical ninja, a typically scarce resource in the village. Although Tsunade Senju had trained a number of medical ninjas during her time in the village, the demand consistently outstripped supply across Konoha's numerous ninja squads. After all, the qualifications required to become a competent medical ninja involve stringent standards and extensive time and experience accumulation. Moreover, with Tsunade having left Konoha in despair, the training progress for medical ninjas has nearly ground to a halt. Having a novice medical ninja, like Noera Rin and Namikaze Minato's team, is already a deliberate allocation of resources by the third Hokage, considering the unique composition of Minato's squad. With introductions concluded, Akatsuki Shinho clapped his hands to capture the attention of his three subordinates, who had been murmuring among themselves. Prepare yourselves for tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock sharp at the village entrance. We will be undertaking a mission along the border, so be sure to come fully prepared. Siren will serve as your senior and is also my former subordinate. Feel free to consult her if you have any questions. With that, The dashing red-eyed captain transformed into a plume of smoke, departing with an air of decisiveness. Former subordinate? Hey, she is a young lady. How can you call her that? Hugasiren made a face at Akatsuki Shinhu's retreating figure. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she muttered. Inuzuka Shun nodded in agreement, while Shursui merely gazed up at the ceiling, his expression tranquil as a still pond. Tsurutobi Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe and spoke in a stern tone. To begin your ninja careers by facing enemy ninjas is indeed a harsh reality. However, you are not ordinary genin. Only through the crucible of real combat can you grow at an accelerated pace. To put it frankly, you are all the hope and flame of Konoha. With that, he added, now, go home and prepare well. But do not worry too much. Your captain, Akatsuki, is renowned for his care of his subordinates. In a plaza within Konoha, the newly formed 10th squad members were engaged in a curious discussion. Sister Siren, the captain mentioned that you were his former subordinate. What about your previous teammates? Inuzuka, Shu inquired, his expression tinged with apprehension. Shursui, though silent, perked up his ears, keenly interested. Hugasiren fell silent for a moment before letting out a deep sigh. I am the one who survived as a ninja. Both Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui shuddered slightly, exchanging silent glances. Inuzuka, Shu pressed his forehead with a perplexed expression, but the Hokage just said that Captain Akatsuki cares deeply for his subordinates, if he truly cares. How could the casualties be so severe? It doesn't seem reasonable. Hugasiren lifted her gaze, her white eyes shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors as she seemed to recall something, trembling slightly. Indeed, had it not been for Senior Akatsuki holding the rear and sustaining serious injuries to save our lives, I might have perished as well. Although those two companions can no longer serve as glorious ninjas due to their grave wounds. They are alive, are they not? After that battle, Senior Akatsuki sustained serious injuries and has been recuperating ever since that it appears that even a captain, accustomed to life and death, struggles to come to terms with the loss of important companions. Suddenly, Siren smiled, a sense of relief washing over her as she remarked, it seems you two are indeed held in high regard by the Hokage. The fact that Senior Akatsuki has been entrusted with leading a team again must be a special commission from him. Little tree, Shursui, from this moment forth, we shall be comrades in arms, so I hope to receive your guidance. Both Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui nodded solemnly, speaking in unison. Please guide us. 3 figures, 3 directions, each slowly making their way towards their respective clans. Each burdened with their own thoughts, the trio walked in silence through the streets, ultimately vanishing behind imposing doorways of various shapes that a flock of sparrows chirped as they flew over Konoha, and a dull gray feather floated down gently. A hand reached out, deftly pinching it between 2 fingers, only to be blown away into the air. Inuzuka, Shu cradled his head in his hands, gazing blankly at the overcast sky that a raindrop suddenly fell from above, lightly splashing against his eyelashes, cool and refreshing. Before long, fine strands of rain began to veil the entire world. The wondrous yet perilous world of the Hokage. I am coming. The small figure spread its arms wide, letting out a silent cry towards the rain-soaked sky. Alas, you foolish boy, do you find joy in getting drenched? A playful voice chimed in as a warm, delicate hand reached out to tug at his ear, leading him back inside. Mother, my dear mother! Ouch! 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 After a series of cries, tranquility returned to the courtyard once more. Only the cherry blossom tree, recently past its blooming period, rustled its lush branches and leaves, whispering softly under the cleansing rain. Within that verdant expanse, a faint green glow seemed to shimmer, reminiscent of the vitality of life. Chapter 22. Operation codenamed Cutting Wind. The following morning, Akatsuki Shinhong swiftly set out with Team 10. As scheduled, their destination was the western border of the Land of Fire, to assist Orochimaru stationed there in gathering intelligence on the movements of Sunagakure in the Land of Wind, while delivering a harsh blow to any invading enemies. In fact, due to the sudden disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, the Land of Wind had entered a state of high alert. The ninjas of Sunagakure, particularly the Chiyo siblings who harbored deep-seated grudges against Konoha, had marked the Hidden Leaf Village as their primary suspect and hypothetical enemy. During this period, the number of forces dispatched by Sunagakure to the Land of Fire's border had steadily increased, especially with reconnaissance teams of sand ninjas entering Konoha's territory through the borders of the Land of Rivers, displaying a rather rampant attitude. As a seasoned commander, Orochimaru needed to lead the troops in preparation against the overwhelming forces of Sunagakure, finding himself somewhat overwhelmed by the incessant probing and provocations. Thus, Konoha village hastily dispatched several ninja teams, each led by experienced jonin. Among them was Team 10, which included Inuzuka, Shu. Through Akatsuki Shinhong's explanations regarding the surrounding situation of Konoha along the journey, Inuzuka, Shu gained a clearer understanding of the unfolding war. In truth, Inuzuka, Shu was well aware of the reasons behind the third Kazekage's disappearance, or more accurately, who had orchestrated his death. The culprit, Scorpion, belonged to a mysterious organization hidden in the shadows, which had manipulated the long-standing animosity between Konoha and Sunagakure, igniting the flames of war between the two villages and emboldening the Land of Earth's Iwagakure and the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure to ultimately declare war. After all, while Konoha was strong, facing the combined might of three great nations would undoubtedly stretch their capabilities thin. Moreover, there was the ever-restless Kirigakure from the Land of Water. Although the Land of Water was currently embroiled in civil strife, should the situation in Konoha become dire or deteriorate, Kirigakure would certainly not hesitate to play the role of the opportunistic predator. Naturally, Konoha village would not remain passive. Namikaze Minato, along with Kakashi, who had recently been promoted to Jonin, had already set off for the Land of Grass with Obito and Rin, joining forces with the Konoha troops stationed at the northern border of the Land of Fire to guard against Iwagakure's incursion. As for Jiraiya, who had returned from his travels, he was personally stationed at the eastern border of the Land of Fire, collaborating with Konoha's eastern forces to prepare for an assault from Kumogakure. As Inuzuka Shu pondered this, his brow furrowed slightly. Although the famous battle at the Kanabi Bridge had yet to occur, it was not far off. Unfortunately, due to Minato's absence from the village during this time, Inuzuka Shu had no opportunity to warn his teacher. However, such impending events were indeed not something he could forewarn. A 6-year-old child, who had seldom ventured far from home, lacked the capacity for battlefield predictions. Now, separated from Minato and Kakashi, he felt increasingly powerless. This feeling of knowing that unfortunate events were about to unfold, yet being utterly helpless, left Inuzuka Shu silent throughout the journey, which surprised Shurshui and Aoi, who were familiar with his character. After all, it was his first time on the battlefield. Perhaps he was simply too nervous. As for Akatsuki Shinhong, she gave little thought to Inuzuka Shu's emotional state. After all, even a battle-hardened veteran like herself felt a heavy heart. The battlefield for a ninja could see life and death decided in an instant. Days later, Team 10, weary from traversing half the Land of Fire, arrived at the western border to rendezvous with Orochimaru. After a brief respite, they promptly set off into the Land of Rivers, joining forces with 5 other Konoha reconnaissance teams to form a fan-shaped search formation, each advancing towards the Land of Wind. This operation, codenamed Cutting Wind, aimed to thwart the reckless infiltration and surprise attacks of Sunagakure's ninjas, delivering them a heart-wrenching lesson with the sharpest of blades. As the most formidable force among the 5 great nations in terms of economic and military strength, the ninjas of Konoha, supported by the Land of Fire, were not one to tolerate the disdain and provocation from sand ninjas. 50 meters ahead, at 2 o'clock, the target consisted of 4 individuals. Based on the chakra activity, there was 1 Jonin, 1 Chunin, and 2 Jinin. Concealed behind a large tree in a dense forest, Hinata Aoi's temples throbbed with visible veins, her white eyes shimmering with an unusual brilliance. Her ruby lips parted as she succinctly reported the information on the Sunagakure ninja team ahead. She had already reached the level of Chunin. And while she may not have been as exceptional as Kakashi, who became a Jonin at 12, she was certainly a talented ninja in her own right. After all, she was a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, and despite being from the branch family, she was not to be underestimated. Akatsuki Shinhong nodded and said, "I will handle that Jonin. Oi, you engage the Chunin, while Shurshui and Shu are each responsible for 1 Jinin. Move out." "Yes," the 3 responded in unison. following Akatsuki Shinhong's swift figure as they silently darted between trees of varying heights. Woof, the white wolf, Yukimaru, regained his form, closely trailing Inuzuka, like a streak of white light. Inuzuka glanced down at Yukimaru, who glided through the trees as if on flat ground, and couldn't help but recall the white wolf deity from the animated film Princess Mononoke. If only Yukimaru could grow a bit larger, he could ride him. How exhilarating that would be. I consider you a brother, yet you're dreaming of being ridden? How outrageous, as if sensing his master as mischievous thoughts. Yukimaru rolled his eyes cutely, his azure orbs reflecting a hint of disdain. Yamayuki Q, a seasoned jonin from Sunagakure, had previously led successful raids against Konoha's reconnaissance and supply teams, returning unscathed. He possessed a temperament as steady as sand and as fierce as a tempest, and was known in the land of wind as the Badger of Sunagakure that moment. Leading another covert mission to the Konoha border, Yamayuki Q suddenly halted, tilting his ear to listen before decisively raising his hand. Halt! Take cover! The three team members who had long collaborated with Yamayuki Q moved swiftly, each finding the nearest tree trunk or shrub to conceal themselves. In an instant, the four living beings that had been in the mountains vanished without a trace. Unfortunately for them, their adversaries possessed the Byakugan, which could see through nearly all concealment techniques. Team 10 approached, guided by always signals. They silently advanced towards their designated Sunagakure targets. Swish! Just as Yamayuki Q was crouched behind a large tree, a tall figure clad in green ninja attire suddenly descended from the canopy above, accompanied by a flurry of shurikens. Yamayuki Q remained unflustered in the face of this unexpected turn, unleashing a gust of wind from his mouth that scattered the shurikens in all directions. At the same time, a glint of cold light flashed in his hand as he brandished a poisoned blade, aiming it at the descending figure. With a sharp clang, Yamayuki Q's poisoned blade met a pitch-black kunai, both weapons rebounding as they separated. Yamayuki Q chuckled coldly as he raised his head to discern the identity of his opponent, only to be met with a pair of gleaming red eyes. Simultaneously, a flurry of crimson feathers began to fall from the sky. Not good. It's an illusion. A wave of alarm surged through Yamayuki Q as he attempted to avert his gaze, but it was already too late. However, being an experienced jonin, he bit down hard on his tongue in the nick of time. A sharp pain shot through him, and a stream of crimson blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Illusions can be deciphered in the blink of an eye. Yet within that fleeting moment, a kunai emanating a shadowy, ethereal glow had already pierced toward his throat. With a sudden whoosh, the struck Shanyu Naiku transformed into a cascade of mud, scattering upon the ground. Shiri Jinhong, taken aback, instinctively pivoted and delivered a swift kick. With a thud, an agile figure executed a graceful backflip upon landing. Behind him, the real Shanyu Naiku was revealed, clutching his own neck. Although he had narrowly evaded catastrophe by deploying a shadow clone technique, the assailant's attack was as swift as lightning, leaving a small, crimson wound upon his neck. Blood flowed from his fingertips, intensifying the coldness and fury in Shanyu Naiku's gaze. Accompanied by a profound sense of trepidation, in that fleeting instant, the pair of crimson eyes had led him to believe he was confronting the legendary Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Thankfully, it was not. If it had been a Jinjutsu induced by the Sharingan, mere pain would not suffice to dispel it. Nonetheless, this opponent's prowess was undeniably formidable, whether through the illusions he conjured or the fierce physical techniques he executed. Along with his astonishingly sharp reflexes, he was undoubtedly a worthy adversary. The master of illusions from Konoha, Shiri Jinhong. Shanyu Naiku licked his slightly bruised lips and spoke ominously to the newcomer. Merely a practitioner of illusions. Hardly noteworthy. Shiri Jinhong offered a slight smile, the enchanting red light in his eyes swirling, revealing dimples on his handsome face. For a father of a teenage daughter, Shiri Jinhong was indeed excessively handsome. However, as the smile faded, his expression hardened, and he coldly stated, "I have heard that you have slain our Konoha ninjas. Today, I shall claim your life." As the winds howled, the battle between the two powerful jonin erupted with a thunderous clash. Simultaneously, skirmishes ignited in other directions. Hidden behind a tree, Inuzuka Shu waved his hand, and Yukimaru transformed into a burst of white light, courageously charging towards a nearby thicket. The young genin concealed within was taken aback. Having no time to ponder how he had been exposed, he propelled himself forward with a push against the ground. Concurrently, 3 shurikens were hurled at Yukimaru. The agile figure of Yukimaru danced left and right. Evading each shuriken effortlessly, the genin remained suspended in midair. A piercing sound sliced through the air. Chapter 23. The Assault of Konoha's Genin Bang. A tiny fist like a shooting star struck mercilessly against his face. In the fading moments of consciousness, the sand ninja could only vaguely perceive the silhouette of a small child before plunging into eternal darkness. His uncontrolled body was hurled backward as if struck by a raging bull. Landing nearly 10 meters away. Thud! Dust swirled around the ground. Inuzuka Shu glanced back at the nearly unrecognizable visage of the boy, while Yukimaru approached, sniffing curiously before wagging his tail and barking softly. Is that it? The sand genin is rather unimpressive. Inuzuka Shu scoffed, feeling he may have been a tad too forceful in his past life. The sand ninja had been depicted in vivid detail, with renowned figures like Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari stirring chaos during the Chunin exams in Konoha. Thus, even when facing a mere genin from a sand, Inuzuka Shu dared not underestimate his opponent. After executing a feint, he unleashed a devastatingly powerful punch in a surprise attack. Obliterating the sand ninja's face and leaving his brain in ruins, he was beyond saving. Meanwhile, another battle concluded swiftly. The sand genin met his demise at the hands of Uchiha Shursui, who closed in with a short-range body flicker technique. The adversary barely managed to raise a cloud of dust before a kunai swiftly sliced through his throat. Shursui cast a sidelong glance at Inuzuka Shu, who was inspecting his own fist. A hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This rambunctious child had a consistently brutish fighting style, excessively violent. However, the amount of chakra this individual possessed was truly enviable. While his frequent displays of brute strength seemed somewhat reckless, he was certainly justified in his audacity, in contrast to the decisiveness exhibited by Inuzuka Shu and Shursui. The fight involving Aoi was far more protracted. The recently promoted Chunin, Aoi, faced off against a tall, dark-skinned sand jounin, who clearly held the upper hand in both skill and combat experience. However, Aoi, despite being slightly disadvantaged, remained composed, her Byakugan activated, and with her delicate hands swirling with potent chakra. She alternated between fists and pointed fingers, delivering a flurry of strikes aimed precisely at her opponent's vital points. Although the Sand Ninja was stronger than Aoi, he found little advantage against the Hyuga clan's renowned gentle fist technique. Coupled with the screams of her 2 genin companions nearby, he grew increasingly flustered, his strikes losing precision and intensity in this manner. Aoi executed the restraining mission that Junhong had planned with perfection. Exchanging glances, Inuzuka Shu and Shursui nodded before vanishing from their positions in unison. However, Shursui's target was to assist Aoi in eliminating the Jounin, while Inuzuka Shu, alongside Yukimaru, transformed into 2 fleeting shadows, racing towards the battlefield where Shiri Junhong engaged. The devastation wrought by the clash of 2 Jounin was far beyond that of mere genin skirmishes as they journeyed. Inuzuka Shu marveled at the deep craters, fissures, and the remnants of trees cleaved and pierced by blades. In truth, the battle between Shiri Junhong and Shanyu Naiku had reached a boiling point. Surrounded by a green mist, Shanyu Naiku resembled a verdant specter, his body twisting like the wind, blades flashing perilously as he occasionally formed hand seals, unleashing spikes from the earth in a relentless assault against Shiri Junhong, who was encircling him. The recent cries of his subordinates had instilled a sense of foreboding in Shanyu Naiku. It was evident that this Konoha team exceeded his expectations. Reluctant to conserve strength any longer, he resolved to fight desperately against Shiri Junhong, a typically cunning and patient adversary. However, despite the ferocity of Shanyu Naiku's assaults, their effectiveness was lamentably minimal. His opponent was none other than Shiri Junhong, the master of illusions from the illustrious Yuhi clan, a family renowned for their genjutsu, rivaling even the most formidable from the Uchiha clan. Moreover, Shiri Junhong's talents extended beyond illusions. His fire-style ninjutsu and taijutsu were among the finest in Konoha. Thus, Shanyu Naiku's fighting rhythm appeared disjointed to Inuzuka Shu. This was due to Shanyu Naiku's incessant need to remain vigilant, lest he fall prey to his opponent's illusions. The disparity in momentum between the two combatants became increasingly apparent. In battles between masters, momentum is an elusive and intricate force. As the scales tipped, Shanyu Naiku found himself increasingly on the defensive. Clang. Following yet another clash of blades and kunai, Shanyu Naiku stumbled back several steps. Blood gushing from the wound on his neck that he had been desperately trying to suppress that moment. A sudden roar echoed nearby, followed by a thunderous rumble and a pitiful shriek. Straining to listen, Inuzuka Shu felt a wave of relief wash over him. The familiar sounds clearly indicated that Shursui had unleashed his fire release. Great fireball technique, incinerating the sand ninja who had been ensnared by Aoi's relentless assault. That cry was the last gasp of the sand ninja's life. What Inuzuka Shu could anticipate, the seasoned Jounin Shanyu Naiku could also deduce in an instant regarding the unfolding battle. It was evident that all three of his subordinates had perished. If he were to wait for the other Konoha comrades to converge, his chances of escape would dwindle to nearly nothing. Seizing the momentum from Shiri Jinhong's strike, Shanyu Naiku propelled himself backward, using a nearby tree to spring away without looking back. Shiri Jinhong snorted in cold disdain and relentlessly pursued him. However, the fleeing sand jounin moved like the wind, making it impossible to catch up in an instant. Just then, a youthful voice called out, and two tornadoes surged forth from the crown of a tree ahead of Shanyu Naiku, charging toward the caught-off-guard sand jounin like a tempest. Startled, Shanyu Naiku tightened his grip on his poison blade and executed a furious slash. Bang, bang! The two tornadoes collided with explosive force, sending two figures flying through the air. Shanyu Naiku squinted to see a large white dog and the radiant smile of a small child. Indeed, although the corners of the child's mouth were drenched in blood, he was undeniably smiling, but a sudden tremor coursed through Yamina Naki's heart as an intense sense of crisis struck his body. With a dull thud, the familiar sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. In his moment of terror, Yamina Naki turned to see a pair of furious, wide red eyes. A sharp kunai had penetrated his back, piercing straight into his heart. Die. Yua, Jinhong exclaimed, twisting the kunai violently before thrusting his left hand forward. Yamina Naki's body stiffened abruptly, and he fell forward, lifeless. Behind him, a fountain of crimson blood erupted as the kunai was withdrawn, taking with it all remnants of Yamina Naki's vitality. Thud! His body crashed to the ground. The notorious desert badger had met its demise. Yue Jinhong did not cast a glance at him, instead turning swiftly like the wind towards Inuzuka Tsubaki, who was still retreating in midair. With a whoosh, after a gust of wind, Yue Jinhong's figure appeared behind the diminutive form of Inuzuka Tsubaki. He cautiously embraced Tsubaki, his face etched with concern as he examined the extent of his injuries. I am fine. Inuzuka Tsubaki coughed lightly, blinking and smiling. Although his actions could be deemed a brilliant assist, there was undeniably a hint of recklessness. In theory, merely stalling that sand ninja for a moment would suffice. Yet facing such a desperate and powerful opponent, it would be no simple task to impede him without exerting all one's strength. Yue Jinhong disregarded his words, his expression dark as he conducted a thorough examination, confirming that Tsubaki bore no internal injuries and that his vitality remained robust. Only then did he bend a finger and firmly tap Tsubaki on the forehead. Always showing off, Yue Jinhong remarked, gazing at the aggrieved Tsubaki, and his anger dissipated in an instant. Tsubaki's sudden dash had startled him, filling him with both surprise and joy, yet the sight of the little one being flung away left him with a lingering fear. That reckless child had faced the absolute might of 8J Nin's lethal strike. How could a mere 6-year-old genin withstand such force? This little rascal from the Inuzuka clan truly lived up to the title of genius entrusted by Lord Hokage. Having taken Inunaki's blow head-on, although the rapid rotation had mitigated much of the force, he had still sustained some internal injuries. Yet in this fleeting moment, those wounds had nearly healed completely. Such remarkable self-recovery abilities were nearly on par with the legendary tailed beast Jinchuriki. One must acknowledge, this child's capacity to seize opportunities in battle was truly exquisite. Had he not suddenly surged forth from the shadows, the likelihood of catching up to the fleeing Yamainaki would have been exceedingly low. Let alone executing him on the spot, to be frank. Achieving an instantaneous kill against a Jainin was no trivial feat regardless of the nation. Jainin are the pinnacle of combat power, surpassed only by the Sannin and tailed beast Jinchuriki. Each ninja elevated to the rank of Jainin possesses exceptional ninjutsu skills and formidable strength, having endured the cruel process of survival of the fittest. Unless one has an advantage in elemental affinity, overwhelming strength, or a carefully laid ambush, the chances of slaying 8 Jainin are exceedingly slim. Unfortunately, today, Yamainaki not only encountered a disadvantageous situation, but also faced an ambush. While his subordinates suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Konoha's newly emerged genius genin. Whoosh, whoosh, the assassins Shizuka and Aoi swiftly arrived, glancing at the lifeless form of the San Jainin sprawled on the ground. Then at the impassive Iue Jinhong and the visibly battle-scarred Inuzuka Tsubaki, their eyes flashing with excitement and trepidation. Secure the battlefield. We must retreat at once. Sensing something amiss, Iue Jinhong barked, leading Team 10 in a hasty retreat towards the front lines of the Land of Fire after a brief arrangement. Chapter 24. Unraveling the battlefield intelligence. Shortly after Iue Jinhong led Team 10 in their hurried withdrawal, the sound of whistling air filled the atmosphere as 8 shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, encircled them from the surrounding woods. Judging by their attire, they were unmistakably ninjas from Sunagakure. Among them were 2 Jainin, for CH Nin, and 2 Genin, clearly indicating the formation of 2 fully staffed squads. It seemed the fierce sounds of battle and the agonized cries of the Sand Ninjas had drawn nearby scouts from Sunagakure. Moreover, they arrived with 2 squads brimming with combat prowess, though Konoha had dispatched 5 reconnaissance teams. The narrow expanse of the land of River's Forest rendered their distances slightly too far apart. Perhaps this was due to the confidence of Konoha's ninjas in their abilities, emboldened to engage in battles against overwhelming odds. Furthermore, Konoha was on the defensive, and under the veil of darkness, it was impractical to concentrate their limited forces for such extensive counter-reconnaissance operations. Conversely, the ninjas from Sunagakure operated in a relatively consolidated manner. This was partly due to their wariness of Konoha's ninjas, and partly to concentrate their superior strength to encircle and eliminate valuable targets encountered during reconnaissance. Just moments ago, Iue Jinhong, leveraging his years of battlefield experience, had keenly sensed the rapidly approaching danger. Coupled with Hinata Aoi's Byakugan confirmation, he decisively chose to vacate the battlefield at the earliest opportunity, and a one-hit kill followed by an immediate retreat. Such is the nature of a ninja's combat. There is no room for hesitation. After meticulously surveying the battlefield, the 2 Sunagakure Jainin exchanged glances, their astonishment barely concealed. How had Yamaninaki's fully staffed squad been annihilated in such a short span of time? Although there were 2 genin within the ranks, the leader was a well-known Jainin, Yamainaki, whose squad's overall combat capability was undoubtedly formidable. Could it be that Konoha, driven to the brink by incessant attacks and disturbances from their side, had dispatched their few Jainin to retaliate? The illustrious desert badger had its heart shattered in a single blow, and the expression of astonishment on its face suggested a shocking realization of its demise. A Sunagakure Jainin, his head swathed in bandages, stepped forward to meticulously examine the corpse of Yamainaki, unable to suppress a cold chuckle. The bearded Jainin beside him shook his head, raising his gaze towards the subordinates who were scouring the battlefield for clues. However, upon closer inspection, his large brown-yellow eyes widened in alarm as his pupils narrowed into the most dangerous pinpricks. "Yeah, stop," he shouted urgently, observing a mass Nin reaching for the corpse of the fallen Sand Ninja boy. Yet it was already too late. The puppet master Genin's hand had made contact with the shoulder of the corpse. Lifting it slightly, boom, a burst of orange flames erupted before their eyes, followed by a deafening explosion. The corpse of the Sand Ninja boy was obliterated, while the puppet master, alerted by his captain's frantic warning, swiftly raised his puppet as a shield. Amidst the sickening sound of creaking wood, the puppet's chest caved dramatically. Before the Seichnin could relish his narrow escape, a violent shockwave hurled him away. Cough, cough, cough. As the smoke cleared, the puppet master known as Yaya spat blood, his complexion paling. Fortunately, he had only been impacted by the explosion's aftermath and sustained no serious injuries. Regrettably, his beloved puppet now bore a gaping hole in its chest. One extravagant ploy to set such a human bomb trap. How many explosive tags had been deployed? Do Konoha's ninjas have an abundance of resources? Surrounding Yaya, the others gazed at the massive crater left in the wake of the explosion, their cold sweat flowing as they shared a moment of speechlessness. These explosive tags were, of course, the handiwork of Inuzuka Tsubaki. As for why Tsubaki possessed so many explosive tags, it was due to the concern of those who cared for him as he embarked on his first battlefield experience. His mother, Inuzuka Tsum, was well known for her generosity. Before his departure, she had stuffed him with a handful of explosive tags. Witnessing this scene, Inuzuka Ziku, who came to bid farewell, also generously handed him an explosive tag scroll. Not to mention the affluent Kushina Uzumaki, who before Tsubaki's farewell had filled his backpack with not only valuable shuriken and kunai, but also a plethora of explosive tags. Lacking in power, they resorted to overwhelming firepower. Inuzuka Tsubaki felt deeply the affection showered upon him by his mother, godmother, and sensei, and thus accepted it all, transforming from a mere Konoha genin into a rare, wealthy young boy within the entire shinobi world. Therefore, when Uejinhome ordered the battlefield to be cleared, in a bid to conceal the traces of that monstrous punch, Inuzuka Tsubaki cleverly devised an enormous explosive trap, concealing no fewer than 10 trigger-style explosive tags beneath the corpse of the Sand Ninja Boy. As it stands, the outcome has been surprisingly favorable, not only erasing all traces, but also inflicting significant damage on a certain puppet master, who is a CHNI and in truth. This can also be attributed to the puppet master's lack of practical experience, as he recklessly tampered with the corpse of a fallen comrade on the battlefield. Even a seasoned veteran would know that battles between ninjas are fraught with hidden dangers. Not even a corpse should be taken lightly. The bearded Nin cast a fleeting glance at the despondent Iya, letting out a faint sigh within Iya, a rare puppet master among the Sand Ninjas and a nephew of Elder Chiyo, possesses considerable strength as a young Nin. However, due to his scant combat experience, he remains as naive as a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, understanding the fear and lament reflected in his captain's eyes. Iya felt a wave of shame wash over him, his exposed half-face instantly flushing crimson. Consequently, the information they could glean has diminished even further. The bandaged Nin shot a cold glance at Iya, speaking in a nonchalant tone. The bearded ninja's face twitched slightly as he nodded and remarked, "Nevertheless, even so, we can deduce a wealth of intelligence. This statement holds a kernel of truth from their 4-member team. One genin was blown to ashes, another had his throat slit, a Nin was incinerated to carbon, and the Nin had his heart pulverized." Analyzing the traces of battle at the scene, it was evident that the opposing force was merely a small team of ninjas. However, their strength clearly held an absolute advantage, and in a matter of moments, they executed a shocking annihilation. Ultimately, they retreated unscathed, delivering a resounding slap to the once arrogant Sand Ninjas. Judging from the final outcome, it was apparent that the enemy had an intimate understanding of the strength and whereabouts of Yamato and his companions, which prompted their decisive and incisive attack. Furthermore, there were signs of fire and earth ninjutsu at the scene. With earth jutsu being Yamato's signature technique, it was likely the fire jutsu was employed by the ninjas from Konoha. Additionally, paw prints of canine animals were discovered at the site. Thus, the intelligence regarding this Konoha ninja team does not appear difficult to surmise, renowned for their ability to gather battlefield intelligence from afar. Konoha is known for the almost legendary Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Thus, it is highly probable that there are Hyuga members within this squad. Moreover, the presence of canine tracks suggests that some members of the opposing team could summon ninja dogs or fight alongside them, likely indicating the involvement of the Inuzuka clan from Konoha AS for the fire jutsu and swift taijutsu. This becomes somewhat convoluted, Konoha ninjas uphold the will of fire, and there are many skilled in fire jutsu. However, drawing conclusions solely based on fire jutsu is rather challenging. Yet, it appears the fire jutsu user aimed a great fireball technique at the CH Nin, suggesting their strength did not surpass that of a CH Nin. As a lower-ranking ninja, the ability to unleash such potent jutsu indicates they are indeed a talented individual. Could it be a member of the Uchiha clan? Upon uttering this surname, both Sanjay Nin were visibly shaken, exchanging incredulous glances. Aside from the awe-inspiring Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, their most common combat technique is indeed fire jutsu, boldly hypothesizing that it might be a ninja from the Uchiha clan. The combination of Uchiha, Hyuga, and Inuzuka ninjas, along with a commanding J-Nin, must certainly suggest that Konoha's ninja team is an extraordinary entity. Furthermore, they constitute an exceedingly significant target for hunting, retrieve the bodies, and retreat swiftly. With a wave of their hands, the two J-Nin directed their respective teams to hastily clear the battlefield before vanishing into the dense forest like shadows. The area that had once witnessed a fierce battle fell silent, even to the point of stillness. After a considerable time, a flash of white light appeared, and a fist-sized snowball emerged from a tree hollow. Cautiously surveying the surroundings, it sniffed the air with its dark nose before meandering through the underbrush for a while. Ultimately, it picked up a torn piece of gray fabric from a patch of grass, and, without looking back, set off in pursuit of the direction where Inuzuka Tree and the others had retreated. This fabric was unmistakably from the bandages used to wrap the puppets of that puppet master, which had been scattered like petals in the unexpected explosion. After the incident, Ye had made efforts to clean up the scene, but inevitably, a few pieces of fabric remained buried beneath the soil and ashes. However, none of this could escape the extraordinary nose of Snowball. Concealed nearby, Snowball not only beheld the 8 sand ninjas, but also heard their voices. Combined with the lingering scents in the air, and most importantly, the remnants of the puppets' bandages. Thus, the two ninja teams had inadvertently been marked for tracking by Inuzuka Tree. As long as they reappear. With the extraordinary sense of smell and hearing possessed by Inuzuka Tree and Snowball, the 8 individuals would find no place to hide, nor any means of escape. Ever the clever and resourceful Inuzuka Tree, especially gifted in tracking and reconnaissance, would surely not settle for a mere needle in a haystack. Chapter 25, Conspiracy and Traps. Waiha Akane would not underestimate the keen insight of the seasoned sand ninjas. Coupled with the unexpected surprise brought back by Snowball, Team 10, having acquired crucial intelligence regarding the enemy, became increasingly cautious in their subsequent maneuvers. However, Waiha Akane found himself genuinely intrigued by Inuzuka Tree, this remarkable young prodigy of the Inuzuka clan. Throughout his career, he had certainly collaborated with ninjas from the Inuzuka clan and even formed teams with them. Yet, as a second-tier clan in Konoha, the Inuzuka members were not known for their formidable combat prowess. Their strengths lay in battlefield perception and tracking, but they lacked the exceptional and irreplaceable capabilities seen in others. In fact, Konoha's Hyuga clan represents the pinnacle of both perception and combat abilities. While the enigmatic Aburame clan, adept with insect manipulation, is equally competent in tracking and reconnaissance. The general perception of the Inuzuka clan is that they exhibit average combat talent, but possess strong sensory abilities, which has led to their somewhat middling status, making it challenging for them to breach the threshold of a top-tier clan. However, Inuzuka Tree, who stood before Waiha Akane, was entirely an anomaly. Inherited sensory abilities were indeed Inuzuka Tree's forte. Yet his aptitude for perception far surpassed that of his predecessors. As they journeyed together, Waiha Akane witnessed that Inuzuka Tree's long-range perception capabilities were no less impressive than those of Hyuga Aoi. Often, it was Inuzuka Tree who perceived distant sounds or scents carried by the wind ahead of time, issuing warnings before Aoi employed her Byakugan to investigate the specifics of the enemy situation. If it were merely a matter of formidable sensory abilities, it could be deemed typical of an outstanding Inuzuka prodigy. However, what truly moved Waiha Akane was this young boy's astonishing chakra reserves and unexpectedly powerful combat strength. Even the seemingly innocuous white ninja dog at his side appeared to possess extraordinary lineage and abilities. The by instinct, He felt that within this team, if a true contest were to unfold, neither Hyuga, Aoi, nor Uchiha Shursui would necessarily be a match for the youngest member, Inuzuka Tree. Moreover, it was commendable that Inuzuka Tree possessed a level of meticulous thinking that far exceeded his peers, a quality that transcended mere intelligence. Ultimately, Waihai Akane concluded that Inuzuka Tree was a genius, one with the potential to surpass his predecessor, Hatake Kakashi, and with the promise of rapidly rising to the rank of leading Genin in a short span of time. Of course, this was contingent upon Inuzuka Tree surviving the tumultuous war, allowing him to grow into a towering tree that could withstand the tempest, nourished by the blood-soaked soil. The next day, as Team 10 re-entered the borders of the Land of Rivers, they unexpectedly encountered no enemies. In a battlefield rife with skirmishes among reconnaissance ninjas, this stark tranquility felt exceedingly unusual. Clearly, the Sand Ninjas had altered their operational strategy to minimize losses. They had abandoned the notion of solitary small team missions in favor of joint operations between teams. Yet even so, having traversed for quite some time without encountering a single adversary felt particularly odd, as if the Sand Ninjas had entirely relinquished their infiltration of this area. Inuzuka Tree stroked Snowball's head, his youthful face bearing a hint of gravity. An unforeseen turn of events had occurred. These Sand Ninjas were not pursuing the assailants as expected, given the unique composition of their team. The mere presence of a Hyuga, with Byakugan and the financial backing of a prominent clan, should have provided the enemy ample reason to concentrate their forces for a hunt. However, the eerie silence raised suspicions. Did they not fear that the team might directly breach the border of Sunagakure for reconnaissance or a surprise attack? As this thought crossed his mind, Inuzuka Tree glanced up and made eye contact with Waihai Akane. In their shared gaze lay a subtle unease. Unless they had shifted their focus to encircle other Konoha teams, a sudden jolt of alarm surged through Waihai Akane, or perhaps this is a cunning ploy to lure them into a trap. In contrast, Inuzuka Shuki delved even deeper into the matter. In the southern region of the Land of Rivers, a chase of starkly unequal strength was unfolding. Two fully staffed squads of 8 Sand Shinobi were relentlessly pursuing a team of Leaf Ninjas, who were fleeing at breakneck speed. The bloodstains and staggering steps of the Leaf team members indicated that most were suffering from injuries, ranging from light to severe. Behind them lurked 2 additional squads of Sand Shinobi, silently trailing their quarry. These shadowy pursuers, led by a burly man with a beard and a bandage-faced individual, were the same 2 sand squads that had arrived at the battlefield the previous day. Just as Inuzuka Shuki and his companions had anticipated, intelligence regarding a Leaf Ninja squad of special value had emerged at the front lines of the Land of Rivers, inciting those fervent Sand Shinobi to action. Capturing or eliminating ninjas from the prestigious clans of Konoha could potentially reveal the secrets of the Uchiha or Hyuga clan's ocular techniques, an exceedingly rare opportunity. However, the presence of Byakugan users and reconnaissance ninjas within this Leaf squad meant that any rash ambush or encirclement would merely serve to alert the prey. Thus, after a discussion among the Sand Shinobi's reconnaissance jounin, they resolved to concentrate their forces to search for and ambush other Leaf squads, inflicting heavy damage and driving them towards the mountainous region to the north for assistance. Surely, the mysterious ninja squad from Konoha would not remain indifferent to their comrades' plight. Consequently, under the meticulous planning of the Sand Shinobi, an exceedingly perilous yet intricately layered pursuit unfolded across the expanse of the Land of Rivers. While covering the retreat of 3 severely injured subordinates, Shimizu Aoi continuously unleashed wind release techniques to obstruct the pursuing Sand Shinobi, all the while cursing vehemently in his heart. As the nephew of Shimura Danzo, the current leader of the village's root organization, the Jounin Shimizu Aoi was naturally a key asset within Root. His decision to personally lead a team to the Land of Rivers was motivated by both the desire to train the younger generation and newcomers within Root, as well as to garner military achievements and prestige to bolster his standing in Konoha's upper echelons. Little did he expect that the previous day, the squad led by Waihai Kurenai had achieved a remarkable victory by completely annihilating a Sand squad, which included a Jounin. This left the typically proud and competitive Shimizu Aoi feeling somewhat disgruntled, secretly attributing their success to mere luck in encountering a weak adversary. Thus, early the next morning, he led his squad toward the land of wind. Unfortunately, their somewhat reckless actions had already fallen under the watchful gaze of the concealed sand shinobi. When Shimizu Aoi sensed the impending crisis, he was met with the overwhelming assault of 8 sand shinobi. After a fierce struggle, 2 Nin from Root and the clan's genin, Shimizu Maru, were grievously injured. Shimizu Aoi, with one arm wounded, managed to carve an escape route from the encirclement using a large-scale wind release technique, allowing him and his 3 subordinates to narrowly escape. However, Shimizu Aoi soon realized that this seemingly fortuitous escape route had likely been anticipated by the enemy all along. More precisely, the pursuing sand shinobi had formed a strategy to envelop them, deliberately herding them northward. And to the north lay the very region where Waihai Kurenai and her team were operating, but a sudden realization struck Shimizu Aoi. Could this be the sand shinobi's plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? In their quest for vengeance against the leaf ninjas who had dealt them significant losses, they had meticulously orchestrated such a trap, with his fleeing team unwittingly serving as bait. This starkly contrasting fate left Shimizu Aoi seething with indignation. Simultaneously, a sense of urgency gripped him. While internal rivalry was one thing, he abhorred the notion of betraying his comrades as an important member of Konoha's protective root organization. Yet the current situation dictated that if they halted now, he and his teammates would undoubtedly face annihilation. Conversely, continuing their flight could very well lead to the demise of their allies. The enemy had gone to great lengths to set this ambush, aiming for maximum impact. If the only pursuers were the 8 visible ones, Shimizu Aoi would have never believed it. Their target was Team 10. With a heart brimming with resentment and anxiety, Shimizu Aoi's expression suddenly twisted into a grimace. He abruptly halted, urgently calling out to his subordinates, "You must flee. If you encounter Team 10, ensure that you impede their reinforcements." "Uncle, no," Shimizu Maru exclaimed in shock, turning to rush back. However, the 2 nearly expressionless Nin from Root swiftly restrained him, nodding gravely as they dragged the tearful Shimizu Maru forward. The moment the captain chose to remain behind and issued such a command, they had no choice but to accept this directive, which could very well lead to their captain's demise, despite their reluctance. "Ha! You sand insects underestimate the blood of our leaf ninjas," Shimizu Aoi exclaimed, tightening the bandage around his injured arm before suddenly forming hand seals. With a booming laugh, a fierce gale erupted from his mouth, creating a whirlwind that sent sand and stones swirling, forcefully repelling the 2 pursuing sand shinobi. Meanwhile, the other 2 sand squads pressed on relentlessly, maintaining a close distance to the 3 leaf ninjas, ready to launch an ambush at any moment as they hurried northward. "Well, this is about all I can do," Shimizu Aoi noted the fleeting presence of the 2 sand squads. But given his injuries, managing to temporarily split the enemy forces was the extent of his efforts. He regarded the 8 approaching sand shinobi with cold resolve. "Unless you are prepared to kill me, this path is absolutely impassable." The 2 leading sand jounin exchanged glances and, after a nod, grimly replied, "Then, as you wish." Although the sand shinobi numbered 8, they had only 2 jounin. Once this leaf jounin began to fight with all his might, it would be difficult for a single squad to contend without unforeseen complications arising. To quickly catch up with their comrades, and to express respect for a true warrior, the 2 sand jounin resolved to exert their utmost effort. The jounin from the Shimizu clan of Konoha was, after all, a highly significant target for elimination. Chapter 26. An unexpected, brutal counterattack. As Inuzuka Shuki hurried through the mountainous terrain, his companion, Yukimaru, suddenly halted. With its head raised, the canine took a deep sniff of the air before growling lowly at its master. Inuzuka Shuki also paused, wrinkling his nose in the cool breeze, then listened intently. Eventually, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of delight crossing his face. "Captain, approximately 500 meters ahead, the enemy has appeared. The scent is from that group of sand shinobi known to Yukimaru, but from what I gather, their number seemed to have increased." Inuzuka Shuki spoke with utmost certainty. "Close in another 200 meters for reconnaissance. Chingin, be ready to activate your Byakugan. Waihai Kurinai responded solemnly, having grown accustomed to Inuzuka Shuki's peculiar sensory abilities. With a sweeping gesture, he led Team 10 swiftly forward. Moments later, the 3 fleeing leaf ninjas, along with the 8 sand shinobi in hot pursuit, became starkly visible to Hinata Chingin's gleaming Byakugan, situated 100 meters away. Is this a chase? They could easily strike us down but choose to pursue. Are we their intended targets? Do they fear we might flee without a fight? Waihai Kurinai's face darkened with a murderous intent upon hearing Chingin's report. Inuzuka Shuki's large eyes darted around before he hurriedly whispered to Waihai Kurinai, drawing close. Under the curious gazes of Sure Sui and Chingin, Waihai Kurinai pondered briefly before nodding, albeit with a slight frown. 2ch Nin from Root, dragging the weary Shimizu Maru, had no time to attend to the blood streaming from their wounds. Pushing themselves to run with all their might, they held little confidence about encountering reinforcements from Konoha. Certainly, they lacked the energy to ponder such concerns, as the pursuing enemy was like a thorn in their backs. If it weren't for sheer determination, they would have collapsed long ago, down, after an indeterminate amount of time. Just as their consciousness began to wane, they suddenly heard a hurried whisper from behind. They turned to see a small child with a Konoha ninja headband peeking out from a tall thicket. Instinctively, the 2ch Nin from Root and Shimizu Maru leaped into action upon spotting the Konoha headband, dropping to the ground without hesitation to be careful. The burly Sand Jounin following closely behind the 3 leaf ninjas had sensed a faint blue chakra line on the ground, his instincts prompting him to sound the alarm. Yet before he could utter more than 2 words, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, followed by a blinding flash of light before his eyes. Almost instantly, a relentless cacophony of explosions echoed in his ears. Amidst the roaring shock waves of the blasts, a fierce wind howled, debris and rocks scattered in all directions, and fragments of bushes and branches danced wildly, as if a frenzied Grim Reaper were violently wielding its scythe amidst the chaos. The 2 Sand Village Jonin swiftly activated their Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart, and Wind Release, Wind Armor, desperately shielding their vital points while simultaneously attempting to protect their accompanying Chunin and Genin. However, in the face of such urgency, the effectiveness of their defenses left much to be desired. The 2 Genin were almost instantly hurled away by the shockwave that erupted beneath them, while the 4 Chunin barely managed to summon a chakra shield. Yet they teetered on the brink of collapse amidst the madness of the explosions, 2 of them already bleeding profusely from their orifices. Clearly suffering from internal injuries that it was not just them. The 2 seasoned Jonin, big beard and bandaged face, also felt a wave of dizziness wash over them, an overwhelming urge to spew blood rising within. Explosive tags! Once again, those damned explosive tags. How many had been deployed? Bandaged Face ripped off the bandages covering his mouth, unleashing a furious roar. How many explosive tags have been used? Inuzuka Kiba himself had lost count. In any case, the scroll gifted to him by his godmother, which contained a hefty stack of explosive tags, was now empty. Utilizing these explosive tags, he had leveraged his extraordinary mental fortitude to string them together with chakra threads and preemptively buried them along the path of inevitable passage. Most importantly, the coverage was extensive, leaving no escape route for the enemy. What followed was simplicity itself. After ensuring the safe passage of his 3 leaf village comrades, a mere flick of his finger would ignite those precious explosive tags, providing a grand and dazzling welcome gift to the unsuspecting sand ninjas. When the impoverished resorted to tactical interspersing, the affluent unleashed overwhelming firepower. Inuzuka Kiba executed this wartime principle to perfection. Only a ninja of considerable means could orchestrate such a colossal explosion, which was why Akatsuki CHJ was taken aback and astonished upon hearing Inuzuka Kiba's plan. The reasoning was simple. Explosive tags were exorbitantly expensive, exceedingly so in the original narrative, aside from Conan, who was supported by the might of a nation, and Shikamaru Nara, who had once unleashed a massive barrage of explosive tags in a vengeful act for his master. Few ninjas utilized explosive tags with such frequency. In this unprecedented explosion, half of a fully staffed Sand Ninja squad was instantly incapacitated. The 2 Genin only managed to emit a single agonized wail before being flung away by the rolling shockwave. now lying motionless on the ground. Drenched in blood, two of the slightly weaker Chunin were disheveled and bleeding from mouth and nose, evidently suffering severe internal injuries. The remaining two Chunin, having responded promptly, sustained injuries but still retained a semblance of combat capability. Meanwhile, the seasoned Jonin, Big Beard and Bandage Face, despite their formidable strength and quick reflexes, experienced only a degree of dizziness, ringing in their ears, and accelerated heartbeats, without sustaining significant harm. However, the substantial loss of their squad members left both men trembling with rage, their gazes fierce and predatory like that of wolves, as ninjas. How could they allow their tempers to flare? Just then, a voice suddenly emerged from before them. The sand ninjas looked up to see a towering figure, eyes closed, emerging from the billowing smoke like a deity of war. Then, the world around them seemed to tremble slightly as that figure opened its eyes, revealing a pair of extraordinary orbs shimmering with a rose-red brilliance. This is bad. Though Big Beard appeared rugged, his thoughts were acutely perceptive. Upon seeing those crimson eyes, an immediate sense of alarm surged within him, prompting him to avert his gaze. However, the bandaged-faced sand ninja, still caught up in an irate outburst, succumbed to the enchanting allure of the illusionary red eyes. His world abruptly fell silent, engulfed in a sanguine haze. Countless crimson feathers descended from the sky like snowflakes, transporting him into a nightmarish realm. Strangely, these blood-colored feathers gradually coalesced into numerous blood-caked crows, their wings ablaze with crimson flames, swooping down with piercing shrieks. A potent scent of blood and an overwhelming heat enveloped the bandaged-face sand ninja, who attempted to flee, only to stumble and fall. Glancing down, he was horrified to discover countless blood-soaked arms emerging from the ground. Nearly a dozen skeletal hands clutching his legs. Amidst his panicked screams, the blood crows descended upon him. The searing drops of blood corroded his clothing and skin, while sharp beaks pecked at his eyes, and merciless claws tore at his flesh. This scene unfolded like a harrowing nightmare, inciting agonized howls akin to a beast in its death throes from the tortured bandaged-face sand ninja. The blood crow domain was the signature illusion of Akatsuki's CHJR, ensnaring the enemy's body and mind, instilling boundless fear and suffering until mental collapse ensued, rendering the foe utterly devoid of combat capability. Matsuri, the astonished Big Beard Sand Ninja, turned to his comrade, who stood frozen in shock, and shouted desperately. Alas, Matsuri, trapped within the Blood Crow domain, had lost all capacity for movement. Big Beard Sand Ninja, Sakiri, shifted his gaze toward the cold-eyed Leaf Jonin. Elevating his perception of danger to an SS rank, deity, was no wonder the notorious desert weasel, Yagura, had fallen at the battlefield. The Leaf Village had dispatched a master illusionist, Akatsuki's CHJR, which clarified everything. However, now was not the time for idle thoughts. If he did not act swiftly, Matsuri would perish here. Sakiri swung his arms, and two golden spikes, each over a meter long, erupted from his palms, entwined with yellow sand as if they were living entities, just as Sakiri prepared to launch his assault. A sharp sound pierced the air nearby. 2 tornadoes, each with a diameter of at least 1.5 meters, whirled forth from beside a sturdy tree and charged directly toward the 4 injured sand Chunin. The Chunin, instinctively reacting, dodged to the sides, breaking their formation as the two groups split apart. In that moment, 2 figures, one black and one white, darted from the ground, each racing toward opposite sides. These figures were none other than Uchiha Shursui, who had executed a close-range body flicker technique, and Haiji Aoi, who had activated her Byakugan, wind swirling between her palms. The 4 sand ninjas, caught midair without any means of support, found themselves in utter disarray. 1 heavily injured Chunin was seized by Aoi, who then propelled him away with a forceful strike from her palm. Another Chunin had his throat slashed by Shursui's kunai. As his consciousness faded, he seemed to glimpse a pair of scarlet eyes. Uchiha Shursui, usually a quiet youth, had activated his double Tomo Sharingan, enabling him to execute close-range body flicker while often achieving fatal strikes. As the movements of his opponents appeared agonizingly slow to him. Chapter 27. The Annihilation of the Sand Ninja Squad. The initial assault from the two tornadoes revealed two identical childlike figures. They exchanged mischievous smiles and darted toward the remaining two Chunin with lightning speed. In terms of velocity, Inuzuka Kiba, utilizing his beast clone technique, was every bit as swift as Shursui. Ignoring the horrified Chunin shuriken, Kiba lunged forward before the Chunin could weave hand seals for his jutsu, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Boom! The purple-haired Chunin was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang! Meanwhile, Yukimaru, having bitten the target's right hand, reverted to his true form. The already injured white-haired Chunin, in a desperate attempt to break free, lost his balance as Yukimaru violently shook his head. That moment, the purple-haired Chunin, hurtling backward, collided with him. A sudden surge of force sent the two tumbling together like rolling gourds. Bang! Bang! Shursui and Aoi charged in unison, their sharp kunai and wind-infused palms swiftly dispatching the twitching Chunin. Though this sequence of events may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. The lightning-fast 10th squad of the Leaf Village had effortlessly dealt with 4 Sand Chunin in an instant. The remarkable achievements and prowess are indeed astonishing. In fact, the newly formed Team 10 of the Hidden Leaf Village, with the Illusion Master and Elite Jonin, Sunset Konomaru, aside, and not to mention the recently promoted Chunin, Hyuga Aoi, we must focus on the soon-to-be 10-year-old Uchiha Shursui and the youngest member, Inuzuka Kiba. Although they may outwardly appear as novice genin, their true strength is undeniably at the Chunin level. Shursui, a bearer of the esteemed Uchiha clan surname and renowned as a prodigy, possesses exceptional talents that far surpass those of his peers. His already activated Two-Tomo Sharingan attests to his extraordinary aptitude and immense potential. Comparatively, Uchiha Bito, who is several years older, only awakened his Two-Tomo Sharingan in a desperate bid to save his beloved Rin from peril. In terms of innate talent, he pales in comparison to Shursui. Meanwhile, Kiba, who at the tender age of 4 managed to incapacitate a Mist Village Chunin, showcases an overall strength that transcends age, far exceeding the realm of mere genius. Despite being older by a couple of years, Shursui has consistently been overshadowed by Kiba at the Ninja Academy, where even Shursui cannot claim absolute victory over Kiba's mysterious abilities. Thus, referring to Kiba as a prodigy is indeed more fitting. Furthermore, Kiba's imaginative thinking sets him apart from the average ninja who adheres strictly to the code of conduct. After all, what ordinary ninja would recklessly expend valuable explosive tags with such abandon? The Hidden Leaf may be vast, but its ninja are not so abundantly wealthy. Therefore, when the 3 members of Team 10, whose abilities firmly reached the Chunin level, coordinated a meticulously planned storm-style ambush, the defeat and demise of the Sand Village Chunin became less astonishing. Even the team leader, Sunset Konomaru, although deeply impressed by the formidable strength of his 3 subordinates, displayed no excessive surprise. However, the burly Sand Ninja, Shikiri, could hardly contain his disbelief, his eyes bulging as he realized that the assailants were mere children around the age of 10, particularly the small figure standing beside a white ninja dog, whose cherubic face suggested he was no older than 6 or 7 yet. These 3 seemingly inexperienced children utterly incapacitated his seasoned Chunin subordinates, who were accustomed to the brutality of battle. Oh heavens! Why does the divine favor the Hidden Leaf Village of the Land of Fire so? Not only have they been granted the finest living conditions and a prosperous national backing, but they also continuously produce exceptionally gifted ninja. From the legendary Senda brothers, Hashirama and Tobirama, who emerged during the Warring States period, to the formidable Uchiha Madara, whose strength rivals that of the first Hokage, alongside the illustrious Hyuga clan and the renowned ninjutsu master Sarutobi Hiruzen, culminating in the legendary Sannin named by demigods, each one a paragon of their time. The exceptional ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village seemed to spring forth like a never-ending fountain, showing no signs of abating. Indeed, these 3 young prodigies from the Hyuga, Uchiha, and Inuzuka clans have already begun to unveil their remarkable potential and prowess. Just as Shikiri was lost in thought, a dull thud echoed in his ears. Masyuri, tormented as if for a lifetime within the illusion, finally spat blood and collapsed to the ground. Clearly, in this battle of wills, Masyuri had been thoroughly outmatched, with no means to retaliate. as he beheld the encroaching leaf ninja. Shikiri could only manage a bitter smile. His initial intention to play the role of the cunning hawk had now led him to the brink of oblivion. Nevertheless, as a sand ninja seasoned by the trials of the desert, he would not succumb to the fate of a helpless victim. With a roar, Shikiri was suddenly enveloped in a yellow sand armor, vanishing into the ground. Almost immediately, a large, ochre hand erupted from the earth. Targeting the youngest member, Kiba, it seemed he had deemed this little fellow the softest target. The white-eyed Hyuga Aoi swiftly pinpointed Shikiri's location underground and raised a finger. Simultaneously, Sunset Konoha, with a swift motion, hurled a kunai towards the ground where Shikiri was hiding. This was a classic tactic of attacking the enemy to save oneself. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes spun rapidly, unleashing a flurry of shurikens aimed at Shikiri's direction. However, having already set his sights on Kiba, Shikiri was relentless, withstanding the combined assault thanks to his sturdy sand armor, and his colossal sandy hand snatched Kiba into its grasp, dragging him mercilessly into the earth. Kiba! Came the startled cries of Aoi and Shirsue as the ground trembled violently. Suddenly, a massive burst of orange flames erupted from below, followed by a resounding crash of thunder. Shikiri, having escaped from the underground, emerged with his once dense beard reduced to ashes, revealing a face mottled with red and black. Whether from the scorching heat or sheer rage was uncertain. His bulging eyes scanned his surroundings, and the continuous bombardment of explosive tags left even the usually composed Shikiri seething with fury. Steam rising from his tightly clenched jaw, resembling a furious and agitated bull. His robust physique was now drenched in blood, appearing severely injured, though not fatally so. The renowned sand armor of Shikiri was no mere facade. However, the earlier assault by the Leaf Jonin, Sunset Konoha, had inflicted a substantial wound upon him. Had he succeeded in capturing that little rascal, these injuries would have been a mere trifle, for he would have had a hostage. A bargaining chip. Alas, now he found himself ensnared with grave injuries, teetering on the brink of demise. Oh dear! How could a Jonin be so careless? Came a light-hearted voice, as if mocking him in the midst of the astonished gazes of those around. Kiba emerged from behind a nearby tree trunk, the very tree he had been concealing himself within. Sunset Konoha rose, exhaling a sigh of relief, while Shirsue and Aoi shot reproachful glances at the mischievous Kiba, realizing that the clever child had unwittingly caused unnecessary alarm among his comrades. As it turned out, when Shikiri's gaze had carelessly swept past him, Kiba's innate sensory abilities had detected an ominous premonition. Thus, he had stealthily employed the substitution technique, stuffing the already ignited explosive tags into the decoy's embrace. Consequently, Shikiri's presumed foolproof ambush had merely ensnared a crude wooden log adorned with explosive tags. In a relatively confined space beneath the earth, the explosive tag's power was magnified, delivering a significant blow to Shikiri, akin to a heavily armored tank suffering a sudden ambush. Meanwhile, Kiba, endowed with the unique ability of wood release, had concealed himself within the tree, a skill he had recently mastered, hardly noteworthy. Given the opportunity, he could even deftly manipulate various earth and water-based jutsu. After all, it is worth noting that wood release is a fusion and mutation of both earth and water techniques. It is time to end this, came the cold voice of Sunset Konoha from behind Shikiri, as Kiba, Shirsue, and Aoi closed in around him. Minutes later, the cornered Shikiri, despite his unwillingness to concede, ultimately collapsed onto the soil of the Land of Rivers. He was never truly a match for Sunset Konoha, and with the combined assault of the Byakugan, Sharingan, and the ferocity of Kiba, even Shikiri, renowned for his resilience, succumbed to defeat and that moment. The focus shifted to the three-leaf ninja from their village. Unfortunately, the two Chunin from the route, already gravely injured, succumbed to unconsciousness upon encountering reinforcements. Only Shimizu Maru, albeit a genin, remained alert, as he belonged to the esteemed Shimizu clan and had been well protected, making him the one who was now conscious. Realizing his clarity, he witnessed the ferocious counterattack of Team 10, culminating in the annihilation of two sand ninja squads. Shimizu Maru gaped in disbelief, marveling at the overwhelming combat prowess of Team 10. This Team 10, is simply astonishing. However, this thought lingered only briefly before Shimizu Maru scrambled to his feet, rushing towards the team leader, Sunset Konomaru. Senior Konomaru, please, you must assist my uncle and team leader. Shimizu Aoi. Shimizu Maru implored, tears streaming down his face as he bowed deeply. Chapter 28. The rescue of Jonin Shimizu upon learning that 4 squads of Sand Ninja had come to assail them. Their objective being to lure out the Shimizu team and subsequently eliminate them all, and that Shimizu Aoi had remained behind to confront 2 squads of Sand Ninja. Even the usually composed Sunset Konomaru exhibited a flicker of concern. His gaze swept over his 3 subordinates. Shursui and Aoi nodded in agreement, while Kiba slammed his right hand into his left palm, exclaiming vehemently, "We will not abandon. We will not give up. Captain, we must rescue our comrades and eliminate the enemy without hesitation." Very well. As the sun set, the crimson hue enveloped the sky, and the expressionless face of Yuhi Kurenai revealed a hint of relief as she nodded in satisfaction. The ninjas of Konoha, despite the internal strife, exhibited unparalleled unity when confronted with external threats. The adage of not abandoning and not giving up indeed held significant truth. After instructing Shikamaru to remain behind, Kurenai found a secluded cave to tend to the exhausted and fainted companions. Before setting forth with her spirited Team 10, hastening towards the southern direction, the presence of Inuzuka Kiba and Yukimaru as guides posed no issue whatsoever. Meanwhile, the battle between the Konoha Jonin, Shizen Ao, and 2 Suna Jonin was nearing its climax. The reason for this being a clash of Jonin was due to the desperate Shizen Ao and the cautious Suna Jonin, whose combat was of such magnitude and breadth that it was beyond the recklessness of the 6 lower-ranked ninjas to engage. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant at the periphery, blocking all possible escape routes for Shizen Ao. The phrase "a cornered beast fights back" aptly described Ao's current predicament. Yet, it was precisely this desperate situation, combined with his severe injuries, that ignited an explosive ferocity within him, rendering the Suna ninjas wary of his might. Shizen Ao, esteemed as the second strongest within the Shizen clan after the then leader of Konoha's Umbu, Shizen Danzo, was particularly skilled in wind-release jutsu. This innate ability provided him a certain edge against the predominantly earth and wind-type ninjas of Suna, contributing to his prolonged resistance against their assault. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly his final dance of battle for Konoha. In the eyes of the 8 Suna ninjas, and within Ao's own heart, there was no glimmer of hope for survival that day. In truth, Shizen Ao had reached his limits. The incessant bleeding from his wounds rendered his movements sluggish and his reactions increasingly dull. After unleashing another wind release, vacuum wave, darkness suddenly clouded his vision, and his body staggered. Although he regained his composure in an instant, a chill gripped his heart. I could see that moment. The 2 Suna Jonin, who had been weaving and engaging in combat, suddenly began to execute their hand signs with swiftness. Doton, Mizumi, the robust Suna Jonin, Mizu, clapped his hands together, causing the earth beneath Ao's feet to whirl and collapse like a vortex, forming a mire nearly 5 meters in diameter in an instant. Simultaneously, a terrifying pulling force ensnared his legs, drawing him toward the swamp. Shizen Ao gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to escape the nightmarish mire. However, the other Suna Jonin, a blonde named Rock, offered him no chance for resistance. Ftun, Kamaitashi, an ear-piercing shriek filled the air as slashing winds, akin to the scythe of death, surged forth, traversing the distance and targeting the struggling Shizen. My life is forfeit, with no leverage beneath him and his chakra in disarray. Ao despaired and shut his eyes at that very moment. Yuhi Kurenai and Team 10 were drawing near the battlefield, witnessing this critical moment unfold before their eyes. Captain Thromi, Inuzuka Kiba, lacking time for contemplation, turned to Kurenai, his eyes wide with urgency. Kurenai, uncertain of Kiba's intentions, acted instinctively in her desperation, grasping the collar of the young boy and hurling him towards Shizen Ao's direction. This scene left Shizen Itachi and Aoi, who were trailing behind Kurenai, utterly astonished. Yet in the next instant, Kurenai realized with a pang of regret that her instinctive action might doom Kiba to peril. What could a 6-year-old genin possibly contribute at such a moment? Had she unwittingly become the architect of Kiba's demise? Such folly! Upon hearing the commotion, Shizen Ao opened his eyes wide, and upon seeing the child soaring through the air, his face turned ashen, his heart racing with anxiety. In contrast, Inuzuka Kiba, suspended in the air, was devoid of distractions. His bright eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, momentarily flickered with doubt, but were soon replaced with a resolute determination. "These are my comrades from Konoha," he thought. Disregarding the potential revelation of his abilities, he swiftly formed an unusual hand sign, rarely utilized. Mokitan. Mokimbi. The moment his feet touched the ground, a youthful voice rang out, and a series of towering wooden pillars erupted from the earth before Shizen Ao, bending into an arch to intercept the incoming wind scythes. However, the wind release, Kamaitachi, executed at full strength by a jonin, shattered the wooden barrier in mere moments. Yet, what Kiba saw was merely a brief reprieve. His cheeks flushed with exertion as he concentrated his chakra, gathering it into his right hand. Dazzling azure light emanated from his fist as he struck the slowly rotating mire beneath Ao's feet. Super strength, cherry blossom charge. With Kiba's youthful yet vigorous shout, a series of thunderous booms echoed through the air, causing the immense mire to tremble violently before abruptly halting its rotation. Cracks began to form, expanding until the ground collapsed into a terrifying pit. Though this narration may seem lengthy, it transpired in a single, fluid motion. Kiba, willing to expose his would-release abilities to save a fellow Konoha comrade, unleashed a powerful combination of jutsu. A relieved smile graced Kiba's pale face as exhaustion washed over him, causing him to slump down to the ground. With the mire dissipating, the oppressive force binding Shizen Ao vanished. He felt an overwhelming surge of joy as he swiftly transformed into a shadow, appearing behind Kiba to support the young boy's frail frame. Accompanying this was Kurenai, her expression a mix of fear and relief. Is there a genin capable of wood release? Kurenai and Shizen Ao exchanged astonished glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. "Leave the rest to us." Kurenai nodded at the wobbling Shizen Ao, placing a reassuring hand on Kiba's shoulder. Her cold gaze shifted toward the encroaching Suna ninjas. Swoosh, swoosh. Shizen and Aoi rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of the nearly exhausted Kiba. "Don't worry about me. I just need a moment to recover." Feeling the warmth of their concern, Kiba beamed a radiant smile. "Always showing off." Shizen huffed, not turning back. Yet despite his proud tone, a hint of amusement lingered in his voice. "Indeed." Aoi gazed at Kiba in amazement, nodding in agreement before playfully sticking out her tongue. With her back turned to the trio, Kurenai maintained her stoic demeanor, though the corners of her lips twitched slightly. "I'm serious. It was merely a moment of overexertion, and I'll recover shortly. Captain Shizen Senpai, leave those 2 Suna jonin to you. As for the remaining 6 and insects, we'll handle them." Kiba steadied himself, placing a hand over Ao's grievously bleeding abdomen. "All right, though I am gravely injured. I can still hold one of them off." "What?" Shizen Ao nodded, his pride intact. Even with his last breath, he would not allow himself to appear weak before his juniors. Yet before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock, his face reflecting sheer disbelief. Upon hearing Ao's exclamation, Kurenai, Shizen, and Aoi turned in unison, equally astonished by the sight before them. Before their eyes, a shimmering green light enveloped Ao's abdomen, and the gruesome wound began to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. The source of this radiant glow was a pair of chubby little hands belonging to Kiba, medical ninjutsu. The revelation sent shockwaves through not just the Konoha quartet, but also the 8 Suna ninjas. The sudden emergence of a medical ninja on the Konoha side introduced an uncontrollable variable to the previously imbalanced battlefield. Damn it, how could he be a medical ninja? Rock and Mizu exchanged glances, unease settling in their hearts. Though this medical ninja appeared to be merely a 6 or 7-year-old child, the prowess of a ninja is not always measured by age. After all, just moments ago, This young boy had unleashed 2 jutsu of at least B-rank caliber. This child was far more than just an ordinary medical ninja. Wait a moment, that little rascal's first ninjutsu would release. Astonishing! Has Konoha once again produced a ninja capable of utilizing would release? All present turned their gaze in unison towards Inuzuka Shu, whose face was drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 29. The formidable presence of Team 10 in just a few fleeting seconds. It felt to Inuzuka Shu as though hours had passed. This healing, reminiscent of creation and regeneration, drew upon the innate would release Kekkei Genkai of the little fellow, intensifying both his exhaustion and a subtle pang of sympathy. Shimura, Ao, do not let my expectations go unfulfilled. Quickly inform your elder brother Danzo to make his move. Inuzuka Shu gradually withdrew his hand, his mind swirling with thoughts, yet his pale face radiated an aura of sanctity. Danzo is the very one who conspired against Shursui, a man who has long coveted the position of Hokage and is willing to resort to unscrupulous means, rather than remaining on the defensive. It would be more prudent to draw the snake from its lair. It is impossible for the timid Inuzuka Shu to shrink away from this challenge. Moreover, as Inuzuka Shu has learned, Danzo is currently entangled in the political machinations of the Land of Earth, engaging in intricate schemes alongside the grand conspirator Tsuchikage Onoki this moment. Amidst the vast struggles of the great nations, even if he yearns for Shu's would-release abilities, he may lack the time to devise and execute his plans. Furthermore, the 3-year-long Third Shinobi World War has afforded Inuzuka Shu ample time and space to grow. By then, regardless of strength or foundation, even if Danzo harbors ulterior motives, he may lack both the courage and opportunity to act. As for his own safety, over the past 2 years, those aware of Inuzuka Shu's unique would-release abilities, including Inuzuka Shigeru and his daughter, as well as Inuzuka the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Minato and Kushina, have been quietly protecting him. It is worth noting that this would-release ninjutsu was personally obtained by Minato from the third Hokage, who then instructed him in its usage. Inuzuka Shu has already been secretly scrutinized by the Hokage faction for years, bearing the unmistakable mark of Konoha's legacy, and he is indeed the rightful successor of the Will of Fire, a true ember of Konoha. Otherwise, even to save his comrades, Inuzuka Shu would not recklessly employ would-release ninjutsu. Inuzuka Shu retracted his palm, lifting his small face toward Shimura Ao, and said, "Uncle, please remember to reimburse me for my medical fees in the future." With that, the little fellow pulled out a small green pill resembling a medicine capsule from his pocket, swallowed it in one gulp, and then began to meditate, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings in truth. It was merely an ordinary herbal pill, swallowed as a ruse. Inuzuka Shu wished to conceal his extraordinary regenerative abilities, for his excessively abnormal physique is his greatest secret. Shimura Ao touched the now-healed wound on his abdomen, his expression complex as he regarded Inuzuka Shu. Before slowly nodding, he clenched his fists and stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Yuhi Kurenai, gazing with fiery intensity at the hesitant Sand Shinobi. The battlefield situation consisted of 8 Sand Shinobi, 5 Konoha ninjas, and 1 Ninkin. The high-level combatants included 2 J-Nin, while the Sand Shinobi outnumbered the lower-ranked ninjas. Yet in terms of overall strength, a delicate balance had been achieved. In this standoff, Rock and Miz exchanged glances, an incredible thought flashing through their minds, and their unease suddenly magnified. The blonde-haired Rock spoke, "You were the Konoha team that killed Yuna and the others. Aren't you?" "Correct, to an extent. In fact, we just eliminated 2 more teams." Yuhi Kurenai extended 3 fingers, a hint of mockery curling at the corners of her mouth. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursui raised his hand, causing the headbands of the 8 Sand Shinobi to clatter together like wind chimes. "What?" The other 6 lower-ranked shinobi gasped in astonishment, and Rock and Miz were equally taken aback, their faces paling. The instant they laid eyes on this Konoha team, a shadow fell over their hearts. Though they had clung to a shred of hope, what if they could slip past each other unnoticed? Yet, the harsh reality shattered all their illusions that in that moment, there was no longer any need to fight desperately. As Rock and Miz exchanged glances, they unconsciously felt the urge to retreat. What they did not realize was that the majority of the other two sand shinobi squads had been obliterated by a massive explosion fueled by money. The asymmetry of information had led them to overestimate the strength of Yuhi Kurenai's team. In truth, Team 10 had already claimed the lives of 12 sand shinobi, appearing to them as a formidable demon lord. The blazing red eyes of Yuhi Kurenai, the prominent Uchiha fan symbol on Shursue's attire, the genuine Byakugan of AO, and the earlier display of would release ninjutsu and formidable strength by Inuzuka Shu, all combined with the healing ninjutsu, formed a unique ensemble whose background and prowess far exceeded their expectations. Not to mention that there was also Shimura AO, a powerful member of the Konoha Shimura clan, who was seething with a desire for revenge. You wish to flee. In unison, Yuhi Kurenai and Shimura AO stepped forward. Forming hand seals, the overwhelming aura released by the 2J Nin surged forth, pressing down upon the sand shinobi. Retreat, Rock and Miz exclaimed in unison, their faces shifting dramatically. The 8 sand shinobi sprang backward as if propelled by springs. Simultaneously, howling wind blades and sharp projectiles laid down a barrier before them, creating a colossal sandstorm that stretched across the path of the Konoha ninjas. Yet until the dust settled, neither Yuhi Kurenai nor Shimura AO moved a muscle. Their battle experience was extensive. They had already noticed the fleeting hesitation in the eyes of the 2 Sanjay Nin. Indeed, under the pressure of the astounding accomplishments of Konoha's Team 10, the sand shinobi were like startled birds, completely losing their resolve to fight, fleeing like ostriches in the desert. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the crowd, while Shimura AO swayed slightly, although his injuries were temporarily healed. The mental fatigue from a series of life-and-death battles was nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, Yuhi Kurenai was there to support him gently. Once the external threat had retreated and the Konoha group relaxed, their curious and probing gazes fell upon Inuzuka Shu, who was currently meditating with his eyes closed. 10 seconds later, 1 minute later, 3 minutes later. Oh dear, while I know I'm adored by everyone, being stared at so intently makes me shy. Inuzuka Shu opened his eyes. His small face flushed, playfully twisting his body into a pretzel shape and feigning shyness. Ugh, how disgusting. Shursui felt a chill run down his spine, gently kicking Inuzuka Shu in the rear. Dahaha. How adorable. AO exclaimed, reaching out to pinch Inuzuka Shu's chubby little face, giving it a playful tug. What a lively character. Witnessing this scene, Yuhi Kurenai's usually frosty visage softened into a fleeting smile. Would release ninjutsu. Only Shimura AO, with a complex expression in his eyes, surveyed the group before ultimately fixing his gaze upon Inuzuka Shu. Though great favors need not be spoken of, I must sincerely express my gratitude for your timely support. Otherwise, I would surely be doomed at this moment. However, Shimura AO quickly masked his emotions, revealing a hint of excitement on his face. Yuhi Kurenai shook her head, offering a gentle smile as she said, "We are all comrades of Konoha. There is no need for formality. Rest assured, the comrades you sent to alert us are unharmed." Shimura AO nodded, then turned his gaze to Inuzuka Shu, squatting slightly and speaking kindly. "Inuzuka Shu, right? Thank you so much for your timely intervention and healing. Otherwise, Uncle would have been in serious trouble." Inuzuka Shu lifted his face, grinning widely as he replied, "No need for thanks, Uncle, not if you truly feel grateful. Just convert it into cash." Shimura AO, who was unfamiliar with Inuzuka Shu's mischievous nature, was momentarily taken aback. Smack! Yuhi Kurenai lightly tapped Inuzuka Shu on the back of the head, then chuckled. "This child is just playful. Don't mind him. This time, I suffered significant losses." Inuzuka Shu clutched his head, casting a mournful glance at the handsome uncle as he muttered. Indeed, it was true, while the chain explosions of the explosive tags were exhilarating. As the saying goes, a cannon's blast brings forth a fortune. In Inuzuka Shu's eyes, the dazzling and powerful explosions were not just surging flames, but fluttering bills. This place is no longer safe. We should return to the camp. Yuhi Kurenai squinted towards the direction of the land of wind, snorting softly before addressing the group. Understood. Inuzuka, Shu, and Shursui, along with Ao, ceased their playful antics and stood at attention in response. The mountain winds continued to howl, stirring up clouds of dust. The dust concealed numerous footprints, as well as patches of crimson blood. Only the broken trees and the uneven terrain remained, serving as a stark reminder of the fierce battle that once erupted here. Little tree, are you employing wood release by day? In the camp at night, Shursui, restless, turned over repeatedly, unable to find slumber alongside Inuzuka Kiba. Eventually, the youthful Shursui could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Ah, something like that, Kiba replied nonchalantly, eyes closed, exuding an air of calm. But that's a bloodline limit exclusive to the first Hokage. How can you? Shursui scratched his head, his dark eyes filled with confusion. It seemed surreal that a member of the Inuzuka clan possessed the wood-release bloodline. It's just how I was born. Fate has arranged it thus, and I have no say in the matter. Perhaps this is why I was named Tree. Kiba turned to Shursui, grinning widely. Tisish, what a show-off. Shursui, unable to tolerate the smug expression on Kiba's face, turned away in a huff. This little rascal is becoming increasingly enigmatic and powerful. As he prepared for sleep, Shursui found himself lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, Kiba had already fallen into a blissful slumber, his soft snores echoing in the night. Chapter 30. The assault on Konoha in the days that followed, reconnaissance missions along the western border of the Fire Country intensified. Konoha, in response, not only resolutely repelled these incursions, but also sent elite teams to launch counterattacks and gather intelligence. This naturally resulted in mutual casualties. However, the Sunagakure squadron that had previously been decimated by Team 10 of the Yui clan had unexpectedly gone into temporary hiding, their sorties becoming increasingly rare. According to various intelligence reports, Sunagakure had placed a bounty on Team 10's heads, the reward being second only to that of Orochimaru, the commander of Konoha's western forces. It was clear that the Sunagakure had developed a deep-seated hatred for Kiba and his companions. If they ventured to the front lines now, they would undoubtedly face a coordinated assault from all sides. This left the lively Kiba feeling quite restless, as his days consisted of training and deliberately wandering around Orochimaru's tent, his eagerness for battle unmistakable. After frequent visits, the guarding ninjas began to ignore him, as Orochimaru had instructed them to adopt a policy of non-interference with this troublesome child. However, Mitarashi Anko, the spirited girl, grew increasingly annoyed with Kiba's incessant disturbances of her mentor, vowing to give him a sound thrashing. Yet, this period of mutual testing did not last long. One day, Sunagakure suddenly withdrew all reconnaissance units, and the previously tense border fell into an eerie silence. The following morning, amidst swirling winds and clouds, nearly 1,000 Sunagakure shinobi launched wave after wave of attacks against Konoha's western forces. However, the raging sandstorm collided with a dense protective forest, and the ambitious Sunagakure forces were met with a staunch defense from Konoha's main troops. The fierce and bloody clash left Kiba profoundly shaken yet exhilarated, as it was his first experience witnessing the realities of battle that on this local battlefield, Team 10, led by Yuhi Kurenai, unleashed pent-up combat fervor. In truth, Team 10's composition was nearly perfect. Kurenai's Genjutsu suppression, Shursui's rapid teleportation techniques, and Kiba's combination of offense and defense with his Byakugan, coupled with Kiba's unique combination of ninjutsu and his ferocious canine companion. The whirlwind of their combined techniques was indeed formidable. It was no surprise that Team 10 quickly attracted the attention of the Sunagakure forces. Yet despite their fervor, Team 10 remained vigilant, retreating at the first sign of encirclement, much to the chagrin of the Sunagakure ninjas who coveted the hefty bounty. This sudden battle lasted merely half a day before the Sunagakure forces, like a receding tide, withdrew and encamped within a 10-mile radius of the border, watching Konoha with hawkish intent. Consequently, Konoha's troops stood ready for any eventuality. From the casualty reports, both sides suffered losses, yet it was evident that Sunagakure bore the brunt of the damage, although Konoha's forces were numerically inferior to the nearly overwhelming Sunagakure. Their combat prowess was not diminished. This was primarily due to the upper ninjas leading Konoha's western forces, many of whom had survived the Second Great Ninja War, not to mention their commander. Orochimaru, renowned among the legendary Three for his battlefield leadership, supported by the might of the Fire Country. It came as no surprise that they managed to repel Tsunagekyur's assault. The abruptness of Tsunagekyur's attack and their subsequent retreat seemed merely a demonstration of their resolve and intent to challenge Konoha. Yet, Kiba harbored unspoken concerns. With his godlike perspective, he sensed the ulterior motives behind Tsunagekyur's actions. Meanwhile, in Konoha's command tent, Orochimaru frowned deeply, his gaze fixed intently upon the map adorning the wall. His eyes traced the border of the Wind Country, extending beyond the River Country, Rain Country, and Grass Country, finally resting on the Earth and Lightning Countries. Could it be Iwagakure or Kyumogakure? Are they conspiring with Tsunagekyur against Konoha? Orochimaru's slit pupils glinted with a cold light as a sardonic laugh escaped his lips. Having emerged from the Second Great Ninja War with the legendary title of the Three Ninjas, Orochimaru keenly discerned the peculiarities of Tsunagekyur's military maneuvers. The audacity of a clearly weaker Tsunagekyur to instigate conflict suggested they were confident that the other battlefronts in the Fire Country would ignite, forcing Konoha to divide its forces for defense. The only factions capable of achieving this were the equally ambitious and formidable Iwagakure and Kumo. As for Kirigakure, they were already in disarray, and any plots against Konoha would likely be thwarted by their own internal turmoil. As expected, the next day, Orochimaru received reports of an invasion by Kyumogakure into Konoha. Jiraiya's side had suffered a subtle setback, yet upon stabilizing the front, he launched a fierce counter-offensive that in this battle against Kyumogakure. The spotlight did not fall on the lecherous sage Jiraiya, who remained in the rear. Instead, it shone upon his disciple, Namikaze Minato, who, wielding his extraordinary space-time ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God technique, wreaked havoc, instilling terror in the hearts of Kyumogakure's shinobi. The name Konoha's Yellow Flash began to echo across the battlefield. After enduring several severe defeats, Raikage of Kyumogakure even issued an order that upon encountering the Yellow Flash, Kyumogakure ninjas were to abandon their missions. The invasions by Tsunagekyur and Kyumogakure seemingly commenced on the same day, suggesting a potential collusion between the two. However, Konoha's fierce counterattacks took them by surprise, resulting in a temporary stabilization of the situation among the three factions. Though small-scale skirmishes and ambushes remained frequent at this juncture, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, ordered several small teams, including Team 10, to head northward to support and rescue Konoha as forces stationed at the border of the Earth and Fire countries. On the same day, the cunning Tsuchikage Inoki took advantage of the chaos to secretly ally with Kyumogakure, launching a fierce surprise attack on the Fire country, catching Konoha utterly off guard. Over 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi stormed the northern border of the Fire country, decimating the stationed Konoha forces. Reluctantly, the third Hokage was compelled to redirect troops from the Western Front, as Iwagakure's destructive capabilities significantly outweighed those of the beleaguered Tsunagekyur. The mission assigned to Kiba and his comrades was to assist the beleaguered Konoha forces, ensuring their safe withdrawal to the Fire country and establishing a new defensive line. Upon receiving their orders, Kiba and his team wasted no time, hastening northward with utmost urgency. Kakashi's team, Obito, and Rin. Right, the inevitable has finally arrived. Throughout their journey, Kiba was burdened with foreboding. The knowledge of impending calamity, coupled with the helplessness of being unable to act, left him feeling profoundly frustrated and despondent, if all went according to plan. Konoha should have dispatched the genius Jonin Kakashi, leading his team to intercept Iwagakure supply lines at the Kanabi Bridge. Moreover, according to the original narrative, the previously stationed Namikaze Minato in the Land of Lightning would swiftly rush to provide support. It seemed Kakashi, like him, possessed a kunai inscribed with his teacher's coordinates. Otherwise, traversing the distance between two countries would be far too daunting. Kiba murmured softly, his pace quickening with determination. Meanwhile, within the grass country of the northern border of the Fire country, a perilous battle was underway. Amidst the crackling sounds of piercing shrieks, a diminutive figure darted through the myriad of sharp earth spikes, akin to a bolt of lightning, driving a blindingly radiant orb into the abdomen of a burly Iwagakure ninja. Boom! The Awagakure shinobi gazed in disbelief at the charred wound in his stomach, his eyes instantly glazing over as his towering form collapsed to the ground, as the flash of lightning dissipated. It revealed a white-haired boy with a stern expression. Though he appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, his strength had already reached the level of a jonin. This boy was none other than Konoha's prodigy, Hatake Kakashi, who had just unleashed his original ninjutsu, Raikiri. Behind him emerged two companions of almost the same age, Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin, both of whom were chunin at the time to this moment. Their faces were ashen, faint traces of blood still visible on their bodies, embodying an appearance of utter exhaustion. This relentless group of rock ninjas afforded us no respite whatsoever. Once I regain my strength, I shall ensure they meet a devastating end. With his protective goggles in place, Obito plopped down onto the ground, his voice seething with anger a few meters behind him. Noara Rin shook her head with a wry smile, her gentle yet concerned gaze fixed upon Kakashi. Only after confirming his safety did she finally exhale in relief. Get lost? Kakashi, his expression devoid of emotion, strode past Obito, a low grunt escaping from beneath the black cloth covering his mouth. The sound startled Obito, making him leap up like a pricked hedgehog, pointing an accusing finger at Kakashi. How outrageous! Kakashi, you are so inconsiderate. Here we go again. Noara Rin sighed, accustomed to the constant bickering between the two. Although Obito had previously been quite dissatisfied with Kakashi's task-oriented and aloof demeanor, he had since altered his perspective after learning of Kakashi's family circumstances. However, whenever the two were together, it was as if they were natural opposites, either engaging in verbal sparring or squabbling, often leaving Rin with a throbbing headache in the bloom of youth. Noara Rin remained oblivious to the fact that her admiration for the talented Kakashi incited Obito's intense resentment towards his rival, compounded by Kakashi's dazzling brilliance as a prodigy, which left Obito feeling both frustrated and powerless. Thus, the notion of reconciling their differences was akin to pursuing a fantasy. You all rest here for 3 minutes. I shall scout ahead. Kakashi nodded towards Rin before striding towards the river by the edge of the forest. Just then, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Chapter 31. The Battle of the Godless Bridge, Part 1. Swish. A beam of sword light shot forth from the river, hurtling towards Kakashi. Clang. Kakashi, having drawn the white fan blade at some point, executed a perfect block without hesitation. The sword light dissipated, revealing a tall, slender man with a long face and black hair. The forehead protector amidst his hair clearly marked him as a ninja from the Rock Village. Remember this, little brat. The one who will kill you is a jonin from Awagakure, the leech, the rock ninja. Brandishing his sword, pressed menacingly against Kakashi, a sinister grin spreading across his scarred face. Sensing the overwhelming chakra surging from his opponent, Kakashi's expression turned unusually grim. Kakashi! The sudden turn of events by the river elicited startled cries from the already fatigued Obito and Rin. Now is not the time to worry about others. A deep voice suddenly resonated from behind them. As the space around them shimmered, the towering figure, almost translucent, rapidly solidified. A massive hand accompanied by a piercing shriek ruthlessly struck the nape of Noara Rin's neck as she turned in astonishment. Rin felt a sharp pain before darkness engulfed her, and she quickly lost consciousness. The assailant extended a robust arm, seizing the girl by her collar and retreating swiftly. Rin! Obito cried out, his body trembling violently. The sudden turn of events rendered him momentarily paralyzed, unable to move his feet. Get away! Kakashi, not too far from them, noticed the commotion involving Rin. Overwhelmed with urgency and fury, he unleashed his chakra, the white fang his hand gleaming with a radiant sword light as he fiercely slashed towards the leech's hands. The leech's expression turned serious. The name and strength of Kakashi, the leaf's prodigy, were not to be taken lightly. As he retreated swiftly, he spun around, thrusting his long sword viciously towards Kakashi's heart. Kakashi's response was equally swift and resolute. He sidestepped, trapping the lethal strike with his arms while transferring the white fan from his right hand to his left, delivering a piercing stab into the leech's side, ignoring the agonizing pain coursing through their bodies. Both combatants kicked each other away. The leech's body was sent hurtling into the river, while Kakashi used the momentum from the kick to perform a backflip, darting toward Obito and Noera Rin. Though his armpit was already stained crimson, it did not hinder his movements. Suddenly, a crackling sound filled the air as Kakashi, now firmly on the ground, waved his hands with the speed of the wind, instantly unleashing the lightning blade technique, transforming into a streak of lightning as he pursued the giant rock ninja who had taken Rin. Sensing the movement behind him, the rock ninja turned in shock. A flash of lightning struck fiercely against his colossal form. Boom! In an instant, the rock ninja's body was engulfed in a charred blackness as Kakashi's right hand, akin to an indomitable sword, plunged into his abdomen. However, Kakashi's expression shifted dramatically, for he distinctly felt as though his hand had collided with a solid stone. Before his eyes, a layer of dirt crumbled away from the rock ninja's body, revealing a texture akin to bluish stone. Simultaneously, Kakashi felt a tightening grip on his right wrist, ensnared by the opponent's left hand. That I am Oishi. Little brat, prepare to die. The rock ninja, having thrown the unconscious Noera Rin to the ground, drew a long knife from his waist, bringing it down mercilessly towards Kakashi's head. In a life or death moment, Kakashi suddenly leaned back, channeling his chakra as he kicked forcefully between Oishi's legs. The latter felt a sudden chill and instinctively withdrew. This withdrawal caused the long knife, originally aimed at Kakashi's head, to veer and slice past his left eye. His blood gushed forth. A searing pain enveloped Kakashi, who gritted his teeth, summoning the white fang in his left hand, striking back at Oishi's abdomen. The ear-piercing clash of metal echoed as Kakashi's desperate offensive finally forced the enemy to retreat, and his previously restrained right hand regained its freedom. However, his face was now smeared with blood, particularly around the left eye, which had been brutally destroyed. Kakashi's body trembled violently, his gaze piercing through the pain towards Oishi, his expression fierce as that of a vengeful spirit. Even Oishi, known for his ruthless disposition, felt a tremor of fear in his heart at Kakashi's ferocious glare. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a surge of indignation and fury welled up within Oishi, who bellowed in rage, the long knife swirling like a tempest as it surged towards Kakashi. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Kakashi gripped his father's heirloom, the white fang, and, in a moment of desperation, unexpectedly broke through the family swordsmanship he had inherited, managing to counter Oishi's onslaught, subtly preparing for a counterattack. Brat, prepare to meet your end. The leech, emerging from the river with his long sword in hand, surged like a gale towards Kakashi. This is intolerable. A cry of despair mingled with a thunderous roar erupted as a trembling figure resolutely positioned himself in the path of the oncoming threat. He slowly raised his head, his eyes a blood-red hue, with two pairs of black tomos spinning like windmills. An overwhelming aura of suppression and madness enveloped the leech's very essence. Sharingan. Damn it! The leech was taken aback, abruptly halting his advance. However, Uchiha Obito, having activated his double tomo Sharingan, moved with the speed of shadow, almost instantly closing in on the leech in a swift motion accompanied by a chilling whistle. A black kunai pierced through the leech's heart. The leech let out a deafening roar, kicking Obito away. Yet, even as he soared through the air, Obito's eyes glimmered with an obsessive madness and hatred. Boom! Obito's body collided with a small hillock, the immense recoil causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the once insufferably arrogant Rock Jonin, the leech, stared blankly at the kunai embedded in his chest, a ghost of a tragic smile gracing his lips. Damn! I've capsized in the gutter. With a few hushed murmurs, the leech's body slumped backward, collapsing to the ground like a lifeless log. Rin, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Obito pushed himself up from the ground, determined to rush to Kakashi's aid and retrieve the unconscious Noera Rin. Just then, a voice rang out from not far ahead. Earth release. Rock house collapse. With a thunderous rumble, the hillside behind Obito quaked violently. In an instant, the earth shattered. Countless massive stones cascaded down like a mudslide, engulfing the exhausted Obito in a cloud of dust. A robust rock ninja emerged from the depths, his yellow-brown eyes glinting with triumph. This is the Uchiha ninja who awakened the Sharingan. What a jackpot! He smirked, swinging his right hand, summoning a diamond-colored long staff from thin air. Subsequently, Huoguang Yin strode forward, making his way toward the prey concealed beneath the rocky terrain. On one side lay the unconscious Yohara Rin, while on the other was the critically endangered Abido. Both comrades faced a dire predicament, stirring a tempest of fury within Hatake Kakashi, who was engaged in a bloody battle against Ashikawa. His silver hair bristled like that of a porcupine, and with a fierce determination, he was resolute to fight back. Kakashi's right eye widened in agony, and under the duress of life and death, he unleashed a piercing howl that reverberated through the forest, akin to the cacophony of 1,000 birds in fervent chorus. In the astonished gaze of Ashikawa, Kakashi's entire form radiated with an almost pure white lightning, particularly manifesting in the dazzling brilliance of his white-bladed kunai. The previous technique, Raikiri, paled in comparison to this display of power. Lightning release. Chidori. Surrounded by the crackling energy, Kakashi's blood-streaked visage appeared exceptionally contorted. With a resounding boom, the air beneath him erupted, and in an instant, he vanished. No, to be precise, his speed had transcended the limits of human perception, rendering him seemingly capable of teleportation. Even Ashikawa, a seasoned jonin, could only react defensively to this bewildering velocity. Meanwhile, a layer of earthy armor rapidly enveloped his body, shielding him from the impending assault. In a sudden moment, the tumultuous noise ceased, and Kakashi's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning past Ashikawa, only to halt behind him. The latter stood frozen, his massive blade raised, his expression one of shock and disbelief. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged, attempting to turn, but his body betrayed him as he glanced down at his abdomen. He beheld a gash nearly 30 centimeters long across his earthen armor, charred black from the heat and lightning. In a heartbeat, a crimson stream erupted from the wound, accompanied by dark red chunks of flesh and debris. Overwhelmed by pain and terror, Ashikawa instinctively screamed, ultimately letting out a hoarse roar as blood sprayed forth. His body instinctively hunched over as he endeavored to staunch the wound, yet the devastating Chidori had nearly bisected him. How could such a grievous injury be halted by mere hands? With a thunderous crash, Ashikawa's towering frame, close to 2 meters, collapsed to the ground. After a series of violent convulsions, he fell silent. This battle narrative contains elements of fiction and adaptation. Readers are advised not to rigidly correlate it with the anime's storyline. Do not inquire. This story is purely fictional. Chapter 32. See the future through your eyes, having delivered a fatal blow to the formidable rock-hidden jonin Ashikawa. Kakashi's body swayed, and his vision darkened momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure and, casting a glance at Yohara Rin, shifted his gaze toward Huoguang Yin, who was advancing toward the pile of stones. Should he flee with Rin, or risk everything to save Abido? Kakashi's mind raced, his bloodied face contorting with an expression of fierce resolve. Yet before he could make a decision, Huoguang Yin had already heard his companion's dying scream. His steps faltered for a moment before he turned abruptly. Charging toward Kakashi, it appeared that Huoguang Yin had deemed Abido's fate sealed. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the last surviving witness to prevent any secrets of the Sharingan from being divulged. Kakashi exhaled in relief. When options were scarce, combat became the most viable choice. Pulling down his forehead protector to shield his injured left eye, Kakashi steeled himself and charged toward the oncoming Huoguang Yin. With a resounding clash, Kakashi's sharp white blade met Huoguang Yin's sturdy diamond staff. After countless collisions, empowered by their respective jonin-level chakra, both weapons shattered and splintered in an instant. The two combatants momentarily paused in surprise before resuming their fierce exchange with kunai. Having lost his trusty weapon, Kakashi's influence remained largely unaffected. The kunai was merely a shorter variant of his blade. However, Huoguang Yin, proficient in staff techniques, found himself at a disadvantage. As Kakashi grew more emboldened in their skirmish, Huoguang Yin's anxiety mounted. The longer the battle dragged on, the less favorable it became for him. This Kakashi from Konoha was indeed a troublesome opponent, and Huoguang Yin inwardly lamented his predicament. After contemplating his options, Huoguang Yin suddenly bellowed, hurling his kunai like a shuriken toward Kakashi. Simultaneously, he swiftly formed hand seals. Earth release, split earth palm, with his furious shout. A massive, earthen hand erupted from the ground, descending upon Kakashi and the unconscious Yohara Rin with overwhelming force. With his chakra levels depleted, Kakashi could not summon Chidori in this critical moment. He had no choice but to seize Rin and evade sideways. Boom! The enormous earthen hand struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Upon landing, Kakashi wasted no time in executing a wind technique, dispersing the dust in a fierce gale. Had he escaped, Kakashi glanced in Huoguang Yan's direction, only to find it empty. The latter had vanished without a trace. After a few hurried steps, Kakashi hesitated, casting a backward glance at the massive stone pile that concealed Obito. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned back and returned. Minutes later, as Kakashi dug through the rubble with his bare hands, he finally uncovered the barely breathing Obito, buried beneath the stones. Kakashi, you truly are in a dire state. Obito weakly remarked, and Rin, she's right beside you. She's awakened, Kakashi replied, glancing at Yohara Rin, whose eyelashes fluttered before her eyes finally opened. Kakashi, where's the enemy? What happened to your eye? Obito, what has happened to you? Yohara Rin exclaimed, scrambling to her feet, her confusion rapidly giving way to alarm as she beheld Kakashi's bloodied left eye and Obito's nearly lifeless form beneath the debris. Rin, it seems I can no longer accompany you. Obito coughed weakly, his face growing ever paler. And Kakashi, you've been promoted to Jonin. I haven't had a chance to give you a gift yet. Let me think. I've got it. This gift will surely be of use to you. It's my heartfelt offering. You must accept it. The mountain winds howled, drowning out the exchange between the two. From a distance, Kakashi's silhouette, crouched before the stone pile, appeared to waver slightly, as if resisting something. Meanwhile, Yohara Rin knelt on the ground, shaking her head and weeping softly. I am nearing death, but through your eyes, I can see the future. And, Rin, I truly cannot accept this fate. With a deep sigh, the boy at the pit's bottom ultimately ceased to breathe. Witnessing the demise of his comrade, Kakashi seemed to shed his facade of indifference and strength, collapsing onto the stone pile in a state of utter desolation. Help me. Transplant Obito's eyes, fulfill his final wish. He eventually spoke, after a long, heavy silence, to the sobbing Yohara Rin. Okay. Owen initially bowed her head in silence, but ultimately nodded in agreement. The winds lamented, and the leaves danced, as if singing a melancholic elegy. When Kakashi and Rin departed, glancing back with heavy hearts, a solitary mound of stones rose behind them, a poignant testament to their sorrow. Much later, a cloaked figure appeared before the stone grave. Their gaze seemed to linger on the direction Kakashi and the others had vanished, deep in contemplation. That girl can transplant the Sharingan and suppress the bloodline rejection with her chakra. Ordinary medical ninjutsu cannot achieve this. Is it a unique constitution? Heh, poor child, to bestow the Sharingan as a gift. How compassionate. Yet, my dear child, only the power of hatred is the strongest force in this world. An elderly voice echoed through the howling winds. Fragmented yet resolute. Then, let me grant your wish. The figure slowly extended a hand, seemingly effortlessly pushing gently against the stone mound. Boom. The pile concealing Obito disintegrated into a swirling void. Indeed, it was true void. The shattered stones and dust vanished entirely, as Kakashi and Yohara Rin cautiously retreated toward the borders of the Land of Fire. They received word from the Hokage regarding reinforcements and orders to destroy the bridge. Meanwhile, the swift arrival of Namake's Minato, who had rushed from the Land of Lightning to the battlefield near the Kinui Bridge, unleashed a torrent of devastation upon the enemy. After the loss of over 100 ninja, the Tsuchikage, Anoki, was compelled to declare that the rock-hidden ninja could voluntarily abandon their mission upon encountering Namake's Minato, following the ominous aura emanating from Yunin Village. Yunin Village, too, has felt the immense deterrence of the Golden Glimmer. After Swayman completed the support and bridge demolition tasks, he set off back to the eastern border of the Land of Fire. There, the Yunin AB brothers, having previously engaged in skirmishes, seized the opportunity to launch a large-scale invasion. Meanwhile, most of the ninja forces from Yunin had returned to the land of Earth, yet they remained stationed at the border. However, several small Yunin squads lingered on the front lines, poised to ambush the station and patrolling leaf ninjas at any moment. Although the leader of Konoha's Umbu, Shimura Danzo, had quietly entered Yunin village to negotiate with its Suchikage, such political maneuvering is often marked by simultaneous combat and dialogue. The party that holds the advantage on the battlefield commands greater leverage at the negotiation table. Presently, the task of conducting a thorough sweep of the border falls to Inuzuka Shu and his comrades from the land of wind that in the shadows of the forest, the Yenin Jonin Huawanjian, who had stealthily returned to the battlefield to retrieve the body of Uchiha Obito, found himself utterly empty-handed. This left him seething with rage, prompting him to voluntarily join the ambush against Konoha's frontline forces. His motivation was simple: to vent the boundless bloodlust that churned within him. 9 Yunin Shunin stood around him, holding their breath, as their captain maintained a dark expression, exuding an aura of murderous intent so palpable that none dared to act foolishly and provoke any unnecessary noise during this tense moment. Yet this also had its advantages. The 10-man squad operated with strict discipline, achieving an unparalleled level of stealth. Once again, a group of children, in Huawanjian's line of sight, Team 10, led by Yuhi Kurenai, moved silently through the woods. Kakashi's team had faced an ambush from 3 Yunin Jonin, resulting in 1 injury and 1 death, yet they managed to eliminate 2 powerful Jonin. This reality cast a shadow over Huawanjian's countenance and filled him with trepidation towards the youths of Konoha. A child soldier from the Inuzuka clan? He scoffed. However, upon catching sight of Inuzuka Shu, who was accompanied by a white ninja dog and bouncing around like a little bean, a glimmer of ferocity flashed across his eyes. In terms of combat prowess, Inuzuka clan ninjas posed little threat, especially when faced with a child not yet 7 years old. As for Kurenai, though she appeared strikingly capable, beauty alone does not equate to strength. Besides, he had the advantage in numbers that if he yearned for bloodshed, then let it begin with that adorable little brat. Ordinarily, the strategy would involve Huawanjian as a Jonin, restraining Konoha's sole Jonin while the other 9 overwhelmed their opponents. However, Huawanjian's overwhelming bloodlust skewed his judgment. The exquisitely delicate Inuzuka Shu ignited an intense urge to destroy within him. Thus, he unwittingly adopted a strategy akin to Tianji's horse racing, dispatching 6 Chunin to engage Konoha's superior Jonin, while he led the 2 strongest Chunin to enact a massacre upon the weaker foes. As if sensing something amiss, the cautious Yuhi Kurenai and her team abruptly halted. The scout Inuzuka Shu, alongside his canine companion, raised their heads, wrinkling their noses to sniff the air before nodding at a white-clad girl beside them. He lifted his small arm, pudgy fingers pointing toward Huawanjian and the Yunin's position. The girl turned, and then Huawanjian's gaze was met with a pair of eyes shimmering with a cold, jade-like luminescence. Chapter 33, Mistakenly Challenging the Opponent. Damn it. What a keen dog knows. It's the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. There's no need for stealth now. Huawanjian was initially taken aback, but soon a sinister smile crept across his lips. Then let the courageous meet on this narrow path. Doton. Retsudo Zankyu. With a thunderous roar, Huawanjian leaped forth, his hands forming seals in an instant. The ground trembled violently as a colossal, earth-brown hand erupted from the earth, crashing down onto the space between Yuhi Kurenai and her 3 teammates. Doton. Tsuchi no Ryuhiki. Simultaneously, 6 Yunin Chunin shouted in unison. 3 massive earthen walls rose from the ground, completely isolating Yuhi Kurenai and her 3 companions, who were evading the Retsudo Zankyu. Kill. The 9 Yunin ninjas surged forward like arrows released from a bow, charging towards the now isolated team 10. Huawanjian, the strongest among them, aimed directly for the stunned Inuzuka Shu, who was retreating while clinging to his dog, Yukama, a fledgling Chunin. Huawanjian snorted coldly, the flames of his murderous intent burning even more fiercely in his eyes. Yukamaru's fur bristled, his blue eyes gleaming with ferocity as he bravely positioned himself in front of his young master. Facing Hwawanjian, who charged forward wielding a kunai, Yukimaru opened his mouth and lunged at him. Woof! Grr! Alas, against an opponent of such superior strength, Yukimaru was sent flying by a single punch. Then, with a malicious grin, Hwawanjian lunged at Inuzuka, Shu, aiming to pierce the top of his head with a kunai. Thud! The black kunai deflected off the kunai that Inuzuka, Shu desperately raised, piercing through with the force of a battering ram into the latter's skull. However, Hwawanjian immediately sensed something was off. The sensation of penetration felt akin to sinking into soil. The body of Inuzuka, Shu, struck down, suddenly transformed into a puddle of brown mud, sliding to the ground. At that moment, a violent rush of air whooshed past Hwawanjian's back. Shocked, he turned to see a small figure, one hand clutching a swirling sphere of light, crashing into his lower back like a bolt of lightning. Futon, raising Gan, accompanied by Inuzuka, Shu's youthful roar, Hwawanjian was sent hurtling away, his body propelled like a cannonball that a surge of uncontrollable, violent energy detonated within him, causing his vision to darken. He nearly lost consciousness. Inuzuka Shu, for the first time on the battlefield, unleashed the E-rank ninjutsu Rasengan, delivering a tremendous shock to this Yenin Jonin in the face of the unexpected upheaval. Inuzuka Shu immediately activated the body flicker technique, specifically employing the most suitable earth clone. Meanwhile, his real body had utilized the shadow clone technique, attaching itself to Yukimaru, leveraging Hwawanjian's own momentum to land behind him, and promptly executed his strongest wind-release jutsu, the Rasengan. Yet, this was not the end. After landing, Yukimaru, who had rushed over, joined forces with Inuzuka Shu, and together they leaped into the air, transforming into two small whirlwinds. Futon, Yukimaru no Mai. Two wind dragons intertwined and surged forth, hurtling directly towards the staggering Hwawanjian. Having been caught off guard, Hwawanjian gritted his teeth against the searing pain in his lower back and slammed his hands against the ground, summoning an earthen wall in haste. The two incoming wind dragons collided violently with the wall. Boom! Boom! The two resounding explosions echoed simultaneously as the hastily conjured defensive wall by the Yenin Jonin crumbled into fragments in an instant. Debris flew everywhere, and dust enveloped the air. This child is no ordinary brat. Taking advantage of this brief moment of defense, Hwawanjian hurriedly distanced himself from Inuzuka Shu. However, as he moved, the agonizing pain in his lower back surged, causing his vision to blur once again. That it is no wonder he, as a Yenin, could not withstand such punishment. It is well known that the lower back is crucial to the body's lumbar spine, and sustaining damage there could lead to severe consequences. That moment, Hwawanjian distinctly heard the anguished cries of his comrades and the resounding thuds of heavy objects falling to the ground. Inuzuka Shu's counterattack against the Yenin Jonin was sharp and unparalleled, catching everyone off guard. The difference lay in the reactions. While the Yenin were left astonished, Shirzue and Aoi felt a sense of calm. Launching a full-scale counteroffensive against the Yenin Shunin's assault, AS for Yuhi Kurenai, she found herself besieged by 6 Yenin, yet with her prowess, breaking free was merely a matter of time. Now, with Inuzuka Shu having dealt a severe blow to Hwawanjian, it afforded Yuhi Kurenai the crucial time she required. Moreover, after forcing Hwawanjian back, Inuzuka Shu wasted no time and charged toward the 6 Yenin surrounding Yuhi Kurenai. Already astonishingly swift, Inuzuka Shu, having employed the beast mimicry technique, matched the speed of Shirzue's body flicker technique. As he dashed ahead, he suddenly began forming seals with his hands. Boom! 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 Amidst the rapid explosions, 10 beastly figures of Inuzuka Shu, armed with sharp claws and fangs, emerged from thin air, crashing down like small meteorites among the 6 Yenin ninjas. Multiple shadow clone technique. The Yenin were taken aback, clearly familiar with this forbidden-level ninjutsu. Indeed, this technique was well known among most ninjas. Yet few could master and execute it, much like the 8 gates, which belong to the realm of seen but unattainable. Lacking the overwhelming chakra of Naruto, employing the multiple shadow clone technique would only be a path to self-destruction. Even someone as naturally endowed with an abundance of chakra as Inuzuka Shu, at his age, could merely manifest up to 9 tangible shadow clones. However, she did not afford them a moment to process their astonishment. The 10 manifestations of Inuzuka Shu, including his original self, surged forth like a pack of miniature tyrannosaurs, exhibiting tremendous destructive power. Boom! Shu's original form unleashed a powerful punch, causing an Iwagakure ninja's head to contort into an exaggerated shape, his body spinning away like a cannonball. Whoosh! An Iwagakure ninja felt a chilling sensation in his abdomen as a palm enveloped in wind blades swept across, delivering a brutal gut slash, the wind-style ninjutsu. Fanya, taught directly by Shu's mother, was as sharp as any legendary weapon. Woof! The large ninja hound, Yukimaru, transformed into his original form, opened his jagged maw wide, and pounced upon an Iwagakure ninja from behind, followed by a spine-chilling crack. The Iwagakure ninja's neck was brutally severed in a single bite from Yukimaru. In just one exchange, Shu had dispatched 3 Iwagakure chunin. The remaining 3 Iwagakure ninjas, their spirits shattered, huddled together back-to-back, desperately launching a counterattack. Earth release. Earth spear formation. It appeared that the 3 Iwagakure ninjas were members of Small Squad, their cooperation seamless as they swiftly executed a combined earth jutsu. Countless sharp earth spears erupted from beneath the ground, piercing through the 6 surrounding shadow clones. Another series of explosive sounds echoed, and as the white smoke dissipated, it revealed the 3 Iwagakure ninjas, disheveled yet resolute, alongside a panting Inuzuka Shu, who had reverted to his original state. Whoosh! A shadow darted forth, shattering the earth wall technique that lacked a steady supply of chakra, freeing the beleaguered Akatsuki Shinko. He surveyed the battlefield, exhaled a sigh of relief, and affectionately patted Shu's head. Well done! Akatsuki Shinku did not hesitate to offer his praise. With his keen insight, he could reconstruct the entire course of the battle. Not far away, the Iwagakure Jounin, Hikuruyen, half kneeling and grimacing in pain, had 3 of his subordinates lying dead at his feet, all thanks to this little prodigy, that moment. Shizuka and Aoi, engaged in combat with 2 Iwagakure chunin, felt a surge of potential ignited by the astonishing battle of their comrade Shu. One activated his Sharingan, the spinning eye piercing through all defenses as a black kunai mercilessly plunged into the heart of his foe. The other, utilizing the fully awakened Byakugan, unleashed the evolved gentle fist technique. The 8 trigrams, 64 palms, transforming the opposing Iwagakure ninja into a mere target. Whoosh! Whoosh! With expressions of contemplation, Uchiha Shizuka and Hyuga Aoi swiftly moved to Akatsuki Shinku's side, evidently having gained invaluable experience from the recent life and death struggle. In a breathless state, chagrined and, imitating the tone of his captain, jested, "Not bad. You're almost catching up to me. Keep it up." In response, he received 2 pairs of adorable Byakugan eyes. However, Shizuka's was a habitual eye roll. While Aoi's remained perpetually white, Akatsuki Shinku patted Inuzuka Shu on the head, smiling as he said, "These 3 are yours to handle. I'll go deal with that Iwagakure Jounin." His tone was as nonchalant as if he were swatting a fly. To be honest, Akatsuki Shinku was also a man of temperament. The Jounin across from him had sent men to encircle him with the intent of assassinating a young ninja, while the ways of shinobi warfare were diverse and ruthless. The old charmer was genuinely irate. Whoosh! Akatsuki Shinka landed just in front of Hikaru Yen, pointing at him as he declared, "If you're a man, stand tall and fight. Hikaru Yen, is this how shameless the ninjas of Konoha have become? If I could stand tall, wouldn't I have? Run away by now." The heavily panting Iwagakure Jounin raised his head, glaring fiercely at Akatsuki Shinkadem. Jinja. Awaiting him was a pair of eyes shimmering with a pink hue. It was too late. It seemed this fellow was not only unfortunate, having bitten off more than he could chew, but also rather dim-witted. The corners of Akatsuki Shinku's mouth curled slightly, faced with a severely injured Iwagakure Jounin and 3 Iwagakure chunin now in a state of panic. Konoha's 10th squad resembled a predatory beast, poised to strike with its sharpest fangs at its trembling prey. Chapter 34. The Konoha little demon dog time flowed like water, yet the war at the borders of the land of fire raged on fervently. However, The current situation in Konoha differed greatly from its initial state, in the 47th year of Konoha, with the cunning machinations of Danzo, the Iwagakure Tsuchikage, Oenoki, unexpectedly turned against his allies, launching a major offensive against the Land of Lightning's Kumogakure. Even the third Reikage fell during this conflict. For Oenoki, attacking Konoha was no different than attacking Kumogakure in comparison to the colossal force that was Konoha and the overwhelming might of formidable Konoha ninjas like the Yellow Flash. Minato Namikaze, Oenoki's assault on Kumogakure yielded far more glorious results. War, after all, is merely a continuation of politics and a pursuit of interests. The clash between Iwagakure and Kumogakure became a chaotic melee, while Sunagakure appeared to be lying in wait, seemingly preparing for some grand move. Although the overall situation around Konoha remained tense, there was finally some breathing room. After executing numerous missions across various battlefields, Inuzuka, Shu, and his comrades finally returned to Konoha village for a well-deserved rest. Much like the illustrious Minato Namikaze, who had burst onto the scene with his golden flash, Inuzuka, Shu's squad. The 10th squad of Akatsuki, a group brimming with innate talent, had inflicted significant damage upon various hidden villages without ever suffering a defeat, often triumphing against overwhelming odds. This little Konoha team had earned a resounding moniker, the Konoha Miracle. Their mission completion rate had reached an astonishing 100. The master of Genjutsu, Akatsuki Shinku, the prodigious Uchiha Shizuka, and the talented Hyuga girl Aoi had all become key figures of interest documented by various hidden villages. Meanwhile, the now 7-year-old Inuzuka, Shu had overshadowed every member of the Miracle 10th Squad. He was the youngest ninja on the battlefield, yet his strength had already reached the level of a chunin. He possessed extraordinary hearing and olfactory senses, coupled with a sharp intellect and cunning that he could perform wind release, earth release, water release, and even the exceedingly rare wood release techniques, and to a high degree. Simultaneously, his physical prowess was exceptional, with his rapid-fire powerful punches instilling fear in all. Even more astonishingly, he could serve as a medical ninja. Due to these latter two traits, there was speculation that Inuzuka Shu might be a disciple of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Exceedingly impressive was the fact that this seemingly omnipotent little ninja appeared to possess considerable financial resources, tossing explosive tags around as if they were firecrackers. Thus, this prodigious child of the Inuzuka clan, who emerged as a genius in Konoha, was dubbed the Demon Dog, signifying his unparalleled talents. However, within Konoha, the people were unperturbed by this demonized title. After all, Inuzuka Shu was merely a beloved child raised by the villagers. Charming and endearing, far from any notion of monstrosity. Little Shu, the Hikurin you killed, was the one responsible for Tobi's death. Consider it avenging us. Thank you. In the courtyard of Minato Namikaze, Yuhi Kurinai, with a sorrowful expression, gently patted Inuzuka Shu's head, her tone warm yet profoundly sincere. Beside her stood Hatake Kakashi, whose injuries had fully healed. At this moment, his appearance had already become identical to that of his later years. With his forehead protector tilted down to obscure his left eye and his silver hair seemingly devoid of its former luster, he had been lost in thought, but upon hearing the name Tobi, his right eye flickered back to life. Inuzuka Shu lifted his face with a grin, waving his hand dismissively, signaling that it was of little consequence. The boastful Shu, for once, chose to remain unusually quiet. He couldn't very well tell them that Tobi was, in fact, not dead and had been corrupted by the big boss. Could he? Observing the sorrowful Kurinai and the guilt-ridden Kakashi, Shu's heart was filled with a complex array of emotions. At that moment, Kushina emerged, noticing the atmosphere was rather somber, and said, "Isn't this the famed Konoha little demon dog? Come here. Are you a tiger? I gave you those explosive tags for self-defense, yet you've taken to playing with explosions. What a little wastrel. Oh dear, you think you can escape?" As she spoke, she reached out, tugging on Inuzuka Shu's ear, disregarding his pleas and struggles, pulling him close and ruffling his hair playfully. Only after turning his hair into a chaotic mess did she finally relent and let him go. Watching the intimate interaction between Kushina and Inuzuka Shu, Kurinai and Kakashi felt a twinge of envy. Both Minato and Kushina treated this little rascal with the affection and importance one would reserve for their own son. Among all the ninjas, such a deep bond between teacher and student was exceedingly rare. That little brat knows how to charm everyone, Kurenai muttered with a pout, while Kakashi deliberately turned away, feigning indifference. Certainly, while envy may linger, both parties are acutely aware of the disparities in treatment between a direct disciple and an ordinary student. Currently, Minato is active along the borders of the Land of Lightning. And ever since his fierce battle with the AB brothers from the village hidden in the clouds, the illustrious fame of the Golden Flash from Konoha has reached its zenith as Minato's wife. Kushina naturally garners considerable attention. The third Hokage has specially assigned Umbu guards to her, ensuring that her tranquil life remains undisturbed. However, a newlywed wife inevitably longs for her distant husband. Thus, as Minato's disciples and subordinates, Inuzuka, Kiba, Kakashi, and Rin frequently visit her, both to seek her guidance in ninjutsu and to alleviate her solitude. Yet, it is their first time gathering like this today. After Kiba's futile protests and happily accepting the explosive tags that his teacher's wife provided, he joyfully joined Kushina for lunch. Following their meal, Kakashi and Rin took their leave, while Kiba opted to stay behind, where Kushina personally taught him the unique sealing techniques passed down through the Uzumaki clan. In truth, Kushina had been imparting her knowledge of sealing techniques to Kiba for some time now. This intricate and esoteric sequence of ninjutsu is such that, despite Kiba's remarkable intelligence, he is merely at the threshold of understanding, albeit measured by the standards of the Uzumaki clan's prodigies. Nevertheless, Kiba has already begun to perform some fundamental sealing jutsu. Mastering sealing techniques is not a pursuit that can be accomplished solely through intellect. The physical constitution of the Uzumaki clan is akin to that of a sage, and only after mastering the sage techniques of Mount Myaboku can Minato practice and execute sealing jutsu. Kiba, possessing an exceptionally unique physique, only met the basic requirements for training in sealing techniques by the age of 7. The training of sealing techniques for Kiba parallels his ability to learn wood-release techniques, both of which are closely guarded secrets of the Hokage lineage. However, after entering the battlefield, the wood-release bloodline has ceased to be a secret. This change is attributed to Minato's ascendance to the status of a Hokage-level figure. And with the covert support of the Hokage lineage, calls for Minato to succeed as the fourth Hokage have intensified within the village as Minato's direct disciple, the greater Kiba's talent and strength, the more he bolsters Minato's standing. Conversely, if Minato were to become Hokage, Kiba's would-release bloodline would no longer be subject to ill intent. This illustrates the power of lineage within the Inuzuka clan territory. Laughter and merriment occasionally resound. 7-year-old Kiba is currently playing tag with 4-year-old Inuzuka Hana, accompanied by the snow-white Shiro. At this moment, they frolic in the courtyard of the clan leader's estate. Most adults are absent. The clan leader, Inuzuka Shigeru, has gone to play shogi with the third Hokage, while Inuzuka Zaku and Inuzuka are on the front lines carrying out missions, leaving the entire Inuzuka territory enveloped in silence. Little Hana, the girl, is most eager to be close to her older brother, Kiba. In truth, since her birth, she has never lacked Kiba's companionship. Especially after turning 3, her newfound ability to run and jump made her Kiba's little shadow and tail. Big brother Kiba, the outside world is so dangerous. Please don't go back to the battlefield, she implores, tugging at Kiba's sleeve, her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinking adorably. At such a young age, she has already witnessed the grim state of injured clan members and has developed an instinctive fear and aversion to the ongoing war, along with a sense of worry for her brother, who has just returned from battle. Unlike her fiery and straightforward mother, Hana is inherently a gentle and attentive girl. Kiba gently taps Hana's forehead with his finger, lowering his voice to adopt an adult tone as he replies, "Of course, I too wish to cultivate and grow quietly in the village. Alas, fate has thrust me into the bloody chaos of the battlefield. You must understand my greatest aspiration in life is world peace." If Kiba's biological mother and godmother were present, they would undoubtedly scorn him, remarking, "What profound thoughts at such a tender age. You are a little demon dog on the battlefield, masquerading as a pure dove of peace." Unfortunately, in the courtyard, only the innocent and naive Hannah gazes up at her handsome and powerful older brother. Filled with admiration, a gentle evening breeze rustles the flowers and plants in the courtyard. Kiba, who has been boasting about his brave and clever exploits on the battlefield to Hannah, suddenly wrinkles his little nose and stealthily turns around. With a swift motion, he brings his small, pudgy hand down heavily upon the ground. Wood release, tree binding. A tree root, as thick as an arm, suddenly bursts forth from the earth of the flower bed, tightly binding a peculiar creature almost entirely enveloped in green, sharp leaves. You sneaky and ugly creature. Were you? Who sent you here? Kiba demands, pulling Hannah behind him, while he slaps the growling Shiro, confronting the green being with a fierce glare. He is, of course, merely acting, fully aware of the identity of the creature before him. Ha! The strange creature unfurls its green leaves, revealing a face split between black and white. How dare you appear so hideous and frighten others? Aren't you ashamed? Just as this black and white creature sneered, it was swiftly retorted by Kiba's sharp words. Consequently, the creature, caught off guard by this unexpected confrontation, fell into a stunned silence, as if its system had crashed. Hey, he's insulting you and even offending your mother. White Zetsu chuckled. Fool, you and I are one now. Black Zetsu retorted. The mention of mother by White Zetsu stirred something within Black Zetsu to owe it. The existence of a mother is the greatest secret. Even the self-proclaimed omniscient and supreme Uchiha Madara remains oblivious. Oh, this little brat truly deserves a death sentence. White Zetsu hissed, glaring coldly at Kiba. Annoying. Kiba clenched his small hand, causing the roots binding the duo to constrict violently, twisting their bodies into a helix. Hee, such a level of ninjutsu is nothing to us. White Zetsu boasted, his half-face brimming with arrogance. Yes, that's so. A sly smile flickered across Kiba's face as both hands pressed down upon the protruding roots. Buzz! The air seemed to quiver as a luminous green glow radiated from the roots, ensnaring their prey. Concurrently, sharp wooden spikes, each as thick as a finger, abruptly sprouted and pierced into Black and White Zetsu's bodies. Black Zetsu suddenly felt a sharp pain coursing through him, followed by an exceedingly peculiar pulling sensation emanating from the roots, as his chakra began to be uncontrollably siphoned away. Your wood release ability is indeed extraordinary. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Black Zetsu's eyes. So painful, so itchy. Ah, the leaves are withering, White Zetsu exclaimed in alarm, gazing up at the fading foliage, panic etched across his features. You lack pain receptors. What are you whining about? Black Zetsu snapped. Though he maintained an indifferent facade, the blackness of his face concealed any discernible expression. However, White Zetsu's outcry stirred an undercurrent of agitation and unease within him. Oh, right. I forgot. Hee. Yet this sensation of being gradually hollowed out is quite unpleasant. White Zetsu tenderly caressed one side of his body and the leaves, showing no sign of embarrassment despite being exposed. Black Zetsu scrutinized Kiba with a heavy tone. Little brat, you are indeed someone of particular interest to that individual. You should be wary. With a sinister grin, both White and Black Zetsu twisted their bodies, effortlessly breaking free from the root's grasp, transforming into a swirl of green light that melded into the ground. Vanishing without a trace, merged one's body with the earth and swiftly traversed through the flora. Is it? Kiba mused, rising to his feet and brushing off his hands, a thoughtful expression adorning his face. At that moment, Hannah peeked out from behind Kiba, timidly inquiring, Big brother Kiba, what was that green leaf creature? It looked so disgusting. Kiba chuckled, ruffling Hannah's hair. Indeed, it was rather repugnant, but fear not, it will not dare return. Perhaps that Black Zetsu possesses cells from the first Hokage, granting it partial wood release abilities. However, its wood release pales in comparison to Kiba's. The wood release technique Kiba just executed was not merely about binding and absorbing chakra. While siphoning Black and White Zetsu's chakra, Kiba had subtly infused them with the essence of natural wood elements he had accumulated over the years. This essence would not only remain undetected, but would also enhance their wood release capabilities in a short span of time. However, within their bodies, a permanent natural imprint has been left behind, akin to having a wood-based chip installed that can continuously replicate itself. Henceforth, whenever they approach the vicinity of the Inuzuka tree, it will trigger a reaction of the natural elements within them. Furthermore, as the bloodline capabilities of the Inuzuka tree continue to develop, this essence of wood will also serve as a natural guide to track the whereabouts of both the black and white entities. The following morning, the village of Konoha unexpectedly raised its alert level. According to intelligence received from the front lines, it appeared that the hidden mist village was stirring, intent on launching an offensive against the beleaguered Leaf village. In this nation, currently engulfed in chaos, it was surmised that Konoha lacked the energy and military strength to confront them. Thus they sought to seize the opportunity and reap their own share of the war spoils. Bang! The former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, slammed his Hokage hat onto the table, revealing his now grizzled hair and a face etched with deepening lines. It seemed that everyone viewed the Leaf as a soft target. Eager to take a piece for themselves, Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze swept over the faces of the two elder council members as he spoke in a somber tone. As a childhood friend and staunch ally of Sarutobi, Midokado Hamura echoed his indignation. Those who dare to poke the tigeress backside must be prepared to lose their limbs. If they come, we will strike them down with unrelenting force. Tsunade Kaharu cleared her throat, reminding them, we must indeed retaliate. However, our forces are currently stretched thin, beset on 3 fronts. Upon hearing this, Midokado Hamura fell silent for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and tentatively suggested, isn't there a powerful unit within Konoha that remains on standby? Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at him and quietly took a puff from his pipe. Tsunade Koharu continued, following Hamura's lead. Are you referring to the Uchiha? Absolutely not. Suddenly, the door to the Hokage's office swung open. And Shimura Danzo, leaning on his cane, entered with a grim expression that he surveyed the room, sneering as he remarked, that cursed clan is far too ambitious. They have long harbored illusions about the Hokage position. Desiring to dictate the fate of Konoha, I believe we must not grant them the opportunity to gain military merit and prestige. The two elders exchanged glances, bowing their heads in contemplation before slowly sighing. It seemed they too concurred with Danzo's opinion. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the table with his pipe, coughed softly, and then spoke slowly. I will make arrangements for the Uchiha to undertake the defense of Konoha and confront the hidden mist. He then looked up at Danzo, who was leaning on his cane. Danzo has just returned from the field, having worked diligently. He should take some time to rest. Danzo nodded and turned to leave. As he departed, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office gradually lightened. Tsunade Koharu rubbed her face, exclaiming helplessly that Danzo has become increasingly cold after all those years en route. Midokado Hamura nodded in agreement, while Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and walked to the window, staring vacantly outside. As one of the second Hokage's disciples, Danzo has always adhered to his predecessor's political stance, including the attitude towards the Uchiha clan, which has been consistently exclusionary. In contrast, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, adheres to the will of fire, treating all clans within the village equally and striving to ease the tensions with the Uchiha. For instance, the Konoha Ninja Academy enrolls Uchiha children, providing opportunities for mutual understanding between the Uchiha and other clans' ninjas. Over the years, this has proven quite effective. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Shursui, and even the 4-year-old Uchiha Itachi, who has enrolled early, along with many other Uchiha, have gradually formed deep bonds with other ninjas in the village. Despite their differing political ideologies, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have maintained a close collaboration at this stage, playing contrasting roles, one as the shining flame of hope and the other as a shadowy figure of the night, together forging the stability and strength of Konoha. The next day, a diverse contingent of Konoha ninjas set forth, advancing towards the southeastern border of the water country. The leader of this force is the renowned Jinjutsu master, Yuhi Kirin, while the team that includes Inuzuka Kiba serves as personal guards in the center and acts as a rapid response unit. Meanwhile, Kakashi is accompanied by Noara Rin and 2 newly added members, participating in this operation against the Hidden Mist. Their mission is to serve as the vanguard. During the march, Inuzuka Kiba watched as Kakashi and his team gradually distanced themselves ahead. He turned to Shursui beside him and remarked, "Kakashi has already become a Jounin leader. It's quite frustrating to think about. Age truly limits the potential of this genius." A light laugh escaped Aoi. While Shursui's response was characteristically succinct, signifying he had not heard Kiba's lament, Kirin took command for the first time. A tinge of nervousness flickered within her. Upon hearing Kiba's grievances, she could not help but smile. In reality, both Shursui and Inuzuka Kiba had been exceptionally promoted to Chunin by the Hokage due to their accumulated merits, in peacetime. Being a Chunin typically grants one the authority to lead missions. However, in times of war, only those of Jounin rank may lead independently. Yet despite the jesting as Kiba watched Kakashi's vanishing figure, he felt an unsettling sense of something forgotten. After all, though he was once an ardent follower of the original manga, he could not possibly remember every plot detail, let alone specific timelines. Half a day later, while discussing Shursui's recent breakthrough with his 3-tomo Sharingan, Kiba suddenly realized that it seemed that, with the assistance of Uchiha clan, the current Obito had likely awakened his Manjikyu Sharingan. Consequently, considering the recent movements from the Hidden Mist, this is bad. Noera Rin, the girl who should have been captured in the Land of Grass, is now stepping directly into the trap woven by the Hidden Mist village. Chapter 36. The abduction of Noera Rin. Just as Kiba was anxious within, a warning suddenly echoed from ahead. Kakashi's vanguard unit had fallen into an ambush set by several Jounin from the Hidden Mist, and medical ninja Noera Rin had been captured. The Mist ninjas did not linger for battle. After their successful capture, they swiftly retreated towards the water country. Currently, Kakashi, having sustained minor injuries, dispatched a subordinate to report back while he continued his pursuit. Kirin, upon receiving this intelligence, asked in astonishment, why would the Hidden Mist village go to such lengths to abduct a medical Chunin? In truth, nearly everyone sensed an eerie air of conspiracy. If the Hidden Mist target was Kakashi, it would be understandable given his reputation as a prodigious ninja. However, targeting Noera Rin, an ordinary medical ninja, rendered their intentions rather murky and unclear. Setting aside these queries, Kirin promptly ordered the remaining 4 ninja squads to advance at full speed to pursue and assist Kakashi in his efforts. Leading the charge were Inuzuka Kiba, Shursui, and Aoi. After all, when it came to tracking abilities, Kiba was unparalleled. Moreover, should they encounter danger, the 10th squad possessed sufficient strength to break through. Following the scents and traces left by Kakashi, the trio hurried to the border of the Fire Country, then pressed on into the Bear Country, characterized by its peninsula terrain. From the shores of this land, they could glimpse the distant islands of the Water Country and the mist-enveloped Hidden Mist village. Here, they finally caught up with Kakashi, who was tending to his wounds in his pursuit to rescue Noera Rin. Kakashi had engaged in several fierce battles with the retreating Mist ninjas, having slain 3 Jounin. Yet he bore numerous injuries himself. It was only when the Mist ninjas, carrying Rin, vanished amidst the isles that Kakashi was forced to halt his pursuit. In this vast oceanic expanse, the Mist ninjas, adept in water-based ninjutsu, could unleash extraordinary prowess. Though Kakashi was confident, he did not let his rage cloud his judgment. He chose to wait for the arrival of his allies from Konoha. Kiba, skilled in scent tracking, Shursui, proficient in dispelling mist barriers, and Aoi, adept in fire jutsu, were precisely the combat partners Kakashi needed most. That you finally arrived. Kakashi turned, bloodied bandages fluttering in the wind. Though somewhat reluctant, under team leader Yui's orders, the 3 of us will temporarily fall under your command as a special Jounin, pursuing and attempting to rescue Noera Rin with all our might. Inuzuka Shu approached Kakashi, pulling his right hand with a hint of disdain. While conveying orders filled with resentment, he skillfully tied a beautiful bow with his chubby little hands around Kakashi's injured hand. Even Kakashi, with his typically indifferent demeanor, couldn't help but raise his hand in bemusement, admiring the sturdy yet aesthetically pleasing, albeit wholly inappropriate, bow on the back of his hand. Beside them, Shui twitched the corner of his mouth, feigning nonchalance as he gazed out at the gently undulating sea. Ching-En, being slightly older and holding a profound admiration for the genius Kakashi, merely gave Inuzuka Shu a playful tap on the forehead, then turned to Kakashi and said, "Kakashi, please give the order. We will do our utmost." Kakashi nodded, turning to point at the outer islands within the sea, stating, "Those few Mist-Nin possess Jounin-level strength and have slipped into this cluster of islands under the cover of the mist. There are numerous islands here, so I will need your acute sense of smell, Shu, along with Yukimaru's extraordinary abilities to meticulously search for Rin's location. Chingin, your Byakugan can pierce through the fog, so coordinate your actions with Shu. Shirzue and I will provide cover and be ready for battle at a moment's notice. There is no time to lose. Let us depart at once." Inuzuka, Shu, and the others nodded, following Kakashi as they plunged into the thick mist. On one side of an island shrouded in fog, accompanied by the crashing waves, 3 ninjas adorned with Mist Village headbands emerged from the water. Swiftly leaping onto the gravel-strewn shore point, one of them grabbed a brown-haired girl from behind and callously tossed her to the ground without a hint of tenderness. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared out of thin air on the island. Behind him stood 6 additional ninjas, also wearing Mist Village headbands, their presence radiating the aura of Jounin-level strength. My lord. We have successfully retrieved the container. The 3 Mist-Nin promptly knelt, their respect evident. The cloaked figure slowly approached Noera Rin, pondering for a moment before a hoarse voice emerged from within his cloak. "The container for the tailed beast? Merely a tool of fate." As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his sleeve, causing a violent distortion in the air, and a bizarre, giant tortoise materialized on the island. This tortoise was entirely composed of chakra, its body a deep brown, covered in sharp spines, and astonishingly, it possessed 3 tails. With the appearance of the colossal tortoise, an overwhelming, frenzied aura enveloped the entire island. The giant tortoise raised its head and unleashed a roar filled with boundless rage and grievance towards the cloaked figure before it. "Humph!" The cloaked man snorted, gradually raising his head. As he did so, his hood slipped slightly, revealing long, silvery hair that danced in the air, along with a pair of crimson eyes. Under the gaze of these eyes, the once manic giant tortoise gradually calmed, seemingly filled with trepidation towards the cloaked figure. "Kisame, complete this task, and I shall grant you your freedom. Come now." As if already familiar with each other, the cloaked man beckoned to the tortoise. The creature hesitated briefly before transforming into a brown sphere of light, appearing in the palm of the cloaked man's hand. The man appraised the still unconscious Noera Rin, then spoke in a deep voice. "Let us begin." The 9 Mist Jounin nodded in unison and formed a circle around the cloaked man, who stood at the center alongside the chakra sphere containing the 3-tailed beast and the bound girl, Rin. After a moment, the cloaked man stood up, his hands now empty. Where am I?" The girl on the ground slowly regained consciousness, her eyes fluttering open to see the back of the cloaked man and the imposing Mist ninjas surrounding her. "You 3, take her and rendezvous with another Mist unit, making your way stealthily towards Konoha. Simply hand her over to the pursuing Leaf ninjas. Let this temporary 3-tailed Jinchuriki explode in the heart of Konoha. Who knows, we might even witness the battle between the 9 tails and the 3 tails." Just then, the cloaked figure slightly turned, and an ancient voice suddenly resonated from ahead. Noera Rin was taken aback, hastily closing her eyes to feign unconsciousness. However, her heart raced with terror upon hearing the ominous information. She discreetly activated her chakra to assess her condition. Indeed, she could distinctly feel a tempestuous chakra swirling within her abdomen. This chakra was so ferocious and frigid that it made her shiver involuntarily. Despite her act of pretending to be unconscious, the Mist Village has sealed their tailed beast within me, intending to launch a surprise attack that could potentially devastate Konoha. Oh heavens! The thought of the legendary destructive power of the tailed beast filled Rin's heart with despair and dread. Sensing her unease, the cloaked figure's face, obscured by his hood, showed a slight smirk. "Go now," he commanded, casting a glance over his shoulder before vanishing into thin air. Yes, despite the cloaked man's disappearance, the 9 Mist ninjas remained dutifully attentive. "Have we searched 6 islands already? Still no sign." Chingin, trailing behind Inuzuka Shu, rubbed her temples, feeling fatigued. Inuzuka leaped down from the bull-sized Yukimaru, ready to retort playfully to the charming Byakugan girl, but suddenly fell silent. He wrinkled his little nose, sniffing the air before slapping Yukimaru on the head. Yukimaru yelped and began sniffing vigorously at the air and ground, then suddenly barked joyously, racing ahead. "I smell Rin." "Inuzuka," Shu exclaimed with excitement, raising his hand. "Splendid," Qingyuan whispered as she followed Inuzuka Shu in pursuit of Yukimaru. Kakashi and Shirzei exchanged glances before hastily following suit. "Woof! Woof!" Yukimaru suddenly barked urgently ahead. Inuzuka Shu's heart raced as he sprinted forward. With a splash, a flurry of white waves erupted around the island. Moments later, 3 figures leaped from the water, landing before Inuzuka, Shu, and the others. "Rin!" Kakashi exclaimed in shock as he recognized the brown-haired girl being restrained by a mist ninja. Her tear-filled eyes searching for Kakashi. The Leaf's pursuers are just a bunch of kids. The Mist Nin seemed somewhat surprised to encounter Konoha's reinforcements, but quickly scoffed at the sight of the youthful trio. "You two can handle these brats. I'll take this girl and make my exit." The Mist Jounin, named Badu, appeared to be the leader, dismissively scanning Kakashi and the others before dragging Rin away in another direction. "Let Rin go," Kakashi shouted angrily, determinedly pursuing Batu. "Kakashi, you focus on rescuing Rin. We'll handle these two." The other 2 Mist Nin attempted to impede Kakashi, but suddenly a youthful voice rang out. "Earth style, earth wall." A thick earthen wall erupted from the ground, blocking the path of the 2 Mist Ninjas, the Water Brains. The 2 Mist Jounin exchanged glances, their faces darkening as they glared at the instigator. Inuzuka Shu puffed out his chest defiantly, glaring back with his striking black and white eyes. Yukimaru, the overly confident pup, stood protectively in front of Inuzuka Shu, baring its teeth menacingly. Shirzei and Qingyan approached Inuzuka Shu, wearing faint smiles, standing resolutely beside him. The 3 Konoha Chunin stood side by side, facing the 2 Mist Jounin with unwavering resolve. "You are the Leaf's little Inuzuka." Given Inuzuka Shu's age and appearance, along with the customary white ninja dog, the renowned moniker quickly surfaced in the minds of the Mist Ninjas. "Oh, I didn't expect these 2 water brains to be so unimpressive in appearance, yet their judgment seems quite keen." Inuzuka Shu replied cheerfully, "The sharp-tongued little brat. I will capture you alive, then rip out your dog teeth and cut out your tongue." The 2 Mist Nin's faces darkened at his words. One of the Mist Ninjas, with a slightly greenish complexion, extended his right hand in a threatening gesture, mimicking a throat-slitting motion. "Ha! The Uchiha and Hyuga brats. Konoha has delivered a grand gift to our Mist Village." Another white-haired Mist Ninja swept his eyes, which were excessively white, over Shirzei and Qingyan. He extended his tongue to lick his purplish lips, his face a picture of inexplicable delight. "Dead fish eyes. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyeballs." Qingyan, originally a gentle and lovely girl, had developed a fiery temperament after spending time with Inuzuka Shu. As for Shirzei, his expression was a peculiar blend of amusement and restraint, as if suppressing laughter was a considerable effort. "Hey, you two, they are both Jonin. Provoking them will only bring about a plethora of troubles." Shirzei's words were remarkably calm and unusually candid. Well, who would have thought that the thick-browed, big-eyed Shirzei would also engage in banter? Truly, one is influenced by their companions. Inuzuka Shu pointed at Shirzei with a look of astonishment, his mouth forming an exaggerated O. The expressions of the 2 Mist Ninjas turned a shade of ashen, which was understandable, for among the 3 youths, a Chunin had the audacity to mock 2 Jonin. This was something intolerable. "You have successfully provoked us. Prepare to face death." The 2 Mist Ninjas exchanged glances, and in an instant, their hands formed seals. Water release. Hidden mist technique. The white-haired Mist Ninja exhaled a thick fog, which quickly spread across the small island, aided by the surrounding moisture and sea breeze. The figures of the 2 Mist Ninjas swiftly vanished into the dense mist. "Byakugan, activate!" Qingyan let out a crisp shout of fury, instantly unlocking the Byakugan to pierce through the mist and locate the chakra. Shirzei's eyes flashed with a crimson light as a Sharingan activated in an instant. although the thick fog limited the insight of the Sharingan. Its power as one of the strongest ocular techniques was not merely contingent on that to the right. Qing Yuan suddenly turned her head, prompting Shui to move in response. Clang! Two black kunai clashed together with precision, followed by a pair of hands, enveloped in a white gale. The green-faced mist ninja appeared taken aback. He retreated into the fog with a swift motion. It seems we must first deal with this Byakugan girl. The white-haired mist ninja licked his kunai with his tongue, his dead fish eyes fixed intently on Qingyun's direction. That moment, Inuzuka Shu, who had remained inactive, suddenly twitched his nose, his ears slightly perked up. Then, with a swift motion, he pressed down on the ground, and a tree root as thick as a thigh burst forth from beneath the white-haired ninja's feet, swiftly coiling around his legs. The unexpected movement beneath him startled the white-haired mist ninja, causing him to stagger and retreat to the side. Woof! A low growl of a dog echoed, and a chilling aura enveloped the white-haired mist ninja. Snowmaru, who had been beside Inuzuka Shu, had somehow appeared behind the white-haired ninja, unleashing a torrent of icy blue wind. This sudden chill slowed the actions of the white-haired mist jonin. This was Snowmaru's unique ability, wind release. Cold aura, which could not only assist its young master in freezing enemies and weapons with a snow dance kill, but could also independently launch attacks to hinder foes. As the white-haired ninja's movements faltered, the extending tree roots finally ensnared his feet. Crash! The ensnared white-haired mist ninja suddenly transformed into a puddle of water, effortlessly escaping the bonds of the roots. A water clone? Inuzuka Shu smirked, his hands swirling like the wind as he quickly formed a complex set of seals. Multiple shadow clone technique. 10 identical Inuzuka Shus charged unhesitatingly towards another direction within the mist. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive water sphere, 5 meters in diameter, surged forth, sweeping away all of Inuzuka Shus shadow clones in a cloud of white mist. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst a series of explosive sounds, Inuzuka Shu's true form was sent flying, crashing down onto the ground. Suddenly, the green-faced mist ninja broke away from Shui and Qingyun, appearing abruptly beside Inuzuka Shu. Watch out. Qingyun's Byakugan widened as she shouted anxiously. Shui's expression tightened, ready to rush towards Inuzuka Shu. Just then, the white-haired jonin swiftly drew a short blade, intercepting the two eager for support. Little brat, I told you I would capture you alive. The green-faced jonin, with a gleeful expression, reached out his palm, lightning quick, towards the paralyzed Inuzuka Shu. Splash! With a similar sound of splashing water, the Inuzuka Shu grasped by the green-faced jonin suddenly transformed into a pool of azure seawater, sliding down to the ground. Buzz! A sound of slicing air echoed simultaneously as a spinning blue sphere appeared before him. Wind release. Spiral sphere. Arising from the water, Inuzuka Shu mercilessly slammed the sphere against the face of the green-faced jonin. Bam! The green-faced jonin's face contorted, akin to a wooden stump, as he was sent tumbling away. Following the execution of the multiple shadow clone technique, Inuzuka Shu's true form had utilized the transformation technique, concealing itself within a puddle of water on the ground. The form struck by the giant water sphere was, in fact, a water clone. The ability to devise such a complex and meticulous strategy in an instant explains why Akimichi Chuji and his companions referred to Inuzuka Shu as the little fox of Team 10. After previously revealing his earth release, wood release, and wind release abilities in battles against Sunagakure and Awagakure, Inuzuka Shu now showcased his water release prowess in combat against the mist, mastering 4 forms of ninjutsu simultaneously. He truly earned the title of the little demon dog of Konoha. However, Inuzuka Shu did not cease his assault. With a powerful stomp, he transformed into a cannonball, racing towards the green-faced jonin, whose face was smeared with blood and whose features were disfigured. You want to catch me? You'll have to extract my teeth and cut my tongue first. Huh? Inuzuka Shu, filled with righteous indignation, swung his fist enveloped in blue chakra, unleashing a barrage of 5 superhuman punches upon the opponent's face. Bam! 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 After the 5th punch, The green-faced Jonin's head was driven deep into the muddy ground, gazing at the disfigured, twitching form of his mist ninja foe. Inuzuka Shu exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief, then unceremoniously plopped down onto the ground. From the onset of the battle, Inuzuka Shu had executed would release, tree binding, multiple shadow clone technique, transformation technique, spiral sphere, and the superhuman punch, alongside instantaneous strategy and calculation in a life-or-death situation. Even for a physical powerhouse, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. It was truly an extraordinary spectacle for a powerful Miss Jonin to be subdued and defeated by a mere 7-year-old child. The white-haired Miss Ninja was left dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. However, he had no time to be astonished, for the revitalized Uchiha, Shurshui, and Hyuga Qingyuan had already launched a flurry of attacks against him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A massive red fireball instantaneously evaporated the mist enveloping the island, simultaneously pushing back the white-haired Mist Ninja. Not good. As the retreating white-haired Jonin cast a glance at Qingyuan, he saw her assume a peculiar stance, and a sense of oppression immediately enveloped his entire being. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. With a delicate shout, Qingyuan swiftly approached the white-haired Mist Ninja like a swimming dragon, her palm shadows flickering as she launched an attack against the dead fish-eyed ninja. Meanwhile, Shurshui's eyes blazed with crimson light as a swarm of black crows swirled around him, transforming into a shadow that relentlessly appeared beside the white-haired Jonin. Each black kunai aimed precisely at the enemy's vital points. The seamless cooperation of Shurshui and Qingyuan in their assault sent the white-haired Mist Ninja into a state of utter chaos. Though he possessed Jonin-level strength, in the eyes of these two exceptional talents from the prestigious clans of Konoha, he was not someone to be looked up to. Moreover, with the Byakugan and Sharingan's dual ocular prowess suppressing him, the white-haired Mist Ninja's once effective hidden mist technique lost its efficacy, forcing him to rely solely on his Jonin-level chakra and ninjutsu to barely hold his ground. As time passed, the white-haired ninja's mental fatigue led to a momentary lapse, allowing Qingyuan, who had been circling him, to strike at his arms, severing his chakra pathways. Seizing the opportunity, Shurshui executed the body flicker technique, accurately stabbing the black kunai into his chest. The white-haired ninja staggered back, his arms hanging limply as he glanced down at the kunai embedded in his chest, a bitter smile crossing his face. Then, with a roll of his dead fish eyes, he transformed into a true dead fish. Chapter 38. Eyewitness to a misfire after slaying a formidable Jonin. Both Shurshui and Qingyuan were left panting heavily. Particularly for the latter, her chest heaved significantly, catching the attention of Inuzuka Shu, who was recovering his chakra, even prompting him to lick his lips. "Little brat, what are you staring at with your beady eyes?" Qingyuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she glared at him in playful reproach. "When we return, I must drink more milk. This little one is still growing." In a nonchalant manner, Inuzuka Shu retracted his gaze, feigning innocence with a broad smile, while secretly pondering. After a brief moment of regrouping, the trio, led by Yukimaru, hastily set off to pursue and support the lone hero, Kakashi, with a crackle, accompanied by flashes of purple lightning. Kakashi's figure surged forward like a bolt of lightning towards the encircling mist ninjas. In an instant, a petite silhouette darted in front of him, a brown-haired girl blocking his path. Thud! Kakashi's nearly indomitable jutsu, Raikiri, pierced through the girl's heart. The entire world seemed to be drenched in crimson. Rin, Kakashi's lone eye widened in terror as his body trembled violently. "Kakashi, I, cough cough, cannot return to the village with you. Within me, the tailed beast is sealed. This is the mist conspiracy." Yamanaka Rin's face bore a faint, tragic smile as torrents of blood flowed from her lips. Gradually, her body began to slide down towards the ground. Rin, Kakashi knelt, cradling Yamanaka Rin's lifeless form, lost in a stupor. Just then, Inuzuka Shu and the others arrived at the battlefield, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the scene beyond a massive thicket of thorns. After all, it eerily resembled a massacre among Konoha ninjas, and no wonder Obito would go mad, harboring hatred for Konoha. Had I not known the plot in advance, I too would undoubtedly have succumbed to despair. Stealing a glance at Shui and Aoi, she found them equally bewildered, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama that with a furious roar, a dark figure suddenly emerged on the battlefield. Amidst the disheveled black hair, a swirling mask revealed itself. From the singular eye-hole of that mask, a pair of crimson orbs spun with 3 black tomo. An overwhelming, frenzied aura radiated from him, akin to a demon returning from the depths of the abyss. This individual was none other than Uchiha Bito, who, having witnessed Rin's death at the hands of his comrades, unlocked his Mangeki Sharingan in a fit of emotional turmoil. At that moment, Kakashi, half embracing Rin's corpse, emitted a muffled groan, pressing his right hand against his left eye. Blood quickly stained the black mask he wore. It seemed that Kakashi, having transplanted a Bito's Sharingan, felt the profound sorrow of its original owner. The masked figure, clad in a dark cloak, took a few steps forward, then stood still. Kakashi raised his head, gazing at the somewhat familiar yet foreign figure. Just then, approximately 20 mist ninjas slowly surrounded them from all sides. So there were hidden reinforcements here. Kakashi, with just the 2 of you, will still be unable to escape death. A seemingly commanding Mist Nin stepped forward, exuding an air of assured victory. After delivering his battle proclamation, he gestured with one hand, and 20 Mist ninjas leaped into action, converging on Kakashi and Obito with lethal intent. Regaining some semblance of composure, Kakashi slowly stood up, gripping his kunai tightly, a chilling aura emanating from his exposed eye. "You all shall perish," the masked Obito suddenly murmured. Then his figure transformed into a shadowy blur, charging into the mist forces like a tiger among sheep. With his movements, cries of anguish erupted all around. In Kakashi's moment of distraction, Inuzuka leaped forward, urgently tugging at Kakashi's arm and shouting, "We must flee with Rin's body. We are no match for this mysterious figure." Shui and Aoi followed closely behind Sho, their faces reflecting shock as they stared at the enigmatic masked man who seemed to be a force of nature. These mist ninjas were certainly no mere fodder. There were 6 Nin among them, with the rest being Nin level. Yet, in the hands of the masked man, they appeared as feeble as sheep. Kakashi, too, recognized the dire situation. His mission was to rescue Yamanaka Rin. Clearly, that task had failed. However, even her corpse must be returned to Konoha for a proper burial. Yet, Rin mentioned before her demise that a tailed beast was sealed within her. Bringing her back to the village might invite disaster. But with such a powerful Hokage in the village, surely the seal could be contained, right? Just then, a burst of brown light erupted from Rin's body, and a miniature Sanbai emerged from her abdomen. After letting out an excited roar, Sanbai transformed into a stream of light and vanished from sight. Kakashi felt an immediate sense of relief. This dilemma had resolved itself. "Hurry! Hurry!" Inuzuka, Shu urged repeatedly, with Obito now unleashing indiscriminate attacks. Given his current strength, Kakashi would likely not survive even a few exchanges against his Mangeki Sharingan. Shu, always cherishing his own life, had no desire to engage in this futile battle. Kakashi, being a decisive individual, lifted Rin's body and sped toward the land of fire with utmost urgency. Following closely behind, Inuzuka, Shu, and the others formed a sharp formation as they pressed onward. "Stop!" Inuzuka, Shu suddenly halted, causing Shui and Aoi, caught off guard, to rush ahead. They turned back, slightly confused, to see Shu with a serious expression. Though there must be underlying reasons, Rin is still dead, now that Kakashi has shed his pursuers. There is no need for us to return to the village with him. I suggest we change our course and rendezvous with Captain Yui. Since Captain Yui has not caught up with us for so long, he must have encountered another powerful ambush from a mist. Therefore, we need to support the captain. Inuzuka, Shu blinked, appearing clever and resourceful that in truth, Shu had already anticipated that the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist would launch a surprise attack on Konoha. Amidst this fierce battle, an inconspicuous Konoha ninja would emerge, employing an absolutely forbidden level jutsu to reduce the 7 swordsmen to merely 3, with the illusion master Yuhi Zenko present. The battlefield, which was initially weak, became significantly more formidable than in the original narrative. Inuzuka Shu had long been curious about that jutsu and yearned to witness that individual's explosive power firsthand. It would make his journey through time worthwhile. Shursui and Aoi nodded in agreement, having come to fully trust Shu's strategic acumen after countless battles together. Then let us set off. Inuzuka Shu patted Yukimura's head and charged forward. You shall not harm my son. 8 gates, Death Gate, open. With a furious roar, a man with a watermelon hairstyle and thick eyebrows saw his green spandex outfit explode into fragments, revealing a body entirely clad in crimson. An overwhelmingly scorching aura enveloped him, scorching his skin to the point of peeling. Subsequently, his form transformed into a blazing ball of light, appearing at an astonishing speed among the mist Nin wielding great swords. This man's speed was so extraordinary, and his presence so imposing that the renowned Miss Nin were instantly struck with dread. Boom! 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 Following 4 thunderous explosions, several uniquely shaped great swords were sent flying, and 4 figures were propelled in all directions like cannonballs. Damn! How can he use the 8 gates? And even open the Death Gate? The remaining 3 mist ninja were struck with terror, abandoning the small watermelon-headed boy as they retreated hastily. Among them, one was slender. The other stout. They were the original wielder of the dance, Sage Zan's first strike, and the owner of the great sword, Samahata Kisame Hoshiki as of the final one, a green-haired mist ninja. He was from the infamous Kurozai clan. The wielder of the twin blades, Raiga. However, in his recent battle with Might Dai, his weapon had been sent flying by the supernatural force. Yet, in a twist of fate, the summoning scroll for the legendary sword, Kiba, had fallen into the hands of Raiga. Daddy, the young Nin, Might Guy, obliviously dashed toward his fleeing mist adversaries. His eyes reddened as he ran towards the steam-emitting, crimson body of Might Dai. The latter raised his palm to halt Guy's advance. Then, on his face, where the skin had peeled away, a smile, both fierce and tender, emerged. Guy, only when protecting the most important people can you unleash the greatest power of the 8 gates that not grieve for me. Do not squander your youth and passion. Become ever stronger. With that, Might Dai permanently closed his eyes. Daddy, don't leave me. Wailing, Guy threw himself on his father's body, tears streaming down his face. The 2 other youths saved by Might Dai, Ebisu and Shunui Gunma, stepped forward and stood silently behind Kai, their eyes reddened and their hearts trembling with emotion. Who could have imagined that the seemingly eternal low-ranking ninja, Might Dai, would suddenly unleash such astonishing combat prowess? With the 8 gates of 8 inner gates technique fully opened, he decisively defeated the renowned Mist Ninja 7, resulting in 4 fatalities and 3 escapes. The IT is certain that from this moment on, the so-called Mist Ninja 7 will no longer dare to underestimate or provoke Konoha. Alas, arriving just a moment too late, accompanied by the sound of swift footsteps, Inuzuka Shu Shursui and Aoi landed behind Might Guy. Once again witnessing such a heart-wrenching scene of life and death, Inuzuka Shu and the others wore expressions of profound sorrow. Chapter 39. Let us train together. In the midst of his retreat, Kurozai Raya halted his flight upon realizing that no one was pursuing him. He retrieved a scroll from his pocket, opened it, and bit his finger with his sharp teeth, swiftly pressing it against the scroll. Boom! After a burst of smoke, 3 uniquely shaped ninja swords materialized before Kurozai Raya. Huh? Why are there only 3? Kurozai Raya muttered in confusion. However, fearing the encirclement of Konoha, he hesitated only briefly before sealing the 3 swords back into the scroll and fleeing without looking back. On the other side of the battlefield, Hinata Akihiko, upon hearing the news, bent down to pick up 2 ninja swords entwined with lightning threads and adorned with sharp spikes. Lightning blade. Fong? Hinata Akihiko examined the peculiar ninja swords closely, murmuring their name. The lightning blade. Fong resembles a sword blade, forged with lightning. Not only is it exceedingly sharp, but it also significantly enhances the wielder's attack speed, earning its reputation as the fastest blade. I shall give these to Shu. They're just the right size, and he lacks a suitable weapon. After weighing the lightning blade, Fondling her hands and contemplating briefly, Hinata Akihiko decided on their new owner. Inuzuka seemed to possess a certain charm that effortlessly engendered trust and affection in those around him. From the Inuzuka clan to the third Hokage, from Minato to Kushina, it was only natural that Hinata Akihiko, leading Team 10, would not be an exception. As the captain of Team 10, Hinata Akihiko had grown genuinely fond of Inuzuka Shu, who was innocent, adorable, intelligent, and possessed extraordinary talent in ninjutsu. Otherwise, upon acquiring the spoils, Hinata Akihiko would not have immediately thought of Inuzuka Shu. To delve deeper, Aoi had been with him even longer, and Shursui too lacked a dedicated weapon. Yet reality often favors sentiment. After all, ninjas are human, and as humans, they harbor preferences. Captain, long time no see. We missed you dearly. Just after she had stowed away the lightning blades, Hinata Akihiko heard a somewhat childish voice calling out from afar, causing the already somewhat biased captain to chuckle. Looking up, she saw the trio and a dog dashing toward them from a distance. The one leading the charge, shouting and grinning widely, was none other than Inuzuka Shu himself. It is no wonder some people are beloved by all. There are reasons for it. Look at how warm-hearted this greeting is. The Mist Ninja had split into two groups to attack Konoha, one of which was the fabled Mist Ninja 7, rumored to be capable of annihilating small nations. Yet they were utterly defeated by Might Dai, who had opened the 8th gate of the 8 inner gates, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 fleeing, while Might Dai himself was gravely injured. The other group consisted of Mist's main forces, where 4 Mist Jonin were slain by Kakashi, Inuzuka Shu, Shursui, and Aoi, while the remaining Mist troops were eradicated by a masked figure cloaked in black. However, Lin Yun still perished, and tragically, it was at the hands of Kakashi. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Akihiko was earnestly reporting the mission to the Hokage. Upon reaching this point, she glanced at the Hokage's expression and then subtly shifted her gaze toward Inuzuka Shu. Inuzuka Shu instantly understood, stepping forward to speak loudly. Hokage-sama, Captain Hinata, regarding the death of Lin Yun, the 3 of us witnessed it firsthand. She indeed died at Kakashi's hands, but later, a 3-tailed chakra beast emerged from her body, resembling a large turtle, exuding a fierce and intimidating presence. Therefore, I believe there is something amiss. Shursui and Aoi behind Inuzuka Shu nodded in agreement, affirming the truth of the young boy's words. 3 tails. The third Hokage suddenly rose to his feet, nearly toppling his desk in his fervor. In a wonder, it seems the Mist orchestrated the manipulation of the 3 tails chakra and sealed it within Lin. Thus, their true target was never Lin, but rather our village of Konoha. What a vicious conspiracy, intending to unleash a rampaging tailed beast to wreak havoc upon Konoha, while dispatching 2 forces to attack from within and without. Truly, their intentions are despicable. No wonder this political strategist, who has spent most of his life in the realm of schemes, accurately deduced the Mist's objectives based on this intelligence. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock echoed at the Hokage's office door. Enter. After receiving the Hokage's permission, Kakashi stepped inside. Upon noticing Team 10 present, he paused momentarily, then politely nodded before walking directly to the Hokage. Hokage-sama, Lin Yun died to prevent the tailed beast sealed within her from being returned to Konoha. Kakashi's voice trembled, revealing evident cracks in his composure as tears streamed down his face, leaving him feeling utterly drained. Alas, poor child. Sir Toby Arisen stepped out from behind his desk, gently stroking Kakashi's hair as he spoke. There is no need for more words. We are all aware of the situation. Lin Yun was an exceptional ninja, truly embodying the will of fire and a hero of Konoha. Kakashi, Lin chose to die at your hands because she knew you were a truly excellent ninja who understands the meaning behind being a ninja. You must not let guilt render you despondent. Otherwise, Lin would feel sorrow for having died at the hands of a coward. Kakashi lifted his head, tears still staining his cheeks, but his eyes now held a newfound determination, replacing the previous confusion. Turning back, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Inuzuka, Shu, and the others. As for Might Dai, he was willing to sacrifice his life to protect the village and those most dear to him. He too is undoubtedly a hero of Konoha. I mourn the loss of both Lin Yan and Might Dai, yet I feel an even greater pride for them and for the heroes that continue to emerge from our village. At this juncture, during wartime, the death of a few individuals had become a commonplace occurrence for the villagers. Moreover, since Lin Yan and Might Dai were both ordinary ninjas, their funerals saw only a handful of attendees beyond their respective families. Kakashi visited Lin's grave almost daily, and similarly, he found himself at Obito's grave each day as well. Once unwavering in his dedication to the ninja creed of prioritizing missions above all else due to his father's death, Kakashi finally comprehended the importance of camaraderie following the losses of Obito, and in contrast to Kakashi, Might Guy exhibited a much stronger and more self-destructive demeanor, aside from the initial days of weeping uncontrollably. In the days that followed, Guy trained with a fervor that bordered on madness. His father's invincible form after opening the 8 gates and his resolute acceptance of death drove this already diligent individual to the brink of insanity. 4,098, 4,099, 5,000. The near-hysterical roars echoed, hoarse yet filled with tenacity and obsession. Bang, with all his might, Might Guy delivered one final kick, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed to the ground. Alas, this fellow is indeed a genius, a diligent genius. Most geniuses are mad. The ancients did not deceive me. Inuzuka, hiding behind a large tree with his gaze turned skyward, sighed helplessly, shaking his head as he approached Guy. A pair of small hands, glowing with a verdant light, first brushed over Might Guy's scarred calves, then hovered over his dantian. The green light flowed into Guy's body like a clear spring, rapidly healing the internal injuries caused by his overexertion. Thank you, Guy suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Inuzuka, with deep gratitude. Little Guy, you can't practice like this anymore. It's detrimental to your health. More importantly, you've usurped the title of Konoha's training maniac. And that simply won't do, Inuzuka said with utmost seriousness. A hint of a smile finally crept onto the previously clouded face of Might Guy. This little guy truly is the same mischievous child who enjoys taking advantage of others. Don't get too carried away with gratitude. My medical fees are quite steep. Inuzuka withdrew his hands, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, and winked at Guy. You wish to learn the 8 gates, don't you? Guy sat up, his expression turning grave. You've even stolen my answer. Kakashi remarked that your intellect is rather lacking. How absurd. In a playful manner, Inuzuka smirked and inadvertently implicated Kakashi. After all, the two of you are lifelong rivals. This petty grievance is inconsequential, a certain young lad thought irresponsibly to himself. Humph, Kakashi, that insufferable braggart. I cannot abide his haughty demeanor. I shall surely defeat him. Guy clenched his fists, gritting his teeth, evidently provoked by the mere mention of Kakashi's name. Catching up to Kakashi will not be an easy feat. How about we both delve into the 8 gates technique passed down from your father? With my presence, you can train with ease and boldness. Inuzuka leaned beside Guy, adopting a guiding demeanor. Guy feigned indifference, casting a sidelong glance at this impish boy, yet his thoughts swiftly shifted, ultimately conceding that the proposal was indeed enticing. Presently, he was alone, lacking the personal guidance of his father, having only recently unlocked the 4th gate. Moreover, his family's circumstances were somewhat dire, and training the 8 gates technique would undoubtedly inflict bodily harm. However, he lacked the financial means to procure medicinal remedies for recovery. The saying poor in literature, rich in martial prowess was not merely a cliché. Yet now, Inuzuka, possessing medical ninjutsu capabilities, resolved this significant dilemma. Furthermore, his father had not prohibited outsiders from learning this technique before his demise. Theoretically, anyone whose body can withstand such hellish torment could master it. Additionally, fostering a good relationship with Inuzuka would indirectly forge ties with the Inuzuka clan and the Hokage lineage, which would undoubtedly benefit his future as a ninja. Most crucially, this charmingly innocent young boy was simply impossible to refuse. Very well. As long as your body meets the requirements for training in the 8 gates technique, I shall impart all my knowledge to you. Might Guy stood up, speaking earnestly. Guy, you will never regret your choice today. Inuzuka Shuki exclaimed confidently, tapping Guy on the shoulder. Chapter 40. Become the new Konoha White Fang in the twilight glow of the setting sun. Kakashi, with his long gray-white hair, stood solemnly before the grave of Rin Noera in the cemetery outside Konoha. Silent as a tombstone, a small figure emerged from the depths of the cemetery, hesitating briefly upon spotting Kakashi, then approached him with measured steps. Here to visit Rin again, are you? Inuzuka Shuki clasped his hands behind his back, speaking in a hushed tone, resembling a miniature old and it was evident to any discerning observer that he was deliberately mimicking the third Hokage. Kakashi, lost in memories and sorrow, turned to regard this younger brother beside him. Upon seeing his exaggerated demeanor, a faint smile crept across Kakashi's masked face. Enough? I was merely reminiscing. I am not so despondent. Do not attempt to imitate the Hokage any longer. His teachings are forever etched in my heart. That Kakashi's tone was calm, yet not dismissively cold. Inuzuka Shuki glanced at Kakashi, particularly noting his somewhat dulled gray-white hair and empty hands. The renowned son of Konoha's White Fang seemed to have not revived the swordsmanship of the Hitaki clan since the shattering of White Fang's legacy, especially after acquiring the Sharingan. That it was a disgrace that such unparalleled swordsmanship, which once echoed throughout the ninja world, had been lost. Kakashi, I wish to present you with a gift. After a brief silence alongside Kakashi, Inuzuka Shuki spoke with a hint of reluctance to, "Oh, what gift?" Seeing the little one's pained expression, Kakashi's curiosity piqued. You know, among the few individuals I admire in the entire village, your father, the esteemed Konoha White Fang, is one of them. Observing Kakashi's astonishment, Inuzuka Shuki shook his head with a smile. It is true. This admiration stems not only from his strength rivaling that of a Kage, but also from the profound impact he had on the moral conduct of ninjas, that a ninja who fails to complete a mission is a failure. Yet one who entirely forsakes comrades for the sake of a mission is even less than worthless. Would you not agree? Kakashi's expression finally shifted. He lifted his gaze to the vibrant evening sky, his exposed eyes shimmering with brilliance. Boom! Inuzuka Shuki produced a storage scroll, clapped his hands together, and a pair of silver-white ninja blades, glimmering with lightning and adorned with spikes, abruptly appeared before both of them. Inuzuka Shuki held a blade in each hand, addressing the astonished Kakashi. These are the blades seized by Senior Wai during the pursuit of the Mist 7, the legendary lightning weapon. Rake, Tachi. After consulting the Hokage, Senior Wai gifted them to me, yet you are aware that I lack the talent for lightning release. Rather than allowing such divine weapons to gather dust, it is far better to bestow them upon a hero. After much contemplation, I realized that you, proficient in lightning release, are the most fitting master for Rake. Tachi. Inuzuka Shuki crossed the blades and gently struck them together, producing a sound reminiscent of distant thunder. The young lad had made his decision, and the reluctance on his face vanished. He presented Rake, Tachi to Kakashi with a smile. This is for you. Taken aback by such a precious and unexpected gift, Kakashi took a step back, waving his hand. This gift is far too valuable. Moreover, it was a present from Senior Wai. I cannot take what belongs to another. Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on Rake. Tachi. Having some knowledge of these divine weapons, he was internally filled with joy and anticipation, realizing that Inuzuka Shuki's words were not exaggerated. This pair of blades was indeed the perfect weapon tailored for him. Faced with Kakashi's hesitant refusal, Inuzuka Shuki wasted no time and directly placed the blades into Kakashi's hands. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately grasped the divine weapons tightly, though he verbally declined. His body remained honest. Inuzuka Shuki slyly observed, witnessing Kakashi, usually as cold as ice, radiating joy and gratitude, and felt a surge of delight. He poked Kakashi at the waist and stated earnestly, Kakashi, these blades are not given without a condition. I have a request. Kakashi, clutching Rake, Tachi, asked seriously. What is it? Inuzuka Shuki laughed heartily. I ask you, in the name of Itaki Kakashi, to resurrect the glory of Konoha White Fang. Initially expecting a demand from Inuzuka Shuki, Kakashi paused slightly, then fixed his gaze upon the young lad before him, solemnly declaring, Very well. I, Kakashi, shall become the new Konoha White Fang, shocking the ninja world. After gifting Rake, Tachi to Kakashi, Inuzuka Shuki's initial reluctance dissipated, replaced by profound anticipation and curiosity that I in the original tale. As the only son of the illustrious Konoha White Fang, Kakashi had earned the title of copy ninja in the ninja world, regardless of the reasons. This represented a significant loss for Kakashi. Inuzuka Shuki had always believed that had Kakashi not transplanted Obito's Sharingan and focused on the promise made to Obito by frequently utilizing the Sharingan, he could have honed his skills in the Hitaki clan's ninjutsu and swordsmanship. With his extraordinary talent, he would undoubtedly have surpassed his father to become an unparalleled Super Kage. Now, having gifted Rake, Tachi, to Kakashi, who possessed extraordinary lightning release talent, the emergence of the new generation of Konoha White Fang was all but assured. Would the title of copy ninja still hold, or could one have both fish and bear's paw? One might pondering. After concluding a daily training session with Shursui, Inuzuka Shuki lay back against the soft fur of Yukimaru, his eyes wide open, lost in thought. Oh, I wonder when Sensei Minato will return. I have so many training questions to ask him. Inuzuka Shuki stretched out his hands, playfully grasping at the air, then smiled gently at Shursui. IT should be soon. Shursui reached out to stroke Yukimaru, chuckling softly in response. Yukimaru did not reject Shursui's affection. After all, they had fought side by side for so long, forging a deep bond of camaraderie. The two engaged in casual conversation regarding the ongoing war outside, sharing insights from their training and battles. Over nearly 4 years of close companionship, their relationship had grown exceedingly intimate, though they still subtly competed with one another, which had spurred both of their strengths to advance remarkably. Shursui, I knew you would be here. Did you not promise to train with me? A youthful voice rang out, prompting Inuzuka Shuki to sit up and look in the direction of the sound, where a small child was bouncing toward them. My apologies, Itachi. It's all because your big brother Shuki kept me occupied with practice that I missed our appointment. Shursui scratched the back of his head, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. Certainly, those who associate with darkness often find themselves tainted by it, and selling out their companions is done without a second thought. The tender age of 4. Uchiha Itachi turned to Inuzuka Shu and, with a demeanor that belied his youth, bowed respectfully, saying, You must be the esteemed Inuzuka Shu, whose reputation precedes you. I am Uchiha Itachi, and I humbly seek your guidance henceforth. Inuzuka Shu cleared his throat lightly, and, amidst Shursui's amused gaze, waved his hand with a chuckle. Little Itachi, just call me Shy Eye from now on. I am a brother to Shursui, and since you are also a brother to him, that makes us brothers too, doesn't it? Itachi blinked his black and white eyes in slight bewilderment, processing Shu's words. The logic seemed impeccable, yet there was an oddity in it that he could not quite place. Nevertheless, raised with fine manners, he responded politely. Indeed, Shu burst into laughter, rising to drape an arm around Itachi's shoulders, exclaiming, Little Itachi, today Shy is feeling generous. Let us go out for grilled meat on me. Itachi swallowed nervously, hesitating to reply at once as he glanced at Shursui, who was indignantly chastising Shu. Oh, Shu, you miser. You just promised to treat me to ramen, and now that Itachi has arrived, you've switched to grilled meat? Your blatant favoritism is appalling. This time, I demand a feast, respect for the elders, and love for the young. At your age, even a bowl of ramen is a luxury, Shu chuckled, his face devoid of any guilt. Seemingly forgetting his earlier declaration of brotherhood with Shursui, as Itachi observed the playful banter between the two young men, he felt a pang of envy for their carefree camaraderie. As the son of the Uchiha clan leader, he had been subjected to strict upbringing, and such moments of unrestrained joy were both unfamiliar and alluring to him. Let us go, Itachi. Shu and Shursui turned in unison, beaming at Itachi. Coming, Itachi's small face lit up with a broad smile as he scampered after them. Leading the way, Shu radiated a sunny disposition. Have the prodigious Itachi come to him was an opportunity not to be missed. Grilled meat it would be. In the future, when Itachi was older, he would recount how Itachi had been lured into his steadfast companionship by the aroma of delicious grilled meat, and his yet-to-be-born little brother, Sasuke, would join as well. The thought of two pivotal figures in the future world of Hokage, Naruto as his junior and Sasuke as his younger brother, was simply delightful. "Shouldn't you're drooling," the little Itachi gently reminded, noticing Shu's dreamy expression at Am I? I was merely reminiscing about the taste of grilled meat. Shu wiped his mouth nonchalantly. Chapter 41. Signing the summoning contract during this period of respite in Konoha. In Izuka, Shu led a life that was both tranquil and bustling. After receiving the Thunderblade from Shu, Kakashi felt as if he had been imbued with newfound strength. Consequently, in the days that followed, Kakashi frequently sought out Shu for conversation and to exchange insights on ninjutsu. One practiced the lightning cutter while the other honed the Rasengan, both benefiting immensely from their shared experiences. Might Guy also fulfilled his promise, unreservedly teaching Shu the forbidden 8 gates technique. Shu's exceptional aptitude and robust physique allowed him to progress through the initial and rest gate with remarkable speed. However, his tender age posed a challenge in swiftly unlocking the 3rd gate, the life gate. Despite this, the prodigious talent displayed by Shu left Guy quite astounded. At T13, he had only just managed to open the 4th gate, while Shu at 7 showcased a talent that spurred Guy to train even harder. Since befriending Itachi, Shu often sought out Shursui and Itachi for training, accompanied by his 4-year-old sister, Inuzuka Hana. Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha clan, adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards this development. Shursui and Shu were deeply bonded as combat partners, and aside from the secrets of the Sharingan, there was little need for concealment of other ninjutsu. Both Itachi and Hana were the respective heirs of their clans, thus their shared practice and play provided a welcome respite from Itachi's otherwise solemn demeanor. What invigorated Shu even more was the return of his mother, Inuzuka and his teacher, Minato Namikaze, to Konoha. The absence of a mother can weigh heavily on a child, despite Shu's independent nature. The longing for his mother's presence brought tears to his eyes. Minato, the legendary Yellow Flash, naturally attracted considerable attention upon his return. Rumors suggested that the higher-ups were inclined to nominate him as the 4th Hokage. Shu was aware that this was a strategic move by the Hokage faction to bolster Minato's standing. While the likes of Orochimaru, with his reclusive nature, Jiraiya, who was free-spirited and hedonistic, and Tsunade, who indulged in revelry, remained absent from the limelight, the Uchiha clan found itself stifled under scrutiny. The Hyuga clan maintained a neutral stance, and in light of these comparisons, the villagers began to realize that Minato, with his strength, achievements, charm, and background, was indeed the most fitting candidate for the position of Hokage. Yet amidst the external clamor, Minato devoted his attention to his beloved wife and mentoring Shu in his training. Having mastered the first stage of the Rasengan with ease, there was little for Minato to impart further in that regard. In the original storyline, Minato developed the Rasengan, but did not pursue it as a lifelong endeavor like his son Naruto. To him, the Rasengan was merely an A-rank ninjutsu at his beck and call. Thus, he channeled more energy into developing the Flying Thunder God technique and the sage art of Mount Myaboku. However, Shu, possessing foresight, understood that the Rasengan could be enhanced with elemental transformations. Naruto had infused wind chakra into the Rasengan, creating the wind release. Rasengan and wind release, Rasen Shuriken, both of which were S-rank techniques. Even without elemental changes, the ultimate form of the Rasengan, the Super Big Ball Rasengan, and its diverse applications, such as the Rasengan Barrage when combined with shadow clones, were all within reach. Thus, Shu's training in this area never waned. Though he still had much to learn before mastering the Super Big Ball Rasengan, the size of his Rasengan had greatly improved. Notably, the Rasengan Barrage with shadow clones had become one of his signature moves. On a particularly sunny afternoon, Minato escorted Shu, who had just enjoyed lunch at his home, to the forest outside the village. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed Shu, "Little Shu, in these times of war, to ensure your safety, I have conferred with Jiraiya-sensei and decided to teach you the summoning technique." Shu leaped in excitement, tugging at Minato's sleeve, exclaiming, "Sensei! Sensei! Are you saying I can summon the great toads of Mount Myaboku, just like you?" It was no wonder he was thrilled. Minato had personally summoned the enormous toad, Gamabunta in battle, whose colossal presence and overwhelming aura were simply awe-inspiring. Minato chuckled, giving his eager pupil a playful tap on the head. Then placing a hand on his shoulder, said, "All right, no more jumping around. Let us sign the summoning contract first." With that, he produced a large scroll nearly 50 centimeters long, unfurling it with a flourish before pressing his hand against the rows of black, tadpole-like characters inscribed upon it. With a resounding thud, the ground trembled as a giant, spotted toad materialized before them, towering as high as a 3-story building. Minato stood beside the toad, nodding slightly, causing it to open its vast mouth and extend along, rolling tongue towards Shu. With a flourish, the tongue unfurled, revealing a massive scroll nearly a meter long that tumbled to the ground. "Little Shu, open the scroll, write her name, and then bite your fingertip to leave your handprint," Minato instructed, stepping forward and offering Shu a brush. Shu nodded eagerly, unrolling the scroll, and upon seeing several names already inscribed, including Jiraiya's and Minato's, he noted the other names, which appeared ancient, with a steady hand. Shu inscribed his own name, Inuzuka Shu, in the space following Minato, discarding the brush. He resolutely bit down on his fingertips. Minato winced, unable to watch. "Ouch!" Shu exclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes. "Child, you only needed to prick your fingertip." Minato lamented, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "If you had told me earlier, woe is me." Shu complained, his palm bloodied. Yet the injury was only superficial. With his remarkable self-healing abilities, the wound was already beginning to mend. "Hey!" Inuzuka Shuki, reluctant to inflict another bite upon himself, crouched down and pressed his right hand firmly upon the contract scroll. When he lifted his hand, a small blood handprint had appeared on the scroll. "All right, you can head back now. Thank you for your efforts." Minato gently patted the large toad, his tone warm and reassuring. The toad wrapped its long tongue around the contract scroll and swallowed it, subsequently vanishing in a puff of smoke. Minato approached Inuzuka Shuki with a smile, saying, "Once the contract is signed, you can summon toads using the summoning technique. Now, watch closely as I demonstrate the technique." "Hi, Inu Yushin." As it was Shuki's first lesson in summoning, Minato intentionally slowed down the hand seals. "Hi, Inu Yushin." However, just as Minato finished his demonstration, Shuki mimicked him perfectly, completing the hand seals with ease that Minato's eyes lit up. Gaining a new appreciation for his disciple's learning abilities, Shuki, as if he had acquired the most delightful new toy, practiced repeatedly until he could perform the hand seals with proficiency. "Now, let's give summoning a try." Minato stepped back a few paces and said to the eager Shuki. Excited by the prospect, Shuki nodded fervently, his hands moving in a flurry before he slammed his right hand onto the ground. Black tadpole-like patterns spread from his palm, and a terrifying suction force surged forth, briefly paling the little one's face. Yet, Shuki was known for his mischievous spirit. This fleeting fear only ignited his competitive nature. "Let us go all out and see what I can summon," Shuki thought, his resolve hardening as chakra surged from within him to his palm. "Yeah, come forth," Shuki shouted, his face flushed, emitting a roar akin to a tiger's cry. Boom! A burst of white smoke erupted in the air. The ground shook violently, and a wild aura rushed forth. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal figure began to materialize. Both Shuki and Minato stared in astonishment at the enormous creature before them. With reddish-brown skin, draped in a broad robe, wielding a massive katana, and a long pipe clutched in its mouth, the creature's bulging eyes radiated defiance. "Gamabunta, the great toad!" Minato and Shuki exclaimed in unison, "Ah, it's you. Minato, why have you summoned me this time? Is there another formidable battle to contend with?" Bunta released a series of large white smoke rings, surveying the surroundings with a puzzled expression. Minato, scratching his head in embarrassment, pointed to Shuki and said, "Well, actually, he summoned you." Only then did Gamabunta lower his head, curiously scrutinizing the small boy beneath him. "Minato, are you jesting? This little brat summoned me? Ha ha." Bunta laughed heartily, his arrogance palpable. Minato glanced at Shuki, a wry smile forming on his lips. In truth, Shuki's summoning of Gamabunta had taken him by surprise. That moment, Shuki, incensed by Bunta's dismissive attitude, jumped onto the toad's forepaw, delivering a series of sharp slaps. This reckless action made Minato break into a cold sweat. "Hey, don't look down on me. I summoned you, and all the toads of Mount Myaboku can attest to that," Shuki shouted, his face flushed as he continued to pound on Bunta's massive paw. Noticing that Gamma Bunta ignored him, Shuki, in a fit of frustration, unleashed his chakra at his feet and, like a nimble little lizard, scampered up to the top of Bunta's head. Chapter 42. The Battle of Ojing Mountain. How dare you refer to yourself as Little Lord in my presence? What audacity! Gamma Bunta was not one to be easily trampled upon. After a furious roar, he began to leap wildly in the wilderness, attempting to shake Shuki off. However, Shuki clung on tightly, as if his hands and feet were rooted to Bunta's forehead. After nearly 10 minutes of this chaotic display, the focused Shuki had not noticed that his body began to emit a faint green glow. This green energy was the natural energy that Shuki absorbed in his daily practice. As this energy flowed with his chakra, it transferred through his hands and feet into Gamma Bunta's body. The combination of a mischievous child and a proud toad was truly a headache-inducing pairing. Minato sighed with a wry smile, wishing to mediate the situation. However, he soon withdrew as he observed the once volatile toad suddenly calm down. Shuki, though exhausted and panting heavily, remained firmly grasping Bunta's skin, displaying an unyielding stubbornness. That familiar energy, yes, it was indeed natural energy, but how could this little brat possess such power? Had he mastered Senjutsu? Impossible! Gamma Bunta rolled his large eyes, staring at the small boy perched above his mouth. Astonished so? Have you realized the extent of my strength? After catching his breath, Shuki sat cross-legged, his small hands rhythmically tapping on Bunta's head, his demeanor exuding pride. Hey, little brat, you have quite the foul temper. As a prominent figure of Mount Myaboku, Gamma Bunta had never been subjected to such provocation. The incessant repetition of Little Lord was intolerable. Shuki retorted, Hey, Big Toad, your temper is the foulest of all. You immediately start cursing upon arrival. Big Lord, you're the Big Lord. Gamma Bunta bellowed in fury. You, a mere 7-year-old child, could consider me your great-great-grandfather. You feel wronged? Shuki pondered for a moment, scratching the back of his head with an embarrassed smile. You're right. From now on, I'll call you Big Toad. I assure you, you will be proud of this title in the future. Bunta exhaled a puff of smoke, surprisingly responding, Deal. In the midst of Shuki's befuddlement, Bunta turned to Minato and said, Minato, take this kid to Mount Myaboku sometime. I believe the Sage of Toads will be very interested in him. After saying this, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Bunta's eyes, and he leapt vertically into the air, transforming into a massive cloud of smoke and vanishing. Shuki cursed the irresponsible toad for endangering children. He tumbled from the sky in a free fall. Minato shook his head helplessly, his form transforming into a flash of light as he effortlessly caught him. You two truly have quite the personalities, Minato remarked, lightly tapping Shuki's forehead, a hint of trepidation in his voice. Shuki, now devoid of any trace of embarrassment or anger, cheerfully replied, Perhaps Big Toad appreciates a brother with character like mine. Minato regarded Shuki thoughtfully. He had never anticipated that his young disciple could summon Gamma Bunta. It seemed that mere chakra was insufficient, that Shuki's unique physique and bloodline appeared to harbor remarkable secrets. Bunta's recent observation lingered in Minato's mind. Had even Bunta sensed something extraordinary about Shuki? The potential of Shuki seemed to be far beyond what Minato had imagined. However, before visiting Mount Myaboku to meet the Sage of Toads, Minato planned to inform Jiraiya first, when it came to knowledge of the Sage's realm and the Toads. Jiraiya far surpassed Minato. Yet before Jiraiya's return, the village of Konoha found itself shrouded in the ominous clouds of war once more. The hidden villages of Yunin and Sunagakure secretly colluded, unexpectedly launching a large-scale assault on the fortress of Ojing Mountain. Located at the border of the Land of Fire, the station forces of Konoha fought valiantly to resist while simultaneously retreating, sending the most urgent plea for help to the Hokage, led by Namake's Minato. The Konoha Ninja Alliance hastened to Ojing Mountain after a brief mobilization that in this military endeavor, Minato was undoubtedly the rightful commander. However, to unleash the full combat prowess of the Golden Flash, the Hokage appointed Tsumi Shinju as Minato's deputy. In essence, it was to ensure that while Minato was on the battlefield, there would still be someone to oversee command in the general's tent, with a calm demeanor and sufficient experience. Tsukimi Shinju was the optimal choice. Meanwhile, Shuki, Shursui, and Aoi, the three nominal Chunin, formed their own team, though Minato granted them maximum autonomy on the battlefield. Kakashi, the talented Jonin, also enjoyed the same privilege. These young individuals, like fledgling eagles gaining strength, were now ready to soar through the skies in their pursuit of growth. Confronting the perilous battlefield and formidable foes is an inevitable challenge they must face. After a swift march, the Leaf Alliance arrived at the outskirts of the Orange Stem Mountain a day ahead of schedule. Subsequently, Minato took the lead, personally spearheading a ferocious counterattack. This sudden and incisive retaliation caught the forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure off guard, causing their defensive lines to crumble under the onslaught, especially when they realized that the renowned Yellow Flash was wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Morale plummeted, and casualties skyrocketed. Consequently, the leaders of Sunagakure and Kumogakure, Chiyo, Bijuru, and Kishi, were compelled to issue orders for their forces to break through the encirclement. However, it was too late. Reinforcements dispatched from various border units of the Land of Fire had already joined forces with Minato's Leaf Alliance, completing a comprehensive encirclement of the Orange Stem Mountain. Trapped in a 10-sided ambush, the forces of Sunagakure and Kumogakure commenced a desperate counteroffensive in a bid for survival. The battlefield was rife with intense skirmishes. Bloodshed, flames, thunder, storms, and fissures in the earth, as a myriad of ninja techniques left indelible marks on the gateway of the Land of Fire at Orange Stem Mountain. In both numbers and strength, the Leaf Alliance held a decisive advantage. Yet, the enemy's sudden counterattacks often inflicted significant casualties on the Leaf Ninjas. This was a battle among ninjas. Perhaps an inconspicuous ninja possessed extraordinary skills that could lead to dire consequences for either side should they let their guard down. The Flying Thunder God, Minato, was an invincible force in such chaotic skirmishes. Naturally, his primary objective was to eliminate the enemy's powerful ninjas, particularly targeting the leaders of the opposing alliance as strategic goals. As the battle progressed to this stage of encirclement, Inuzuka, Shu, and his comrades lost their positions and communication with one another amidst the fray. However, given their strength, as long as they did not inadvertently encounter a powerful Jounin alone, they could fight with composure. Yet as the youngest ninja on the battlefield, Inuzuka, Shu, accompanied by Yukumu, inadvertently became a common target for the ninjas of Sunagakure and Kumogakure. Not everyone had witnessed the talent and strength of the Leaf's little canine prodigy. Inuzuka, Shu cleverly feigned weakness on the battlefield, deliberately employing only the most basic ninjutsu and taijutsu, focusing on eliminating some mid-level ninjas. This tactic of showing weakness led the enemy to subconsciously perceive him as feeble, allowing him to play the role of a tiger hiding among sheep. Shu's performance soon caught the attention of a Jounin from Sunagakure. While pursuing a Chunin from Kumogakure, the former stealthily followed behind. As the Kumogakure Chunin realized he could not shake off Shu's pursuit, he turned and engaged in a fierce battle that, of course, the intensity was relative. For Inuzuka Shu, it was merely a pretense of hidden strength. After several exchanges, panting and exhausted, Shu, with Yukimaru's assistance, managed to slay his target with a shuriken. This display conformed to the narrative of the Inuzuka clan's relatively low combat capability. Wind release, gale palm. Just as Inuzuka, Shu squatted down to rest, the Sunagakure Jounin, who had been lurking behind him, suddenly launched an attack, his hands slicing through the air like scissors towards his neck. Whoosh! The hand passed through Shu's form without any obstruction, causing his figure to vanish in an instant. The sensation of striking nothingness after a full-force attack left the Sunagakure Jounin feeling a pang of discomfort in his chest. However, an icy sense of danger suddenly gripped his heart. Wind release, super spiraling sphere. A youthful voice rang out, and in the Jounin's line of sight, a spiraling orb nearly 30 centimeters in diameter hurtled towards him like a meteor, having honed his speed through the 8 gates. Inuzuka, Shu's enhanced cellular vitality made his velocity rival that of the body flicker technique. Bang! The Sunagakure Jounin's abdomen was brutally struck by the super spiraling sphere, sending him hurtling backward like a crushed shrimp. The impact of such a spiraling sphere obliterated everything within his abdomen, leaving no chance of survival. Woof! Yukamu joyfully barked, rushing to Shi's side and raising a paw to celebrate with a high five. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause erupted as a brown-haired man, his entire body wrapped in bandages, emerged from behind a large tree. The emerald eyes beneath the Sunagakure forehead protector glinted with an unusual expression. Chapter 43. The End of the Third Shinobi World War. Indeed, the Leaf's little canine prodigy is both cunning and formidable. This Sunagakure ninja chuckled as he pulled out a similarly bandaged humanoid figure. I am Chiyo Bijuru, a puppeteer from Sunagakure. Inuzuka, Shu. Regrettably, today you shall meet your end. With a flick of the bandage, a pitch-black humanoid puppet appeared before Inuzuka, Shu. Chiyo Bijuru's fingers danced like a performance, connecting nearly translucent chakra threads to the puppet's joints. Whoosh! In the next moment, the adult-sized puppet soared into the air, propelled downward like a fierce wind at the command of its master. Simultaneously, from the puppet's mouth, chest and palms, elongated dark tubes emerged, unleashing a torrent of foul-smelling green poison needles towards Inuzuka, Shu. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Inuzuka, Shu slapped the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise, blocking the multitude of poison needles. Puppet storm slash, Chiyo Bijuru bellowed, crossing his arms as the chakra-controlled puppet extended long blades from its arms, spinning rapidly like a diving bomber towards Inuzuka, Shu. Shu swiftly performed a series of backflips, with Yukamar dashing over in perfect sync. Wind release, snow dance kill. In the next instant, two howling tornadoes erupted, colliding with the puppet like celestial bodies crashing together. Amidst the clamor of metal clashing, Inuzuka, Shu, and Yukamura revealed themselves, both resembling fierce little wolves, glaring aggressively at the Sunagakure puppeteer. Not easy at all. To think you can withstand my sand gold puppet, Chiyo Bijuru remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face, realizing that the Leaf's little canine prodigy was stronger than he had anticipated. Inuzuka, Shu puffed out his chest defiantly, retorting, your so-called puppet is nothing remarkable. I wonder if your esteemed Chiyo grandmother feels disheartened knowing her family line is fated to be without a successor. You brat, you're courting death. Chiyo Bijuru's face turned ashen with rage at Shu's sharp taunt, commanding his puppet to charge. Inuzuka, Shu's casual mockery struck a sensitive nerve within Chiyo Bijuru. Chiyo was a master puppeteer of Sunagakure, whose art flourished under the third Kazekage and her grandson, the Scorpion of the Desert. However, the Chiyo clan, as her direct lineage, fell far behind in innate talent for puppet mastery. Thus, it was no wonder that Inuzuka, Shu's casual insult, could provoke such ire, as it struck a raw nerve. Utilizing the augmentation of his beast mimicry technique, Inuzuka, Shu engaged in a fierce struggle with Chiyo Bijuru's puppet before suddenly collaborating with Yukimaru to unleash wind release. Snow dance kill once more. Such a technique cannot destroy my puppet, Chiyo Bijuru scoffed, commanding his puppet to execute another storm slash. Oh, is that truly the case? Inuzuka, Shu replied with a smirk, revealing his true form as he taunted. Chiyo Bijuru paused, seemingly responding to Shu's words, when suddenly the puppet in mid-air contorted oddly, followed by a series of cracking sounds. To Chiyo Bijuru's astonishment, a layer of frost appeared on the puppet's joints, and the once obedient puppet fell into chaos, unresponsive to his chakra threads. When did this happen? Could it be? Chiyo Bijuru thought, turning in shock to look at Inuzuka. Shu, looks like you figured it out. This little companion of mine is called Yukimaru. Can you guess why he has that name? Inuzuka, Shu cheerfully kissed Yukimaru on the head before addressing Chiyo Bijuru. Now, how about we have a proper one-on-one duel? Upon hearing this, Chiyo Bijuru's face darkened instantly. T.O. immobilized the puppeteer's puppet and then challenged the ninja who relied on that puppet for combat to a duel was quite a bold declaration. Just so we're clear, a one-on-one duel means you face us all alone. Isn't that a respectful nod to your status as a jounin? Inuzuka chuckled, then abruptly clapped his hands together, forming seals in an instant. Multiple shadow clone technique. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, 20 identical Inuzuka Shuki surrounded Chiyo Baisero in an instant. With his relentless training over the past few months and his chakra capacity sufficient to summon Bunta, conjuring 20 shadow clones was a trivial task for him. Yet this was only the beginning. The 20 shadow clones paired up, one gathering chakra while the other continuously formed Rasengan. Point 10 rapidly rotating Rasengan took shape in no time. Wind release. Rasengan barrage. With a chorus of synchronized shouts, the shadow clones, each wielding a Rasengan, launched themselves toward the pale-faced Chiyo Baisero like human bombs. Would release. Tree bind death. Simultaneously, Inuzuka Shuki's true form. Positioned slightly behind, suddenly pressed his hands to the ground. Thick roots surged forth like giant serpents from beneath Chiyo Baisero's feet, firmly anchoring his lower body in place. That I commanded. Rest in peace. As the shadow clones charged forward in succession, Chiyo Baisero's cries were drowned out by a cacophony of explosive sounds. If he were a formidable puppeteer like Sasori of the Red Sand, he could have continued to fight even after losing his puppets, thanks to his modified body. However, Chiyo Baisero had not reached such a level, nor did he possess the resolve or courage to alter his own flesh. Thus, after losing control of his puppets due to overconfidence and underestimation, he became like a sorcerer stripped of his wand, rendered powerless and easily subdued by the warriors. Moreover, Chiyo Baisero, reduced to a mere wreck by the Rasengan barrage, remained oblivious to the fact that he was entirely immune to the toxic techniques of the Chiyo clan, which he prided himself on. This immunity was precisely why, after the intense battle, the puppets laden with poison needles and toxic mist had inflicted no harm upon Inuzuka Shuki. One must never hastily make proclamations. Look, you ended up meeting your demise instead. Inuzuka Shuki smashed the immobilized puppet to smithereens with a mighty punch, then tossed it atop the lifeless body of Chiyo Baisero. Muttering to himself, he turned to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he shook his head and returned, pressing his hands to the ground. As chakras surged, the earth beneath Chiyo Baisero collapsed, the soil rolling to completely entomb him. Soon, patches of grass covered the pit, making it difficult to discern any oddity from the surface. Better to bury him. If that old hag Chiyo remembers this, I, at such a tender age, cannot bear the weight of her esteemed concern. Inuzuka Shuki grinned and turned to depart. Following the Battle of Orange Ridge, Sand Hidden Village would soon ally with Leaf Village. Barring any unforeseen events, he also contemplated visiting the Land of Wind to see the restless little AI. If Chiyo were to discover that he was the one who had slain her clan's descendant, what if she sought vengeance against him in secret? That would be perilous. Women who hold grudges are formidable. Older women who bear grudges are even more so. Encounter battles? Kill. Pursuit battles? Kill. The entire Orange Ridge transformed into a crimson hell, under the merciless siege and bloody carnage of the Leaf allied forces. Particularly following the deaths of Chiyo Baisero and Lakiz at the hands of Namikaze Minato, the remaining forces of Cloud Hidden and Sand Hidden finally collapsed completely. In this battle, the Leaf allied forces annihilated nearly 1,000 troops from the Cloud and Sand allied forces, capturing close to 200, marking a resounding victory. For the Cloud and Sand villages, it was a devastating defeat. From this point onward, the two great ninja villages no longer possessed the capability for aggression. Especially for the Sand Hidden village, which had inherently weaker military strength, it now had to guard against the reckoning and assaults from its neighboring foes. Therefore, merely a week after the conclusion of the Orange Ridge battle, upon receiving the peace alliance documents signed by the Hokage of Leaf Village, Sand Hidden Village promptly affixed their signatures, acknowledging the superior status of Leaf Village. Subsequently, after compensating a certain amount for war reparations, the financially strained Sand Hidden Village quickly fell into silence. Meanwhile, Cloud Hidden Village dispatched a delegation, both to negotiate war reparations with Leaf Village and to secure the release of Cloud Hidden prisoners. For a nation ravaged by war, these battle-hardened ninjas were invaluable assets. Whether for stabilizing morale or bolstering strength, these captives were irreplaceable. Just as the Cloud delegation was en route to Leaf Village, Namikaze Minato led a grand triumphant return with the allied forces, The third great ninja war, which had lasted 3 years, had finally drawn to a comprehensive close. Although Leaf Village emerged as the ultimate victor, the immense casualties and the overall decline in its strength due to years of conflict could not be restored in the short term. Riding on the momentum of this final battle, the calls for Namikaze Minato to assume the position of the fourth Hokage grew increasingly fervent. By the time Orochimaru returned to Leaf Village from the Western Front, Minato had already established himself as a pillar of strength. Faced with the villagers' indifferent attitude, Orochimaru returned home silently, his expression dark, and thereafter few ever caught sight of him as accolades were bestowed upon the heroes. Joyous news emerged from Minato's household. Kushina was pregnant. While Minato was preoccupied with preparation for the fourth Hokage election, his 7.5-year-old disciple, Inuzuka Shuki, diligently stayed by Kushina's side, watching over and caring for his beloved mentor. Chapter 44. Journey to Mika Mountain, observing Kushina being tenderly cared for by Lady Suratobi Bawako like a rare treasure. Inuzuka Shuki's seemingly carefree and innocent smile concealed an increasingly intense sense of urgency. With Kushina pregnant, how far off could the turmoil of the Nine Tails that would shift the narrative of the original story be? Since I have traversed into the world of Naruto, I must defy fate and become the protagonist of this realm, regardless of the 6 paths of reincarnation or world peace, to protect those most dear to me. I must grow stronger, strong enough to contend with the entirety of the world, to sacrifice the lives of Minato and Kushina to save Leaf Village, only to end up sealing half of the Nine Tails within Naruto, forcing my son to endure a lonely childhood as the villager's outcast. No matter how the original Naruto world unfolds, Inuzuka Shuki shall never stand idly by as my most respected and beloved teacher and mentor meet their demise. Minato-sensei, I wish to study sage arts at Mountain Point one night. Inuzuka Shuki visited Minato's home and presented his request to his recently returned teacher. Minato appeared slightly taken aback, but soon nodded with a smile, saying, "Shuki, I have already entrusted Jiraiya-sensei with this matter. He will return to the village tonight and personally take you to Mika Mountain AS for sage arts. While the requirements are indeed stringent, I believe you will have no trouble, right?" Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Shuki felt a wave of relief wash over him and replied with a smile, "Thank you, teacher, I think so too." After bowing earnestly, he turned to leave. "Shuki," Minato suddenly called out, pausing for a moment before saying, "You seem to be burdened with worries lately. I have been preoccupied with trivial matters, but Kushina mentioned that she often sees you lost in thought, with eyes filled with concern and sadness. Shuki, what is troubling you?" Inuzuka Shuki halted, his small back trembling slightly. Then he turned around, and an incredibly radiant smile blossomed on his youthful face. I'm just worried that once you have a little baby, you won't love your little disciple as much anymore, huh?" The little rascal made a playful face and bounced out the door. Minato stood at the entrance, quietly watching the small figure recede into the distance. Leaning against the doorframe, his right hand gently tapped, and a contemplative expression crossed his warm, smiling face. "What are you truly worried about, Shuki? Moreover, it is likely tied to the safety of both of us. Otherwise, why would you be so eager to study sage arts? What danger could provoke such secrecy from the usually candid Shuki? Is it something unspeakable, or perhaps not worth mentioning? Could it be a risk from the future? Can Shuki perhaps foresee the future?" With this thought, Minato shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "How could that be? Shuki is just an exceptionally talented child. Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Minato turned and walked back into the yard. "Is that Shuki? Why didn't he come in? What were you two talking about so mysteriously?" Came Kushina's slightly languid voice from inside. "Oh, it's nothing. Shuki just came to ask about going to Mika Mountain for training." Minato's gentle voice replied, "Oh, is Shuki going to hang out with a bunch of frogs like you?" She teased, giggling. It seemed Minato's expression of exasperation and conflict was too much for her to resist, and she burst into laughter before finishing her sentence. Worried about losing affection. This little one truly lacks a sense of security. After a considerable while, Kushina sighed and remarked, "Little tree, it seems we have come to regard each other as true family. Especially you, Minato. Little tree, having grown up without a father, placed his trust and reliance upon you as if you were a paternal figure." Minato nodded gently, Responding with a soft he refrained from sharing Inuzuka's deeper concerns with Kushina, recognizing them to be mere baseless speculations. Since Little Tree had already devised his own plans, it was best to simply trust him. This little fellow has never failed to impress. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Inuzuka called upon Yukimaru to join him for their daily, unwavering 10-kilometer cross-country run. Along the way, Might Guy, Shursui, Qingyuan, and Kakashi all joined in truth. Influenced by Shu, their running routine had become a daily warm-up ritual for the group. Half an hour later, Shu interrupted the ongoing banter between Guy and Kakashi, chuckling as he said, "Hey, pals, I might be off for some secret training for a while. This means we might not see each other for quite some time." "What?" The other four instantly surrounded him, and Shu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The disparity in their ages and heights was indeed a significant disadvantage. "Little Tree, where are you going to train?" "With whom? For how long?" Guy inquired, his face a mixture of surprise and reluctance. "Fool! Do you even understand what secret training means?" Kakashi coldly jabbed at Guy from the side. Guy, however, did not take offense. Instead, he wore a look of sudden realization, flashing a beaming smile that showcased his shining white teeth. "How long will it take?" Shursui and Qingyuan, being Shu's teammates, were naturally aware of Minato's regard for their companion. Thus, knowing it was secret training, they understood it must have been arranged by Minato. What they were more concerned about was when Shu would return. Scratching the back of his head, Shu replied with a grin, "Perhaps a month, perhaps 6 months, or maybe even longer. All depends on my training progress. While I am away, don't slack off on your own training. By the time I return, I might just surpass all of you." This time, the four friends collectively rolled their eyes at the little guy. Shu burst into laughter. The twinge of reluctance he felt upon departing dissipated amidst the playful banter and ribbing among his friends. After all, being a ninja is inherently a profession of frequent separations. If he was only going to be gone for a few months, there was no need for such a tearful farewell. After a morning of training, as noon approached and they headed home, Shu encountered a burly man with a full head of white hair behind the wall of a hot spring establishment. However, the man was currently in a rather compromising position, lewdly crouched atop the roof, wearing a lascivious expression. "Lord Jiraiya, what brings you here?" Shu respectfully bowed and inquired loudly, maintaining his politeness, startled by Shu's sudden exclamation. Jiraiya nearly lost his footing and fell from the roof. Simultaneously, the hot spring establishment fell into an abrupt silence, only to be followed by a chorus of shrill female screams. Jiraiya shot a furious glare at Shu, the instigator, before swiftly seizing him by the collar and disappearing into the distance. Truly befitting of the so-called pervy sage, is it not? Shu obediently allowed himself to be dragged along, his mouth never ceasing to chatter. "I was merely gathering material for my novel. What could a little brat like you possibly understand?" Jiraiya's face flushed slightly. Being witnessed by his young disciple during such an embarrassing moment made even his thick skin feel a tinge of shame. Of course, he was even more concerned about this mischievous child's loose tongue. Should he concoct a scandalous tale of their encounter atop the hot spring roof, his already shaky reputation would plummet further. One must not think this is an exaggeration. Have you seen the way Shu's eyes dart around? He might very well be plotting something detrimental. Thus, it was imperative to take this rascal far away. And immediately. "Have you bid farewell to your family and friends?" Jiraiya gently placed Shu on the ground after bringing him to the forest outside of Konoha, feigning seriousness. "Yes, I've been awaiting your arrival." Lord Jiraiya, who was perpetually swamped with affairs, Shu replied earnestly as he looked up. You little rascal." Jiraiya, well aware of his own shortcomings, chuckled awkwardly, diverting the topic. "You are Minato's disciple, so just call me Shursho from now on. No need for such formalities as Lord Jiraiya." "Very well, Shursho." Shu responded appropriately, recognizing the respect due to the person before him. After receiving Minato's reply the previous night, Shu had already bid farewell to his mother, and his godmother, Joie, and had encountered Shursui and the others that morning. Thus, in theory, he was indeed prepared to leave the village at any moment. Jiraiya nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Minato informed me that during your first summoning, you called forth Bunta and received his invitation to Mount Mayaboku. Little tree, you truly are remarkable. Those haughty toads are never easy to deal with. Inuzuka should smile modestly, replying, it was merely luck, sheer luck. Besides, it is understandable that toads are naturally proud. One can comprehend that. Interesting, huh? Jiraiya stared at Inuzuka for a moment before bursting into laughter, hands on his hips. Once Jiraiya had laughed to his heart's content, Inuzuka, filled with enthusiasm, asked then, Shursho Jiraiya, shall we set off now? Jiraiya nodded, saying, Minato has already taught you the summoning technique. Now I will impart to you the reverse summoning technique. The method is quite simple. Just reverse the hand seals sequentially, and then directly transport yourself to the location of your summoned beast. Give it a try. Take your time. No rush. I see. Inuzuka exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to meditate for a few seconds. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his hands fluttering about like butterflies dancing through flowers, as he swiftly completed an entirely reversed summoning seal. Wow! A prodigy! This scene utterly stunned the late-blooming sage, Jiraiya. Reverse summoning technique. Activate! Inuzuka exclaimed with clarity, bending down to press his right hand against the ground beneath him. Boom! Black, tadpole-like symbols swam from his palm, swiftly converging into a circular formation. Buzz! The formation activated almost instantaneously, enveloping Inuzuka's small figure in a white light. Following a tremor in the air, as the white light dissipated, Inuzuka's presence vanished from the spot. A genius! Jiraiya shook his head in disbelief. Also performing the reverse summoning technique, in the forest outside Konoha. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, casting dappled shadows. Among the rustling treetops, a flock of gray-feathered birds took flight, soaring towards the sunlit azure sky. They flew higher and farther until they transformed into mere specks on the horizon, ultimately disappearing from sight. Chapter 45. Yukamaru, why are you here too? Whoosh! In a moment of extreme temporal distortion, Inuzuka felt as though an eternity had passed, yet it was as fleeting as an instant. When he regained his senses, he found himself in a verdant valley brimming with flourishing flora. All around him were lush trees, towering peaks, and rows of toad sculptures of varying sizes. Listening intently, he could hear a distant rumble, the sound of a waterfall cascading down from a great height into a pool below, amidst the chorus of chirping insects. The croaks of frogs harmonized in the background. Inuzuka took a deep breath, but suddenly his vision darkened. This was a clear physiological response to the abundance of oxygen in the air. More accurately, the concentration of spiritual energy in this place was astonishingly rich. Indeed, this was none other than one of the three great sacred lands. Mount Mayaboku. Inuzuka looked up, gazing at the immense white chin looming above him. Look at you, you little naive thing. Bunta, the scarred-faced toad adorned with a gold chain around his neck and a large pipe in his mouth, lowered his head and exhaled a puff of white smoke towards the diminutive figure at his feet. Inuzuka shot a sidelong glance at the oblivious Bunta, a cold smirk escaping his lips as he replied. So, well-traveled Bunta, do you know how high the sky is? Do you know how clouds are formed? Do you know the distance between the sun and the moon? Do you know that the world beneath our feet is actually a sphere? Do you know how deep the ocean's depths truly are? Do you know why earthquakes occur on land and why volcanoes erupt beneath the sea? Furthermore, does the universe have an end? Is time finite? Where does the past time disappear? And where does the future time cease? Well, if you don't know any of these, then Inuzuka inhaled deeply, glancing at the utterly bewildered Bunta, and with a slight smirk continued. Who are you? Bunta? No, that is merely a name, a designation. You may call yourself Bunta, and I could call you Bunta. Anyone in this world can. But once the moniker is stripped away, who are you then? Wentai. In a fit of laughter, Inuzuka exclaimed, Toad boss, can't answer a single question, can you? And yet, you have the audacity to claim that I lack worldly experience. Truly, it echoes the saying, a frog at the bottom of a well gazes at the sky. Heh. Haha, Quack, quack, quack. Unbeknownst to them, a crowd had gathered around Inuzuka, Shu, and Wentai. Among them was Jiraiya, perched atop a large green toad, accompanied by two diminutive elder toads on his shoulders, along with a motley assortment of toads of various colors and sizes. Inuzuka, Shu's dazzling performance in the debate had captivated the audience, leaving them in fits of laughter. Woof, woof, woof. However, the merriment of Inuzuka, Shu, and the spectators was abruptly interrupted by a cacophony of mismatched barking. In disbelief, Inuzuka, Shu turned around to find a large, snow-white dog bounding joyfully towards him, leaping onto him and showering his face with affectionate licks. Yuck, Yukamaru, stop it. What are you doing here? Wait, how did you even get in? Inuzuka, Shu exclaimed, pushing the exuberant Yukamaru down, his curiosity piqued. Yukamaru raised a paw, pointed at Inuzuka Shu, then at himself, followed by a soft bark. Inuzuka, Shu was utterly astonished. Are you saying that you teleported here thanks to our soul bond? Just as Inuzuka, Shu could connect with Mayuboka Mountain, Yukamaru had indeed managed to teleport directly to his master's side through their companion contract, a feat never before recorded in the history of the Inuzuka clan. Jiraiya approached, stroking his chin thoughtfully as he scrutinized Yukamaru, then remarked to Inuzuka, Shu, little Shu, it seems this Yukamaru is no ordinary ninja dog. Inuzuka, Shu nodded in agreement, saying, although I am unaware of specifics. Yukamaru has always been exceptional, much like his uniquely gifted master. Jiraiya rolled his eyes, while the elder toad couple, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima, exchanged amused glances that dear, it's been ages since Mayuboka Mountain has been this lively. This little Shu is indeed a fascinating child. Sage Fukasaku mused, stroking his long beard. Indeed, dear husband, this child is far more entertaining and endearing than the young Jiraiya of yore. Just look at him, rosy lips and pearly teeth. Like a delicate sculpture, I could just hug him, Sage Shima chuckled, her toad visage softening with warmth. Jiraiya interjected, his expression darkening. Elderly folks, I'm right here. Could you show a little respect? Inuzuka Shu, having overheard the conversation between Fukasaku and Shima, stepped forward with great respect, bowing deeply. You must be the esteemed immortal couple of Mayuboka Mountain, Elder Fukasaku and Elder Shima. Am I correct? My name is Inuzuka Shu, and I look forward to your guidance. Behind him, Wentai, the large toad, twitched his mouth, silently grumbling, this insufferable little brat, acting all cute and obedient before the elders, while he debates the origins of the universe with me. These two have experienced more in their lifetime than he has in his entire existence. Do you think they will fall for such tricks? Oh my, little Shu, is it? What a charming speaker you are, such a good child. I must get to know you better. However, to Wentai's astonishment, Sage Shima leapt from Jiraiya's shoulder onto Inuzuka Shu's, showing no disdain for his smaller stature. She patted Inuzuka Shu's head with delight, saying, little Shu, from now on, consider a mountain your home. If Wentai or the others dare to misbehave or bully you, I shall take charge. Inuzuka Shu, quick-witted as ever, turned, his face a mix of surprise and joy. Thank you, Grandma Shima. I love you, Sage, Shima chuckled. Such a good grandson. The surrounding figures, Sage Fukasaku, the lecherous Sage, and the toads Wentai, Ken, and Hiro, were left dumbfounded. How could it be that in such a short span of time, he was already calling her grandma? What is happening in this world? Is it truly that cuteness is justice? The onlookers exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation, for they realized that in terms of appearance, when compared to Inuzuka Shu, they resembled a scene of calamity. Only in my youth could I have slightly surpassed him. Jiraiya thought to himself, utterly unfazed, even reaching the level of self-deception. Sage Fukasaku cleared his throat and addressed Sage Shima, who was reveling in the familial affection. My dear, the ancestor is waiting to see him. Shall we proceed? Sage Shima shot a reluctant glare at her husband, muttering, that ancestor sleeps all day long. What's the difference if we delay a moment longer? Inuzuka Shu chimed in, Grandma Shima, since it is the ancestor summoning us, I cannot afford to be negligent. After meeting the ancestor, I would love to hear you recount tales of your and Grandpa's immortal exploits and thrilling stories. Would that be all right? Sage Shima beamed. Of course, let us go now. Upon hearing this, Sage Fukasaku let out a deep sigh. as the saying goes. There's a special bond between grandchildren and grandparents. This is rather excessive, while her husband's words fell on deaf ears. Their first time meeting grandchild spoke a single line and got everyone moving. If I say any more, I might just shed tears. Sage Fukasaku exchanged glances with his sons, all wearing expressions of shared lament. Inuzuka Shu, accompanied by Yukimaru, followed the direction pointed out by Sage Shima, making their way deeper into Maiha Mountain. Jiraiya and Sage Fukasaku trailed behind, while the societal elder, Wentai, and others went off to enjoy a hot spring, a pastime reportedly taught by Jiraiya, which might explain Sage Shima's grievances towards him. After all, as a mother, it pained her to see her pure-hearted sons led astray by the lecherous Sage, Jiraiya, ancestor, 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 ancestor. Inuzuka Shu craned his neck, feeling a bit sore as the calls of Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima echoed through the cavern for what felt like an eternity. Deep within the cave, the ancient and weary giant toad finally cracked open its eyes. Were it not for the massive and unmistakable sage platform beneath it, Inuzuka Shu might have mistaken it for a toad about to meet its end. "Oh, is that you, little Fukasaku and little Shima? What brings you to rouse me?" The venerable toad sage, Gamamaru, spoke slowly. "Ancestor, your memory seems to be failing you. Did you not say you wished to meet this child?" Sage Shima said, exasperated. Gamamaru fell silent for a long moment, and just as everyone thought it had dozed off again, it finally lowered its head slightly to look at Jiraiya, saying, "Is that you, little Jiraiya?" Jiraiya hurriedly waved his hands, chuckling awkwardly as he pointed at Inuzuka. "Shu, no. I'm merely the guide. The child you wish to see is him." Inuzuka Shu stepped forward, bowing with utmost respect. "I am the junior Inuzuka Shu. Honored to meet you, great sage." Gamamaru's old eyes slowly shifted to Inuzuka Shu, and after a moment, the ancient toad suddenly trembled. Sitting up straight, in a chaotic world, a figure would emerge to alter the ancient order of the ninja realm. His dark eyes would pierce through the mists of the future. Behind him, forests would stretch endlessly, forever followed by the beastly gods who wielded ice and snow. Gamamaru gazed upon the diminutive boy and his dog below, murmuring to himself as if lost in thought. After a long while, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his aged eyes. "Mountain welcomes you, child with the little dog." Gamamaru chuckled, then leaned back, releasing a thunderous snore. "Splendid," Sage Shima exclaimed with delight while perched on Inuzuka Shu's shoulder. "It seems the ancestor quite likes you." Inuzuka Shu sighed in relief, only then realizing that his back had become slightly damp. He had been anxiously worried that the immensely powerful old toad might uncover his true identity as a traveler from another realm, especially when that penetrating gaze lingered upon him. His heart raced as if it would leap from his chest. Although he could not discern what the great sage Gamamaru was muttering about, it likely pertained to prophetic dreams or the like, as long as his origins remained undiscovered. He would continue to be regarded as the beloved prodigy of the Inuzuka clan, with a bright future ahead. Chapter 46. Extraordinary Sage Mode. Training. Inuzuka Shu had gained a recognition of the great sage Gamamaru, and more importantly, the tender care of Grandma Shima. Sage Fukasaku, burdened by the constraints of a devoted husband, had also taken on the honorable task of assisting Inuzuka Shu in mastering Sage Mode. Deeply feeling like a mere shadow, the venerable Jiraiya resolutely departed from Mount Myaboku, returning to the Hidden Leaf Village. He was anxious that if he delayed, he would reluctantly have to partake in a feast of insects personally prepared by Sage Shima. Concurrently, a sense of mischievous delight bubbled within him, particularly at the thought of Inuzuka Shu's face twisted in horror at the sight of the insect banquet, which brought him a certain exhilarating satisfaction. How the heavens turn, and who can escape their fate? With such whimsical musings, Jiraiya hummed a tuneless melody as he sauntered away from Mount Myaboku, unbeknownst to him. However, Inuzuka Shu displayed unparalleled enthusiasm for the fried insect delicacies prepared by Sage Shima. In truth, the adventurous Shu, in his previous life, had consumed live insects in the primal forests, let alone the nutrient-rich delectably savory insects found in the sanctified grounds of Mount Myaboku. Alongside Inuzuka, Shu, the omnivorous snow pillar, savored the feast with equal gusto. In snow pillar's eyes, these were not mere unsightly bugs, but rather exquisite morsels of meat. Witnessing the voracious appetite of Inuzuka, Shu, and his canine companion, Sage Shima was moved to tears. Even Shinzaku and Bunta could not help but cast astonished glances. Could it be that Inuzuka, Shu, is the most ardent lover of insect cuisine among those who come to train at Mount Myaboku? What a curious sense of kinship this evokes. The following day, guided by Sage Shinku, Inuzuka, Shu arrived at a valley teeming with frog sculptures. Upon entering, a wave of humidity enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply, a refreshing sense of comfort instantly spreading throughout his being. Isn't it delightful? Sage Shinzaka chuckled. Indeed, in comparison, the air of our outside world is truly putrid. Inuzuka, Shu remarked, glancing around with unbridled curiosity. He finally pointed to the frog statues and inquired, Grandfather Shinzaku, why are there so many stone carvings? They are so lifelike and artistically profound. Sage Shinzaka hopped onto the head of one of the stone frogs, crossing his arms and adopting a serious demeanor. Lifelike, you say? These stones were once humans, much like yourself. What? Inuzuka, Shu gasped in astonishment, his tiny hairs standing on end as he looked at the surrounding stone frogs. Sage Shinzaka nodded solemnly. The history of Mount Myaboku is ancient, with countless individuals coming here to master the arts of sagehood. Some have succeeded, like Jiraiya and Minato. Others, despite being fortunate enough to enter, were constrained by their talents and had to leave. Yet there are those who, against the sage's advice and in their reckless pursuit of natural energy, suffered the consequences of petrification, becoming mere stone frogs eroded by the elements. At this juncture, Sage Shinzako turned to Inuzuka, Shu with gravity. Young Shu, the first step in mastering sage arts is to perceive and communicate with the natural energies of the universe. Many fail to do so and return with regret. If you can sense the natural energies, congratulations, you have crossed the threshold of the sage path. Next, you must establish a profound connection with these energies, enabling you to absorb them into your being, transforming them into your sage chakra. Finally, you will refine your sage mode based on your ninjutsu foundation. The path of a sage is arduous, and every step is a climb to the heavens. Young Shu, prepare yourself mentally. Observing Inuzuka, Shu's wide-eyed astonishment, Sage Shinzaka couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Now, let us see if you can feel the natural energy. First, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and cast aside all distractions, allowing your mind to empty. Then, use your spirit to perceive everything around you. Under Sage Shinzu's gentle guidance akin to that of a yoga instructor, Inuzuka, Shu obediently closed his eyes atop the head of a giant stone frog, his extraordinary mental acuity radiating outward like radar. Within mere breaths, he sank into profound contemplation. In truth, Inuzuka, Shu was already well versed in this practice. He harbored no doubt about his ability to communicate with the energies of the universe. Even in the woods outside the Hidden Leaf Village, he could sense and absorb the meager natural energies. Let alone in the energy-rich environment of Mount Myaboku. Sage Shinzako, witnessing Inuzuka, Shu's performance, nodded approvingly while stroking his beard. However, the scene that unfolded next caused his hand to tremble violently, a sudden pain in his jaw eliciting a grimace from the usually composed sage. To his astonishment, Inuzuka, Shu's loyal white ninja dog, leaped onto the head of a large stone frog, mimicking its master-esque pose, eyes closed, appearing to transcend into the ethereal realm. The peculiar tableau of boy and dog elicited a rare twitch from Sage Shinzaka's eye. Just then, he sensed a violent agitation in the surrounding natural energies. Startled, a flicker of azure light flashed in his deep-set eyes. Suddenly, a bizarre world unfolded before him. Countless green, blue, and brown orbs of light swirled through the air like fireflies drawn to the floral scents of the evening forest. Converging joyously around the meditating Inuzuka, Shu, the number of these luminous orbs multiplied, eventually coalescing into a vibrant cocoon of light, enveloping both Inuzuka, Shu, and Snow Pillar. However, the orb surrounding Inuzuka, Shu radiated a dazzling brilliance, while those near Snow Pillar were dimmer and less vivid. "Oh my goodness!" Sage Shinzaku exclaimed, springing to his feet, his enormous frog-like eyes flashing with astonishment, nearly popping from their sockets. Rather than merely Inuzuka, Shu attempting to communicate with the natural energies. It appeared as though the energies themselves were eagerly reaching out to him. Natural energies that countless seekers yearned for yet could not attain, now swarmed around that diminutive figure in exuberance. The visual impact and profound psychological contrast were akin to a frigid beauty, once aloof and unapproachable, suddenly transforming into a charming, easily accessible neighborly girl, leaving Sage Shinzaku, who had taught generations of disciples, in a near state of petrification. What kind of prodigy has little Jiraiya brought in? After holding his breath for what seemed an eternity, Sage Shinzaku inhaled deeply and whispered, his voice trembling. Clearly, Inuzuka Shu had flawlessly passed the first and most crucial hurdle in communicating with natural energies. In fact, the term flawless scarcely sufficed to describe his aptitude for sage training. Could it be the legendary innate sage physique, exceedingly rare among mortals? Sage Shinzu stroked his beard, lost in contemplation. Grandfather Shinzaku. I am surrounded by energy. What should I do next? Inuzuka Shu's excited voice echoed, interspersed with Snow Pillar-esque low whines. Sage Shinzaku snapped back to reality, forcing himself to temper his excitement, and replied in as calm a tone as possible. Young Shu, next, attempt to communicate with the natural energies using your mental strength, and then draw them into your body. Remember, proceed gradually. Inuzuka Shu nodded. Maintaining a state of absolute clarity, he easily sensed the immense natural energy surrounding him. Come to me, little by little, he murmured, a smirk gracing his lips as the colorful orbs twisted and flowed towards his abdomen, coalescing into his dantian. Absorbing natural energy ideally requires a state in which your mental force and chakra are in perfect equilibrium. In such a balanced state, your sage mode can be sustained for extended periods. However, this was not the time to consider that if he felt the process becoming arduous, he must halt his absorption of the natural energies, lest he meet the same fate as the stone frogs. As Inuzuka Shu absorbed the natural energies, Sage Shinzaku stood nearby, fixated on the prodigious child, whispering gentle reminders, wary of any signs of petrification. Yet, throughout the process, Inuzuka Shu remained radiant, showing no signs of becoming stone. Even his skin grew increasingly smooth and radiant with the essence of the pure natural energies, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance from a distance. He resembled the legendary ginseng fruit child, radiating an ethereal aura. Even Snow Pillar, with its pristine white fur, exhibited a life of its own, shimmering with a faint azure light. Beneath its paws, a layer of pristine frost appeared on the stone frog. Absorbing natural energy is not an instantaneous endeavor. Upon confirming Inuzuka Shu's extraordinary aptitude for senjutsu training and his remarkable capacity for absorption, the sage Shinsaku tailored an enhanced training regimen to suit the unique circumstances of this young prodigy. In the morning, he immersed himself in the natural energies of the Maibuku mountain gorge, endeavoring to practice the sage mode. In the afternoon, he ventured beneath the cascading waters of the Maibuku waterfall, allowing the torrents to fortify his physical strength, and harnessing the waterfall's force to expedite and deepen his absorption of natural energy through his body and chakra pathways, after a nourishing meal of insect delicacies prepared by Granny Shima in the evening. He dedicated himself to studying the legacy of ninjutsu and senjutsu from Maibuku Mountain. After all, in the collaborative combat with the toads of Maibuku, synergy is paramount for unleashing the most formidable fighting prowess. Within this rigorous training framework, Inuzuka Shu achieved the sage mode in less than 5 days. However, due to his age and the limitations of his physical strength, his ability to maintain the sage mode was still rather brief. Currently, within him resided 3 types of energy: spiritual power, chakra, and senjutsu energy, in that order of magnitude, with spiritual power being innate and chakra and natural energy accumulated through later training. Inuzuka Shi's naturally potent spiritual power determined that his potential for both chakra and senjutsu energy was exceedingly high. To fulfill this potential, relentless training day and night was the only path forward. Even so, both Shinsaku and Granishima were astounded by his capabilities. However, when they discovered that Inuzuka Shu had managed to manifest 2 shadow clones to absorb and comprehend natural energy, both Toad sages were utterly astonished. This child was inherently suited for the practice of senjutsu, a true genius, and perhaps even a once-in-a-lifetime talent. I have a premonition that this young man will undoubtedly become the focal point of the entire world. Shinsaku remarked, stroking his long beard while observing the 3 meditating forms of Inuzuka. Should ha ha ha. Did you not hear the ancestors say that this boy might alter the very landscape of the ninja world? Given his training talent, I hold this belief with unwavering conviction. Granny Shima chimed in cheerfully while knitting. Chapter 47. Orochimaru's defection in the depths of the mountains. Time passed unnoticed, the winds caressed the leaves, and frost painted them red. During Inuzuka Shu's intense immersion in his training, 2 significant events unfolded in Konoha. The first was the resounding victory of Minato Namikaze in the election for the 4th Hokage, ultimately ascending to the esteemed position. The tireless and dedicated 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped down, becoming the first Hokage to receive retirement benefits. The position of Hokage had seen the demise of the 1st Hokage, Senju Hashirama, following his battle with Uchiha Madara, and the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama, who perished during the Second Great Ninja War while protecting 6 disciples from a surprise attack by the Gold and Silver Brothers. It was indeed fortunate for Sarutobi Hiruzen to serve until retirement in the role of Hokage. In truth, his abdication was not without its burdens. During the recent Ninja World War, the 4 major ninja villages launched a united assault on Konoha, inciting significant discontent among the village's higher-ups regarding Hiruzen's foreign policies. Moreover, the extensive losses from continuous warfare had gradually spread a pall of sorrow throughout the village, to bolster the morale of the villagers and usher in a new chapter for Konoha. The younger, more promising Minato Namikaze, who had earned the title of the Yellow Flash during the 3rd Great Ninja War, emerged as the ideal candidate to forge a new post-war era for the village. Minato was a descendant of the 3rd Hokage's lineage, ensuring a close relationship and a seamless continuation of many of the Third's important policies. Hiruzen was well aware of this, and thus willingly chose to retire and enjoy his twilight years. The second significant event was the sudden defection of Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. That, of course, Orochimaru's departure could be seen as a repercussion of Minato's ascension to the role of 4th Hokage. As a distinguished figure of the previous generation, being forced to bow beneath Minato was undoubtedly a bitter pill for the proud Orochimaru to swallow. And on the other hand, Orochimaru had received whispers through Danzo regarding impending actions. Upon the new Hokage's inauguration, the Umbu would likely raid his underground laboratory. Within that laboratory lay secrets that must never see the light of day. Thus, Orochimaru's nighttime escape was as unexpected as it was anticipated. Therefore, when the former Hokage, accompanied by Umbu, arrived at Orochimaru's clandestine laboratory, they were greeted only by a scene of utter chaos. However, the presence of human cultivation containers and incomplete experimental records within the base confirmed the reality of Orochimaru's illicit human experimentation. Disheartened, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally designated Orochimaru as an S-rank rogue ninja. This declaration signified the end of their master-student bond, and the legacy of the legendary Sannin faded into mere memories of the past. With the retirement of the former Hokage, Orochimaru's defection, Jiraiya's travels, and Tsunade's disappearance, the traces of the previous generation's formidable ninja began to in their leisure. Villagers would often gaze fondly at the Hokage Rock of Konoha. There, after months of meticulous craftsmanship by the most renowned artisans of the Land of Fire, the colossal statue of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, had been completed. Just as its fresh hue suggested, a new chapter in the history of Konoha had begun. In the northern border of the Land of Fire, within a primal forest situated in the western outskirts of the Land of Water, emerged a tall, middle-aged man, clad in a gray and white traditional robe. His thick black hair was loosely tied with a slender cord, swaying gently with his movements. His complexion bore a sickly pallor, and his thin lips were pressed tightly together, while his elongated eyes revealed a pair of cold, serpent-like vertical pupils. He exuded a unique aura. Dangerous yet alluring, he walked with an air of confidence and composure, entirely devoid of the ferocity or panic one would expect from a notorious rogue ninja. As he passed through a marsh, a chorus of croaking frogs echoed around him, prompting him to halt suddenly. "Jiraiya, is that you?" he called, turning towards the source of the voice, his thin lips parting to reveal a raspy tone. "Orochimaru-senpai, it has been a long time," came the unexpected response from a diminutive figure standing ahead. "Inuzuka-sho? What brings you here? Were you not training at Maiwaka Mountain?" Orochimaru's eyes glinted with surprise. Inuzuka-sho pointed towards a large mottled toad nestled in the grass. Grinning widely, "The village has maintained contact with the Maiku's summoning toads. Ever since I learned the summoning technique, I've had them keeping an eye on you. You know, at this time of year, toads are abundant everywhere in this world." A flicker of amusement crossed Orochimaru's face as he regarded Inuzuka-sho with newfound intrigue. "So, you've known my laboratory's secrets all along. You anticipated my departure from Konoha. Inuzuka-sho gestured towards his head, stating, "Common sense dictates it that you've been hiding in a secret base for years, maintaining close ties with that old coot Danzo from Naruto. Anyone could surmise that your experiments are undoubtedly taboo. Moreover, with my teacher Minato now, the Hokage, his meticulous nature would not tolerate the recent disappearances within the village. He would certainly investigate thoroughly." Inuzuka-sho chuckled, continuing, "From what I know of you, you are not one to lose heart simply because you were not chosen as Hokage. You are aware that I share a rapport with both the former Hokage and Jiraiya. Given their understanding of you, I believe that, beyond the fleeting title of Hokage, your ultimate pursuit lies in the quest for immortality. Does it not?" Orochimaru's expression finally shifted, a glimmer of interest evident in his demeanor. He examined the young boy before him intently, and after a lengthy pause, spoke, "You are indeed a clever child. So, what is the purpose of your shadow clone's presence here?" Inuzuka-sho was unfazed by Orochimaru's ability to see through his ruse. After all, the man was a formidable shinobi. If Orochimaru failed to perceive Inuzuka-sho's shadow clone, that would have been the true anomaly. Clapping his hands together, Inuzuka-sho smiled brightly. "Let us get straight to the point. Orochimaru, I am quite intrigued by your experiments. Even the likes of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara must confront the inevitabilities of aging and death. Yet you alone are obsessively delving into the mysteries of life. In this regard, I hold great admiration for you." Orochimaru's gaze flickered. Despite his icy demeanor, a ripple of emotion was unmistakable. Inuzuka-sho, too, felt a twinge of anxiety. His soul was a fusion of past and present. While his body belonged to this incarnation of Inuzuka-sho, he possessed the powers of the wood-release fruit from his previous life. He had long sought to unravel the enigma of soul and body. Was he a mere soul, transference, or a reincarnation? If possible, he yearned to achieve a perfect union of his spirit and corporeal form, and perhaps even pondered if he could one day return to his original world. Orochimaru regarded Inuzuka-sho with keen interest. "You hardly resemble an 8-year-old child." Inuzuka-sho nodded. "Indeed, I bear the weight of intellect and wisdom beyond my years." Orochimaru chuckled lightly, feigning ignorance. "Now, tell me, what is it that you seek from me, and what can you offer in return?" Inuzuka-sho clapped his hands together and cheerfully exclaimed, as the saying goes, having more friends means more paths when venturing out into the world. Although I am merely 8 years old at present, my dream is to become the 5th Hokage of Konoha, and you know well that my chances of success are quite substantial. This point is of great significance. You must acknowledge it, as it lays the groundwork for our equitable collaboration. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, pondering deeply and realizing the truth in Shu's words. According to the lineage of the Hokage's apprentice system, following the 3rd Hokage, the position was passed on to the prodigious ninja, Minato Namikaze, who is currently Shu's sole direct disciple. Furthermore, Shu is the only apprentice of the legendary Jiraiya, making him one of the most formidable contenders for the title of 5th Hokage. Backed by the entire Inuzuka clan, and with close ties to notable figures such as Kakashi Hitaki, Uchiha Shursui and Itachi, Hinata Aoi, and Akane Yuhi, what an immense network he will possess as he matures. Let us not forget that this young lad has already entered Mobokuzin at the tender age of 8, and he is destined to become one of the representatives of the 3 great sage territories. With exceptional talent, a profound background, and an extensive network of connections, this child is destined for the Hokage title unless he meets an untimely demise. Thus, Shi's wager on the future has already granted him the prerequisites for an equal dialogue, or even collaboration with me. After a prolonged contemplation, Orochimaru finally spoke earnestly. I have always held a favorable view of your future. Regrettably, you have chosen Minato as your mentor. Shi chuckled and replied, Orochimaru, this world is vast, and I may not be content with merely being a conventional Hokage in the future. Just as you may not find satisfaction in living a long life in this era, that I came to seek you out today to express that you should not harbor resentment towards Konoha. Broaden your horizons, and perhaps it will yield more positive implications for your research. Observing Orochimaru's contemplative expression, Shi rested his hands behind his head and gazed at the drifting clouds in the sky, saying, Currently, I cannot offer you anything, but in the future, who can say for certain? Perhaps we will collaborate in the most extraordinary manner. Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Shi for a considerable, while before finally responding nonchalantly. I admire ambitious individuals. Should the need arise in the future, I will reach out to you. With those words, Orochimaru turned and walked deeper into the land of water, as for how they would stay in contact. Such trivialities were inconsequential. Both of them were backed by sage territories, and the summoning beasts responsible for communication were plentiful. Shi watched Orochimaru's retreating figure with a smile, which ultimately transformed into a burst of white light as he vanished from his location. Within Mobokuzin, the true form of Inuzuka, Shi opened his eyes, meticulously sorting through the memories of a shadow clone before a relieved smile graced his lips. If he could persuade Orochimaru to relinquish his animosity towards Konoha, he might become a valuable ally in the future. At the very least, he would no longer have to worry about that old man, the 3rd Hokage. This necessitated displaying formidable strength and ample resources as swiftly as possible. After all, conducting experiments is notoriously costly. With Shi's intellect, the avenues for earning money are exceedingly numerous. To ensure Uncle Snake's wholehearted cooperation, relying solely on words would be unwise. One must assert dominance through strength, prioritizing mutual benefit. Fortunately, time is still on his side. Orochimaru is likely preoccupied with establishing his new lair and recruiting subordinates from various regions to bolster his power, leaving him little time or energy to engage with the Akatsuki. For now, Shi's paramount objective is to enhance his own strength, confronting the impending calamity that awaits Konoha with his most formidable self, endeavoring to alter the life trajectories of certain pivotal individuals. This task is undeniably arduous, as altering fate is akin to swimming against the current. Yet, Inuzuka, Shi has no alternative. Chapter 48. The calm before the storm in this world, there exists a nation that is enveloped in rain for the majority of the year. Nestled between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth, it is perpetually embroiled in conflict, with social order in disarray and its people languishing in poverty, as the saying goes. Heroes emerge from chaotic times. This tumultuous nation has birthed powerful ninjas with demigod status, including the man who bestowed the title of the legendary 3 ninjas upon Konoha, Hanzo of the Salamander. This remarkable nation is known as the Land of Rain. The Land of Rain, too, boasts its own hidden village, Amigakure. Following the demise of the demigod Hanzo, the region is now governed by a formidable ninja named Pain. Of course, this is merely his public persona, in secret. Pain is the leader of the recently ascendant organization, Akatsuki. The sky continued to weep its customary fine rain, and the air was tinged with the scent of damp earth. Beneath a modestly unremarkable hill outside Amigakure, a nearly inaudible sound of footsteps echoed from a dark, cavernous hole that a man clad in a black robe adorned with red clouds and wearing a single-hole spiral-patterned mask emerged slowly. By his stature, He appeared neither particularly tall nor robust, even appearing somewhat gaunt. The man raised his gaze to the overcast sky. Raindrops pattered against his wooden mask, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. More than a year had passed. Yet he still struggled to acclimate to this incessant downpour. One of his dark eyes narrowed slightly within the mask's aperture, taking a moment to adjust to the brightness of the outside world. Subsequently, he turned a glance back at the shadowy depths of the cave before resolutely stepping into the endless curtain of rain. Once he departed, a creature resembling a lantern plant emerged from the ground at the cave's entrance. It silently observed the man's retreating figure, and after a considerable pause, it let out a cold chuckle. It then sank back into the earth, reappearing in a spacious, dim chamber deep within the cave. Madara, is it not a bit presumptuous to send him alone to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails? I have an inkling he harbors ulterior motives. The lantern plant unfurled, revealing a pitch-black visaged, IT-faced an elderly man with graying hair, who sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the plant's skepticism, a faint smile graced the old man's face. Such a naive and laughable obsession. He aims to leverage our plans to create his own ideal world. Let him be. Since we are all traveling the same path, why concern ourselves with the means? Besides, who among us is devoid of secrets? The elderly man kept his eyes firmly shut, but within the plant's gaze. It seemed as though he was scrutinizing it intently. The subtle smirk at the corner of his mouth caused the plant to feel a sudden chill. Uchiha Madara shook his head with a sigh, slipping once more into a state of feigned slumber. His vitality had waned to a flickering flame in the wind. Yet, underestimating him for this reason would be a grave mistake. He is a rare breed of formidable leader. The only one capable of matching Senju Hashirama in a contest of strength. The outer path golem behind him continuously supplied energy, and if necessary, he could retrieve the Rinnegan granted to Pain at any time. This man is unfathomable yet undeniably proud. He firmly believes he can control everything, which encompasses not only Pain of the Akatsuki, but also his fellow Uchiha, Obito, as well as the seemingly loyal Black Zetsu at his side. In Konoha, after more than 6 months of recuperation, the village began to gradually regain its former laughter and vitality in the residence of the Inuzuka clan leader. Inuzuka cradled his newly born son, Inuzuka Kiba, while sharing soft, playful banter with his 5-year-old daughter, Inuzuka Hana. Though Kiba is adorable, he simply cannot compare to his older brother Shu's handsomeness. He, exclaimed Hana, poking Kiba's delicate face with her finger. Inuzuka shot an admonishing glare at Hana, feigning the intent to tap her forehead, but she was unafraid, tilting her face back and giggling heartily. Despite her fiery temperament, Zaka dotes on her children immensely. With a resigned smile, she pointed at Hana and remarked, I see you've been influenced by that mischievous Shu. Kiba is your own brother. Although he is indeed not as dashing as Shu, there is no need for such comparisons. Are you secretly speaking ill of our little Shu again? Chirped a melodic voice as the beautiful Inuzuka came in, her presence wafting in with a gentle fragrance. Inuzuka Hana quickly stood and formally bowed to Inuzuka sweetly calling out, Auntie have you come to see Kiba again? Why? Has the esteemed daughter of the clan leader taken up the role of a dentist? Inuzuka teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Reminiscent of Shu's playful mischief, dentist? Auntie, you're teasing me again. Inuzuka Hana initially froze, then blushed as she clutched Inuzuka sleeve, pouting. Inuzuka sighed, saying, I was wondering where Shu inherited his mischievousness. It turns out the root lies here. Inuzuka laughed, replying, boys tend to be a bit unruly in their youth. They only find their purpose as they grow. Inuzuka Hana waved her tiny fists and declared earnestly, Brother Shu is sure to achieve greatness. He told me that he intends to become Hokage in the future. Inuzuka Joie and Inuzuka exchanged glances, and soon they both erupted into laughter. Inuzuka tenderly embraced Inuzuka Hana, saying with affection, Little Hana, since you adore your older brother Shu so much, how about you promise to be his bride in the future? Inuzuka Joie blinked and turned to look at her daughter, her face reflecting a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Hana's small face flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head, nervously fiddling with her clothing and squirming in her seat, just as the two mischievous women thought she might shyly flee. Hana summoned her courage, lifted her head, and declared, "Okay, sounds good." Now it was Inuzuka Joie and Inuzuka Yi's turn to be taken aback. After a considerable pause, as Hana looked like she might bolt, the two women finally embraced one another in uncontrollable laughter. Their mirth spiraled into fits of giggles, and had it not been for Inuzuka Yi's timely cries, these two sisters might have laughed themselves into a stupor. "Dear in-laws, do go comfort the child. I shall have a word with my future daughter-in-law." She chuckled, her fingers playfully arranging her flowing locks, her face alight with barely restrained amusement as she took Hana's shy little hand and walked out. In that moment, Inuzuka Joie couldn't help but be momentarily entranced. That boy Shushu truly inherited his mother's striking beauty. Inuzuka Joie ruffled her own spiky hair, sighing softly before picking up Inuzuka Yi and beginning the task of soothing the little one. Meanwhile, after a bout of laughter in the outer room, Inuzuka Yi settled into a wicker chair in the yard, cradling Hana in her arms, enveloped in a long-overdue tranquility. "Annie, you're thinking about Brother Shushu, aren't you?" Hana asked, resting her head on Yi's lap and gazing up at her with innocent curiosity. "Yes. That mischievous boy has been gone for over half a year. I wonder how he is doing. Is he enduring many hardships? I wonder if he can adapt to the food there, and why hasn't he sent more news home? Humph, that rascal has grown wings." Inuzuka Yi caressed Hana's silky hair, her expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions, ultimately settling into a mix of worry and wistfulness for the young man who ventured alone to my Bokuzen for training. That it seems that no matter the world, a mother's heart remains unchanged. While others concern themselves with how far her son has flown, it is only she, his mother, who worries about whether her son's wings are strong enough. On the other side of Konoha, in a serene little courtyard, the former Hokage's wife, Sarutobi Bawako, was leisurely strolling alongside a heavily pregnant woman with red hair. The usually fiery Uzumaki Kushina now radiated the gentle smile of a new mother. "That little rascal really knows how to stir things up," Kushina remarked, suddenly halting and placing a hand on her protruding belly. Just moments ago, her soon-to-be-born son had kicked her belly a few times, indicating that he was indeed a lively little fellow. As the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, she could easily discern whether she was carrying a boy or a girl. Bawako shook her head with affectionate exasperation and said, "It seems this little one takes after you in temperament." Kushina giggled. "Boys should be spirited and lively. Just look at his father. He's so laid back. If it weren't for his handsome looks, I might not have given him a second glance." "Yes, that's how it is." She cast a wary glance at the elderly woman beside her, fearing that she might tease her for her conflicting feelings. Biwako merely shot her a disapproving look, gently tapping her forehead and saying, "You should be content. If your husband weren't as accommodating as he is, who could tolerate your fiery temper? Besides, Minato is the youngest Hokage in history. Even my husband has said that since Minato took office, he has been decisive yet gentle, brave and bold. His patience is reserved solely for you." Kushina stuck out her tongue, playfully clinging to Bawako's arm and pouting, No matter, you are my support. You must speak in my favor." Biwako said nothing, simply regarding the charming Kushina with a tender smile. "Speaking of which, Minato is bound to be a gentle father, isn't he? He has always been so kind to Shushu. I wonder if that devoted little fellow will be able to return in time. You will soon have another little disciple." As if struck by a thought, a serene smile graced Kushina's face. The sunlight cast a warm glow upon her, radiant and comforting. In the Hokage's office, the golden-haired Namake's Minato was diligently writing at his desk. The scrolls piled high before him were reminiscent of a mountain, a testament to the unrelenting busyness of affairs in Konoha. Teacher Kakashi, donning his umbu mask, knocked lightly before entering. He had grown taller over the past 6 months. The signature Raikiri blades on his back now accentuating his sharp aura. "Our Leaf's Rakage Kakashi has returned," Minato said, lifting his gaze, his azure eyes betraying a hint of fatigue. However, as a member of the esteemed Namake's clan, Minato's demeanor toward Kakashi was notably warmer. The title Raikage of the Leaf referred to Kakashi's prowess in lightning techniques and his mastery of the Namikaze swordsmanship, a new moniker he had earned within the shinobi world. Unlike the original narrative where Kakashi was often seen as the copy ninja, in this timeline his Sharingan served merely as an auxiliary tool or a trump card. Consequently, his relentless pursuit of self-improvement had rendered him even more formidable. After Minato ascended to the position of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi joined the Hokage's direct forces, quickly distinguishing himself among the elite and becoming the youngest squad leader. During this time, he frequently ventured into the surrounding hidden villages, returning with a trove of invaluable intelligence, tracking the whereabouts of Orochimaru after his defection, insights into the reclusive Kirigakure, and hints of the Akatsuki's activities. Teacher, this meager title of mine pales in comparison to your legendary status as the Golden Flash. Kakashi replied, his features softening as he spoke, revealing a warmth absent in his interactions with others. Minato shook his head, smiling as he said, Kakashi, I called you back for an important matter. He pushed open the office window, gazing toward his home. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, you are aware of Kushina's identity by now, that in the coming days, she will be giving birth, and the former Hokage has arranged for Bawako to assist her. Additionally, I want you to lead your team in intensifying surveillance, both inside and outside the village, to prevent any ill-intentioned intruders. Recalling Inuzuka Shushu's worried expression before his departure, Minato nodded solemnly and implored Kakashi. I am counting on you. Kakashi stood tall, affirming, rest assured, teacher. His words, as succinct as ever, resonated with an unyielding determination. Minato understood the resolve reflected in Kakashi's eyes. Should any enemy attempt to infiltrate the village and pose a threat to their beloved teacher and his wife, they would first have to contend with the blades in Kakashi's hands, possibly even stepping over his fallen body. What Minato did not realize was that even if he hadn't spoken a word, Kakashi would give his all to safeguard their safety. This was a special request from Inuzuka Shushu before his journey. While I am away from the village, please protect Teacher Minato and Lady Kushina. That evening, as the two sat atop Hokage Rock, Inuzuka Shushu solemnly addressed Kakashi. Kakashi regarded Inuzuka Shushu, and after a prolonged silence, nodded, saying, Minato is also my teacher. In that moment, Inuzuka Shushu beamed with joy that he knew that Kakashi was a man of his word, someone he could wholeheartedly trust. Fear not, should danger arise for Konoha or for my teacher, I will return without delay. Inuzuka Shushu stood, extending his arms in an embrace. He then turned to Kakashi, who was watching him intently, and declared, in this village, there are too many important people to me. I will do everything in my power to protect them, even if it means risking my life and future, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. That small figure appeared like a flickering flame, both fervent and radiant. Chapter 49. Shadows infiltrating Konoha. 10 days later, during the golden autumn of October in the 48th year of Konoha, the expectant Uzumaki Kushina was discreetly relocated to a subterranean chamber within the village. Arranged by her husband, the Hokage, Namikaze Minato, Sarutobi Bawako, acting as her caretaker, remained steadfastly by Kushina's side. Under Minato's directives, the had entered a heightened state of vigilance, maintaining a delicate balance of openness and caution. If Kushina were merely the Hokage's wife, such a level of preparedness might seem excessive. However, considering her identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, even tenfold caution would be deemed prudent. Yet, as the old adage goes, the most formidable fortresses are often breached from within. Just as Konoha could deploy spies to other hidden villages, so too would those villages endeavor to plant their own eyes and infiltrators within Konoha. In recent days, the frequent appearances of the in Konoha village have drawn the attention of certain individuals with ulterior motives. Has the mobilized? It seems that the moment is nigh. In a dense forest outside Konoha, Uchiha Bito, wearing a mask adorned with spiral patterns, lifted his gaze towards the towering walls of the village not far away. Before him stood an Uchiha man clad in the uniform of the Konoha Guard. His appearance was unremarkable, yet within his characteristic black eyes burned a fervent light known as ambition. That madman, Uchiha Dura, has hidden numerous fervent followers within the clan. It is no wonder, after all, that he is the most distinguished leader of the Uchiha clan. The more cautious the Uchiha become, the more they long for the glory of Madara, who once stood equally with the first Hokage. Clinging to the memories of past glory, they yearn to reclaim their voice in Konoha. Yet they are powerless to endure failure time and again. It is quite laughable. Indeed, beneath his mask, Obito's scarred visage twitched slightly, and a hint of self-deprecating amusement curled at the corners of his mouth. Am I not also one who fervently declares a desire to become Hokage? I am no different from those ambitious clansmen, since I have resolved to tread a path never before walked. Let it begin with the destruction of Konoha. Only by experiencing the pain of losing what one holds dear can one truly comprehend the disheartening truths of this world. After dismissing his clansmen, Obito strode towards Konoha village. The high walls of Konoha were constantly patrolled by the guard, a formidable defense indeed. Yet as Obito walked, his form suddenly became ethereal, and then he vanished entirely the next moment. He reappeared within the familiar yet foreign confines of Konoha village. At dusk, the village bustled with life, a cacophony of people and vehicles. Obito slipped into the shadows of the buildings, his expression impassive as he gazed at this once familiar world. After a considerable time, he turned and made his way to the quietest corner of the village. His body moved swiftly between the wooden houses and towering trees, in the Konoha cemetery, clad in black. Obito arrived at the gravesite of himself and Noera Rin, standing like a statue for what felt like an eternity. It was only when footsteps approached from outside the cemetery that he vanished. Concealing himself among the trees behind the gravestone, the newcomer had silver hair, adorned with a white cat-faced umbu mask, 2 long blades strapped to his back, and dressed in a gray-black umbu uniform. He walked directly through the cemetery, stopping before Rin's grave. It was Kakashi. As he joined the umbu, as expected, he remains as exceptional as ever. Hidden among the trees, Obito watched the familiar figure before him, his heart racing. Kakashi had once witnessed Rin throw herself in front of him, allowing her heart to be shattered by his Raikiri, all to avoid becoming an unwitting accomplice to harm Konoha. Even in a passive sense, that scene replayed in Obito's mind daily. Thus, upon seeing his former teammate and partner Kakashi now inadvertently becoming a killer, Obito's heart was far from tranquil, despite the rigidity of his mask. Kakashi was blissfully unaware of the tension surrounding him. In fact, at Rin's grave, he was the least on guard. Each visit to Rin saw him become increasingly talkative, sharing even the mundane details of his life with the gentle girl. Despite her presence now being in another world, the child of Minato-sensei and Kushina is about to be born. If you were here, you would surely be excited. Kakashi removed his cat mask, even pulling down the covering that had concealed his face. He stood there, authentically recounting recent events to Rin's grave, including the anticipated time of Kushina's delivery and the existence of a secret location. Upon hearing Kakashi's revelations, Obito silently vanished inside the underground chamber. Kushina, drenched in sweat, bit down hard on her lip, enduring excruciating pain under the guidance of a female medical ninja, striving with all her might for the birth of her son. Her left hand clutched the bedsheet tightly, while her right grasped the hand of Sir Toby Bawako. After enduring for what felt like an eternity, she suddenly turned to the elderly woman beside her, crying out, "It hurts so much. It hurts. Wah. I swear I'll never give birth again." Damn you, Minato. Where are you at a time like this? Minato must have been delayed by some matter. Just hold on. It'll be over soon. You can do it, Kushina. You must steady your mind. Buwako's face twitched as she patiently comforted the little mother dinosaur. Yet, her gaze never left the seal of the 9 tails on Kushina's abdomen. As the labor progressed, Kushina, being the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, could sense the tumultuous energy within her, the deep brown seal that once held the 9 tails growing increasingly faint. As the Jinchuriki, Kushina was acutely aware of the changes in the 9 tails energy. However, in her current state of pain and confusion, controlling the seal while giving birth was a monumental challenge. Meanwhile, upon receiving news of Kushina's impending delivery, Minato had set aside all his duties and used the Flying Thunder God technique to reach the secret location. However, at the outskirts of the secret area, he halted, a figure clad in black, wearing a mask with a whirlpool pattern, emerged from the void, leading to an immediate confrontation between the two. Who are you? Minato, dressed in his Hokage robes, glared at the mysterious figure, his tone, I see why these words. The masked figure, Obito, paused slightly. With a clatter, a pair of dark iron chains materialized in his hands. That moment. He resembled a soul-reaping specter descending from the depths of hell, ready to engage in combat with Konoha's fourth Hokage at the slightest provocation. Regardless of who you are, trespassing in Konoha's secret area is a death sentence. Minato scoffed, his demeanor stern and lethal, that a peculiar kunai, inscribed with mysterious runes, appeared in his hand, its sharp tip aimed at the enigmatic masked man before him. At this juncture, the intentions of the masked figure were unmistakable. He sought the imminent birth of Kushina, or, more broadly, the Nine Tails of Konoha. For whatever reason, Minato would not allow this treacherous enemy to escape. With a swift motion, their gazes locked, and both charged towards one another almost simultaneously. The former master and student, unbeknownst to Minato, engaged in a perilous and enigmatic battle. The dark chains whirled like a serpent, aiming to ensnare the oncoming Minato. In a flash, Minato's figure appeared beside Obito, throwing his kunai with a sudden movement, piercing through Obito's partially ethereal form. Spatial ninjutsu. If this mysterious individual can frequently utilize techniques to phase through and redirect damage. The battle just became significantly more perilous and intricate. Minato halted and turned to face the masked man, his expression growing exceedingly serious. Obito remained silent, shaking the black chains in his hands before spinning around and charging at Minato like a cannonball. Minato, undeterred, countered with equal fervor, his kunai flashing with a cold gleam, targeting the opponent's vital points. After exchanging blows for several rounds, Minato suddenly smiled slightly and, facing the incoming chains, threw his kunai. The kunai struck Obito. Yet his partially phasing body allowed it to miss entirely. In that fleeting moment of Obito's phasing, Minato vanished. As Obito sensed something amiss and prepared to turn, Minato's figure descended from above, a dazzling orb of near-pure white energy swirling in his left hand, crashing down upon Obito. This time, Obito could not evade entirely. His body was struck as if by a meteor, crashing violently to the ground with a resounding thud. As Obito landed, he let out a pained cry. And then his form dissipated into nothingness. Minato's figure flickered, appearing where Obito had vanished. And after a moment of contemplation, his expression changed drastically. He clenched his hands tightly, forming them into blades, and after a surge of chakra, he too vanished from sight. Within the chamber where Kushina lay, a resounding cry of a newborn echoed. Sarutobi Bawako reached for the small infant from the hands of the female medical ninja and leaned towards the exhausted Kushina, saying, "Look, it's a lovely baby boy." Kushina, weary and disheveled, lifted her head slightly to behold the baby with sparse golden hair and delicate golden fuzz, who was wailing loudly. A flicker of tenderness crossed her gaze. Yet her voice was laced with fatigue as she weakly remarked, "He hasn't inherited any of my beauty at all. He looks just like Minato." Humph. The lady of Lake Biwa shook her head with a resigned smile and remarked, "Though the color of his hair and the hue of his eyes are inherited from the genes of the Watergate, the features of his face are unmistakably a reflection of you." Gio X and I blinked defiantly and retorted, "Look at him all wrinkled and ugly. How could he possibly resemble me?" Lake Biwa lightly swatted the disheveled woman, reproaching her, "You must cease this nonsense. All newborns appear thus. Soon enough, you will have a plump and lovely child." Chapter 50. The chaos of the Nine Tails in Konoha. At that moment, a piercing scream of sheer terror from the medical nin echoed in their ears. The two women turned in shock to see a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a wooden patterned mask, standing before the medical nin, a straight black chain piercing her chest, a sight that foretold her imminent demise. "Who are you?" Sarutobi Biwa interposed in front of Gio Xenai, a gleaming longsword materializing in her grasp. As she shouted, she lunged towards Uchiha Obito, who had breached the barriers of space. Obito flicked his hand, causing the black chain to swirl and twist as if it were infinitely long, swiftly reducing Biwa's sword to mere fragments. Simultaneously, his left palm emerged from the void, striking fiercely at the heart of Saratobi Biwa. Boom! The elderly woman's body was propelled like a cannonball, crashing against the mountainside. After spitting a mouthful of blood, she gazed longingly at the stunned Jio Xnai, only to succumb to darkness, losing all vitality. "You scoundrel! I shall kill you!" Jio Xnai concealed the infant behind her, struggling to rise with her weakened body. Yet, how could her speed compare to the almost instantaneous movement of a Beto? Like a specter, he glided towards her, delivering a light blow to her abdomen, causing the already dimming vortex seal to shatter. "Don't. What do you intend to do?" Jio Xnai fell helplessly onto the bed, her enchanting eyes turning crimson with urgency and rage. Whoosh! The room darkened as Minato arrived, breathless from haste, quickly positioning himself before Jio Xnai, eyes locked on Obito with unwavering vigilance. Obito surveyed Minato and Jio Xnai, his expression shifting behind the mask. These were once his revered teacher and his beloved mentor, now turned into mortal enemies. Minato. This is bad. He has released the seal of the Nine Tails. Jio Xnai grasped Minato's sleeve, her face tinged with despair. This young woman, having just traversed the perilous threshold of childbirth, was now reeling from the sudden death of Biwa and the unsealing of the Nine Tails, her emotions fraying at the edges. Minato tightened his grip on her hand, his azure eyes swirling with a tempest of fury. Obito, sensing the heightened pressure, realized that his former teacher was finally prepared to unleash his wrath. The moment had arrived. He had awakened his murderous intent. A sigh escaped Obito's heart. Resolutely, he steeled himself, his dark right eye suddenly widening, a crimson light flashing as three black, hooked patterns began to rotate within his red gaze. Roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar. The temperature in the air surged. A massive orange flame erupted from Jio Xnai, swiftly morphing into a colossal demon fox mid-air. Behind this great fox, 9 long tails swayed without wind, a fierce aura instantly enveloping the underground space. As the 9 tails manifested, Minato swiftly cradled Jio Xnai and the infant, evading the searing tempest of flames that Obito's figure flickered, appearing before the bewildered 9 tails. The beast instinctively raised its enormous paw to strike at the human before it. Yet a rich red light flashed, momentarily halting its movement. At the same time, a glimmer of confusion crossed its eyes, the pupils morphing into the swirling pattern of the Sharingan. Go. The sacred spirit long shackled by Konoha. Go forth and utterly destroy Konoha. Obito's voice resonated with an ethereal power, igniting the 9 tails' eyes with a fierce crimson glow, flames erupting around its form. Roar! Its body surged once more, the confined underground space crumbling as if it were made of mere dust. The 9 tails let out a jubilant and frenzied howl, leaping into the streets of Konoha, trampling the wooden houses beneath its feet. Around it, structures ignited, consumed by the ferocious flames, if dictated by the inexorable hand of fate. The tumultuous Konoha 9 tails incident, which had previously propelled the entire Naruto storyline, was now inevitably upon them. Above Konoha, a heart-wrenching alarm blared. The once peaceful village erupted into chaos, transforming into a boiling cauldron of panic. Shouts, screams, and cries for help melded into a cacophony. Whoosh! With the crackle of purple lightning, Kakashi appeared as if descending from the heavens, his expression a mix of urgency and shock, the air around him tinged with a burnt scent. "Kakashi, it is your duty to protect them." Minato gently placed the infant holding Jio Xnai upon a massive stone platform, earnestly instructing Kakashi before striding toward Obito, who was gazing upwards at the 9 tails wreaking havoc upon Konoha. Kakashi nodded gravely, drawing his Raijin blade and resolutely standing before Jio Xnai. Obito regarded the advancing Minato with a cold snort, transforming into a shadow as he retreated beyond the village's confines. Minato's gaze remained fixed upon the heinous instigator of this chaos, also transforming into a radiant golden flash as he pursued closely behind. Shortly thereafter, the clamor of clashing steel filled the air. Meanwhile, within Konoha, Having received intel from the Umbu and witnessing the rampaging Ninetales firsthand, the former Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stepped forward. He issued a series of commands. First, evacuate women, children, and the elderly to the air raid shelters behind Konoha's academy. Second, dispatch the CH Nin and J Nin to intercept the Ninetales advance. Finally, the retired Hokage donned his gear, leading the elders of Konoha and the elite of the Sarutobi clan into battle against the Ninetales. Seeing his beloved Konoha ravaged and shattered, as countless ninjas were flung aside like moths to a flame, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a surge of rage that nearly caused him to spew boiling blood. Even if it cost him his life, he could not allow the Ninetales to wreak further havoc. Grasping his golden staff, he roared defiantly, preparing to leap into a decisive battle against the Ninetales. At that moment, the space before him twisted violently. Then a colossal shadow descended from above. Boom! The ground trembled violently, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, three massive, toad-like creatures appeared in the path of the rampaging Ninetales. One toad, adorned in brown patterns and a green cloak, clutching a massive pipe and wielding a gigantic sword, was none other than the legendary toad sage, Fukasaku. The second, a robust reddish-brown toad, bore a large iron shield in one hand and a trident in the other, representing the defensive prowess of Toad Shin. The last, with a brown back and green belly, brandished dual swords, epitomizing the offensive might of Toad Gama. The sudden appearance of these towering toads momentarily halted the rampaging Ninetales, which turned to face them, its 9 crimson tails thrashing as it fixated its red eyes upon these creatures radiating natural energy, issuing a deep and menacing growl. These are the summoning beasts of Mayabokum Mountain. Has Lord Jiraiya returned? The seasoned J-Nin of Konoha recognized the toads and erupted in joyous exclamations. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his keen eyes, noticed a small figure standing atop the head of Fukasaku. Arms crossed, it could not be Jiraiya. Could it be him? Grandfather Hokage, use your Sir Magic Staff to drive the Ninetales out of the village. A clear, youthful voice resonated amidst the chaotic battlefield, reaching Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears unmistakably. Ha ha! Very well. Sarutobi Hiruzen's spirits surged, the old horse still yearning for battle, and he let forth a mighty roar. Then he leapt high into the air, his Rui Jingu Bang transforming into an immensely thick staff. Caught off guard, the Ninetales was struck by the suddenly enlarged staff, pushed back like a bulldozer, and was forcefully expelled from Konoha's battered walls. Beneath its feet, deep rifts appeared, evidence of its fierce struggle. Just as the Ninetales was finally pushed beyond the village's borders, the magical staff shrank back down. Sarutobi Hiruzen had exerted every ounce of his strength in that maneuver, and upon completing it, he felt utterly spent. I am old. I can no longer deny my age. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed intently at Inuzuka Sakura, who stood atop the head of the formidable Wonta, panting heavily as he sighed. The Ninetales had been driven out of the village by an old man, an affront that filled it with deep humiliation. With a sudden tilt of its head, it emitted a furious roar, and a pitch-black sphere began to coalesce within its maw. Interrupt it, Boss Toad. It's about to unleash the tailed beast ball. Inuzuka Sakura pointed at the Ninetales, urgently shouting at Wonta. Leave it to us. Water release. Iron cannonball. Wonta grunted, propelling himself into the air like a rocket with a powerful thrust of his robust hind legs. He then opened his massive jaws, unleashing a high-density, colossal black water sphere that whistled through the air like a cannonball. Hurtling toward the Ninetales, which was gathering energy, startled, the Ninetales hastily shot out its tailed beast ball in a desperate attempt to counter the incoming iron cannonball. Boom! The black iron cannonball collided with the crimson-tailed beast ball mid-air, resulting in a brief stalemate before both erupted into a spectacular explosion. Simultaneously, the brothers Gamakin and Gamabunta, wielding enormous forks and gleaming twin swords, charged in from either side, that a burst of orange energy erupted from the Ninetales as its 9 massive tails swung fiercely, clashing violently with the brothers' weapons. Chapter 51. The arrival of the little tree sage. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of intense exchanges, Gamakin and Gamabunta were sent flying in terms of size and energy intensity. The brothers were clearly at a disadvantage. Roar! Take this! Just then, a shadow loomed over the Nine Tails, which had just engaged with Gamakin and Gamabunna. Wanta raised a massive blade, striking down with the force of a mountain, accompanied by a deafening sound of slicing air. Faced with this dire threat, countless bubbles suddenly surged from the Nine Tails. These bubbles connected, forming a colossal energy shield enveloping its entire body that IT then straightened up. Wielding its claws, which had inexplicably lengthened several times, defiantly confronting the descending blade. Boom! The entire world seemed to tremble. Wanta was sent reeling backward, while the Nine Tails slid several meters along the ground. Despite Wanta's buildup of power, he was still no match for the might of the strongest-tailed beast. Woof! Suddenly, a loud bark resonated from behind the Nine Tails. Startled, it turned to see a gigantic white dog, as large as a polar bear, transforming into a whirlwind and crashing violently against the base of its 9 long tails. The Nine Tails felt a chilling sensation radiate from its rear, followed by a crystalline layer of ice enveloping its hind limbs. It was Yukimaru who had accompanied Inuzuka Sakura to Mayaboka Mountain for training. Having mastered wind and ice release, and after absorbing a vast amount of natural energy, its power had reached unprecedented heights. Ack! The Nine Tails stumbled, nearly falling backward from the unexpected attack on its rear. Enraged, it summoned its tailed beast chakra, attempting to melt the thick layer of ice. Sage art would release 10,000 trees binding kill. At that moment, a clear voice rang out once more. The ground beneath the Nine Tails began to tremble violently as countless green trees erupted from the earth, encircling the massive beast as if a forest had descended from the heavens. But these were no ordinary trees. Their branches extended like living entities, tightly wrapping around the Nine Tails' limbs and body. Simultaneously, a powerful suction force emanated from the branches, continuously siphoning the Nine Tails' tailed beast chakra. Even the mighty Nine Tails could not escape the grasp of this fusion of sage techniques and would release, which was inherently designed to counter the power of tailed beasts. This miraculous scene left countless leaf ninjas watching the battle in awe, particularly the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was left speechless. Had it not been for the pain in his palm from pulling out hair and the ache in his chin, he might have thought it was a dream. The technique used by Inuzuka Sakura bore a striking resemblance to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's iconic would-release technique, God's Tree Descends, with the activation of Sage Mode. Inuzuka Sakura's chakra surged from his hands into the earth, driving the dense and towering trees to grow wildly. Behind him, his long black hair fluttered in the wind and on his fair face. Besides the already present red fang markings of the Inuzuka clan, his eyes were tinged with a natural orange hue. His once pitch-black pupils had transformed into a golden hue, resembling the slit eyes of a frog. At that moment, Inuzuka Sakura exuded an aura of authority and an intimidating presence, as if a demonic child had descended upon the world. However, the terrifying power of the fully formed Nine Tails was about to manifest in its entirety. Boom! Bang! Bang! Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, flames erupted around the Nine Tails, instantly incinerating the resilient branches and trunks. Though Inuzuka Sakura desperately channeled Sage Chakra, the branches continued to coil and bite like a relentless serpent. Yet their efforts were outpaced by the speed at which they were being burned and destroyed. But Inuzuka Sakura was not fighting alone. 3 massive toads, each the size of a small mountain, leapt in from a distance, wielding their weapons to join the fray. However, anytime they ventured too close to the Nine Tails, they would squeal in pain from the scorching tailed beast chakra. This situation changed when Yukimaru actively joined the battle. His continuous release of large-scale ice and snow techniques naturally countered the fire-based might of the Nine Tails. Despite the evident disparity in power, by targeting specific weaknesses of the Nine Tails and launching a relentless barrage of interference attacks, their combined efforts proved effective in 8-year-old in Sage Mode. A snow-white wind and snow ninja dog, and 3 enormous and fierce toads managed to create a temporary stalemate against the legendary, fearsome Nine Tails. Yet the Nine Tails' power was nearly limitless. While Inuzuka Sakura could momentarily suppress it, he could not contain its increasingly frenzied outbursts. After a tense standoff lasting but a quarter of an hour, the Nine Tails suddenly swelling in size, let out a fierce roar. Its 9 elongated red tails, akin to thick whips, lashed out with unparalleled speed and strength, sending the 3 battle-ready toads and Yukimaru, the rear attacker, flying. Simultaneously, flames surged anew from the 9 tails, reducing the resilient trees to char and then pulverizing them into dust in the howling winds. As the 9 tails' ferocity escalated, Inuzuka Sakura felt a tremor beneath him. He looked up to see several familiar figures standing behind him, their faces alight with excitement. The tearful and anxious woman was his mother, Inuzuka. Up beside her stood the cold-faced current clan leader, his godmother Inuzuka. Additionally, an elderly gentleman with rose-colored eyes, his former captain, Hayashi Akane, was present. However, his steadfast companions, Shizuka and Aoi, had not arrived, likely due to Hayashi's strict orders barring them from engaging the 9 tails. Though their strength was nearing that of elite Jonin, they were still not quite there. In previous skirmishes, ordinary Jonin had barely lasted a single round against the 9 tails. Even if they managed to participate, their attacks were nothing more than mere annoyances to the beast. What brings you here? Inuzuka Sakura felt a warmth in his heart. His previously weary spirit suddenly invigorated. You, a mere child, fighting desperately for the village while we stand idly by? We simply cannot allow that, Inuzuka declared, shaking her spiky hair with a carefree smile. Inuzuka, I remained silent, merely drawing a kunai to protect her own. In her tear-filled eyes, pride and concern flickered. Her son had grown to a level where he could contend with the 9 tails. While my subordinates continue to fight valiantly, as their captain, how could I lag behind? Hayashi, Akane sighed, nodding to his former disciple and subordinate as a form of acknowledgement. Inuzuka Sakura's expression shifted dramatically before he stood tall and let out a sharp howl. A sound reminiscent of a young wolf howling at the moon, echoing throughout the skies of the Leaf Village. Mother, godmother, and captain, please provide cover as I engage in battle. This fight has only just begun. Inuzuka Sakura turned to the astonished trio, flashing them a determined smile. Without hesitation, he charged toward the 9 tails, resolute. His journey to Mayaboka Mountain to master sage techniques was to prevent the chaos of the 9 tails and save the village and his loved ones. He could never permit them to face danger themselves. Moreover, a formidable ally is soon to arrive on the battlefield. His long howl serves as the most unmistakable signal to that individual. Thus, after leaving behind a resolute declaration, he afforded them no time to react, dashing forth like a bolt of lightning. The technique of multiple shadow clones. With a battle cry, Inuzuka transformed into 10 identical shadow clones in an instant. Die, you little brat. The 9 tails, having just obliterated a swath of forest, was consumed by rage as it inhaled deeply, its head thrown back as a colossal-tailed beast ball formed in its mouth. A glimmer of human-like mockery flickered in its crimson eyes before it launched the tailed beast ball towards Inuzuka Shu. Buzz with a thunderous sound of slicing air, the densely packed, purplish-black-tailed beast ball soared through nearly 100 meters of space. Water release. Rapid-fire water bullets. Fukusaka Wanta leaped in front of Inuzuka Shu, unleashing a barrage of water bullets that clashed against the tailed beast ball. Accompanied by a resounding explosion, water splashed everywhere, and hot mist billowed into the air. The weakened-tailed beast ball relentlessly surged towards Wanta. But Fukusaku Ken had already leapt in with a shield. With a deafening croak, the tailed beast ball collided with the iron shield. Both Fukusaku Ken and Wanta were sent tumbling backward like a stack of dominoes. Wind release, spiraling sphere barrage. In that moment, 8 shadow clones of Inuzuka Shu, each wielding a spiraling sphere, sprang forth from the endless steam, swiftly appearing before the 9 tails. The 9 tails, taken aback by the sudden emergence of these shadow clone bombs, hastily swung its massive forepaws. After a series of explosive sounds, each shadow clone was inevitably crushed into thin air. Sage art. Super-tailed beast spiraling sphere. Then, in the next instant, Inuzuka Shu raised a colossal, rapidly spinning azure-white sphere, measuring a staggering 150 centimeters in diameter, and unleashed it at lightning speed upon the astonished body of the 9 tails. Howl! Under the explosive force of the super spiraling sphere. The nine-tails emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive form recoiling as countless embers drifted through the sky. Yet being the nine-tails, even after sustaining such a devastating blow, it extended a giant claw and viciously swiped at the plummeting Inuzuka Shu. Boom! A gigantic wooden shield appeared before Inuzuka Shu just in time, shattering into splinters upon impact from the nine-tails claw. The overwhelming force knocked the small figure of Inuzuka Shu into the ground like a cannonball. Little Shu from a distance, Inuzuka Joie, and the crimson-eyed Uzumaki Kushina exclaimed in unison. Just then, a golden flash streaked through the air. The falling figure of Inuzuka Shu vanished from midair. Little Shu, I'm late. But you did a splendid job. Minato Namikaze ruffled the hair of the little one in his arms, his expression slightly excited. Chapter 52. Master, I am here to heal you. Teacher, you have finally arrived. Inuzuka Shu, struggling to suppress the turmoil within his chest, joyfully lifted his little face to call out to Minato. Following that, the little one extended his chubby hand, pointing at the nine-tails, and cried out with a woeful expression. That nasty fox is bullying me. Dear teacher, you must take revenge for me and give it a good thrashing. It actually ganged up on me. Observing his little disciple tugging at his sleeve, with wide eyes rolling in exaggerated distress and emitting soft whimpers while only putting on a show, Minato felt a crow of dismay flit across his forehead. Clearly, he was the one leading Yukimaru and 3 massive toads to assault the nine-tails, yet he audaciously claimed that the nine-tails was ganging up on him. This topsy-turvy logic of unreasonable grievance surely cannot have been learned from Kushina, right? It should not be, probably. Taking a deep breath, Minato turned his gaze towards the infuriated nine-tails, now fully infuriated after regaining its footing. I would love to give it a good thrashing, teacher. How dare it rampage so recklessly in Konoha? Even if you are being controlled by that despicable individual, it is utterly unforgivable. However, as the most powerful tailed beast, defeating it may be possible, but eradicating it entirely is nearly an impossible dream. Regrettably, Kushina's body is far too frail. She was originally the most suitable candidate to seal the nine-tails. Now, relying solely on myself. The battle with the masked man has drained too much chakra. Unless I resort to that forbidden technique, sealing the nine-tails would become an unattainable task. However, to execute that technique, I would have to sacrifice my soul to the Shinigami, which signifies death. Yet, as Minato contemplated this, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. As Hokage, it is my duty and obligation to protect Konoha, safeguard its citizens, defend my comrades, and shield those most dear to me. Just as Minato was mulling over his decision, Inuzuka Shu, who had been observing his expression, suddenly spoke up. Teacher, don't think too far ahead. I have heard from the sage toads that tailed beasts can indeed be resealed back into their Jinchuriki. Otherwise, the Jinchuriki would be in grave danger. So, Minato-sensei, how is Kushina-sama's condition? I will help you seal the nine-tails. Before Minato could respond, a faint voice unexpectedly emerged from behind them. Supported by Kakashi, the pale-faced Uzumaki Kushina slowly approached the two. Minato-sensei, after handing the child over to the old Hokage, Kushina insisted on coming to fight alongside you. Kakashi said helplessly from behind Kushina, I'm merely weak, not dead. How can I just sit idly by while my husband faces the nine-tails in a life-or-death struggle? Right, Minato. Were you just considering using the Shiki F gene? With her flowing red hair, Kushina tilted her head and shot a glance at Minato, giving a cold snort, her eyes slightly reddening. Minato sighed, feeling both a mix of helplessness and concern for Kushina's reckless disregard for her own health, as well as being touched by her willingness to share life and death together. Just then, the nine-tails let out a furious roar and charged towards them with full force. The sight of old enemies meeting would be particularly fierce, especially with the presence of the Jinchuriki who had kept it confined within her. Minato and Kushina exchanged glances, then smiled at one another. Against the backdrop of the colossal nine-tails, this scene appeared exceptionally beautiful to Inuzuka Shu. A smile crept across his face as he suddenly reached out to grasp Kushina's arm just as she was about to step forward. Master, you should stay here. I will heal your body. Minato-sensei, For the time being, I entrust the nine tails to you. Inuzuka lifted his little face to look at the divine couple, his tone imbued with undeniable determination. Minato was momentarily taken aback, but soon broke into a relaxed smile. He turned around, striding forward without looking back. Meanwhile, a resounding proclamation echoed. "Don't worry. Leave the nine tails to me." With that, he let out a long howl, and a massive shadow descended from the sky, revealing Fukasaku Una, Minato's old companion and battle partner. Watching the Hokage's cloak billow in sage mode, Inuzuka's smile grew even brighter. He suddenly pulled out a large scroll from his robe and quickly unfurled it. Then, his hands danced like phantoms, swiftly forming a summoning seal. "Come forth," Inuzuka bellowed, pressing his right hand firmly onto the scroll laid out on the ground. He owed the astonishment of Kushina and Kakashi. Two identical Inuzuka emerged from the smoke, having absorbed natural energy at Mayaboka Mountain. Inuzuka beckoned with his small hand, and the two shadow clones transformed into beams of white light that entered his original body. Within mere seconds, he, who had been somewhat drained of chakra, was revitalized and full of vigor. Inuzuka turned to look at Kushina, then glanced at the relatively even ground beneath them, scratching his head as he said, "Master, could you lie down?" Kushina glanced at Minato, who was engaged in an intense battle with the Nine Tails, then at the slightly anxious Inuzuka and without further ado, she sat down on the ground and then lay back. Kakashi, seeing this, stepped forward to stand as a loyal guard. His face, having removed the mask, displayed one eye black and the other red, with the red left eye slowly spinning 3 tomo to ensure the safety of his master and little brother. He activated his Sharingan, vowing to negate any attack directed their way. "Thank you." Inuzuka patted Kakashi's shoulder and whispered. Subsequently, he approached Kushina, kneeling before her, as a pair of small hands enveloped in a sudden green luminescence gently pressed against her abdomen. The act of bearing children is a perilous endeavor for any woman, and compounded by the trauma of the tailed beast extraction, even the typically resilient Uzumaki Kushina found herself in a state of utter weakness and trepidation. Given her current physical condition, attempting to invoke the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, which demanded a significant expenditure of chakra, could very well lead to her demise under the backlash of the Nine Tails chakra. Had the situation been in the hands of an ordinary medical ninja, even the legendary Tsunade would only be able to mend her external and internal injuries, but would struggle to restore her vital essence. However, the one treating Kushina now was Inuzuka Kiba, who, after absorbing the natural energy from 2 shadow clones, had re-entered Sage Mode. Kiba's healing techniques not only had the capacity to close wounds, but, more crucially, replenished Kushina with the most pressing and purest form of life energy. This life force flowed through Kiba's chakra pathways, free of any adverse effects, courtesy of his would-release Sage Art Chakra. As Kushina lay on the ground, she first felt a gentle warmth in her abdomen, soon followed by an immensely soothing energy coursing in her body in that instant, it was as if a weary traveler, parched and fatigued from crossing a desert, had plunged into a crystal-clear hot spring, experiencing an indescribable sense of relief. Overcome with emotion, Kushina inadvertently let out a soul-stirring moan. Kakashi, witnessing the scene ahead, cast a surprised glance at the two before hastily averting his gaze. Though Kiba maintained an air of nonchalance as he continued his treatment, his face flushed a deep crimson. Kushina, equally embarrassed, felt her cheeks burn as she tightly shut her eyes, wishing to dismiss the sound that had just escaped her lips as though it had never happened. Despite being unintentional, behaving so inappropriately in front of her disciples nearly brought her to the brink of embarrassment. "Lady Sensei, I didn't hear a thing just now, but you mustn't resort to silencing me." Kiba, regaining his composure, chuckled quietly before adopting an innocent expression as he addressed Kushina. "Keep talking, and I might just have to silence you for good." Kushina opened her eyes, glaring at the obviously feigning innocence of the small boy, issuing a mock threat. Kiba pouted, muttering a few complaints under his breath before immersing himself earnestly in his sacred duty as a healer. Several minutes later, completely focused, wisps of white mist began to emanate from Kiba's hair. and even his once rosy complexion began to pale. Nevertheless, his hands remained steady, like a sculptor S, as the sage energy flowed into Kushina's chakra network, methodical and unwavering, feeling the rapid restoration of her vitality. Kushina gazed at the child before her, who, despite his tender age, radiated an aura of sanctity, his figure appearing immensely grand. Two crystalline tears traced down her gradually reddening cheeks, yet her eyes sparkled with a beautiful smile. "Little Kiba, you've grown into quite the little man." A wave of indescribable emotions surged through Kushina, a blend of pride and bittersweet nostalgia, akin to witnessing her child blossom into maturity, coupled with the poignant realization of a fledgling about to take flight. "All right, Lady Sensei." "Oh dear, why are you crying again?" Kiba, having finally completed the treatment and breathing a sigh of relief, intended to commend his mentor, only to be met with her tear-streaked visage the moment the words left his mouth. He regretted them, wishing he could slap himself for being so thoughtless. "That you're the one crying. Your whole family is crying. You impudent little rascal." As expected, Kushina raised her hand to wipe her face before playfully smacking Kiba on the head. Followed by a fierce voice ringing in his ears. With a pained expression, Kiba forced a smile and said, "Lady Sensei, your strength has clearly returned to some extent." A flicker of pride crossed Kushina's face as she slowly rose. Draping her arm over Kiba's small shoulders, gazing towards the tumultuous battlefield not far off. "Then, let us fight together." With her fists clenched tightly, her long red hair billowing, an overwhelming sense of battle fervor filled the small space around them. Kiba looked up to see the flames of determination igniting in Kushina's eyes. He refrained from further chatter, resolutely following behind her as they ventured towards the battlefield where Minato clashed with the Nine Tails. Chapter 53. The shift in the tail beast ceiling. Whoosh, 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 boom, 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 bang, bang, bang. At that moment outside Konoha village, an extraordinary battle unfolded. However, the combat scene, unlike Kiba's extravagant display of wide-range jutsu, showcased a different kind of intensity between Minato and the Nine Tails. Have you ever witnessed three giant toads throwing kunai, moreover with perfect organization and discipline? The Nine-Tailed swore it had never felt so exasperated in its life. What is Minato's most proficient technique? The Flying Thunder God technique. What is the most crucial tool for the Flying Thunder God? The specially crafted kunai. After making a significant impact during the Third Great Ninja War, Minato continued to innovate, developing a new mode of the Flying Thunder God, known as the Second Phase. Simultaneously, he took advantage of his title as Hokage to commission a new batch of specially designed kunai. The creation of these kunai was not particularly complex. It merely required the imprinting of the Flying Thunder God seal. Therefore, adhering to the principle of the more, the merrier, Minato prepared several hundred kunai within his storage scroll. This time, in preparation for the battle against the formidable Nine Tails, he retrieved all the specially crafted kunai, reserving only a few for himself, while distributing the rest to the three toads from Mount Myaboku. Given their size, each toad could easily conceal numerous kunai within their clothing. They merely needed a moment to adapt. As it was rather awkward for the giant toads, accustomed to wielding massive weapons, to handle such small kunai. The comparison was akin to a basketball star like Shaquille O'Neal trying to grasp a tiny steel needle. Throwing it was one thing. Accidentally pricking oneself was another matter entirely. Fortunately, with such overwhelming combat prowess, Minato showed no hesitation. Each of the three enormous toads clutched a dozen kunai, and at the opportune moment, they executed a scattershot akin to a celestial maiden showering flowers. The Nine Tails found itself utterly helpless against these specially crafted kunai. With its massive form, whether it attempted to swipe, bite, or lash its tail, it felt the futility akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Yet in Sage mode, Minato transformed into a dazzling spectacle, enveloped in golden brilliance as the kunai soared through the air. The Rasengan in his hands detonated like a series of explosive charges against the Nine Tails' colossal body. Had Minato not expended so much chakra in his earlier confrontation with Obito, he would have unleashed the grandiose Great Rasengan, akin to Kiba's earlier techniques. Even so, the Nine Tails found itself somewhat overwhelmed by Minato's relentless assault. It could not continuously envelop its massive form with chakra, leaving vulnerable spots that Minato, with his unparalleled reflexes, would seize upon. Should the Ninetales falter, it would be met with a Rasengan or a kunai embedded with explosive tags. Nonetheless, Minato was not without his own challenges. He was dancing on the edge of a razor blade. After all, while the Ninetales could afford a misstep, he could not, aside from the cataclysmic-tailed beast bomb. The sheer size of its claws and tail meant that a single hit could spell certain doom. Without resorting to the fateful Reaper Death Seal, Minato relied solely on his expertise to entangle the Ninetales and maximize the depletion of its stamina and energy. He believed fervently that his wife and beloved pupil would soon join him, delivering the final and mightiest blow to the Ninetales. "Teacher, I'm here to lend you my strength," Kiba called out to Minato. Following closely behind Kushina, in a short span, his physical strength and chakra had already recovered to at least 70 or 80%. After his training in sage art, Kiba's already extraordinary physical abilities had reached an astonishing level of self-healing and recovery. As the crimson-haired Uzumaki Kushina raced forward, she let out a spirited cry. Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped her form, and nearly infinite golden chakra chains erupted from her being, swirling around her petite frame. In that moment, Kushina was shrouded in golden light, resembling the majestic goddess Athena from the ancient world, exuding an awe-inspiring and enchanting presence. "I will bind the Ninetales. Please, teacher, unleash your full power for a decisive strike." Kiba, who had initially lingered at the back, accelerated like lightning, sprinting to stand before Minato, leaving him with a resolute declaration. And no sooner had the words left his lips than Minato witnessed Kiba's small figure descend upon the ground before the Ninetales like a meteor from the heavens. Meanwhile, he forcefully pressed the hand seal he had completed in mid-air onto the ground. Ninjutsu would release. Forest of all things, accompanied by Inuzuka's youthful shout, a brilliant burst of verdant light erupted from his being, which was then transmitted deep into the earth beneath him in the blink of an eye. The ground beneath the Ninetales began to tremble and sway, and the next moment, countless brownish-green roots erupted from the soil like the tentacles of a hellish monstrosity. These roots swiftly coiled around the Ninetales, which had barely leaped off the ground, and violently yanked it back downwards. A chilling gust of wind swept through as the enormous snowball, now nearly 3 times its original size, burst forth from between the endless roots, unerringly colliding with the Ninetales' rear. Crack, crack, the sound of ice freezing echoed incessantly as the base of the Ninetales and its lower limbs were swiftly encased in ice. In terms of synergy in battle with Inuzuka, the newly developed ice release of Snowball undoubtedly claimed the top spot. The Ninetales fox howled in anger and struggled, while the fiery energy enveloping its body began to swell, aiming to explode the encroaching roots and the special ice layer that severely restricted its mobility. However, before it could do so, a figure clad in a flowing robe suddenly appeared before it. Ninjutsu, Great Ball Rasengan, mirroring Inuzuka's technique, but magnified to twice its size. A blue-white spherical mass, nearly 3 meters in diameter, was held aloft by Minato Namikaze, who unleashed it with unparalleled speed upon the Ninetales' chest. Boom! The Ninetales, charged with power, was directly knocked to the ground by this sudden violent strike, its massive form sliding across the earth, flattening the trees outside the village. The most powerful attack of the 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. Even the mightiest of the tailed beasts, the Ninetales, could not withstand it. Nevertheless, this was the strongest and final blow Minato could muster at that moment. Ninjutsu would release. For Pillar's Prison. Almost simultaneously, Inuzuka let out a nearly manic roar. His little face flushed with exertion as he once again cast the last of his sage techniques. 4 massive interconnected wooden pillars burst forth from the ground, and before the Ninetales, which had just managed to rise, could react, it found its limbs ensnared by these pillars. Well done! A fragrant breeze wafted past Inuzuka as the crimson-haired Kushina Uzumaki descended at lightning speed before the Ninetales, faced with the enraged and thrashing Ninetales fox. Kushina's expression remained impassive as she clasped her hands together, her entire being enveloped in a radiant golden light. Diamond Lock, with a sudden cry, for remarkably thick golden chains surged forth from Kushina's hands, swiftly ensnaring the already bound Nine Tails. Taking a deep breath, Kushina pulled on the chains, dragging the Nine Tails toward her. As she pulled, the Nine Tails' form began to shrink oddly, and Kushina's pace quickened. The Diamond Lock was a sealing technique exclusive to the Uzumaki clan, and especially in the hands of Kushina, the host of the Nine Tails. This technique directly targeted the Nine Tails' soul, exerting a profoundly suppressive effect. Were she at her peak, Kushina could have utilized this technique to draw the Nine Tails' soul into her own body. Unfortunately, even though Inuzuka Shu had done his utmost to restore her vitality, her strength at this moment was only about 80% of its full capacity. The consequence of this was that when Kushina finally managed to pull the shrunken Nine Tails to her front, intending to use the power of the golden chains to draw it into her abdomen, she found herself lacking the strength to cast the final and most potent sealing technique, the four-symbol seal. If she did not employ the four-symbol seal promptly, the Nine Tails would break free once again, and at that point, the fate awaiting Kushina, who had already suffered the loss of vitality at the hands of the tailed beast, would be none other than death. Fortunately, at this moment, she was not fighting alone. "I'm coming." Minato's figure suddenly landed in front of his wife, his chakra-wrapped right hand pressing firmly against Kushina's abdomen. When he withdrew his palm, a swirling golden sealing formula materialized almost instantaneously. Moments later, the swirl transformed entirely into black. Adhering to the principle of discretion, Inuzuka stole a glance from the side. Perceiving that this swirl of sealing looked akin to a tattoo, quite impressive indeed, Minato and Kushina paid no mind, as they regarded Inuzuka Shu as their own son, and thus had no qualms about any exposure skin. For safety's sake, to ensure Kushina had ample energy to restore her body and chakra, Minato cast the four-symbol seal again, layering it over the original seal. The double four-symbol seal was an almost invincible sealing technique. In the original story, the seal on Naruto's abdomen was a double seal. Even the formidable Nine Tails could not breach this seal from within. Once the sealing was complete, the couple exchanged weary yet relieved smiles, exhaling deeply as a wave of exhaustion washed over them. For the moment, they could still support each other in standing, while their young apprentice, Inuzuka Shu, disregarding his image, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, exclaiming, "I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm utterly exhausted, I'm going to collapse. Without the supreme reward from Yukamura, I wouldn't be able to stand up at all." Minato and Kushina looked at the rolling Inuzuka Shu on the ground, unable to suppress their laughter. Whoosh, 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 Kakashi along with Inuzuka Zaku, and Hinata rushed over, all laughing aloud. "This little rascal, while your efforts and contributions undoubtedly deserve unparalleled recognition, rolling about in front of the fourth Hokage lacks the grace of Konoha's super genius." The little Inuzuka. Just then, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from within the Hidden Leaf Village. Countless ninjas and villagers of all ages rushed out from the broken walls of the village, eager to celebrate together. The exhilaration of having survived the ordeal and the thrill of victory became the prevailing sentiment of the Hidden Leaf Village at that moment. Chapter 54. The birth of Konoha's youngest Jonin. Although the Nine Tails had been resealed, Minato, as the Hokage, felt no joy in victory. That night in the Hidden Leaf Village, while some rejoiced, others mourned. The Nine Tails rampage had not only destroyed numerous buildings, but had also claimed the lives of countless ninjas and civilians. Thus, after returning Kushina home and ensuring Kakashi and other Umbu members provided heavy protection, Minato hastened to engage in the overwhelmingly busy and burdensome task of post-war recovery, without even pausing to exchange pleasantries with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had just returned with a newborn Naruto. The homeless needed shelter, the fallen ninjas and affected villagers required compensation, and even the sharp conflicts between Danzo Shimura and the Uchiha clan required Minato, as the new Hokage, to mediate. Danzo, who had always viewed the Uchiha clan as a dire threat, had ordered numerous root members to confine the Uchiha clan to their territory the moment the Nine Tails appeared in Konoha, stubbornly believing that the mastermind behind the Nine Tails chaos was hiding within the Uchiha clan. Only the legendary Sharingan or the Mangekyo Sharingan could influence the tailed beast's mind from a distance or remotely command its actions. In truth, Danzo was not entirely wrong in suspecting the Uchiha clan. The puppeteer behind the Nine Tails was indeed from the Uchiha clan, but Obito Uchiha was already considered a deceased member according to the Uchiha clan's records. Having fought against the masked figure twice, Minato had naturally picked up on certain clues. Renowned for his meticulousness, Minato knew that no matter how hard Obito tried to conceal his identity, he couldn't avoid leaving behind some traces. Clad in the Akatsuki's crimson cloud robe, yet showing immense familiarity with Konoha's environment, capable of unleashing and controlling the Nine Tails, harboring great resentment towards Konoha, yet refraining from lethally attacking Kakashi and demonstrating a thorough understanding of Minato's techniques and abilities, as well as being unperturbed by Kushina's secret as the Jinchuriki. It was also mentioned by Kakashi and Inuzuka that a mysterious masked man had appeared outside the hidden mist village in the past, displaying profound anger over the death of Rin. All these myriad clues converged, and a familiar name abruptly surfaced in Minato's mind. Is it resentment towards a teacher who failed to protect you? Is it hatred and revenge born from extreme disappointment? Obito, standing before the Hokage monument. Minato rubbed his forehead, gazing at the illuminated hidden leaf village with a look of helplessness and fatigue after the relentless battles against the Nine Tails. Inuzuka returned home and fell into a deep slumber without even changing his clothes. Inuzuka, his doting mother, kept vigil by his bedside for most of the night, that a blend of pride, fear, sorrow, and nostalgia enveloped her, making it difficult for her to find peace throughout the night. With such a brave and powerful son, Inuzuka, I was naturally filled with immeasurable pride and joy. Meanwhile, the bruises adorning Inuzuka's body elicited waves of heartache within her. The memories of her son being flung aside during his battle with the formidable Nine Tails filled her with an unshakable dread. How could such a mere 8-year-old possess the courage and resolve to confront and challenge the nearly invincible Nine Tails? Ultimately, he had even allied with the most powerful Hokage couple of Konoha to seal the chaos that had befallen the village. The little one's unwavering focus and fearless demeanor shone brightly. Standing unfazed even in the radiant presence of Minato and Kushina, in truth, I never envisioned you as a savior or a hero. My greatest wish, along with that of your father whom you have never met, is for you to grow up safe, happy, and fulfilled, she murmured softly as she gently caressed the sleeping face of Inuzuka. The child did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky, finally restoring him to his vigorous state. For Inuzuka, who had been rising at 5 every morning to train, this was an indulgent slumber. Hello, Inuzuka, the Hokage requests your presence, came the voice of a shadowy ninja whom Shu had never encountered before. Just as he was about to step out after breakfast, Kakashi was still occupied with protecting Kushina, and with the village in ruins, the ranks of the Umbu had become severely strained. Thus, it was only logical for Minato to send a new member of the Umbu to deliver the message. In fact, upon learning that his task was to invite the 8-year-old warrior who had valiantly battled the Nine Tails the day before, the newly inducted Jonin Narake was already brimming with excitement. Inuzuka instinctively exclaimed, "Oh," before exuberantly declaring, "Wow, is the teacher finally going to reward me? The little hero who saved Konoha." He burst into laughter, tugging at Kei's arm as he dashed towards the Hokage building. Caught off guard, Kei nearly stumbled but managed to regain his balance after a few steps, helplessly stating, "No, we're not going to the Hokage building." Curiously, Inuzuka halted and looked up, asking, "Where are we going then?" "To Minato-sensei's house?" The corners of Kei's mouth twitched beneath his mask as he stifled a laugh. "Just follow me. The Hokage is currently overseeing the village's reconstruction efforts." He gestured for Shu to keep pace and led the way towards the eastern side of the village, which lay in disarray after the Nine Tails rampage. Biting his finger in confusion, Inuzuka muttered, "Why am I being summoned to the construction site? Am I to act as a supervisor?" Woof! Behind them, the diminutive Snowball, now the size of small dog, chased after them, closely trailing Shu's heels with a loyal demeanor. Amused by Snowball's adorable antics, Shu temporarily set aside his questions and engaged in a playful race with the little creature. What? You want me to build houses? Teacher, this is child labor. Several minutes later, amidst the clamor of the construction site, a lament filled with indignation and complaint rang out. Inuzuka, Shu stared, astonished, at the beaming face of the fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Minato smiled, given your clever and valiant performance in battle yesterday, the Elder Council of Konoha has officially promoted you to Special Jonin. Signed personally by me as Hokage. It appeared that he had just recalled this detail as he cheerfully addressed the reluctant Inuzuka, Shu, adding, so, as of now, you hold the title of a Jonin, although you may be young. You are no longer considered a child laborer. Inuzuka Shu gaped, his mouth agape, and pointed to his chest in disbelief, questioning, Teacher, are you serious? I, at 8 years old, am now a Jonin? Minato pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Before graciously conceding, it does seem a tad premature. While you possess the strength, your age and experience are still lacking. Shall we postpone your Jonin appointment for the time being? Upon hearing this, Inuzuka Shu erupted with excitement, grabbing Minato's Hokage robe and cheerfully exclaiming, Teacher, there's no need to postpone. I advocate for talent to be recognized regardless of age. Konoha is in dire need of fresh blood, particularly in the Jonin ranks, which are currently lacking in strength. How could I be constrained by age when it comes to serving Konoha and pledging my loyalty to the Hokage? You little rascal. Minato chuckled heartily at Shu's endearing manner. Feeling the heaviness of the previous day's gloom lift from his heart, in pursuit of the distinguished title of the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history, Inuzuka Shu resolved to shoulder the burdens of a temporary role as a housing engineer for the village. For someone adept in wood release techniques, constructing the common wooden houses of Konoha was not an overly daunting task. In the original narrative, the only user of wood release in Konoha, Captain Yamato, had performed nearly identical duties during the post-war reconstruction following Pain's destruction of the village. Minato was not without purpose. He had diligently researched the wood release forbidden techniques documented by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and discovered the special application technique of wood release. House building technique. It was worth noting that Konoha, having suffered tremendous losses during the First Ninja War, had also faced devastation. However, the speed of Konoha's post-war reconstruction was astonishingly swift, primarily due to the miraculous wood release techniques of Hashirama, which were almost akin to cheating in their efficiency. In an instant, the landscape could transform, and while this may sound exaggerated, the reality was not far from the truth. Inuzuka Shu, of course, did not possess the divine capabilities of the first Hokage, but the devastation had primarily affected the eastern region, making the task of constructing wooden houses far from overwhelming. Should he enter Sage Mode, he could undoubtedly complete the work in a short time. What Shu needed to do first was learn the first Hokage's would release house building technique. However, given his aptitude, this technique, which was not particularly complex, would be a piece of cake for him. In truth, Minato was paving the way for the future of his beloved disciple, Inuzuka Shu. Having personally subdued the destructive Nine Tails and actively participated in the post-war reconstruction efforts, utilizing wood release techniques to build homes for the villagers, Shu's contributions and credentials were substantial. As he matured, these experiences would undoubtedly serve him well, whether in securing a high-ranking position in Konoha or during future Hokage elections. Inuzuka Shu was well aware of this. Thus, after quickly mastering the house-building technique, he wholeheartedly dedicated himself to the task of constructing homes and revitalizing the neighborhood. In just 2 days, the once desolate eastern region of Konoha blossomed anew, with fragrant wooden homes rising from the ground. The joy of the villagers and ninjas returning to their new abodes finally dispelled the sorrow of their previous losses. Simultaneously, news of Inuzuka Shu's promotion to Jonin spread throughout all the ninja clans. With his extraordinary combat prowess against the Nine Tails, his contributions to sealing it away, and his first-hand involvement in the arduous reconstruction efforts, combined with his remarkable charisma, Inuzuka Shu, the youngest Jonin in Konoha's history, earned the recognition of the vast majority of Konoha's ninjas, especially among his young companions, such as Uchiha Shursui, Hyuga Aoi, Hatake Kakashi, and Might Guy, along with Uchiha Itachi, who looked up to Shu, and Inuzuka Hana, who idolized her older brother, as well as Hinata Aoi, who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. All delivered congratulatory gifts to Shu. The cost of this generosity, however, left Shu's wallet significantly lighter. I should really collect some payment for the project. Inuzuka Shu sighed, biting his lip in regret. Chapter 55. Farewell to Team 10 of the Setting Sun. In the 3 years following the turmoil of the Nine Tails, Uchiha Bito, gravely wounded by Minato Namikaze, had virtually vanished from the public eye. Even the once active Akatsuki organization refrained from making any moves against Konoha. Unlike the previous era of the Naruto world, the fourth Hokage, Minato, and the formidable Jinchuriki Kushina were both alive and well, while the retired third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, though aged, still managed to hold his own. Additionally, with the emergence of the little canine prodigy, Inuzuka, Shu, and the ever-flirtatious sage Jiraiya, who could return to Konoha at any moment. Any village housing 3 potential Sage Mode users would undoubtedly instill a sense of apprehension in others. With the outside world wary of Konoha, the village entered a phase of rapid development. Under the diligent leadership of the 4th Hokage, Konoha resonated with the harmonious theme of peace and reconstruction, swiftly recovering from the devastation of the Third Great Ninja War. The ninjas of Konoha, proud and ambitious, had every reason to be so, having emerged victorious in the 3 great ninja wars and standing at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Thus, they could not tolerate any semblance of decline or weakness. Even if temporary, it would gnaw at them, causing sleepless nights, driving them to go to great lengths to reclaim their former glory. This is the glory of a great nation, a memory and legacy deeply ingrained in the bones of its citizens. The flourishing Hidden Leaf Village has also elevated the trust that the Land of Fire and its neighboring smaller nations place in the strength of its ninjas, leading to a notable increase in various missions assigned to the village. Individuals like Kakashi and Might Guy, known for their insatiable quest for missions, are seldom seen within the village, constantly occupied either in accepting tasks or en route to them, as Kakashi's lifelong rival. The tenacious Might Guy has successfully advanced to the rank of Jonin, thanks to his high volume of completed missions. Their contemporaries, such as the wayward youth Asuma Sarutobi, personally mentored by his father. The third Hokage, the illusion master Kurenai Yui's beloved daughter, Kurenai, the prodigy from the swordsmanship lineage of the Moonlight Clan, and the somewhat enigmatic and pretentious Shunui Igima, although stagnated at the Chunin rank due to the limited promotion opportunities in peacetime, have already approached the threshold of Jonin in terms of overall strength. During the era of war, the team of the 10th Squad from the Hidden Leaf, led by Inuzuka Shu, has been particularly active, with Shu being specially promoted to Jonin due to his accomplishments. The genius of the Uchiha clan, Shursui, and the talented girl from the Hyuga branch, Aoi, have also ascended to Jonin status through the focused training and abundant mission experience provided by their respective clans. As 2 of the most enduring clans in the Hidden Leaf, the Uchiha and Hyuga act as the most rational investors, with their family prodigies being their greatest assets and wagers. Now, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, is thriving in his role, and, as his direct disciple, the prodigious Inuzuka Shu has begun to showcase his burgeoning strength, with a future that appears exceedingly bright. Shu's closest combat companion and dearest friend. Both Shursui and Aoi are destined to rise alongside him. Thus, their privileged training is entirely justified. Unlike the growth trajectories of his peers, after being promoted to Jonin, Shu does not frequently embark on missions. This is partly due to his conspicuous aspirations as the little god dog of the Hidden Leaf, and partly due to Minato's protective inclinations towards this disciple. Consequently, Shu dedicates most of his time to training in Mayaboka Mountain and within the Hidden Leaf Village. In Mayaboka Mountain, he practices sage techniques and collaborates with the giant toads in ninjutsu, accompanied by the extraordinary ice nin dog, Yukimaru, who also absorbs natural energy. While in the Hidden Leaf, Shu chooses to remain by Minato's side. The 2 enthusiasts of Rasengan have evolved the technique to its utmost form, now embarking on the challenge of mastering its advanced variant, the the wind release, Raisin Shuriken. The outcome of their training is quite unexpected. With his remarkable regenerative abilities, Shu manages to disregard the adverse effects that this S-rank technique poses to one's skeletal and chakra systems, successfully navigating the path of attribute transformation for the Rasengan. However, in this life, Minato has not sealed half of the Nine Tails power within him. So while his chakra is substantial, it lacks the extraordinary enhancement that the Nine Tails power provides. Yet, Minato remains undeterred. For him, the Rasengan is merely one of his most adept wind release techniques. Conversely, witnessing Shu successfully cultivate the wind release, Raisin Shuriken fills him with even greater excitement than Shu himself, the most selfless teacher in the Hidden Leaf. Minato naturally hopes for his disciple to surpass him. Simultaneously, as a reward for his achievements, Minato has granted Shu unrestricted access to all the wood release forbidden techniques and historical accounts related to the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, coupled with continuous training sessions with Might Guy in the Eight Gates. Shu's schedule over the past 3 years has been completely filled, embodying a state of saturated training that, as such, Shu has had little time or energy to engage in escort, bodyguard, infiltration, or assassination missions that would typically be assigned to Jonin-level ninjas. Of course, as the youngest Jonin in the Hidden Leaf, at the age of 12, Shu's primary focus remains on consistently enhancing and enriching his own abilities. Minato understands, as do the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf, that there is an undeniable chasm between conventional weaponry and nuclear capabilities, possessing the wood-release bloodline and exceptional ninjutsu talents. Shu, much like Kushina Uzumaki, the host of the Nine Tails, is regarded as a superweapon of the Hidden Leaf. In fact, to some extent, Shu's importance may even surpass that of Kushina. After all, while perfect hosts are rare, substitutes may still exist. However, individuals with the unparalleled wood-release prowess of the first Hokage are a rarity, verging on extinction. The distinction between the two is clear to all. Yet as Shu celebrated his 12th birthday, an unavoidable reality began to unfold. This little landlord has won again, on a tall tower within the Hidden Leaf village. 3 young individuals were engaged in a game of cards. Among them, a remarkably handsome black-haired boy clapped his hands and laughed exuberantly, exuding joy. Beside him, a large, snow-white dog seemed to share in his excitement, wagging its tail and bouncing about. The other boy and girl, both appearing around 15 or 16, displayed expressions of disappointment. The boy had a delicate appearance, exuding a casual and serene demeanor. The girl possessed captivating white eyes, her beauty a blend of innocence and allure, with long black hair cascading down to her waist, her figure exquisitely graceful. These 3 were none other than the former members of the Hidden Leaf's 10th squad, Inuzuka, Shu, Shursui, and Aoi. After Shu introduced his friends to the card game Do-Di-Ju, this leisurely and entertaining pastime quickly gained popularity throughout the Hidden Leaf village, as the creator and promoter of the game. Shu, with his astonishing mental acuity and intelligence, found himself nearly invincible in this pursuit. Gradually, the only ones willing to indulge and play with him were the undaunted Shursui and Aoi. If you keep showing off, I won't play with you anymore. Aoi pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Shu. Immediately, he feigned contrition, adopting a manner of obedient compliance that elicited a smile from Aoi once more. Shursui shook his head slightly. Accustomed to the antics of this seemingly perpetually youthful companion, he gathered the cards and tucked them into his pocket, then addressed Shu. Little Shu, in a few days, the new division of ninja school classes will commence. In other words, we will soon be guiding a group of youngsters like the seniors of the Yui clan. Aoi picked up the thread of conversation, speaking with a hint of nostalgia. Indeed, how swiftly time passes. Before we know it, we have all become Jonin, and we will soon be leading and guiding our subordinates. It's hard to believe. I'm still just a delicate flower. Shu and Shursui exchanged knowing glances before nodding in unison. Yes. Absolutely. For a girl in the prime of her self-admiration, the greatest principle for a tranquil life is to possess no principles at all. In fact, individuals like Kakashi and Guy, who are a few years older than them, have already begun leading their own teams. Thus, their current roles as squad leaders and instructors do not seem out of place. This means our Yuhi 10 squad is officially disbanded from today onward. Shu declared, standing beside Shui and Aoi, gazing into their eyes. With his abundant vitality and vigor, Shu's height had now reached parity with theirs, presenting as an equally aged youth. Upon hearing Shu's words, the trio lapsed into a moment of silence, until Aoi suddenly burst into giggles, pointing at Shu. Actually, Shui and I are fine since 16 is considered adulthood in the Hidden Leaf. Next year, we will truly be adults, but you little Shu if your subordinates and students are older than you. How will you face them? Just thinking about it is amusing. As if envisioning that humorous scenario, even the usually composed Shui revealed a hint of a smile on his handsome face. Shu raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly replying, "What else can I do? Win them over with virtue." Upon hearing Shu's words, the bond of understanding embedded within the trio led them to chuckle. Win them over with virtue, they mused, for ninjas. The highest moral standard is one's own strength and status. It is evident that in both aspects, Shu excels. That if those inexperienced youngsters presume to belittle their little Sheminter due to age, they will surely face dire consequences. Shu approached the railing of the tower, his gaze sweeping over the vibrant and flourishing Hidden Leaf village, particularly lingering on the faces of the fourth Hokage, carved into the Hokage rock. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to the sunlight outside. How wonderful! Teacher Minato and Kushina are still alive and thriving, and the Hidden Leaf appears to be flourishing, though history has been irrevocably altered by my small butterfly effect. And I cannot fully predict the future's trajectory. The fact that my dearest ones remain by my side is the greatest sense of achievement and the essence of happiness. Soon, I shall pay a visit to Teacher Mizukage to discuss matters, and see if he might assign me a few younger and more adorable children. After all, the essence of life is happiness. That if one's subordinates lack charm, how can one ever find joy? Right? Inuzukage, with his eyes darting about, pondered silently. He had never felt any psychological burden when it came to bending rules or seeking special treatment. Chapter 56. The underhanded operations of the Leaf Class Mizukage Sensei. "I have come to see you," exclaimed Inuzukage as he burst into the courtyard, a pot of blooming pink camellias in hand. "This is a gift I pilfered from Lord Hokage, meant for my eternally pure and beautiful teacher." That evening, as Inuzukage entered the yard, he was met with the sight of Mizukage and Kushina, clad in casual home attire, affectionately watching 3-year-old Naruto stumbling about the yard in hot pursuit of a little frog. Upon hearing Ju's voice, they turned in unison, and upon seeing the vibrant flowers in his grasp, their expressions turned to one of bemused fondness. The tenderness in their gazes mirrored that which they held for little Naruto. Having spent 8 years together, Ju had long been regarded as a close family member in their hearts. This bond remained unaltered by Naruto's arrival. This little rascal could roam freely within the Hokage's residence, audaciously taking some of the old man's cherished possessions, such as expensive tea leaves and rare books. Including today's camellias. It was well known that the old Hokage was exceedingly protective of his numerous plants. Yet here was Ju, brazenly presenting them as a token of goodwill. Brother Ju, the golden-haired, blue-eyed Naruto, upon recognizing the familiar figure, abandoned the nimble frog and rushed towards Inuzukage, waving his small arms. Ribbit, the speckled frog, leaped onto a flower stand, puffing out its white chin and letting out a relieved croak. Children are most vexed by frogs. Unable to retaliate against their playful antics, Ju quickly handed the precious camellias to Kushina, then scooped up the lively Naruto into his arms. It was evident that Naruto, inheriting the Whirlpool clan's physique, possessed strength and speed far exceeding that of his peers. However, when compared to Ju's own childhood antics at the same age, it was merely child's play. "Oh, Naruto, you've grown heavier. I hope you want to become a little chub," Ju remarked, lifting Naruto effortlessly with a contented smile. "Really? It's all my mother's fault for making such delicious food. I couldn't help but eat a few extra bowls," Naruto replied, biting his finger as he glanced at his pudgy form, a hint of distress clouding his features. Yet being raised by Ju, he was a clever and charming child. Even Kushina, holding the camellias, was nearly beaming with joy in this life. Naruto had grown up surrounded by his parents and guided by the likes of Inuzukage, leading to a particularly vivacious personality. The lonely, mischievous Naruto of the original tale would not emerge here, of course. He was currently free from the seal of the Nine Tails, and with the genes of his parents, Naruto's innate talent surely belonged to the realm of genius. Perhaps, without relying on the power of the Nine Tails, he might even become a more exceptional ninja than Minato himself, especially with the coveted chakra talent of the Whirlpool clan. After an afternoon of play, Naruto was soon cradled to sleep in Kushina's arms. Ju followed Minato into his study, where after brewing 2 cups of fragrant tea, Minato remarked, "It seems we are running low on tea," leaves Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. "Teacher, you are the Hokage of Konoha. Why must I deplete the old Hokage's reserves just to enjoy a cup of tea? I refuse. I fear the old man might take offense." Minato cleared his throat. "You are aware that you are about to take on the role of a leading teacher, correct?" As he spoke, he retrieved a file from his drawer, flipping through a stack of papers while casually adding, "This contains the list and information on the new graduates and those under my guidance who are lacking a teacher." The Jew's expression shifted dramatically as he snatched the stack of papers, declaring earnestly, "Is it just tea leaves? Next time I visit the old man for a massage, I can borrow some more. You know how he dotes on me. He wouldn't mind a few trifles borrow?" Minato chuckled, unable to suppress his amusement at his eccentric disciple, savoring his tea while observing Ju eagerly peruse the freshly minted list of genin. Truth be told, to maintain good relations with the Hokage lineage, numerous clan leaders from Konoha had personally visited Minato, expressing their desire for their esteemed offspring to train under the prodigious Inuzuka Ju. While they looked after their young, Minato lavished affection upon his own student. He had no intention of imposing subordinates upon Ju. Should Ju disapprove, Minato would never force the matter in Minato's heart. Even the most prestigious clans of Konoha could not outweigh the significance of Inuzuka Ju. If Ju were unhappy, Kushina would share in that discontent. If Kushina were displeased, Minato would find little joy, and if the esteemed Hokage was unhappy, the entire village would share in that gloom. Observe the clarity of this logic. Ju's happiness was a matter of utmost importance, one that could impact the peace and stability of the ninja world. What? Uchiha Itachi graduated at merely 8 years of age. As Ju flipped through the pages, his gaze landed upon a particular sheet emblazoned with the youthful yet mature visage of Uchiha Itachi, the heir to the Uchiha clan. In the column indicating preferred teacher, the name Inuzuka Ju was clearly written in black. It was no secret that Itachi, an ardent admirer of Ju, had chosen his idol as his mentor. Recalling something, Ju flipped back through the stack. Indeed, most of the documents revealed that the aspiring students had selected Ju as their preferred teacher. With this revelation, Ju's smile widened, revealing a gleeful grin. "Teacher, it seems so many children adore me. My charisma is boundless," Ju boasted, ruffling his handsome face with pride. By the way, Ju, have you chosen any candidates?" Minato gazed at his student in bemusement, silently repeating the phrase "my dear disciple" in his mind. Restraining himself from delivering a playful smack to Ju's head, Ju chuckled, extracting 2 sheets from the stack and placing them on the table. "I mustn't be too greedy. I shall leave you, the Hokage, a chance to exercise your benevolence. I have selected these 2. The rest is for you to arrange." Minato's face broke into a warm smile as he examined the 2 names. Uchiha Itachi, 8 years old, newly graduated genin, talent level, outstanding, proficient in fire techniques, already awakened his Sharingan. Hinata Aoi, 14 years old, genin, talent level, good, skilled in Hinata clan's taijutsu and Byakugan techniques. Her previous instructor perished in the Third Great Ninja War, and her team leader is yet to be determined. Point 1 was the Uchiha clan leader's son, a prodigy with a close relationship with Ju. This choice was hardly surprising. The other, Hinata Aoi, seemed to possess rather average qualifications. After a moment's contemplation, Minato understood Ju's reasoning for selecting Hinata Aoi. Ju's former teammate, Hinata Kyun, happened to be Aoi's elder sister. This sentimental little rascal would naturally wish to guide and protect Aoi. Moreover, this choice maintained the balance of the team. Ju, as the captain and teacher, was self-evident. Itachi was a mid to long-range combat specialist, while Aoi excelled in reconnaissance and close combat. Was this a choice that balanced reason and sentiment? Minato nodded, tapping his fingers on the table before extracting a sheet from a stack and passing it to Ju. This choice is indeed a favor I find hard to decline to Ju. Take a look and see what you think. Minato spoke softly, ensuring that Kushina did not overhear, lest she think he was slighting Ju. Yamanaka-cho? Ju received the paper with a beaming smile, quickly discerning the implications that in his cohort. Minato had seemingly always been a lone wolf. Yet that was not entirely the case. It is said that Minato once collaborated with the Oil Woman clan Shizen, as well as with the Akimichi clan's Choza. Among them, Choza was a member of the Inuzuka clan, and his partnership with Minato was merely temporary. However, Shizen had a long-standing collaboration with Minato, which continued until Minato apprenticed under Jiraiya and embarked on his training in Miyaboka Mountain, leading them to part ways and fight their own battles. Over the years, among the contemporaneous ninjas in Konoha who maintained a close relationship with Minato, aside from Uchiha Fugaku, the current clan leader, Shizen was the only one left. Shizen's eldest son, Chokyo, shares a situation similar to that of Hinata Aoi. The original leading Nin perished during the Nine Tails incident, and in recent years, he has been in a state of family seclusion and occasional collaboration. Upon learning that among the leading teachers was the talented youth Inuzuka, Shu, Shizen personally visited Minato's home, hoping her son could train under Shu. The prospect of old comrades' offspring fighting side by side again could indeed be a lovely tale. Naturally, Minato, being sentimental, was well aware of Chokyo, recognizing him as a composed and sincere young lad. Most importantly, Minato discovered in Chokyo's ninja school records that he and Inuzuka Shu were classmates and seemingly shared a harmonious past. However, Minato did not immediately acquiesce to Shizen's request, as he respected Shu's opinion. Thus, after Shu selected Uchiha Itachi and Hinata Aoi, Minato promptly recommended the 14-year-old Chokyo to Shu without hesitation. Both Aoi and Chokyo had the strength of a Nin. What they lacked was merely an opportunity. As is well known, opportunities are plentiful around Inuzuka Shu. Indeed, Shu gladly accepted the addition of his old classmate. Consequently, all members of Shu's new team were finalized. Uchiha Itachi, 8 years old. Hinata Aoi, 14 years old. And Chokyo, 14 years old. This marks the exclusive privilege of Inuzuka Shu leading a team independently for the first time. Although nominally accompanied by 3 genin, in reality, both the astonishingly talented Uchiha Itachi and the diligent and steady Hinata Aoi and Chokyo possessed the combat prowess of Nin. Among all newly formed ninja teams in Konoha, Inuzuka Shu's team stands as the strongest. Chapter 57. The first mission of Team Leaf, the following morning. After receiving the notification, Itachi, Aoi, and Chokyo arrived fully armed at the gates of Konoha before the designated time. Itachi was the first to arrive, and undoubtedly the most excited. Among all the new genin, he was the only one selected by Inuzuka Shu. This realization filled Itachi's heart with a quiet joy, but also a weighty pressure. However, the boy, possessing a temperament mature beyond his years, showed no signs of nervousness externally. As for Hinata Aoi, she learned about becoming Shu's subordinate from her elder sister Aoi. This somewhat introverted girl spent a restless night pondering the news. The once boisterous boy who had proclaimed, "Don't be infatuated with me, I'm merely a legend," had now truly become the talk of Konoha. Even her sister, renowned for her genius, spoke of Shu with genuine admiration. Compared to her illustrious classmate, Aoi couldn't help but feel overshadowed. Standing at the entrance of Konoha, Aoi, with her exquisite figure and delicate features, bore an air of burgeoning charm. Yet, her shy nature often led her to lower her gaze, allowing her long, dark hair to veil her youthful beauty. Chokyo, on the other hand, remained silent as ever, his dark gray trench coat's collar turned up high. A pair of oversized sunglasses obscuring most of his face. Despite being the tallest among them, he seemed to fade into the background, causing both Itachi and Aoi to subconsciously forget his presence as a future teammate. After Itachi politely greeted the group, he stood quietly in anticipation. The shy and reticent Aoi, coupled with the naturally low-key Chokyo, created a palpable tension in the air. "Hey, my dear companions, You all arrived early. Just then, a youthful yet somewhat cheeky voice echoed from above. The trio looked up to see a boy clad in standard Konoha ninja attire, draped in a white cloak, grinning down from the top of the village wall. He waved his hand cheerfully, greeting them. Above him, a small dog with white fur and blue eyes barked happily. "Little Shu, you're lying again." Itachi's lips twitched slightly as he weakly protested, Aoi's heart fluttered upon glimpsing the strikingly handsome Inuzuka Shu. Her cheeks flushing as she silently cast him a coy glance. Indeed, this mischievous boy remained as playful as ever. "When did I ever lie, Itachi? Just because we are familiar, I won't hesitate to sue you for defamation." Shu retorted, rising to his feet and pointing at the helpless Itachi below. He then leaped down gracefully, like a leaf drifting to the ground, landing effortlessly before the trio. "Long time no see." "Oi!" Shu exclaimed, ruffling Itachi's hair playfully, causing Aoi's cheeks to redden further. "I'm older than you," Aoi stammered, her gaze darting away like a startled deer. However, she mustered the courage to respond. "Indeed. You are older." Shu smirked mischievously as he scrutinized Aoi, teasingly adding, "And quite a bit so." Aoi's curiosity followed Shu's gaze, and upon realizing the implication behind his words, she let out a soft gasp, hastily lowering her head as her face flushed crimson. "Umph. I'll jot that down and tell little Hannah when we return. How could her future husband tease a lady? This is intolerable." Itachi puffed up his cheeks, tidying his disheveled hair, while casting a sidelong glance at the playful Shu. "Now that we are all acquainted, as we are old friends, I shall forego formal introductions. Let me announce the details of our first mission. Team Leaf," Shu declared with a hearty laugh, seamlessly transitioning into the announcement. Chokio, eager to engage with Shu, stepped forward but faltered, caught off guard by the sudden attention. "Oh, how could I forget someone else?" Shu exaggeratedly stepped back, pointing at Chokio as if he had just appeared out of nowhere. Chokio appeared helpless, yet couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart at the familiarity of the scene, reminiscent of their first encounter in the Ninja Academy. "Ha! Just a joke. I would never forget our charming boy from the Oil Woman clan." "Right?" Shu chuckled, approaching Chokio and affectionately draping an arm around his shoulder, a belly full of charming bugs and cute. Both Itachi and Aoi instinctively took a step back, observing the playful interaction between Shu and the tightly wrapped Chokio. Witnessing this, Chokio felt a sudden chill. Shu clapped his hands, his expression turning serious. He regarded his three new subordinates and comrades earnestly, stating, "Welcome to Team Leaf. Tree represents me, Inuzuka Shu, while Leaf signifies Konoha, wherever there are fluttering leaves. The fire will burn. This embodies the will of fire of our hidden village, Konoha, and is likewise the highest spirit of Team Leaf. So, trust me, and believe that Team Leaf will undoubtedly become a legend in Konoha and even the ninja world." As passionate youths, the trio felt a surge of excitement at Shu's fervent declaration, their postures straightening as they were inspired by his words. If such sentiments had been articulated by any other J-nin, the impact might not have been as profound. But who was Inuzuka Shu? He was the burgeoning legend of Konoha. When one's experiences are extraordinary and their strength compelling enough, people will naturally gravitate towards them, inspired by an innate charisma of leadership. Now I hereby announce the first mission of Team Leaf. Inuzuka Shu paused for a moment, snapping his right fingers with a crisp sound before continuing, "By the decree of the fourth Hokage, I, Inuzuka Shu, a special envoy of Konoha's elite shinobi, along with my team, shall journey to the Wind Country Sunagakure. We are to formally convey the alliance letter between the Fire and Wind nations on behalf of the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Furthermore, we extend an invitation for Sunagakure to send its finest competitors to participate in the inaugural Chunin selection exam, hosted by Konoha this October." Inuzuka Shu chuckled heartily, casting a proud glance at his three engrossed teammates. "So, our mission is akin to that of a special envoy from one nation enjoying an official trip to the Wind Country. How does that sound? Exciting, isn't it?" Unexpectedly, upon learning of such a diplomatic task, his three teammates displayed no enthusiasm whatsoever and even appeared slightly disappointed. "What is the matter? Not interested? Do you find this mission lacking in challenge?" Inuzuka should seem to have anticipated their reaction, and thus asked with a hint of amusement. "It's not that we're disinterested, but rather that it seems somewhat like overkill," replied Uchiha Itachi, the bold young lad, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. Although Aoi and Shuji remained silent, they instinctively nodded in agreement. "We are shinobi of Konoha. We seek battle, we desire honor, and we yearn for promotion. Moreover, we have no intention of participating in some outdated Chunin tournament." The trio's sentiments were surprisingly unified. Inuzuka's expression shifted, and his tone turned unusually serious. "The intelligence regarding our Leaf Team's mission to the Wind Country has likely been disseminated by spies from various hidden villages. After all, this is not a top-secret operation. Those hidden villages that oppose the alliance between the Wind and Fire nations, and those who harbor covetous intentions towards Konoha, are undoubtedly watching us from the shadows. You genuinely believe that the journey between these two nations will be smooth sailing? Do you think this is merely a leisurely official trip?" Noticing that his teammates' expressions had grown solemn, even heavy, Inuzuka decided to stoke the fire further. "Your captain is none other than the renowned Konoha's little demon dog, a notorious harbinger of death on the battlefield. Now, as the sole disciple of the fourth Hokage, consider how many may wish to ambush us along the way. Furthermore, we have the eldest son of the Uchiha clan, the Byakugan wielder from the Hyuga clan. And that one," he said, as Shuji rolled his eyes behind his sunglasses, fully aware that Inuzuka would seize every opportunity to tease him. Inuzuka chuckled a couple of times before continuing. "If I were an enemy from another ninja village, I would be tempted to make a move. The most crucial point is that even if we arrive in the Wind Country, Sunagakure may not be as united as one might hope. There could be those willing to take risks for their own gain, potentially staging an ambush to sabotage the alliance between Konoha and Sunagakure." Upon recognizing the inherent dangers and difficulties of this diplomatic mission, the expressions of Itachi, Aoi, and Shuji turned exceedingly grave. Seeing that the atmosphere had sufficiently shifted, Inuzuka smiled amiably and remarked, "Of course, this diplomatic mission is arduous, yet it is also immensely honorable, my teacher. The Hokage has assured us that should we accomplish this task flawlessly, you three will receive preferential treatment for advancement to Chunin in the upcoming tournament, provided you pass the selection." Upon hearing this, the three companions exchanged excited glances and erupted in jubilant cheers. Let us take this opportunity to understand and familiarize ourselves with one another along the way. Now, Team Leaf, let us embark with the spirited proclamation of their newly appointed captain. The four figures sped forth like arrows loose from a bow. Indeed, this young leader, Shu, was truly a natural-born leader. Within the Hokage's office in Konoha, the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato, gazed at the vanishing silhouettes within the crystal ball. A subtle smile gracing his lips. Chapter 58. The Grass Ninja Quartet, playing supporting roles in the western frontier of the Land of Fire, lies a sprawling mountain range that stretches for miles. Within this mountainous terrain, dense forests and numerous rivers flourish, yielding an abundance of natural resources. Consequently, this region has become a battleground for the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind throughout various wars. After countless battles wrought with iron and blood, the casualties on both sides escalated, and their grievances intensified. Eventually, under the tacit agreement of the first Hokage and the Wind Shadow, the neutral nation of the Land of Rivers emerged. Akin to a fence-sitter, as a small nation with limited military might, the Land of Rivers, like the Land of Rain, the Land of Grass, and the Land of Iron, struggles for survival in the crevices of the five great nations, often finding it difficult to seize genuine opportunities for development. In essence, they serve as a strategic buffer zone for the five great nations, perpetually beholden to the whims of the more powerful. Now, with the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, the alliance between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire has taken shape, while the severely depleted Land of Earth, Land of Lightning, and Land of Water lie low, recuperating their strength. The economic, military, and political power of the Land of Fire now dominates the landscape. Consequently, the surrounding neutral nations have proactively sought to ease relations with Konoha, particularly the ninja forces of the Land of Rivers, which have nearly entirely aligned themselves with Konoha. After all, if even Sunagakure, under Konoha's formidable presence, has chosen to ally the land of rivers as a mere fence-sitter. Has little choice but to comply. As the sound of whistling winds echoed through the air, several weary figures appeared among the towering trees of the mountainous forests of the land of rivers. They were not particularly tall, but upon closer inspection, each was undeniably youthful, with the youngest among them appearing to be merely 7 or 8 years old. However, without exception, they all bore the insignia of ninja headbands adorned with a distinctive whirlpool leaf pattern, the emblem of the strongest hidden village, Konoha. Among them, the most striking was the exceptionally handsome youth standing at the forefront. Though his face still bore the marks of youth, he exuded an air of confidence. His large, expressive eyes sparkled like bright stars, and his flowing black hair danced gently in the breeze. The red markings on his cheeks, resembling sharp canine fangs, coupled with the ever-present smile at the corner of his lips, lent him an alluring, wild charm. Even the large white dog by his side, with its blue eyes and black nose, radiated an extraordinary aura. This group of ninja was none other than Inuzuka, Shu, and his team. Having journeyed from Konoha to this location, their travels had been remarkably tranquil as they traversed the territory of the Land of Fire, where few dared to challenge Konoha's shinobi, of course. This was also due to the fact that Inuzuka Shu had taken the official route. Their journey was conducted openly and legitimately, eliminating the need for subterfuge or clandestine maneuvers. However, upon entering the Land of Rivers, the Leaf Team would need to exercise heightened caution. This somewhat chaotic nation was rife with intricate power dynamics, including some notoriously fierce and formidable figures, as well as powerful rogue ninjas from various hidden villages that sought refuge in this neutral territory. These individuals frequently topped the underground bounty lists in the ninja world and were prime targets for bounty hunters. While others might be deterred by Konoha's reputation, these lawless individuals would not be so discerning. "Let us take a 10-minute break," Inuzuka Shu declared, leaping to the ground as he surveyed the surrounding forest, giving instructions without turning back. "Understood." Itachi, Aoi, and Shuji nodded in agreement, descending to the ground and arranging themselves in a triangular formation. They retrieved their provisions and water, seizing the moment to rest and refuel. "Captain Shu, this is where you first stepped onto the battlefield, isn't it?" Itachi, still young and driven by curiosity, couldn't help but ask. Aoi and Shuji turned their gazes toward him, recalling that Inuzuka Shu had first entered the battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War in this very location, engaging in combat at the forefront against the forces of the Land of Wind, where he had earned significant accolades. Inuzuka Shu nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, I was about your age back then, and as a chunin, I dispatched numerous sand ninjas with ease, leaving them utterly defenseless. But a true hero does not dwell on past glories. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought it all but a fleeting memory." Itachi retorted, pouting slightly, regretting his engagement with this boastful senior. Aoi, however, couldn't contain her laughter, her shoulders shaking as she focused intently on her bread, her trembling form betraying her suppressed mirth. Meanwhile, Shuji was engrossed in observing a small black insect on the back of his hand, as if it were an unparalleled beauty that I will not be outdone by Captain Shu. Should any foolish enemy dare to target us, I shall deliver them a severe lesson. Uchiha Itachi declared, his eyes fixed on Inuzuka Shu's back, his voice brimming with determination. Yet several meters away, Inuzuka Shu's ears perked up suddenly, and he turned around, regarding Itachi with a peculiar expression. Such bravado from mere children. A coarse voice suddenly erupted from the dense thicket ahead, accompanied by the rustling sounds of leaves being brushed aside. For robust men, bearing fierce expressions akin to that of wild boars, charged forth at. "Weasel, your spirit beast is a crow, isn't it? You truly possess a crow's tongue." Inuzuka Shu grinned, addressing the astonished weasel. "Captain, why are they barreling out like that? They resemble bandits. This is hardly in accordance with the ninja combat code, is it?" Weasel scratched his head, a hint of confusion evident as he pointed at the 4 imposing figures standing in a line. Inuzuka Shu also looked on, somewhat speechless, at these men who appeared more like mountain bandits than ninjas, particularly noting the tattered headbands on their foreheads that marked them as rogue ninjas from the Land of Grass. Could it be that they simply picked up those headbands along the way? With such reckless abandon, are they perhaps for concealed masters or audacious experts? Yet, they hardly seem to fit that description. The fluctuations of their chakras suggest they are merely at the level of chunin. At best, they perceive us as mere lambs, and quite plump ones at that. You four, daring to intrude into the chaotic lands of the river country, are truly oblivious to the dangers of the world outside. You young leaf ninjas. The bearded leader licked the black kunai in his hand, grinning maliciously. Inuzuka frowned, replying with a tone of disdain. How unsanitary. Be careful of infectious diseases, uncle. Upon hearing this, the three teammates behind Inuzuka lost their composure, the tension that had briefly gripped their hearts dissipating entirely. The bearded rogue glanced at the kunai in his hand, momentarily taken aback. While this kunai has indeed claimed countless lives, is this really the moment to be concerned about hygiene? This young lad, could he possibly be a fool? Enough with the chatter, boss. These kids are likely chunin and genin from the leaf, out here honing their skills. Let us capture them and discern their identities. Judging by their gear, we might have stumbled upon some big catches this time. But a robust man with unkempt short braids stepped forward, unsheathing a gleaming long sword with a clank, brandishing it menacingly towards Inuzuka, Shu, and his companions. Indeed, you truly embody the essence of banditry. In my opinion, the noble and glorious profession of mountain banditry is far more suited to you. Inuzuka, Shu declared earnestly. What a sharp-tongued brat. Soon, I shall extract all your teeth and show you the true cruelty of a ninja. The burly man's jowls quivered as a glint of malice flickered in his brown eyes. Inuzuka Shu sighed, turning to the three nominal leaf genin behind him. These inexperienced fools are yours to handle. I shall cheer you on from the rear. Go, valiant warriors of the leaf class. Yes, Captain. Weasel, Qingtai, and Cheng Jing stepped forward, forming a resolute stance, each brimming with fighting spirit. The king has called upon me to patrol the mountains. I shall turn the mortal realm around. Leaning against a large tree, Inuzuka Shu caressed the soft fur of Yukimaru, singing leisurely, "Oh, dare look down upon us. We are the infamous grass ninja, 4 heroes." The mocking laughter of the 4 rogue ninjas from the land of grass abruptly ceased, for before them, Qingtai activated her pearlescent Byakugan, and to their utter astonishment, the child they had least regarded revealed a pair of crimson eyes, as red as blood. Only the bespectacled young one remained nonchalantly with hands in pockets, even taking a slight step back. Uchiha, Hyuga, Aburame. Thankfully, these supporting characters are not entirely incompetent. The bearded leader, seasoned and well acquainted with the world, recognized the ominous implications represented by the features of the 3 young ninjas before him. Having long roamed the vicinity of a leaf, beat the drum, strike the gong, life is filled with rhythm. Inuzuka Shu's song was melodious and captivating. Could it be that our first encounter this month has struck an iron wall? The bearded rogue shook his head, suppressing his involuntary apprehension. Even if they are scions of the leaf's noble families, they are merely 3 genin. What is there to fear? Onward. Today we truly capture some big fish. He bellowed, leading his 3 comrades in an eager charge. Simultaneously, he retrieved an umbrella from his back and tossed it high into the air. In an instant, countless shuriken rained down upon Weasel and his companions like a torrential downpour. The king has called upon me to patrol the mountains, killing a grass ninja for dinner. Inuzuka Shu's song served as a rallying cry, and the leaf-class comrades launched a vigorous offensive. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Uchiha Weasel inhaled sharply, puffing up his cheeks and unleashing a massive fireball. The searing flames not only scattered the shuriken, but also engulfed one of the unprepared grass ninjas entirely. Chapter 59. Clouds stirring in the river region. Gentle fist. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Qingtai, initially perceived as delicate and weak, found herself firmly locked by an enigmatic force, soon enveloped in a flurry of blue chakra.